Chapter 301. Crack, crack, crack. The ice wall continued to crack. Annie was extremely anxious. She stretched her hand upwards. If all else failed, she would have to risk breaking the stone above. Even injury was better than death. Crack! With a crisp sound, the ice wall on the left shattered first, and three strange flowers lunged at Annie, baring their fangs and claws. Annie gritted her teeth, preparing to unleash her ice spikes, when suddenly a roar came from above. The three strange flowers abruptly stopped, then, as if something had grabbed their roots, they were violently pulled away, whoosh, 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 simultaneously ripped from the cave. Annie was stunned. The cracking sound on the other ice wall also stopped abruptly, accompanied by three soft plop sounds. The three strange flowers there seemed to have been pulled away, and then the stone above was moved aside, revealing Shushua's furry face. Xiaoshu! Annie exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Shui grabbed Annie by the collar and pulled her up from the burrow, nuzzling her head against her chest. Annie giggled and ruffled Xiao Shui's hair. "Haha, did you sense I was in danger?" Xiao Shui nodded. Having spent a long time with Annie, they had a certain connection. When Annie was in danger, Xiao Shui would be the first to notice and rush back to her rescue. Adams asked, "Annie, how is it? Were we wrong? Why were you attacked even underground?" Annie smiled and shook her head. "I think I found a solution. Actually, I wasn't attacked at first. It was only when I started digging again that I made some noise, which attracted the strange flowers to attack me. This means that as long as we hide underground, they can't find us." Adams beamed. "That's great. We have a way to escape this sea of flowers." Annie nodded, "Yes, but we probably have to fight a big battle tonight, and then we continue digging tomorrow." Adams patted his chest. "Don't worry, my contest with Big Cat isn't over yet." "Big Cat, let's continue." Little Snow howled and charged out. Adams paused, then called out, "Hey, don't jump the gun." Annie shook her head with a wry smile. How come these two are so energetic? At this moment, some strange flowers began to move towards Annie, but now that Annie was free of any restraints, these strange flowers posed no threat to her. She sneered, "You scared me half to death in the cave earlier, now it's my turn." She waved her hands, and several enhanced ice spikes shot out, shattered all the strange flowers in front of her. Supported by vast magical power, her ice spikes seemed endless, and she transformed into a repeating crossbow, continuously unleashing attacks. The battle raged all night. By the time the sun rose again, the two humans and the beast were exhausted. Annie was relatively unscathed, as her magic was only somewhat depleted, but Adams was panting heavily, feeling like he couldn't even lift his arms. This hellish place is like a hellish training ground. I never fought for so long in a row before. It's exhausting. Adams used his axe for support as he slowly sat down on the ground. Xiaoxua also took a few steps to Annie's side and collapsed onto the ground with a thud. She probably could have fallen asleep the moment she closed her eyes. Annie asked with a smile, "So, who won your contest?" Adams and Xiaoxua exchanged a glance and both sighed heavily. Adams said, "Sigh, we fought all night, and towards the end, we couldn't even count anymore. Let's just call it a tie." At that moment, the strange flowers they had cut down began to wriggle again. Just like yesterday, under the sunlight, they slowly grew new branches and blossomed, filling the large cleared area once more with these eerie flowers. Annie looked at the burrow where she had hidden the night before and said, "All right, we can't rest now. We need to keep digging. Tonight, we hide in this burrow, and you can finally get some rest." Adams looked pained. "Let me rest. I'm exhausted. Even oxen and horses aren't used like this." Xiaoxua also groaned, but they knew that digging was only possible during the day. If they didn't start now, they would have to continue the pointless battle tonight. Although reluctant, Adams and Xiaoxua went into the burrow and began digging further. Annie, however, sat beside the burrow, pondering other problems. First, once inside, they needed air, which required longer hollow stems. These were relatively easy to obtain, as the strange flowers were plentiful here. Second, they needed to know the time underground. Digging was only possible during the day. At night, it was best to remain completely still and make no noise to avoid attracting trouble. Therefore, they needed to know when it was day and night, but they couldn't see the sky underground. How would they determine this? Annie glanced at the strange flower wriggling and reviving beside her, and an idea slowly formed in her mind. Finally, since they were digging a tunnel, they would need to continuously transport soil out, which would take a lot of time. After all, they needed to block the entrance above ground to avoid being detected by the strange flower while hiding underground. However, each time they dug, They would have to reopen the entrance, wasting time and effort just sealing it. Annie stroked her chin, took out her breastplate from her pocket, and smiled wryly. The breastplate wasn't very large, and it was already piled with a lot of miscellaneous items. No one else will come here, so it shouldn't be stolen if I leave it here, Annie muttered to herself. She then emptied everything out of the breastplate, piling up a small mountain of miscellaneous items. We still need to leave some food, otherwise, who knows how long we have to stay underground. Xiaoxue and Adams had been digging all afternoon, doubling the size of the cave, before calling Annie down to join them. Annie agreed and leaped into the hole. With a few quick movements of her hands, 2 ice walls appeared above. Adams used stones to prop up the ice walls, then cut off a stem of a strange flower to serve as a ventilation hole, extending it into the hole. He then filled the hole with soil before returning to the base of the ice walls. All done. Everything's ready up there, Adams said. Annie nodded. Good. She mentally calculated the time. The sun was almost setting. She said to Xiaoxue and Adams, "You haven't had a proper rest these past 2 days. Go to sleep now. I keep watch here for a while. I call you if there's any noise." Adams and Xiaoxue both breathed a sigh of relief and fell asleep almost immediately, and sat cross-legged. The cave was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Danger could only be sensed by sound. Fortunately, there were no other sounds. If she heard that rustling sound again, it would mean the strange flower had come looking for her. Annie released a small amount of fire elemental magic, illuminating a small area. There, the stem of a strange flower was growing upwards. Annie drew a dagger from her waist and swiftly severed the stem. A sticky liquid flowed onto the ground, but Annie ignored it, extinguished the flame, and began cultivating silently, activating the spirit division technique. Just as Annie had expected, the night was unusually peaceful. After an unknown amount of time, when Annie slightly opened her eyes, she relit the flame and shone it on the severed stem. The stem twitched and began to slowly grow, but this time, it wasn't growing towards the ground. Instead, it was growing towards the flame in Annie's hand. Annie smiled, grabbed the flower stem, and plunged it into the soil above. Seeing that the stem was no longer pointing towards her, she turned and shook Adams, who was still fast asleep. "Hey, Adams, wake up!" Adams grunted softly, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and slowly sat up. "Huh? Annie, is something wrong?" Annie shook her head gently and smiled, replying, "No, it's a new day now, we need to get back to work." "What?" Adams explained in astonishment. "It's already daytime? But I feel like I haven't slept at all." Seeing this, Annie smiled and said, "That's probably because you were too tired the past 2 days, but that's all over now. You get plenty of rest every night from now on." Hearing this, Adams was overjoyed. He excitedly patted the sleeping Snow beside him and shouted, "Hey, lazy cat, wake up. Get ready to dig a hole." Snow, after being woken up, first stretched out her limbs and let out a huge yawn, then looked at Adams sleepily, clearly still half asleep. Annie distributed some dry rations to them, then said, "Eat something first, then keep digging. Put the excavated soil into my breastplate." Adams asked, "What if your breastplate can't hold all the soil by the end?" Annie thought for a moment and said, "If it really comes to it, I continue alone. The excess soil will be moved to the side, and you can come back here." Adams sighed, "Forget it, we worry about that later. Maybe we find our target today." Then, the man and the beast began digging with all their might, but they dug for 3 days straight. For 3 days, they dug during the day and slept at night, always in the pitch-black cave, in complete darkness, not even knowing how long this would last. Adams had lost his initial enthusiasm. Digging mechanically every day, his eyes became somewhat dull. "I never imagined that coming to a magical realm would mean becoming a miner, doing digging." Annie wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Stop complaining. I'm getting hotter and hotter. Maybe we're close to finding our target." "Huh?" Adams was puzzled. "Why does getting hotter mean we're getting closer?" Annie took a deep breath, feeling the cool air through the narrow ventilation opening. According to her calculations, due to the confined space, Adams and Xiaoxue were struggling to move. Their digging progress was very slow, and they were currently about 60 meters below the surface. If a mysterious magical beast was indeed hiding here, it would likely be transferring some heat to its body while absorbing sunlight, thus generating a certain temperature. Don't overthink it. According to my estimate, if we keep digging for another 2 or 3 days, we'd be done," Annie said firmly. "What?" Adam's voice suddenly rose 8 octaves. 2 or 3 more days. My God, I don't want to dig anymore, I want to go home. However, Despite his dissatisfaction and complaints, he knew that complaining wouldn't change anything. The digging had to continue, and not a second could be wasted. Being trapped in such a cramped and confined space for so long was extremely uncomfortable for both humans and animals. This was especially true for Adams and Xiaoxue. Their bodies were larger and less flexible than Annie's, and the continuous heavy physical labor and lack of fresh air made it increasingly difficult for their bodies to endure the pain. After 3 more days, even Annie was beginning to feel dizzy. The underground cave was unbearably hot. It was slightly better at night, but during the day it was like an oven. Adams had already taken off his shirt, but in this temperature, it made no difference. Annie used magic to create an ice wall, emitting a chill that helped dissipate some of the heat. Now, besides the 2 people and the beast, the cave was filled with a dense mass of branches. These branches all seemed to extend from one direction, and the deeper they dug, the denser they became. Annie was using these branches to determine the direction of the digging. Now the cave was almost entirely filled with branches. Annie lit a fire, illuminating the entire cave. She carefully observed the dense branches before her, and noticed that they were no longer emerald green, but rather a pale red. Their texture was not as tough as the ground. Instead, they felt soft, like some kind of worm. It seems our guess was correct. You 2 need to be careful from now on, and don't alert this big guy prematurely, Annie said in a low voice. A glimmer of hope flickered in Adams's heart. He carefully avoided the branches, meticulously digging out the surrounding soil and placing it into Annie's breastplate. The breastplate was almost full. If things didn't work out, Annie would have to complete the rest alone. Just then, Little Snow noticed something amiss. He swiped down and grabbed something soft, a wriggling lump of flesh. "Awah!" Little Snow cried out. Adams and Annie were startled and rushed over to check. Annie gently touched the lump of flesh. It was warm and had a slight pulsation. A light flashed in her eyes. "Great! We found it!" Chapter 302. A hint of joy flashed in Adam's eyes, and he couldn't help but ask, "So what should we do next?" Annie closed her eyes, silently calculating the time, then opened them and said, "According to my calculations, this enormous creature before us is undoubtedly the true form of that magical beast. However, now is not the time for us to act. Night is about to fall, and it will soon awaken from its slumber. What will happen then is unpredictable. To be on the safe side, let's wait until daylight tomorrow." Adam suppressed the urge to chop the giant ball of flesh with his axe and nodded in agreement. "All right. We do as you say." With their minds made up, the 2 hesitated no longer and immediately decided to rest and recuperate on the spot, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the massive ball of flesh at dawn. About 2 hours later, perhaps due to the darkness, the surrounding branches began to stir again. Annie, who had been meditating instead of sleeping, quickly sensed something was wrong. She abruptly opened her eyes, looking at the wildly writhing branches around her, and gradually frowned. "Brother Adams, something's wrong," Annie whispered. Adams quickly woke up as well. He shifted slightly, avoiding the writhing branches, and squeezed next to Annie. "What's going on?" Annie dared not release any magic now, and could only speak to Adams in the darkness. "These branches are moving too much, unlike the past few days." Adams was slapped hard across the face by a branch. "Ouch, it really is. What's wrong with this guy today? What's gotten into him?" Annie frowned, thought for a moment, and gave an answer. "If I'm not mistaken, there are other people up there." "Huh?" Adams was taken aback. "What other idiot would come here? Are they crazy?" Annie shook her head. "I don't know why they came here, but it's obvious these branches are moving frantically, as if they're trying to trigger the strange flowers above to launch an attack." This shouldn't affect us, right?" Adams yawned. At this moment, Xiaoxue was also awakened by the commotion beside him. Many branches whipped against him, making crisp, cracking sounds. Annie gave a wry smile. "Look at this. How can you call it no problem? How are we supposed to sleep?" Adams laughed. "Sleeping is secondary. As long as this giant doesn't attack us, we just have to endure the beating all night." Annie shook her head. "I don't think it's that simple. Since this monster can command its tentacles to attack above, it must also sense the stagnation below. If the battle above continues long enough, our presence will be discovered sooner or later." Adams nodded seriously. "Yes, I understand. It's like I'm about to swing my axe, but something blocks my elbow. I definitely check what it is. So what do we do now? Just keep waiting?" Annie sighed. "That's all we can do now." Suddenly, they felt a tremor beneath their feet. Adams immediately became alert, gripping his axe tightly with his right hand and shielding Annie behind him. Annie shifted her body, pulling her staff from her bosom. Brother Adams, it'd be difficult for you to move around freely here. If danger arises, I use magic to expand the area, but that would mean I have to maintain it, and couldn't join the fight. The rest will depend on you and Xiaoxue. As soon as she finished speaking, the tremors beneath her feet intensified. The soil covering the fleshy mass was shaken away, rustling. Something seemed to emerge from below and wrap around Annie's feet. At this point, Annie couldn't care less. She unleashed her newly acquired fire elemental power, instantly illuminating the entire cavern. Only then did they see that their feet were completely covered in all sorts of tentacles, wriggling and groping. The moment Annie released her magic, they seemed startled, initially retreating a small distance before becoming even more ferocious. Go! Adams roared, swinging his axe first and severing all the writhing tentacles and branches reaching upwards. Roar! A deafening roar echoed from the ground, causing the earth to tremble even more violently. Little Snow also lashed out with her claws, scratching the ground with all her might, leaving bloody welts on the fleshy ball from which a thick, green sap oozed. Annie closed her eyes tightly, chanting incantations, rapidly gathering water elemental magic within her body. Then, she opened her eyes wide, let out a soft shout, and pressed her hands forcefully into the ground. Water elemental magic erupted forth like a depth charge, instantly pushing aside all the surrounding soil and revealing the true form of the fleshy ball. Everyone was firmly standing on the fleshy ball. Thanks to Annie's magic, the surrounding space had expanded more than tenfold, allowing them to clearly see that this monstrous creature resembled a toad, over 30 meters long, with countless tentacles extending from its head and back, all piercing the soil above, the source of the strange flowers. The fleshy ball they had initially discovered was merely the monster's degenerated eye. Roar! The monster felt the soil around it being completely isolated by a force, and it was furious. However, having cultivated underground for hundreds of years, its eyes had completely atrophied. Although the area was brightly lit, it could see nothing. However, its tentacles were not just for show. Sensing Annie's location, it quickly launched an attack in that direction. Run! Adams shouted. Xiaoxue scooped up Annie in her mouth, and in a few leaps, she dismounted from the monster's eye and landed on the ground. Wait a moment, Annie said. I need to reinforce the surrounding space, otherwise the soil will keep falling down. Adams took a deep breath. He knew Annie was creating a fighting space for him. He had to be the main force in this battle. Annie changed her magic flow again, recalling the feeling of releasing a vast expanse of ice with the help of Born's power in Sharia City. She took a deep breath and suddenly released her magic towards the ground. Crackling sounds rang out as ice crystals condensed. Pale blue ice blocks spread out from Annie, freezing the previously soft soil and lowering the previously scorching temperature. Annie couldn't unleash a vast ice barrier like Born, but she could still somewhat mimic it, turning the water into ice. This wasn't magic anymore, it was just a way of using magical energy. Adams felt much better, stretched his neck and shoulders, and laughed, ha ha, finally free from that cramped space. Now I can unleash my magic. Xiaoxue stood side by side with Adams, shielding Annie behind them. Annie was now completely helpless. She needed to continuously channel magical energy, otherwise the freezing effect of such a large space would wear off quickly. The giant toad roared. Although it couldn't see, it was extremely sensitive to the aura of magic. Annie was now like a lighthouse in its perception, her location crystal clear. It immediately opened its massive mouth, its tongue shooting out like an arrow towards Annie. Adams reacted swiftly, taking 2 steps forward and channeling the power of light into his axe. The axe shone with a dazzling, jade-like light, then slashed fiercely at the giant toad's tongue. With a deafening crash, the axe seemed to have struck something incredibly hard yet resilient. It caused no damage whatsoever. Adams felt a tremendous force, sending him flying backward like a cannonball, crashing into the ice wall behind him and shattering the ice into a pile of ice shards. What strength! Adams cursed. Little Snow chuckled, giving Adams a mocking look. Lightning crackled on her claws as she charged towards the giant toad's body like lightning. The giant toad seemed to sense something. Its limbs had degenerated into 4 short, fleshy lumps, each sprouting several writhing tentacles, all of which attacked Xiaoxue, attempting to stop her from approaching. Xiaoxue moved with incredible agility, dodging and weaving to avoid the tentacles and reached the giant toad. She grabbed its chin with one claw. With a sharp, grating sound, like a blade slicing through armor, the noise was extremely unpleasant. The toad's chin skin was like steel. Xiaoxue's claw left only 5 white marks, nothing more. Xiaoxue was startled, but in that moment of hesitation, she was grabbed by the returning tentacles. Xiaoxiu! Annie cried out, frowning, attack its eyes. Xiaoxiu then remembered that they had initially stood on the giant toad's eyes. Although the eyes were degenerate, covered by a thick layer of eyelids, Xiaoxiu had still managed to leave wounds there, indicating that the defenses were much weaker. But now Xiaoxiu was entangled by the tentacles, struggling desperately but unable to break free. The giant toad opened its blood-red maw, about to throw Xiaoxiu into its mouth. At that moment, a flash of white light appeared, and the tentacles snapped off. Adams, wielding a giant axe, stood in front of Xiaoxiu. The giant toad roared in pain, but its tentacles could regenerate, wriggling until they were almost unchanged. Adams glanced at Xiaoxiu and said in a deep voice, "Let's go! Let's go up!" Xiaoxiu nodded and sprinted to the side, while Adams leaped up and hooked the giant toad's chin with his axe. The giant toad felt as if someone was hanging on its chin and opened its mouth, trying to shake Adams off. However, Adams used the momentum to leap up and land directly on the giant toad's head. At this moment, Xiaoxiu also rushed up from the side, approaching the giant toad's left eye. Adams smiled slightly, glancing at the giant toad's right eye. "Hee, giant toad, let's give you an eye massage." With that, he leaped into the air, raising his giant axe high above his head. His magical power erupted, conjuring a divine battle axe that blazed in the air, its imposing aura overwhelming, and it struck the giant toad's right eye with tremendous force. At the same time, Little Snow, crackling with electricity, gripped the giant toad's left eye with her sharp claws. Countless bolts of lightning spread down like a spiderweb, and a burnt smell instantly filled the air. Ribbit! This attack finally had an effect. The giant toad was in excruciating pain, frantically shaking its head. Unfortunately, it had been underground for too long, and its movements were somewhat restricted. This level of shaking was no match for Adams and Little Snow. Having succeeded with their first strike, Adams and Xiaoxiu pressed their advantage, continuing their attack on the giant toad's eyes. Thick, green liquid gushed out continuously, like two fountains erupting above the toad's head. "It's done!" Annie maintained her magic while observing the battle. This giant toad, though incredibly powerful, unfortunately lacked any offensive capabilities. Even moving was a struggle. It was practically a sitting duck. In essence, finding its true form would be enough to defeat it. But while it was easier said than done, how many people could imagine that the seemingly endless sea of flowers on the ground was merely the toad's tether to lure its prey? This giant toad had lived here for centuries, encountering countless cultivators, including many experts, all of whom had ultimately been worn down and killed by the flower sea. Only Annie and her companion had discovered this secret, and had dug downwards for 6 days straight without giving up. With Adams and Xiaoxiu's combined efforts, the giant toad's eyes were completely ruined, reduced to 2 bloody holes. Yet, they showed no sign of stopping, continuing their relentless attack, targeting the toad's brain directly from its eye sockets. Ribbit! The giant toad sensed a fatal threat. With no way out, it could only move its vestigial, short limbs, slowly raising itself into a strange, head-down position. "Oh no!" Annie exclaimed in alarm, immediately rushing to the toad's belly. Using her last bit of magic, she conjured an ice spike and plunged it deep into the toad's stomach. With a soft plop, the ice spike pierced the toad. A burst of heat erupted from the toad's body, accompanied by a gurgling sound, as if a furnace were burning inside. A deafening roar erupted as the giant toad's rear end spewed out a plume of hot air, propelling its massive body upwards. Its head slammed into the ice above, shattering it instantly. But it didn't stop. Instead, it continued its relentless upward burrowing. "Aya!" Adams and Xiaoxiu clung desperately to the toad's eye sockets, struggling to stay afloat, while Annie clung to its belly, her hands gripping the ice spikes tightly, refusing to let go. Chapter 303. With a thud, the giant toad, carrying a large amount of mud, burst out of the ground and crashed to the ground with a loud thud. Exhausted, its massive body lay supine like a puddle of mud, leaving the entire flower field in a mess. Cough, cough, cough. Brother Adams. Xiaoxiu. Cough, cough, cough. Annie coughed as she rolled off the toad's round belly, waving away the dust that rose in front of her. However, her calls received no response. She looked around anxiously, but the toad was simply too large. Its belly was so round that it was impossible to tell which side was head or tail. Frustrated, Annie jumped off the toad's belly. There was a huge crater in the ground, left by the toad when it emerged, and the strange flowers around it were all overturned and in disarray. Just then, the sun rose in the east, its golden rays bathing the earth, announcing the passing of the night, and the arrival of a new day, the world once again basking in sunlight. Annie composed herself, carefully assessing her surroundings and orientation. She was about to walk around the giant toad's corpse to explore, when she suddenly heard a shout from nearby. "Hey, you over there, wait a minute." Annie frowned slightly. The voice sounded unfriendly and extremely rude. She never had patience for such people, so she merely paused briefly before continuing on her way, as if she hadn't heard. However, the man seemed quite annoyed by Annie's indifferent reaction. He raised his voice and roared, "I told you to stop. Aren't you deaf? Are you hard of hearing?" His words became increasingly aggressive, full of aggression and provocation. And didn't want to get into a conflict, especially since this person was likely also from the Holy See, though she didn't know which peak he belonged to. She quickened her pace, trying to shake him off. But he clearly wasn't going to let her go. A dangerous aura came from behind her, and then dodged to the side, as a beam of light grazed her shoulder, and coldly looked at the person. He was thin, with a pointed face and small, darting eyes. It was Jerry Main, whom she had met briefly before entering the secret realm. There were two other people with Jerry Main, who didn't seem to be his original teammates. They looked completely unfamiliar. The three men's clothes were torn, and they looked somewhat haggard, especially the two unfamiliar men, who had wounds on their bodies, clearly having fought the strange flower all night. Jerry Main seemed to recognize, and as well. Aren't you, the one from the 11th peak? The one in the same team as Dylan? And looked at him coldly. Is this how you people from the first peak greet each other? Always shooting tantrums in the back? Jerry Main chuckled. Oh, don't be angry. I called you earlier, but you didn't answer. I didn't know if you were friend or foe. This was clearly an excuse. And was wearing the Vatican's uniform, and the area was practically full of Vatican members. It was impossible for her to attack immediately. And snorted. What do you want? I'm busy right now. You better get to the point. Jerry Main glanced at the giant toad corpse beside him and asked, What's this monster all about? How did it suddenly emerge from underground? Annie said coldly, It's none of your business. This is the magical beast we hunted. You should thank us. Without us, you'd be trapped in this flower sea forever, eventually becoming fertilizer. Jerry Main narrowed his eyes. A magical beast? You hunted it? Annie sensed something was amiss. What? Is there a problem? Jerry Main laughed loudly. Ha ha, how ridiculous. We clearly hunted this magical beast. How did it become yours? What did you say? Annie frowned. We fought this magical beast for 6 days and 6 nights, and now you come to me saying you hunted it? Jerry Main shrugged. That's right. We hunted it. After arriving in this flower sea, we fought the strange flowers all night. It was because we killed those strange flowers that this magical beast died. And laughed angrily. Heh, how ridiculous. Even if you cut down all the strange flowers here, it would be futile. Don't even mention one night. Even if you stayed here for years, you couldn't kill this monster. You say it's impossible, so it's impossible. Who do you think you are? A man behind Jerry Main shouted. We fought all night. Look, I'm even wounded on my arm. Now that I killed the monster, you're trying to steal the credit. Another man chimed in, That's right. If it weren't for Brother Jermain's incredible bravery, we wouldn't have been able to kill this monster. Now that the facts are clear, what else do you have to say? Jerry Main chuckled. Well, little girl, I told you so. This is our prey. I advise you to leave as soon as possible and not delay our collection of the secret realm. The origin of the mystic realm? Annie frowned. Don't magical beasts only have magic cores? Jerry Main was taken aback, then revealed a disdainful look. TCH, entering a magical realm without understanding anything? Get lost. What a waste of my time. He then swung his arm sharply and shouted to the two men behind him, Hurry up. Quickly dig out the magic core from this giant toad. Its belly definitely contains many high-quality origins of the mystic realm. We divide these treasures equally among the three of us, and then break through to the Qi-Yuan realm as soon as possible. Hearing this, the two men were overjoyed and eagerly drew their weapons, preparing to immediately cut open the giant toad's belly. Annie, her eyebrows furrowed in anger, snapped, Stop! Faced with Annie's obstruction, Jeremiah was clearly growing impatient. He snorted coldly and roared at Annie, You ignorant little brat, don't you understand what I'm saying? Get out of my way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Understand? Get the hell out of here. Annie, her face flushed with rage, cried out, This is blatant robbery. Do you? Aren't you afraid I report you to the protector? Oh! Hearing Annie's threat, Jermaine's lips curled into a disdainful smile, and he sneered sarcastically, "You want to report me to the Protector? Fine, then tell me, what do you plan to say to the Protector? Are you going to say that I stole your prey? Ha ha ha, what evidence do you have to prove that you killed this giant toad? And how can you expect anyone to believe that everything you say is true?" After saying that, he burst into unrestrained laughter, and clenched her fists, her anger rising. She didn't know where Adams and Xiaoxue were, and facing 3 opponents stronger than herself, she knew she wouldn't stand a chance. She couldn't afford to act rashly now. But she couldn't just watch her hard-won prey be stolen. She stepped forward, blocking the 2 men. "Don't move. This is our prey. Jermaine, you should know I can't kill this giant toad by myself. Aren't you worried my teammates will come after you?" Jermaine paused, thinking for a moment. "You mean you already joined up with those guys from the 11th peak? It's only been 6 days, and I haven't even found my teammates yet. Are you guys that lucky?" And said, "It's not about luck. If you don't want to offend the 11th peak, don't do anything outrageous." Jermaine narrowed his eyes at Annie's threat. He was still somewhat wary of Dylan and Adams, but the others were not a concern for him. "Who exactly did you meet up with? Dylan? Or Adams?" Annie's lips curled into a smile. "Humph, you don't need to know who it is. Either of them could defeat you, that's enough." Jermaine sneered. "Defeat me? Ridiculous. Their strength is at most on par with mine. It's impossible for them to defeat me. Little girl, stop playing games. I don't have that much patience. I count to 3, and if you don't move aside, I make my move. Don't blame me for disregarding brotherhood then." Annie was about to speak when she suddenly sensed something, and a chill flashed in her eyes. Jermaine stared coldly at Annie and slowly said, "1." At the same time, he strode towards her. 2. He slowly approached Annie, the 2 less than a meter apart, Annie able to even see the freckles on his face. 3. Jermaine called out the last number, but Annie remained unmoved, as if she hadn't heard his threat. "Humph." Jermaine snorted heavily. "Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. I gave you a chance to leave, but you didn't seize it. It seems I really have to teach you a lesson." With that, he reached out to grab Annie's collar, but a flash of blue light appeared beneath her feet, and she retreated half a meter like a ghost, narrowly dodging the grab. "Huh?" Jermaine was taken aback. "You're not a light mage?" Annie sneered. "When did I say I was a light mage?" Jermaine's expression grew even colder. "Since you're not a light mage, why did you infiltrate the 11 Peaks group and enter the magic realm? You must be an imposter, right?" Annie smoothed her hair. "Who said you have to be a light mage to enter the magic realm? I entered openly and legitimately. The guards at the entrance verified my identity. Are you going to question Lord Andre?" "Humph," Jermaine snorted. "Even if you entered through legitimate means, you're just an ordinary disciple. How dare you be so arrogant? You're courting death." As he spoke, a bright light shone from his body, clearly indicating he was about to attack Annie. He pointed with his right hand, and a beam of light shot out from his fingertip at incredible speed. Fortunately, he didn't dare kill Annie in front of the other 2, so the arrow of light was only aimed at Annie's shoulder. He needed to teach her a lesson to establish his authority as a core disciple. Annie's lips curled slightly, revealing a contemptuous smile. A barely perceptible glint of confidence flashed in her eyes, as if she had already anticipated what was about to happen. The arrow of light hurtled towards her like lightning, carrying a sharp momentum, but for Annie, such an attack was utterly ordinary. Faced with this level of rudimentary attack magic, Annie showed no sign of panic. She gracefully shifted to the side, her movements fluid and natural, perfectly avoiding the arrow's trajectory. The arrow grazed past her, just a hair's breadth away from striking her, but ultimately flew weakly into the distance, striking the toad's skin with a soft thud, only to be deflected by the hardened skin. Jermaine couldn't help but let out a soft sound of surprise. If Annie's first successful dodge of the light arrow could be explained as Jermaine holding back and having no intention of harming her, this time the situation was entirely different. This time, Jermaine launched the light arrow attack without warning, merely with a casual wave of his hand. Moreover, it is well known that wind elemental magic, renowned for its speed, pales in comparison to the powerful force of light. Logically speaking, Annie should not have been able to dodge this attack so easily. Therefore, the only reasonable explanation is that this seemingly frail girl possesses terrifying combat experience. She was able to evade Jermaine's fierce attack at the last second, relying solely on pure combat instinct. This sharp reflex and superb skill deeply shocked Jermaine. "What's your name?" Jermaine asked, narrowing his eyes. "My name is Annie," Annie said calmly. Jermaine, I don't want to be your enemy, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. If we really fight here, you won't get any advantage. Arrogant! Jermaine's eyes widened, and in a flash, he was in front of Annie, reaching out to grab her shoulder. Annie was prepared, also channeling her wind elemental power, nimbly dodging the attack. The two exchanged blows at a dizzying speed. Jermaine's two companions exchanged bewildered glances, stunned by the scene before them. Judging from the magical fluctuations, the little girl named Annie was clearly only at the 8th level of the Liyuan realm, yet she could actually fight against a peak Liyuan light mage without being at a disadvantage. This was simply unbelievable. The more Jeremy tried to catch Annie, the less he could, narrowly missing her several times. This frustrated him greatly. Seeing his two companions standing there in a daze, he suddenly became furious and roared, "Are you two just watching the show? Take this opportunity to hurry up and retrieve the magic core and the secret realm." The two then realized what was happening, quickly responded, and ran towards the giant toad's corpse. Chapter 304. Seeing the two men successfully approach the giant toad's corpse, Jermaine revealed a triumphant smile. Hee, Annie, even if I can't deal with you now, you can't stop us. We're taking this prey. Annie remained unfazed, dodging another attack with a flash of blue light. She glanced at the two men and said disdainfully, Jermaine, I already warned you. You forced yourself into this situation. Don't blame me when you get punished. Jermaine laughed loudly, ha ha ha, how ridiculous. Even in this situation, you still threaten me? Do you think I don't know? This giant toad is clearly not to be trifled with. With your strength, you have no chance of killing it. Even if you have teammates, how much magic power would you have left after killing this giant toad? Ha ha, if it's nearby, why hasn't it shown itself yet? Annie shook her head. You really won't learn your lesson until you see the coffin. With that, she pushed off with both feet, retreating sharply to create distance between herself and the two men. Jermaine's eyes lit up, assuming Annie was outmatched and trying to escape. Laughing, he prepared to pursue her, but he had only taken one step when a giant axe appeared unexpectedly above his head. The axe gleamed with a dazzling white light, exuding a chilling aura of killing intent. Jermaine's eyes narrowed, and he abruptly stopped, simultaneously channeling his magic to retreat. At the same time, the giant axe crashed down with a deafening roar, shaking the earth and sending dust billowing into the air. A terrifying crack appeared in the ground. Jermaine narrowly dodged the attack, his eyes widening in horror. Adams. It's you? Adams emerged from the smoke, his gaze icy as he looked at Jermaine. Jermaine, you're asking for trouble. Daring to touch someone from my 11th peak. Jermaine said grimly, it's because she's always going against me. Otherwise, someone of my status wouldn't stoop to her level. What? You want to stand up for her? Adams sneered, stand up? That's a ridiculous notion. She's my teammate. Do I need a reason to help my teammate? Besides, how has she ever opposed you? Jermaine looked towards the giant toad, only to see his two companions hadn't obtained the magic core and the secret realm. Instead, they had taken 2 steps back, looking as if facing a formidable enemy. Looking further ahead, he saw a white tiger baring its sharp teeth, fiercely forcing the two back. Jermaine recognized the white tiger. It was also from the 11th peak. He didn't know whose contracted magical beast it was, but he knew it couldn't be Adams. He understood Adams. That guy had no talent for dealing with magical beasts. The answer was obvious. The white tiger was undoubtedly Annie's contracted magical beast. The situation was getting complicated. Initially, the three of them, peak-level experts, could easily handle a young girl, but now, with the arrival of Adams, the notoriously fierce young man of the entire Divine Beast Mountain, plus a peak-level magical beast, the situation was becoming tricky. Jermaine's eyes darted around. He really didn't want to give up his almost captured prey so easily, so he said, Adams, I'm not an unreasonable person. Since you're all here, I be frank, we killed this magical beast together, so the spoils should be divided equally. Adams was taken aback. Killed it together? Are you kidding me? Where were you three while we were fighting that giant toad? Jermaine pointed to the other two. Look, all three of us are injured. We fought that monster all night. Its slaying deserves some credit. Without our distraction, you wouldn't have been able to kill it so easily. Adams scoffed. Nonsense. You have no idea how powerful that monster was. No matter how many strange flowers you cut down on the ground, it was useless to our fight. Those were just tentacles it used to hunt. Besides, you only fought the strange flowers one night, while we fought continuously for 6 days before finally finding and killing the monster. You think you can get a share of the spoils? No way. Jerry frowned. You can't say that. How do you know our attack was ineffective? Maybe. Bullshit! Adams roared. If you hadn't suddenly barged in and alerted it, we would have killed it without a scratch, and we wouldn't have run into so much trouble. Besides, you should thank us. If we hadn't killed that monster, you'd probably be stuck in this sea of flowers forever, eventually becoming fertilizer for that strange flower. You better watch yourselves. Seeing he couldn't persuade Adams, a fierce glint appeared in Jermaine's eyes. Since you're so unreasonable, don't blame us for being impolite. Even if the Protector investigates, taking back what's rightfully ours shouldn't be considered a violation, right? Adams, eyes wide with rage, gripped the axe handle tightly and slammed it into the ground. A deafening crash echoed, as if the entire earth trembled. He glared at Jermaine before him and roared, "Come at me, if you dare! Taste the power of my axe! I beat you to a pulp, leaving you crawling on the ground, teeth chattering." Jermaine, equally defiant, his eyes blazing with fury, retorted through gritted teeth, "Don't be so arrogant. You think I'm afraid of you? Take this." Before his words even finished, his body transformed into a dazzling streak of light, rushing towards Adams with lightning speed. Faced with such a swift attack, Adams showed no fear. Calmly, he raised the massive axe. He let out a long, resounding roar that shook the heavens, then swung it forward without hesitation. This strike was powerful and terrifying, seemingly capable of tearing everything apart. However, Jeremy reacted with lightning speed, swiftly dodging to the side and stepping to the left, narrowly avoiding Adams' powerful slash. Simultaneously, his right hand shot to his waist, and in the blink of an eye, an incredibly sharp curved blade appeared in his hand. He gripped the blade and swung it forcefully, the blade flashing and carrying a sharp gust of wind as it aimed directly at Adams' waist. Unexpectedly, Adams' previous slash was merely a feint, not a full-force strike. Just as the axe was about to fall, a powerful force suddenly came from the axe, forcefully pulling it back and suspending it in midair. Then, Adams swung his arm, and the axe swung horizontally to the right at an incredible angle. Jeremy's heart tightened. Sensing the danger, he immediately ducked. Because of his relatively short and thin stature, this ducking motion allowed the axe to whistle past his head, completely escaping injury. Having narrowly escaped death, Jermaine took a deep breath, his waist and abdominal muscles tensing. Gripping his scimitar, he thrust it straight at Adams' throat with lightning speed. Adams had just swung his axe, but the force of the blow had left his left side completely exposed. Normally, Adams shouldn't have been able to withstand such a fierce attack. However, Adams' face showed no sign of panic. At the critical moment, Adams swiftly sidestepped in the direction of the axe swing, simultaneously raising his left leg and delivering a powerful kick towards Jermaine's chest. This sudden change of attack caught Jermaine off guard. His scimitar instantly lost its target, while the ferocious foot that was attacking became increasingly clear before his eyes. Not good. Jermaine cried out inwardly, not daring to be careless for a moment. In an instant, a powerful surge of light energy erupted from his body, like a dazzling flame, forcefully pulling his body backward more than half a meter. Immediately afterwards, he rolled to the right, quickly creating a safe distance between himself and Adams. Although Adams' kick ultimately missed its target, it had successfully forced his opponent into a desperate escape. In this thrilling duel, both sides displayed extraordinary combat skills and adaptability. Every exchange was a contest of wits and strength. Whoever could seize the opportunity at the crucial moment would gain the initiative for victory. TCH. Adams clicked his tongue and flicked his toes. You missed? Good luck. Jermaine frowned. He hadn't fought Adams in a long time, and he hadn't expected Adams to improve so dramatically. Adams' massive, muscular physique hadn't hindered his agility. He was like a towering mountain, unmoved and effortlessly deflecting every attack. Brother, a man behind Jermaine said, why don't we stop fighting? We still have time. Let's try our luck elsewhere. Another man chimed in, yeah, this giant toad looks disgusting. It probably doesn't have anything good. Let's just give it to them. But Jermaine knew these two were afraid to fight Adams because of his terrifying strength. More importantly, if they got injured in a fight here, it might affect their future training. Jermaine glanced at Xiaoxua and Annie, who were eyeing him menacingly, and finally gritted his teeth, saying hatefully, very well, you remember this. One day you regret it. Adams waved his hand casually, okay, I remember, get lost. Jermaine glared at Adams viciously, then angrily led the two men away. Phew? Annie breathed a long sigh of relief. This pointless fight was not worth it for her. Avoiding a larger conflict was the best outcome, Adams watched Jermaine and the others walk away, spitting on the ground. Humph, trying to fight me? You're still too green. Then he looked at Annie. Are you alright? Annie smiled and shook her head. I'm fine, but if you hadn't come soon, I really would have been in trouble. Adams scratched his head. Haha, after we got up here, we discovered that the giant toad's eye sockets led directly to its brain. So we searched inside for a while, and found its magic core, and the origin of the secret realm. Here, take a look. He pulled a magic core the size of a goose egg and 4 origins of the secret realm from his pocket, 1 high quality, 1 medium quality, and 2 low quality, covered in a thick, dark green liquid and specks of white brain matter. Annie covered her mouth and laughed. Such a big toad, but the magic core is so small. Adam said, don't look down on its size, the magic inside is incredibly pure. I think you can have this high-quality secret realm origin, and we can split the rest, how about that? Annie shook her head and said, no, you should still use this high-quality secret realm origin. You're already at the peak of the Liyuan realm. After fusing with this secret realm origin, you can directly break through to the Qiyuan realm. Besides, your strength is much greater than mine. If you become stronger, it will benefit me too. Adams hesitated, but this time, it was enough to kill the giant toad, and it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I would never have imagined, even if I racked my brains, that Sea of Flowers was actually the toad's tentacles. I'd probably be worn down and lost my will to fight by now, ending up as its food. So, I feel terrible if I didn't give you this most precious high-quality secret realm origin. Annie laughed. Then I keep this magic core and the 2 low-quality secret realm origins. I haven't reached my peak yet, so having secret realm origins is useless to me. Adams thought for a moment, then nodded and said, all right. This high-quality secret realm origin is mine, and I find you another one next time. Afterwards, Annie found her way back to the spot where they had dug the hole, retrieved all the items she had left there into the breastplate, and emptied all the soil stored inside. Brother Adams, Annie said, turning to him after finishing, let's find a safe place to rest. You can fuse with the high-quality secret realm, and Xiaoxua and I will keep an eye on things for you. Adams nodded. Okay, it'd be good for you to absorb the magic power from that magic core. It will definitely benefit your cultivation. At this moment, the Sea of Flowers had completely withered with the death of the giant toad, leaving behind fallen, strange flowers that oozed dark green sap and emitted a strong stench. However, without the obstruction of the flower sea, their view was much wider, and they soon saw a mountain range in the distance, shaped like a chessboard. That must be the Panshan Mountain Dylan had mentioned. But getting there from here would probably take a long time, so they decided to find a place to rest nearby. After searching for a while, they found a small river flowing along the edge of the flower field. It was about 10 meters wide, and only knee-deep in Annie's face. The current was slow, the water crystal clear, and some fish were even swimming in it. They hadn't eaten fresh food for a week, and seeing the fish in the water, Xiaoxua was the first to resist. She leaped into the river and quickly caught 2 plump fish. They didn't know what kind of fish they were, and they seemed to possess some magical properties, able to spit water arrows from their mouths. However, the power of these water arrows was too weak. They only caused a slight pain when they hit a person, without causing any real harm. Chapter 305. And somewhat flustered, picked up the large fish. During their previous adventures, Angela had always been in charge of cooking, never letting Annie lift a finger. Now, Annie could only rely on her memory. First, she had Adams help her stun all the wriggling fish. Then, she pulled out a dagger and gutted them, removing the internal organs, scaling them, and cleaning them thoroughly. While not entirely skilled, her movements were methodical, earning Adams's approval. Xiaoxua and Adams then went to the nearby woods to gather some dry branches and vegetation. Annie first skewered the fish with sharp branches, then released her fire elemental magic to ignite the firewood. Since acquiring fire elemental magic, Annie found starting a fire incredibly easy. Once the fire was burning, Annie placed the skewered fish beside the flames to roast, and, imitating Angela, made a couple of cuts on the fish. After completing their tasks, the 2 humans and the beast lay contentedly by the river, savoring the peaceful afternoon. From the day they entered the magical realm, they had been trapped in an endless sea of flowers. After 2 days, and 2 nights of thrilling battles and 6 days, and 6 nights of arduous digging, they finally defeated their first magical beast. During this time, they were either constantly engaged in fierce battles with strange and troublesome flowers, or crammed into the dark and stifling space of a cave, digging with all their might, their minds constantly on high alert, never daring to slacken their efforts. Although they had brief rests and moments of sleep, In such a perilous and foul-smelling environment, it was difficult for anyone to truly rest and recover properly. At this moment, the only sounds they heard were the melodious babbling of the stream and the crackling of the roaring campfire. The air was filled with a fresh, fragrant scent of grass and the mouth-watering aroma of grilled fish, as if they had been transported back to the familiar and welcoming Divine Beast Mountain. And closed her eyes, dappled sunlight filtering through the dense foliage above and falling warmly on her face. She exhaled deeply and looked at Adams beside her, asking, "Brother Adams, do you want to go back to the Norma Empire and see Dean Mommy?" Adams paused slightly, a hint of sadness appearing on his face. "Alas, even if I wanted to, it wouldn't be that simple. Since I joined the church, my future is no longer in my own hands, especially in a place like the Norma Empire. The entire church is extremely secretive about it. Those who join the church from the Norma Empire almost never return." And frowned. "Why? What is the church's purpose in doing this? What is it about the Norma Empire that warrants such a continent-wide blockade?" Adams shook his head. "I don't know, it's hard to say. Anyway, the Holy See's intention is clear. Absolutely no one is allowed to reveal the secret of breaking through to the Liyuan realm to anyone in the Norma Empire. If that happens, both empires and the Holy See will send assassins to hunt down that person." Annie's heart skipped a beat. "So, if I go back to the Norma Empire now, I might also be hunted down?" Adams nodded. "That's right, didn't they tell you?" Annie gave a bitter smile. "They probably haven't had a chance to tell me yet. I naively thought that after this, I could return to my homeland." Adams sighed. "Our homeland? We may never be able to return. If possible, I'd rather not awaken the power of light, and just live an ordinary life in the Norma Empire with my mother." Annie asked, "But the Norma Empire has been established for hundreds of years, and countless people have explored the mysteries of magic. Why are they still without any results?" Adams shook his head. "I really don't know. It seems to be some kind of secret. I don't know the specifics. Perhaps only when we reach the position of Archbishop will we have access to information of that level." Annie felt that she knew too little. If Douglas were here, with his vast knowledge, he would surely be able to find some important information from these clues. Unfortunately, Douglas's identity was too conspicuous. He had studied in the Austin Empire, and the imperial family knew him. His appearance would inevitably cause a diplomatic incident between the two countries. Annie felt a headache coming on, but she quickly discovered another problem. The other two mysterious organizations seemed to be on the same side as the two great empires and the Holy See in their treatment of the Norma Empire. The Adventurers Guild is manageable, after all. It's one of the most powerful organizations on the continent, with intricate connections to the two great empires and the Holy See. But what about the other Shoreflower? This organization, universally reviled on the Skywalking continent, why would it also impose a blockade on the Norma Empire? The Norma Empire experienced its largest civil war in history, the Macero Rebellion. Yet, necromancers were rarely seen during the entire conflict. Only when Jonathan and Macero's army engaged in a protracted battle on the territory of the West Marquis Lumbo family did two necromancers appear, and then they vanished without a trace, as if they had disappeared into thin air. The other Shoreflower is hostile to both the two great empires and the Holy See. Logically, causing trouble for the enemy would be a perfectly reasonable tactic. However, the other Shoreflower also imposed a blockade on the Norma Empire, not only refusing to inform anyone within the empire about the magical secret realm, but also revealing that the necromancers operating within the Norma Empire seemed to be relatively weak. It's hard for Annie to believe that the other Shoreflower, which survives in the cracks between the various powers of the continent, would show no interest in the Norma Empire, a vacuum in their power. What secrets lie behind this? And carefully recalled that she hadn't encountered many necromancers during her time in the Norma Empire. To be precise, she only encountered one directly, Brand, who robbed outside Misty City. Brand was active in the Misty City area. He was wanted by Orin for intercepting a passing caravan, and later fled to the nearby mountains to hide. When Annie set off from Gore City to Misty City, she was intercepted by Brand and his gang. If Bond hadn't been present, it would have been a fierce battle. However, Brand was clearly acting alone. His thieves weren't necromancers, some weren't even mages, possessing no elemental power whatsoever, just a rabble. Annie alone could easily take them all down. Furthermore, to help Annie resolve her failed necromancy spell, Nichols specifically sought out a hidden necromancer named Chuckler in the underground market. According to Nichols' description, Chuckler was anything but likable. He was withdrawn and isolated. If Old Kraft hadn't taken him in, he'd probably already been captured by the city guards and handed over to the church. It seems the necromancers of the entire Norma Empire operate independently, lacking the organized structure of the other Shore Flower cult. This can only mean one thing. These necromancers are native to the Norma Empire, and the Church's relatively weak control over the Empire has given them room to operate. This is all too bizarre. Did the Norma Empire offend the entire continent back then? Annie had countless questions, but Adams couldn't answer them either. The best way to understand this was to become stronger and acquire more information. A faint fragrance wafted over, and Xiaoxua sniffed, drool dripping from her mouth. Annie smiled slightly, glanced back, and saw that the grilled fish was almost ready. She stepped forward, took two, and handed them to Adams. "Brother Adams, eat up. You need to be full to have the energy to cultivate." Adams laughed heartily. "Then I won't be polite." He took the two grilled fish, tore off a piece of meat, and the fish meat was soft and fragrant, a unique meaty aroma filling his mouth. Adams nodded repeatedly. Delicious." Xiaoxua couldn't wait any longer. Before Annie could even call out, she pounced, grabbing 3 grilled fish and starting to gnaw on them. This fish, she didn't know what kind it was not only plump and delicious, but it also gave a warm, comforting feeling, as if replenishing the magic power within her body. Annie smiled, and unhurriedly picked up a small fish and ate it carefully. They ate 6 fish in total. Annie and Adams were quite full, but Xiaoxua still felt a little hungry. Annie waved her hand and said, "Xiaoxua, if you're still hungry, go find something to eat yourself, but don't go too far, it'd be dark soon." Xiaoxua nodded, and disappeared into the dense forest in a few leaps. Adams let out a long sigh and sat cross-legged by the river. "Then I begin the fusion. You have to work hard tonight." Annie shook her head. "It's all right, don't worry about the fusion. I guard this place, there won't be any problems." Adams immediately closed his eyes, and with his right hand, he took out the high-quality Secret Realm Origin from his robes. Secret Realm Origins are spherical, ranging from low to high quality as white, orange, and purple. The one Adams held was purple. Adams manipulated his magic power, slowly entering the Secret Realm Origin, intertwining with its mysterious forces, and gradually entering a meditative state. Annie watched for a while, then sat down and took out the magic core of the giant toad. This magic core was very different from the one she had seen in the outside world before. It wasn't just larger. Logically, magical beast cores usually possess elemental attributes, and different attributes result in different colors. The deeper the color, the richer the magical power within, and the stronger the beast. For example, the core of a water elemental beast is filled with pure water elemental magic, giving it a pale blue appearance. The deeper the blue, the more magical power it contains. However, this giant toad's core is more than 3 times the size of an ordinary magical beast core. Furthermore, it is entirely milky white with concentric rings of grayish-yellow patterns inside, which is quite puzzling. Normally, light magical beast cores should be pure and flawless, radiating a holy white light. However, what we see here is a soft, elegant milky white, completely different from ordinary light magical beast cores. Even more strangely, the grayish-yellow patterns seem to proclaim its uniqueness and mystery. This unique color combination is truly astonishing, because in the known world of elements, no element exhibits such a peculiar hue. Annie shook her head helplessly. Unable to contact Born at this moment, she had no way to consult the mysterious teacher, Dao Quang. If Dao Quang were here, he would surely understand the secrets. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Annie could only temporarily set aside her doubts and decide to investigate herself. So, she carefully released a wisp of magic power, slowly infusing it into her magic core. Instantly, an extremely pure magic power surged forth like a torrent, quickly filling her body. This powerful magic power made Annie sigh softly. It was an indescribable feeling of pleasure. She could clearly feel the purity and power of this magic power, as if it contained endless energy waiting to be unearthed. Faced with such a wondrous experience, Annie's curiosity grew even stronger. Suddenly, a deafening roar resounded, and Annie felt as if a mysterious switch within her body had been violently flipped. Immediately afterward, the Spirit Division chapter began to operate automatically. Annie's body transformed into an enormous millstone, radiating a powerful attraction. The surrounding elements and the magical power contained within the magic core in her hand were drawn to her body like a magnet, continuously surging into her. This power was exceptionally violent, seemingly intent on devouring everything. As the energy continued to gather, cracking sounds rang out. The magic core, originally the size of a goose egg, could no longer withstand the powerful attraction, and fine cracks began to appear on its surface. These cracks spread rapidly, making the magic core appear precarious, as if it would shatter at any moment. However, Annie did not stop cultivating. She gritted her teeth, concentrated her energy, and tried to control this surging power. Just then, the magic core finally gave way and exploded completely, the remaining surging magical power gushing out, turning the surrounding air milky white. Annie hummed softly. After a brief pause, the spirit division technique emitted a booming sound, its circulation speed more than doubling again. The milky white magical power swirled, forming a huge vortex, frantically converging towards Annie's petite body. Xiaoxue seemed to have noticed the commotion and rushed back from afar. Seeing that it was Annie cultivating, she breathed a sigh of relief and didn't leave. Instead, she leaped onto a large tree nearby and observed the surroundings. However, she didn't notice that a black figure had suddenly vanished from the depths of the distant forest as it approached. Although Annie was refining the magic at full speed, it still took her an entire night to barely absorb all the magic into her body. To fully unleash its power, she would need to refine it slowly in the future. When Annie opened her eyes, Adams beside her had also completed his fusion. He let out a long roar, rose to his feet, swung his giant axe with one hand, and leaped forward, splitting a boulder in two with a single blow. Chapter 306. Wow! Annie clapped her hands in surprise and said, "Brother Adams, you're amazing. You already broken through to the Qiyuan realm?" Adams laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, of course. With a high-quality secret realm source, breaking through was effortless. From now on, I'm a Qiyuan realm expert." Ha ha ha. Adams turned to Annie gratefully and said, "This is all thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to obtain a high-quality secret realm source in such a short time. Normally, even if there are many high-quality secret realm sources in a secret realm, it would still take at least a month to find one. I think I'm the fastest one to break through." Annie smiled and said, "That's because we cooperated well. If it were just me alone, I probably wouldn't have been able to harm that giant toad." Xiaoxue came over and curiously sniffed Adams, a look of dissatisfaction appearing on her face. Adams laughed loudly. "What? Little Xue, you're still not convinced? Let me tell you, you're no match for me now. I directly broken through to the second level of the Qiyuan realm, and I'm just one step away from reaching the third level. You better work harder." Little Xue shook his head. As a magical beast, he couldn't fuse with the origin of the secret realm, but the power of his bloodline could help him break through the shackles directly. He just hadn't found the opportunity to do so yet. Originally, he and Adams were evenly matched, but now there was indeed a gap. Little Xue let out a whimper and snuggled into Annie's arms, looking aggrieved. Annie smiled and patted Little Xue's head. "All right, Little Xue, keep cultivating, and you catch up with him soon." Then Adams asked, "Annie, what do we do next? Are we going to Panshan?" Annie thought for a moment and nodded. "Well, it wouldn't really matter whether I go to Panshan to meet up or not, but I haven't found Sister Finest yet. She'd probably be looking for me there too, so let's hurry up and set off." Adams nodded. "Okay, it'd probably take a long time to get to Panshan from here. We better be prepared. We might encounter some danger along the way." After Annie packed up, she and Adams set off again. Their destination was Panshan, but to get there from the edge of the Flower Sea, they had to pass through this dense forest. This forest was quite different from the Misty Forest and Ox Nose Forest that Annie had visited before. The trees here had large leaves, and there were many shrubs and grasses on the ground. The entire forest was lush and green, giving a sense of tranquility. More importantly, there was a small river here, its water cool and refreshing, flowing gently and steadily. In contrast, the trees in the Misty Forest are extremely tall and straight. Due to the cold weather, the ground is covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves, creating a chillingly vast emptiness. The rivers in the Misty Forest are also very rapid, usually accompanied by canyons and cliffs, making it one of the most dangerous areas in the forest. However, in this dense forest, it is difficult to discern directions. Even if one wants to move, one must know exactly how to navigate the winding mountain path. Annie looked around at her surroundings and gestured toward Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue immediately understood and leaped up a large tree. However, Xiaoxue's size was rather large, and he couldn't climb all the way to the top. He could only stay on a relatively thick trunk, looking into the distance. Adams was slightly surprised. "Your big cat is quite something. You can even climb trees." Annie laughed. "Little Snow isn't just a thunder white tiger, he also has the blood of a snow leopard, so climbing trees is practically instinctive for him." "Oh!" Adams raised an eyebrow. "So he's a hybrid. That's truly rare. I remember magical beasts are generally very concerned about their bloodline. Aside from dragons, It's very difficult for other races to produce hybrids. How did you find him? Annie's eyes dimmed. Actually, I accidentally killed his mother. He had just been born and couldn't even walk properly. I felt sorry for him, so I took him. I kept him with me, but I haven't signed a contract with him. If he knew I was his mother's killer, I wonder what he would think. He'd probably fight me to the death. Adam shook his head. So many years have passed, and you treated him well. He should know how to be grateful. You don't need to worry too much. Besides, as long as you don't say anything, how would he know? Annie looked at Xiaoxua in the tree and murmured, No, he'd find out sooner or later. This can't be kept from him forever. A short while later, Xiaoxua had jumped down from the tree. Sensing the strange atmosphere below, he tilted his head, looking puzzled. Adams chuckled and said, Hey, Xiaoxua, did you find your way up there? Xiaoxua snorted and winked ahead. Annie took a deep breath, composed herself, and smiled. Okay, Xiaoxua, lead the way. Xiaoxua obediently began to lead the way. And Adams exchanged a glance, and whispered, Not many people know about this. I don't know how long we can keep it from him, but I hope you can keep it a secret for me. Adams nodded. Don't worry, no one else will know about this. Having rested all night, and with a breakthrough in their strength, everyone was full of energy and refreshed, their pace quickening as they entered the depths of the dense forest. The further they went, the more vibrant the forest seemed, filled with life, peaceful and serene. Occasionally, small, unidentified animals would dart by, tempting Xiaoxua to run and play. If Annie hadn't stopped him, he would have rushed over to play long ago. Annie, I think this forest is quite safe. And look how excited that big cat is. We already walked for almost half a day. How about we stop and rest for a while, have something to eat? Adam suggested to Annie as they walked. However, Anne seemed to have a different opinion. She frowned deeply and said firmly, No. Adams was taken aback and asked him, Why not? And took some dry rations from her breastplate and handed them to Adams, urging him to eat some to replenish his strength. She said, We need to get out of this dense forest before dark. I have a strange feeling. Adams took the rations, somewhat dazed, muttering, Is there something strange about this place? This forest looks very ordinary. And turned to Adams, her gaze fixed on his eyes, and said firmly, It's precisely because it's too normal that it seems abnormal. Think carefully, where exactly are we now? Adam's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, as if he understood something. He stammered, You mean? Could it be? And took a deep breath, her pace quickening. A hint of wariness and worry flickered in her eyes. This is a magical realm, a place rumored to be fraught with countless dangers. Yet, in this dense forest, there's such a peaceful and serene scene. Don't you find that strange? How could such a blessed place not be coveted by magical beasts? Last night, when we rested near the flower field, our safety was perhaps just luck. But tonight, as we venture deeper into the forest, the situation will be unpredictable. Anne's voice was tense, as if she already foresaw the impending danger. Hearing this, Adams also became alert. Annie was absolutely right. This was a magical realm. How could there be a safe place? Especially one that appeared safe on the surface, but was actually fraught with danger, like the flower field before. No one would suspect that those seemingly harmless flowers would devour people at night. But a hint of unease appeared in Adam's eyes. At our current pace, we probably won't be able to cross this dense forest tonight. What will we do then? Annie shook her head. We can only leave it to fate. If we're lucky, we might avoid danger. If not, we have to fight our way through. Xiaoxua would occasionally jump onto the treetops to determine the direction, and then lead the way. Annie and Adams moved quickly behind her. Annie even used wind elemental magic, leaving trails of blue afterimages behind her. Adams, needless to say, was even faster. He was already tall, and one of his steps was equivalent to two of Annie's. With the added boost of light power, he was even faster than Annie. Suddenly Xiaoxua, who was running ahead, abruptly stopped. Annie paused for a moment, then decisively drew her wand, assuming a defensive stance. Adam stepped in front of Annie, slowly raising his axe, and walked forward. When he reached Xiaoxua's side, he froze, and cautiously approached, peering inside, and was immediately stunned. Under a tree ahead lay a mangled corpse, crawling with insects that were gnawing at its body. Judging from the dried blood, the person had been dead for at least 2 days. He wore white robes, clearly a member of the church. Adam swallowed hard. Annie, you're right. This forest is indeed a bit eerie. Annie asked, You know him? Adams nodded. Yes, he was from the 10th peak. His strength was at the peak of the Liyuan realm. Not bad, but he died tragically here. But look around, there's not a trace of a struggle. How did he die? Annie took a deep breath, then covered her mouth and nose with her hand, ran a few steps to the corpse, and bent down to examine it carefully. The corpse was completely blackened, its eyes staring blankly ahead, as if a terrifying despair was before it. There were burn marks on its hands, indicating that it had fought back desperately before its death, overdrawing its magic power to release some kind of offensive light magic, but its unstable mind had accidentally burned itself. Furthermore, there were dozens of wounds of varying sizes on its body, most below the waist, indicating that the object that attacked it was not large, and could only have reached its waist at most. His fatal wound was in his chest, where something had pierced a large hole that went straight through his heart. Looking into the hole, nothing could be seen, his heart had long since disappeared. The large hole in his chest had irregular edges, and a sticky, yellowish-brown liquid was oozing from it. Where his heart had been, there was nothing there. It looked as if something had corroded it. A piece of flesh below his heart twitched slightly, startling Annie. But then nothing more happened. She picked up a twig from the ground and gently poked at the hole. Suddenly, the piece of flesh exploded, sending blood and gore flying. Startled, Annie quickly conjured an ice wall in front of her, splattering the blood and gore onto the ice wall with a hissing sound. Anne's heart skipped a beat. A familiar feeling washed over her. Before she could react, she heard Adam shout behind her, "Watch out." Annie looked up and saw a jet-black spider leap over the ice wall, heading straight for her face. The spider was too fast. By the time Annie saw it, it was already in midair. However, a white light streaked across Annie's head, crashing down on the spider with a deafening roar, shattering her ice wall in the process. Adam shook his right hand, letting out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness I made it in time. That scared me to death." And, finally regaining her senses, exclaimed in shock, "A cave spider." Adams turned around. "A cave spider? What's that?" Anne's expression turned serious. "It's a kind of undead creature. I encountered one in the Norma Empire." "An undead creature?" A look of disgust crossed Adams's face. "Damn it, how can there be undead creatures in this forest?" But he quickly laughed. "Luckily, this cave spider wasn't very strong. I smashed it to pieces with one axe blow." And shook her head solemnly. "Most of them aren't strong individually, but they usually act in groups, and some of them are extremely powerful and very troublesome." Adam scratched his head. "I don't have a clear idea of what you mean. If the danger in this forest is, since we're dealing with these cave spiders, we just need to be careful of them." Annie thought for a moment and said, "As far as I know, cave spiders have several common attack patterns. One is their powerful fangs, which are extremely strong and can cut through metal and shatter stone. The second is their silk, which is very fine and tough. Even if it floats right in front of you, you might not notice it. The third is a sticky venom that is highly corrosive. It can be sprayed or attached to their silk, and it's very difficult to defend against." Adams nodded upon hearing this. "Okay, I remember that. If I encounter one, I smash its fangs with an axe first, then blow its rear end off, and then, where does its venom spray from?" Annie was somewhat speechless. "If you could just kill it directly, would you need to go through all this trouble?" Adam scratched his head. "Hee, you're right." Chapter 307. "What about this corpse?" Adams asked. Annie waved her hand. "Never mind him, just leave him here. He was probably on the run for a while, and was only caught and killed a couple of days ago when he was exhausted. The cave spiders didn't have time to drag him into the cave, so he was left here. They'd probably come back tonight to drag him away." Adams felt a chill run down his spine and said to the corpse, "Brother, I'm sorry, I can't help you. Rest in peace here, God will protect you." "Let's go," Annie urged. "We shouldn't stay here any longer. This corpse can buy us some time. Maybe it will help us get through the forest." Upon hearing this, Adams immediately left with Annie and Xiaoxue. However, neither of them noticed that a white line had appeared on their ankles. The rest of the journey was extremely peaceful. Everything was normal, except for some places with signs of a struggle. Annie guessed that these were the marks of the man's battle with the cave spiders. However, the forest's area exceeded Annie's expectations, and they remained within its boundaries until sunset. "Annie, should we continue?" Adams asked. Annie didn't turn her head. "Are you tired?" Adams shook his head. "Not really, but this constant running is draining my magic quickly. If we encounter danger, I won't be able to fight at my peak." Annie said in a low voice, "Then we should speed up even more. This cave spider is much more troublesome than that giant toad. While the toad's flower sea is powerful, It can be defeated relatively easily if a way is found. But the cave spider is different. It's highly aggressive. Even if you break through to the Qiyuan realm, we have no idea what the cave spider's true strength is. The best course of action is to escape and find our teammates. Seeing Annie's determination, Adam said nothing more and continued running closely behind her. As the sun gradually set and night quietly fell, the entire forest was once again shrouded in darkness. The peaceful and serene scene of the daytime now became eerie and sinister, as if concealing countless secrets and dangers. A cold draft seeped from the ground, like invisible ghostly hands, piercing straight to their bones. Adams couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. This place is really something. His voice echoed in the silent forest, adding to the terrifying atmosphere. And also felt uneasy. Her keen intuition told her that a familiar yet dangerous aura was slowly approaching them. This aura reminded her of the horrific scenes she had experienced before, and a sense of unease and fear welled up in her heart. However, she didn't stop, but ran forward with even greater determination, hoping to escape this eerie place as soon as possible. Tap tap tap. A strange and rapid sound suddenly exploded in everyone's ears, like countless pebbles frantically striking the ground, or 1,000 poisonous insects gnawing at tree trunks, sending chills down their spines. This sudden, eerie sound made Annie shudder. Her hair stood on end. She gripped her staff tightly in her right hand, and a flash of blue light appeared beneath her feet, instantly doubling her speed. Adams, seeing this, knew inwardly that danger was approaching. He ran frantically, cautiously glancing around, but night had fallen, and the entire forest was shrouded in darkness, so dark that one couldn't see their own hand in front of their face. Just then, Xiaoxua suddenly stopped and leaped onto a large tree beside her. Annie and Adams quickly stopped beneath the tree, waiting quietly for Xiaoxua to confirm her location. "Annie, are you alright?" Adams asked with concern, panting heavily. Such intense running had left even the strong and healthy Adams feeling exhausted. Annie's forehead was covered in large beads of sweat. She wiped the sweat from her cheeks and said calmly, "It looks like we're in for a fierce battle tonight." Adams waved his hand dismissively. "Fight then. What's there to be afraid of? I don't want to run anymore anyway." Meanwhile, Xiaoxua, observing the direction from the treetop, was in trouble. A thick white fog hung over the forest after nightfall. While the fog itself wasn't poisonous, it completely blocked Xiaoxua's vision. She strained her eyes, but couldn't see the location of Pan Shan. Just as Xiaoxua was feeling troubled, a bright light caught his attention. It was about 2 or 3 kilometers to his left. Logically, he shouldn't be able to see that far, but the flash was incredibly bright, exceptionally clear in the pitch-black night. Without a doubt, it was someone from the Holy See fighting some kind of creature in the forest, most likely the cave spider Annie had mentioned. Xiaoxua decisively jumped down from the tree. He wanted to explain, but unfortunately, he couldn't speak. Even with his telepathic connection with Annie, he could only transmit simple thoughts. He couldn't describe such a complex situation. Seeing Xiaoxua's troubled expression after he came down, Annie was also curious. She sensed him carefully and asked, "Xiaoxua, what's wrong? What do you want to say?" Little Snow opened his mouth, but only let out a low growl. He anxiously pawed at the ground. Adams thought for a moment and said, "Why don't I go up and take a look? You guys wait down here, I'll be right back." With that, he tucked the axe behind his back, leaped onto the treetop, and quickly climbed upwards. Upon reaching the top, he saw a thick white fog that obscured his vision, making it impossible to see anything clearly. He roughly understood Little Snow's intention, and was about to descend when he saw a flash of light to his left. His heart skipped a beat, and without thinking, he quickly climbed down the tree. "How is it?" Annie asked hastily. Adam shook his head. "It's all foggy up there now. We can't see the mountain at all. We can't go any further." Annie frowned. "Then let's find a place to hide, preferably somewhere to avoid direct combat." "Wait!" Adams interrupted. "But I just saw a light not far to the left. It looks like someone's fighting. I think we should go check that out." Annie pondered for a moment. "They must be people who came in with us. I wonder which peak they're from." "Do we really have to go?" Adams replied, "I think we should. We can't go any further now, and even if we find a hiding place quickly, it's not guaranteed to be safe. If we rescue that person, we have another companion, and we can help each other out later." Annie considered the feasibility of this plan, then nodded. "Okay, in that case, let's go check it out. If it's not suitable, we leave." Having determined their direction, the group ran frantically towards the light. Harley was utterly despondent. He had been hiding in a hollow of a withered tree, hoping to escape the pursuit of those terrifying creatures, but it was all in vain. The spider seemed to have a GPS, finding his hiding place with unerring accuracy. When he looked up and saw the 8 eyes gleaming with an eerie green light, he was terrified. Forgetting everything else, he quickly unleashed magic, blasting the entire hollow tree into pieces. But as soon as he emerged, he found himself surrounded. The place was swarming with spiders. There was no escape no matter which direction he went. Harley had landed on a relatively flat area where a magical beast of average strength lay. Though average, it took Harley some time to fight it, and he eventually managed to kill it, obtaining a mid-quality secret realm origin. After much hesitation, he absorbed this mid-quality secret realm origin first, successfully breaking through to the first level of the Qiyuan realm. Later, following Dylan's advice, he headed towards the mountain pass. Along the way, he met a disciple from the 10th peak, and they traveled together, arriving at this forest 5 days later. Initially, like Adams, he wasn't very wary of the forest. However, on the first night, they encountered danger. The 10th peak disciple was bitten while sleeping, waking up in pain. He casually swatted the bite, only to find it was a tiny spider, as small as a mosquito. He hadn't paid much attention, and was about to go back to sleep when a sharp pain shot through the area where he'd been bitten, causing him to cry out. Harley was awakened by the noise, and rushed to check on him. He discovered that Harley's left forearm, where he'd been bitten, had turned black, and a yellowish-brown liquid was oozing from the wound, clearly poisoning. To force the toxin out, Harley forcefully squeezed the blood around the wound until it was bright red blood instead of the yellowish-brown liquid, then cast a healing spell. While they were treating the wound, a strange clicking sound rang in their ears, followed by the swaying of the surrounding grass. Harley was startled and quickly helped his companion up. The two of them, weapons in hand, aimed at the surrounding grass. After a while, the grass stopped moving, and Harley breathed a sigh of relief, assuming their movements had scared off the attacker. But before he could relax, a dark shadow shot out from the grass and pounced on him. With lightning speed, his long sword flew through the air, cleaving the creature in two. Upon landing, he saw it was a spider many times larger than the previous one. This spider was the size of a fist. One could only imagine the terror of being bitten by it. After the first one, a second, a third, a fourth. Countless spiders of all sizes swarmed out from all directions, attacking the two relentlessly. Harley moved swiftly, swinging his long sword to slice through the spiders in front of him, creating a path and shouting, "Run!" Their companion was no pushover either. Fighting and fleeing, they actually broke through the encirclement. However, the spiders relentlessly pursued them, and endless more were closing in from all directions. Harley and his companion could only run with their heads down, daring not to stop. They ran like this all night until sunrise, when the spiders stopped their pursuit and vanished as if they had evaporated into thin air. The two collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. The night's run and fighting had exhausted them, but unsure if the spiders would continue their attack, they dared not rest. After a brief respite, they resumed their journey towards Panshan. But they were incredibly unlucky. Because they had focused solely on escaping and hadn't discerned their direction, they had strayed even further from Panshan. They could only walk intermittently, with Harley climbing a tree to orient himself. Another day passed, and they still had to spend the night in the forest. This filled them with despair. Neither of them wanted to experience another night like that. But their misfortune didn't end there. That night, the spiders reappeared. Not only that, but several of the spiders were enormous, possessing strength around the 5th level of the Liyuan realm. Although Harley wasn't afraid of magical beasts at that level, their sheer number was overwhelming. He could kill 1, 2, or even 10 without a problem, but there were at least 100 of them. Another night of fleeing ensued. His companions were injured again. Because they couldn't run as fast as Harley, they were always trailing behind. The spiders moved swiftly. Some small spiders would suddenly dart out from the roadside and bite his legs. By the end of the night, he had at least 10 wounds on his legs. After sunrise, Harley continued to treat his companion's wounds, but this time there were simply too many wounds, and the night's running caused the poison to spread rapidly, turning both his legs completely black. "Ah! Harley, I don't want to die, save me!" he cried out in agony. He was also a peak-level expert of the Liyuan realm, and he had finally secured the opportunity to enter the magical secret realm, but he never expected to die here. Harley, having exerted all his strength, managed to save his life, but the incomplete removal of the toxin limited his leg movement. They were now deep in the forest, with no way to escape quickly. His fate was sealed. Tonight, he would be hunted by the spiders, and remain there forever. "Brother, I did my best," Harley sighed. "I can't cure this toxin. I can't travel with you tonight." The disciple of the 10th peak nodded slightly. his eyes filled with despair. Go. I know I'm beyond saving, but I'm so unwilling, so unwilling. Before nightfall, Harley left his companions and embarked on his escape alone. His companions awaited their death in the stillness. Tap, tap, tap. The familiar sound rang out. To the disciple of the 10th peak, it was the footsteps of death. He no longer wanted to run, nor did he have the strength to run anymore. As a swarm of spiders crawled onto his body, he used all his remaining strength to unleash the last bit of magic power, casting an offensive spell that annihilated hundreds of spiders around him. But at the same time, his life came to an end. A gigantic spider suddenly appeared, its sharp fangs piercing his heart. His life was forever frozen on that day. Chapter 308. The death of his companion compounded Harley's despair. He tried every method to evade the spiders, but nothing worked. He tried climbing trees, smearing himself with resin, and jumping into water, but all to no avail. The spiders always found him with pinpoint accuracy. Harley felt like he was going insane. Fortunately, after several days of fleeing, he had figured out the spiders' activity patterns. Simply put, they were nocturnal, disappearing at dawn. Therefore, during the day, Harley focused on restoring his magic and replenishing his energy, preparing for his nighttime escape. However, he could endure such intense fighting for a day or two, but after 4 or 5 days, although he could rest and replenish during the day, the mental torment had exceeded his limit. This time, he decided to hide in an unusual tree hollow. This hollow was extremely peculiar. From the outside, it was impossible to tell that the tree was dead, and the entrance to the hollow was suspended 5 meters above the ground. Harley carefully sealed the tree hole tightly with mud, leaving no gaps. Although he didn't know if it would work, he had to try. However, things didn't go as planned. He failed again. Those wretched spiders had somehow found him again. Forced into a corner, he had no choice but to forcefully break open the tree hole, fleeing in a sorry state, and engaging in a new round of fierce fighting. At this moment, he felt deeply fortunate that he had successfully fused with that medium-quality secret realm from the beginning. If he had remained at the peak of the Liyuan realm, he probably wouldn't have been able to deal with these troublesome spiders at all. With a series of booming sounds, he unleashed his full power of attack magic, finally tearing open a gap, and then swiftly broke through. This was his usual strategy. Every night, he skillfully escaped in this way, succeeding time and again. If all went well, he would once again be able to escape the spider's clutches and greet the first rays of sunlight the next morning. Damn it! What's wrong with these spiders? Why do they always find me? Is there something on me? Harley ran while sniffing his sleeve. A sour stench assaulted his nostrils. In the past few days, he had long since abandoned any semblance of appearance in the dense forest. He was covered in dirt and grime, a far cry from his former dashing self. Ugh, it stinks. Let me get out of this filthy place. I need a bath. I need to eat. Harley roared, swinging his knife and cleaving a spider that leaped out of the nearby bushes in two. However, due to the extreme darkness and his lack of awareness of his escape direction, he suddenly lost his footing and plummeted from a height. Fortunately, a thick layer of fallen leaves cushioned his fall, and although he was dazed and disoriented, he was unharmed. He clutched his chest and struggled to his feet, but a dark shadow seemed to block his path. He looked up, and what he saw terrified him. A spider the size of a small mountain stood before him, its 8 large eyes gleaming with ferocity, its massive fangs clattering together with a clicking sound. Aya! Harley felt a deathly threat. He unleashed a powerful attack while simultaneously fleeing in the opposite direction without looking back. With a deafening roar, Harley's attack seemed to have hit the massive creature, but he dared not look back. He continued running for his life, the clattering sounds behind him clearly indicating that his attack had had no effect whatsoever. It's over. It's over. It's over. Harley hadn't expected to be so unlucky tonight, encountering an existence he couldn't possibly defeat. Judging from its aura, the giant spider was at least at the 5th level of the Qiyuan realm, or even higher. He couldn't understand why he encountered such a thing less than half a month after entering the secret realm. Suddenly, he felt something entangle his left foot. His body faltered, his center of gravity lost, and he tumbled forward heavily. Ugh! Harley groaned, making intimate contact with the ground again. But he didn't even have time to cry out in pain. He immediately turned to look at his foot, and saw several coils of spider silk, so thin they were almost invisible, wrapped around his ankle. It was these threads that had pulled him to the ground. Damn it! Harley's eyes widened in fury, and he cursed under his breath. Without hesitation, he swung his long sword, slashing fiercely at the annoying spider silk. A sharp rip rang out, and the silk snapped instantly. Harley moved swiftly, tearing away the severed silk in a few quick movements. He struggled to his feet, preparing to continue his escape. However, when he turned around, the sight before him made his heart sink. Countless tiny spiders swarmed towards him like a relentless tide, completely blocking his path. Looking back, the giant spider had also caught up, attacking from both sides. He was trapped, with no way to escape. The giant spider seemed to have read Harley's mind, giving him no chance to breathe, and immediately launched a new attack. A thicker, tougher ball of spider silk shot out from its abdomen, striking Harley like lightning. Harley was startled and dared not hesitate, immediately swinging his long sword to meet the attack. But this time, the situation was completely unexpected. His long sword struck the spider silk, as if cutting into cotton, completely lacking its previous power. Not only that, the spider silk seemed to have a life of its own, tightly binding the blade, making it impossible for him to break free. Harley inwardly cursed, desperately trying to pull back his long sword, but it was too late. The spider silk tightened more and more, threatening to completely envelop the sword. Damn it! That wretched spider! Harley cursed, using all his strength to try and tear the spider silk off the sword, but to no avail. Just then, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his thigh. He turned around and saw a spider the size of a small dog crawl onto his leg, its sharp fangs bared, and it bit down hard. Ah! Harley let out a heart-wrenching scream. Immediately afterward, the giant spider exerted its strength, snatching the knife from Harley's hand, and then lashed out at Harley's chest with its thick, powerful forelegs. Thud! Harley felt an overwhelming force surge through him, his body completely out of control. He was thrown backward, crashing heavily into a thick tree trunk, breaking the bowl-sized trunk in two. Blood gushed from his mouth. Harley felt as if several of his ribs were broken, and his vision began to blur. He watched helplessly as the enormous spider approached him step by step, then skillfully coiled its silk around him with its two forelegs, slowly wrapping itself tightly. In a large tree not far away, Annie, Adams, and Xiaoxue stared in disbelief at what was happening before their eyes. Adams was frantic, and several times he impulsively wanted to jump down to rescue Harley, but each time Annie held him back tightly. Adams turned to Annie, utterly bewildered, and asked, "Annie, look, Harley is about to be eaten by that horrible spider. Why won't you let me save him? Are you just going to watch him die?" Annie's expression was unusually serious. She gripped Adams' arm tightly and replied firmly, "Don't rush, Adams. Although the situation is dangerous, Harley isn't in immediate danger. But if you rush out now, things might get worse." Adams was even more confused. He widened his eyes and asked, "Huh? Why would my going to save him make things worse? I'm clearly going to help him. He's our companion." Annie pointed at the large spider and said, "I noticed a characteristic of these cave spiders. They like to wrap up their prey while it's still alive and store it back in their nest. I don't know the purpose of this, but as things stand, Harley won't die. However, if you try to rescue him, the cave spider will feel threatened. To protect its prey, it might kill him and then turn its attention to you." Adams, hearing this, finally understood the situation, but even so, he was extremely anxious. "No, we can't let Harley be captured like this. If I hadn't seen it, it would be fine, but I'm right here. How can I just stand by and watch him die?" "Who told you to stand by and watch someone die?" Annie said irritably. "Even if we're going to save someone, we need a strategy. If you just go down and start indiscriminately killing people, the end result will be that we're all doomed." Adams curled his lip. "How could we all be doomed? I at least broken through to the second level of the Qiyuan realm. How could I not even be able to defeat a giant spider?" And he pointed to the largest spider. "We all saw it just now. That spider's strength is probably at the 5th level of the Qiyuan realm, or even higher. Plus, magical beasts are inherently stronger. How are you going to fight it?" Adams knew Annie was right, but he just wasn't willing to give up. He could only angrily turn his face to the side, but this turn made him slightly startled. He stared at himself wide-eyed. Adams pointed to his ankle, swallowed hard, and tugged at Annie's sleeve, saying, "Annie, I think we're in trouble." "Huh?" Annie was puzzled. "What's wrong? What did you find?" Adams pointed to his ankle and said, "We seem to be entangled in spider silk too." Annie's heart skipped a beat. She quickly looked at her ankle, but saw nothing unusual. However, Xiaoxue was different. All 4 of his limbs were covered in spider silk, even more than Adams's. A sense of unease spread through Annie. She abruptly turned to look at the large spider, only to find that not only the large spider, but even the surrounding smaller spiders seemed unaware of their presence, retreating like a receding tide. Annie was puzzled. If the spider silk was how these spiders found their prey, then they were already caught in a trap. Why were the spiders ignoring them? What's going on? Adams asked. Annie shook her head. I'm not sure. I never encountered anything like this before. Adams swung his axe, severing all the spider silk binding his ankle, then turned and asked, What do we do now? Just watch Harley get dragged away. Annie also took out her dagger and cut the spider silk binding Xiaoxua, saying, Let's follow them and see where their lair is, then we decide what to do. So they carefully climbed down from the tree and followed the spider swarm at a distance. The spiders, perhaps excited from catching live prey, seemed completely unaware of the three furtive figures behind them. Xiaoxua was a natural hunter, his steps were light, and his movements swift. Annie and Adams dared not follow too closely, but Xiaoxua kept up with ease. They followed the swarm of spiders to a huge cave entrance, nearly 10 meters high. Looking inside, it was pitch black, like a gaping monster waiting to trap them. Xiaoxua stopped at the entrance, too afraid to go any further. Annie and Adams came to her side, both astonished by the enormous opening. Without the spiders leading the way, they would never have reached this place. Adams asked, What do we do? Should we go in? Annie shook her head. No, at least not now. Look at the ground. Adams looked closely, and saw the ground covered in a dense layer of spider silk, making the entire surface appear white. It was clear that anything that dared to enter the cave would be immediately spotted by the spiders. They laid out detection spider silk at the entrance. That's a common tactic of the cave spiders. Annie said. Adams said with a worried look, As soon as we step into the cave, those damn spiders will spot us. How are we supposed to get in? Annie thought for a moment and said, Let's not rush. They don't seem to be coming out tonight. Let's wait until dawn. Adams quickly turned to leave, but Annie called after him, Hey, where are you going? Adams turned back in confusion and asked, Didn't you say we wait until dawn? Annie pointed towards the cave entrance. Yes, we wait here. Huh? Adams' eyes widened. You mean wait here? Isn't that suicide? What if those spiders come out again? Annie covered her mouth and laughed. Weren't you going to rescue Harley? Why are you afraid of these little spiders? Adams naturally understood that Annie was deliberately teasing him, so he replied irritably, You just stop making fun of me indirectly. Resting here is practically playing with our lives. Even if we can rescue Harley, if those spiders find us, we might not even be able to escape. Annie's smile faded, her expression turning serious. She raised her hand, pointing to the area above the cave entrance, and explained earnestly, See that place? We can rest there for a bit. It's closest to the entrance, and there's no spider silk around. You know, cave spiders have an extremely keen sense of smell, especially in such a narrow, enclosed space. Our scent is easily detected. So, we hide near the entrance, letting them gradually get used to our scent, but not too strong, so they won't be alerted. Chapter 309. Annie and Adams painstakingly climbed to the top of the cave, while on the other side, a group of small spiders carried back the corpse of the 10th Peak disciple they had seen earlier, transporting it into the cave. Annie was right. The spiders hadn't carried the corpse back earlier because there was still prey escaping. They wanted to concentrate their efforts on hunting down Harley first. After all, the dead prey couldn't escape anyway. To observe the surrounding terrain and environment, Annie sent Xiaoxua away alone to scout the area, while Adams closed his eyes to rest, preparing for the battle at dawn. A short while later, Xiaoxua returned. He shook his head, indicating that there were no other cave entrances nearby, meaning this cave had only one entrance, which made the problem simpler. Just as Annie was about to enter a meditative state, her eyes inadvertently fell on Xiaoxua's claws, and she immediately narrowed her eyes. Xiaoxua, when did your claws get covered in spider silk again? Xiaoxua was also startled, looking down at her claws, and finding that there was indeed spider silk. She then used her sharp claws to tear off all the silk. Annie frowned. If it was pure luck that she hadn't gotten spider silk on herself before, then why was Xiaoxua the only one with spider silk after this operation? Annie then looked at Adams, and saw that there seemed to be a faint thread floating on his shoulder, but it wouldn't fall down no matter what she did. Annie moved closer, and the thread retreated a little. When Annie moved further away, the thread suddenly stuck to Adams's back. Huh? Annie swung her dagger, severing the spider silk. The sound of the dagger cutting through the air startled Adams, who stared in shock at the dagger in Annie's hand. What are you doing? Annie looked at the dagger in her hand, then at Adams's back, and said with a wry smile, Would you believe me if I said I cut a spider silk for you? Adams reached behind him and, sure enough, found a spider silk. He breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, thank goodness. Annie put her hands on her hips and said angrily, What? Don't you trust me? Would I harm you? Adams immediately smiled apologetically. How could I? If I didn't trust you, I would have woken up the moment you drew your dagger. Annie slapped Adams on the shoulder. Go back to sleep. I watch over you. You can sleep like a log. The night was quiet. The spiders never came out again, and Annie and Adams had a peaceful night. The next day, Anne woke Adams early. Not only that, she had also made a rope from vines, tying one end tightly to the cave ceiling. And what are you doing with so many vines? Adams asked, puzzled, and pointed to the ground and said, Look at all those spider webs on the ground. We can't avoid them no matter what. The best way is to go through the cave ceiling. I already tested it, so don't worry. Saying she tested it wasn't an exaggeration at all. Back in the Broken Earth Palace, Anne had watched as Bourne flew to the ceiling and then calmly followed those giant cocoons all the way down, finally finding the location of the Broken Earth soul. Adams still had some concerns, but given Annie's confidence, he could only accept it. After all, with his experience and knowledge, he couldn't think of any other solutions. They tied the vines around their waists, and Xiaoxue did the same. Led by Annie, they slowly descended to the cave entrance. Looking inside, the cave was still pitch black. The rising sun couldn't dispel the darkness. And looked up at the cave ceiling, where many downward protruding stone spikes were visible. She grasped one and found it relatively stable, at least enough to support her weight. But looking at Adams and Xiaoxue, those two were far too big and heavy. After several attempts, the stone spikes broke, unable to support their weight. Adams, clutching a handful of rubble, dared not throw it away, and said helplessly, It seems our plan to advance from the top of the cave has failed. Annie frowned and said, In that case, I go in by myself. Huh? Adams was taken aback, then immediately objected, No way. Little Annie, are you crazy? Didn't you see that giant spider from last night? Such a powerful magical beast dwells in this cave, and you're going to go alone? Annie smiled slightly. You said it yourself. That giant spider is incredibly strong. Even you probably couldn't handle it. So, there's no point in you coming in with me. I go in first to check the situation. If I need help, I notify Xiaoxue through soul connection, and then you and Xiaoxue can rush in to rescue me. This? Adams was still very hesitant. After witnessing the terrifying power of the cave spider, he couldn't imagine what would happen if Annie went in alone. Oh, don't worry, Annie said. Xiaoxue knows me best. He knows I fought the cave spider before, and is familiar with their attack patterns. Look how confident he is. Adams looked at Xiaoxue, but Xiaoxue's expression was very serious. Her brows were deeply furrowed, her eyes flashed, and all her muscles were tense. Adams pointed at Xiaoxue stunned, and said, You're telling me this is what you call relaxed? Do you think I'm blind? Annie gave a bitter smile. Sigh, there's no other way now. Harley is captured alive. Time is of the essence. We can't wait any longer. If we delay any longer, he might really be melted into a puddle of juice. But that's too risky. Adams said, We don't know how big this cave is, or how complicated the paths inside are. Even if we want to rescue him in time, it will probably be difficult. Although Harley is our companion, if it really comes to it, we should just give up and consider him unlucky. That won't do, Annie exclaimed. Who was it that swore they'd come to rescue us last night? I couldn't stop them. Why are they backing out today? Adams said, head held high. Who said I'm backing out? Don't underestimate me. I wouldn't be afraid to fight that giant spider head-on, but having a little girl like you leading the charge. I'm a little. All right, Annie laughed. I know you're brave, but don't forget, I'm an adventurer by trade. What haven't I been to? This mere giant spider? Watch me take it down. Adams frowned. Don't be reckless. Those spiders are indeed powerful, with a strong aura of death. As a light mage, I can hold my own against them, but you're just an ordinary water elemental mage. How can you fight them? Annie waved her hand. I deliberately chose to start my operation at dawn for a reason. I definitely won't fight them head-on. Don't worry, I'm confident I can rescue Harley without alerting the spiders. And after rescuing Harley? Adams persisted. Annie swallowed hard. But there's no other way now. Her eyes darted around, and with a sudden leap, she plunged several meters deeper into the cave. Hey! Adams hadn't expected Annie to be so decisive, ignoring his attempts to stop her, and entering the cavern. Annie turned around, flashing a bright smile. Sorry, I can't go on this adventure with you, but you have to wait for me outside the cave. If I encounter any danger, I call for help. With that, she continued forward, gripping the stone spikes, and untied the vines from her waist. She disappeared into the darkness in no time. Adam sighed, saying helplessly to Xiaoxue, "Your master is really reckless." Xiaoxue nodded in agreement, then leaped back to the cave's ceiling. Adam shook his head, using both hands and feet to reach the ceiling as well. Without Annie, the two of them would have to stay on the top, waiting for her summons. Once Annie ventured deeper into the cave, she discovered it sloped downwards, which saved her a lot of effort. However, even so, as a girl, she didn't possess the arm strength of Born, and soon her arms began to ache. But she couldn't land on the ground at this moment. After a brief moment of thought, Annie decided to release a little wind elemental magic to elevate herself slightly, greatly reducing the burden on her arms. However, this approach carried a certain risk. Annie remembered that back in the Broken Earth Palace, magical fluctuations were absolutely forbidden. The cave spider there was extremely sensitive to magical fluctuations. Even the slightest sound would awaken it. Unfortunately, that cave spider was ultimately killed by the restrictions within the Broken Earth Palace, leaving not even its magic core. No one knew the cave spider's true strength. Even so, Annie felt that the cave spider here wasn't as powerful as the one in the Broken Earth Palace. Therefore, she decided to take a gamble, and see if releasing a little wind elemental magic here would alert that behemoth. She continued deeper into the cave, advancing for about 15 minutes without any further movement. It seemed her gamble had paid off. In the dim light, Annie could see the increasing number of carcasses of various creatures on the ground, including many humans. Clearly, the cave spiders here had a much richer food source than those in the Broken Earth Palace, which explained their sheer numbers. Since entering this tranquil and vast forest, Annie hadn't encountered any other magical beasts. She couldn't help but guess that the magical beasts here had likely all become food for the cave spiders. And this particular cave spider's lair was very likely the core area of this forest. Therefore, if those who entered the forest couldn't traverse it at an astonishing speed before sunset, they would face the danger of being hunted by the cave spiders and becoming disoriented once night fell. Those with slightly better luck might not die, but they would still be lost in this vast forest, all their efforts rendered futile, forcing them to start all over again. However, could anyone truly traverse such a vast forest in a single day? The answer is clearly no. Of course, we can't completely rule out some exceptionally lucky individuals who might manage to approach the forest's edge through a chaotic, aimless run. But from the treetops, one can only see the distant, towering mountains. Everything else is completely invisible. Even if one is already at the edge of the forest, they would likely be unaware of it. Soon, Annie reached the depths of the cave. Here, the path branched into about a dozen, each branching off quite wide, though she didn't know where they all led. Just as Annie hesitated, a clear message entered her mind. Who is it? This was a pure message, without sound, without emotion, formless and colorless, as if it had suddenly appeared in her mind. This feeling was vastly different from her soul communication with Born. When Born communicated with her soul, she could hear Born's voice very clearly and feel the emotions, and even the tone of his voice. "You, who are you?" Annie asked tentatively. The message appeared again. "Not one of our kind? How can you understand what I mean?" "What?" Annie was completely bewildered, not understanding what the other person was saying at all, but then she heard the familiar tapping sound. Oh no! Annie knew she had been discovered. She quickly turned to run out of the cave, but in her panic, coupled with her already aching and numb arms, she lost her grip and fell from the cave's ceiling. Ah! Annie screamed. This sudden turn of events left her momentarily at a loss. Falling from such a height, with the ground covered in dry bones, she would definitely be injured if she didn't use magic, but if she did, her whereabouts would surely be discovered. But there was no time to worry about that now. Her whereabouts had been discovered, and if she didn't escape quickly, she would have no chance. Annie gritted her teeth, pulled out her staff from her bosom, and prepared to cast a spell. Suddenly, a flash of silver light. A spider silk shot out from one of the forks in the path. This silk was like lightning. Extremely fast. It accurately wrapped around Annie's ankle. Then, with a sharp pull, Annie was lifted up and hung steadily in the air. Annie was startled. Completely bewildered, she quickly turned her head to look. She saw countless cave spiders surging out from all the forks. The sheer number of these spiders was terrifying. And among these spiders, an enormous cave spider slowly emerged from its hole. This The cave spider was several times larger than the other spiders. Its body was covered in a thick layer of black carapace. 8 enormous eyes gleamed coldly, staring intently at Annie, a hint of doubt in their gaze. Annie's heart pounded instantly. She swallowed hard, thinking to herself, is it even worth asking for help now? Even if Adams and Shioshua get in, what can they do? Faced with so many cave spiders, they probably wouldn't be able to help. Thinking this, Annie felt a wave of despair. It seemed she was truly doomed this time. Chapter 310. And was suspended in midair like a chick by the cave spider. Being so close to it, staring into its eyes, Annie felt her hair stand on end, her blood seemed to freeze, and a chilling aura shot straight to her feet. No! I have to try. Annie struggled to raise her wand, aiming it at the giant cave spider, preparing to unleash enhanced ice spikes, the strongest attack she could think of. After all, she couldn't use the power of death right now, otherwise, the howl of the evil spirit would be her first choice. However, just as she was about to channel her magic, that strange message once again flooded her mind without warning. Wait! Annie's movements abruptly stopped, her face filled with suspicion as she stared at the giant spider before her. The giant spider was slowly approaching her, its 8 long legs moving. Annie could even clearly see her own reflection in the spider's eyes. Was it you talking to me? Annie mustered her courage and asked tentatively. However, the reply she received was even more perplexing. I don't understand what you're saying. This response made Annie frown even more. The other creature clearly didn't understand her words, yet she could so clearly perceive its intentions. How could this be? It felt as if there was a special connection between her and the giant spider, but she couldn't explain why. And fell into deep thought, trying to find some clues. A flood of questions welled up in her mind. Annie decided to temporarily set aside her fear. She took a deep breath and cautiously extended a hand towards the giant spider, while intently watching its every move. What would happen next? Annie was filled with tension. The giant spider moved forward a short distance, just enough for Annie's hand to touch one of its forelegs. The foreleg was covered in stiff bristles and trembled slightly, seemingly sensing the surrounding temperature and sounds. Anne's eyes widened. She was now completely certain that these messages were indeed being transmitted to her by the giant spider before her, but she couldn't accurately convey her thoughts to it. You really can't understand me? Annie asked again. The message came again, we can hear sounds, but we don't understand human language. Our communication is mainly through scent. Scent? Annie was taken aback, then sniffed. She didn't smell anything, but soon, an extremely vast and complex information flooded into her mind. Who is this human? It looks delicious. I really want to take a bite. No, the boss said no biting. Annie was completely stunned. What was going on? Why could she understand spiders' communication? Had she mutated? But that didn't make sense. Why couldn't she understand the meaning of the cave spider in the Broken Earth Palace? The Broken Earth Palace. Annie's eyes lit up. That's it. If there was any connection between her and the cave spider, it was the Broken Earth Palace. That was the only time Annie had ever seen a cave spider before, and the only time she had ever killed one. Could it be, at this moment, the giant spider released another message to her, you have the aura of one of my kind on you. Who are you? Why are you here? Annie shrugged helplessly. You can't understand me anyway. The giant spider seemed to understand Annie's meaning, stepped back, and lowered her from the air. Annie landed on the ground and quickly scrambled to her feet, looking around. She saw only cave spiders all around her. There was no chance of escape. Annie raised her head, looking directly into the giant spider's 8 large eyes. I don't know why I can understand you, but there must be a reason. If you want to communicate with me, you must first learn human language. The giant spider hesitated. Annie's words were like bird language to it. It had no idea what they meant. However, something about her intrigued it. It sensed a familiar aura emanating from Annie. This aura was very unique. If it wasn't mistaken, it was the aura of its ancestor. Cave spiders have a strong sense of hierarchy. Powerful cave spiders usually rule a group, so they always appear in groups. When you find one cave spider, it means there are thousands of others nearby, just of varying strength. The giant spider was born into such a clan, whose leader was its mother. When it was born, it had many brothers and sisters, but the living conditions were extremely harsh, and food was often scarce. They resorted to cannibalism, and it's not surprising that some of its siblings were even eaten by its mother. Later, it grew into a key member of the clan, and its mother revealed some of the clan's secrets to it, including matters concerning their ancestors. Legend has it that their ancestor lived 10,000 years ago, fighting alongside a powerful undead emperor to conquer the world, achieving great feats and earning the title of Death Spider. However, after the War of the Gods, the ancestor's descendants suffered heavy casualties, and the ancestor himself vanished without a trace, leaving behind many impure bloodlines. These bloodlines gradually diluted through interbreeding, and some eventually transformed into cave spiders. According to their mother, if they could one day find the ancestor's remains, they might be able to regain their bloodline power, become death spiders again, and recreate their former glory. The giant spider sensed the aura of the death spider from Annie. Although it had never sensed such an aura before, it was certain this time that it was indeed the aura of the death spider. However, it dared not directly kill the human before it and devour her flesh, for it did not know if this would reclaim the bloodline of the death spider. If it failed, there would be no chance at all. Yet, it dared not voice its suspicions. From a young age, it knew that humans were untrustworthy, always cunning, and even willing to kill each other. This kind of infighting was different from the infighting among the cave spiders, which was for the continuation of their species, a self-preservation measure in extreme environments. But humans were different. They were scheming and driven by endless desires. Even with abundant food, fierce battles would erupt for something called profit. The giant spider pondered how to deal with the human girl before it. Letting her go was out of the question. Questioning her would yield no results, and might even give her leverage against it. Killing her was even more out of the question. So what should it do? Seeing the giant spider fall silent, Annie was at a loss for what to do. She could only deduce that her ability to understand the spider stemmed from her previous encounter with the cave spider in the broken palace. However, this ability only allowed her to receive information unidirectionally, unlike the cave spider, which emitted scent signals. Furthermore, she couldn't discern the cave spider's true intentions from its messages. Although it hadn't harmed her yet, if this continued, the spider might lose patience and kill her outright. After a long while, the giant spider seemed to have made up its mind and sent another message, "Human. There's something I want an answer to from you, but I can't understand your language. Do you have a way to make me understand you? Otherwise, my offspring won't keep obeying me, they're already starving." Annie glanced at the smaller spiders beside her. Though called small, they varied in size, the smallest only the size of a little finger, while the largest were as big as cows and sheep. They all glared at Annie menacingly, a stark contrast to the giant spider's attitude. Annie had no doubt that without the giant spider's intervention, these smaller spiders would have attacked her immediately. And swallowed hard, racking her brains to figure out how to accurately convey her meaning to the giant spider. Professor Doran had taught her about magical beasts at the Norma Empire Magic Academy. There were 3 ways for humans to communicate with magical beasts without barriers. The first method is to raise the monster from its cub stage. Monsters are much more intelligent than ordinary wild animals. They can quickly understand human language and communicate in their own way, forming a tacit understanding with their owners. Just like the relationship between Xiaoxue and Annie at the beginning. The second type is a special kind of magic that can convert animal language into human language, or vice versa. This magic is relatively rare and belongs to the auxiliary category. Those who possess this magic usually end up as beast tamers. When Motley learned how to tame a griffin, he used this animal language conversion magic. The third type is forming a contract. The power of a contract is very magical. It can directly affect the soul, like the necromancy contract between Annie and Bourne. Although Bourne already knew human language, the power of the contract opened a soul channel between Annie and Bourne. This channel is different from the soul connection between Annie and Xiaoxue. Although Xiaoxue is Annie's magical beast, the two didn't form a contract. They simply spent a lot of time together, and their deep affection led to this unconscious connection, a connection that was both real and unreal. The soul channel is real and tangible, allowing one to clearly understand the other's intentions, regardless of distance. With these 3 methods before her, Annie immediately ruled out the first. After all, this giant spider had lived for countless years. It was impossible to raise it from a cub. The second method was also currently unfeasible. Annie herself didn't possess the magic to translate animal language, let alone Xiaoxue and Adams. Perhaps Dylan knew a little, but he wasn't present. Therefore, only the third method remained. However, the third method was very risky. To form a contract with a magical beast, one needed immense soul power, otherwise, failure was highly likely. Furthermore, facing a powerful magical beast like the giant spider, it certainly wouldn't agree to a master-servant contract. Therefore, only an equal symbiotic contract would be possible. In this case, if the magical beast's power became too great, Annie wouldn't be able to control it. "Have you thought it through?" the giant spider asked impatiently. Annie sighed. She hadn't signed a contract with Xiaoxua yet, partly because she didn't want to burden Xiaoxua too much. If Xiaoxua ever learned the truth about her parents and wanted to leave, she could do so at any time. Therefore, her soul had ample space to accommodate other magical beasts. Annie took a deep breath, calming her somewhat tense emotions, before slowly extending her right index finger. Her finger moved gently in the air, each movement creating a string of strange runes. These runes intertwined and entwined, ultimately forming a complex and mysterious magic circle. As the magic circle was completed, Annie unhesitatingly poured a sliver of her soul power into it. Instantly, the magic circle shone brightly, its dazzling light as intense as the sun, illuminating the entire cave. The once dark and deep cave was now as clear as day. The giant spider was startled by the sudden burst of light, its eyes filled with vigilance. Although Anne didn't utter a word, her actions clearly expressed her intentions and determination. Anne stared intently at the giant spider, her gaze firm and resolute. She knew the situation was extremely dangerous. If she couldn't persuade the spider, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, at this moment, she had no other choice but to take a desperate gamble. This is the only way I can think of. Anne gritted her teeth and said to herself. She raised her head, meeting the spider's gaze, as if trying to see through its eyes to the deepest fear and unease within. Human, don't even think about scheming against me. The giant spider roared. There's never anything good to make a contract with a human, and I will never make one. The smaller spiders beside it began to stir, seemingly influenced by the giant spider's emotions, making incessant clicking sounds. Anne clearly received these messages, her heart sinking, but she quickly gritted her teeth, withstood the pressure, and looked firmly at the giant spider. Believe it or not, this is an equal symbiotic contract. Once the contract is signed, our relationship is equal. If you die, it will affect me. If I die, it will affect you. This is fair to both of us. The giant spider didn't understand what Annie was talking about, but it could read a lot of information from her resolute eyes. The giant spider hesitated slightly, then gently touched the magic circle with its forelimbs, sensing the flow of magic within. After a long while, the giant spider slowly relaxed. Is this a contract of equal coexistence? The giant spider's eyes gradually softened. Human, you are special, but you are not qualified to bind my life to you. Annie knew that if she didn't reveal some of her strength, this giant spider would never sign a contract with her. She unleashed a surge of magic power and activated the spirit division technique. Instantly, the magic power in the surrounding space surged, forming a huge vortex. Chapter 311. Annie had absolute confidence in the spirit division technique. Although it was only 1/6 of the spirit division and soul fusion technique, this peerless skill passed down from ancient times possessed unimaginable power. Sure enough, the giant spider suddenly took 2 steps back, its eyes flashing with horror, as if some deeply ingrained terror was unfolding before its eyes. Annie said in a deep voice, my strength is indeed not strong now, but I still have room to grow. With the spirit division technique, I'm confident I won't be inferior to anyone. The giant spider's 8 eyes widened, emitting a terrified aura. This is a divine skill. Huh? This time it was Annie's turn to be confused. What divine skill? Without the slightest hesitation, the giant spider extracted a portion of its soul power and quickly injected it into the magic circle in front of it. Surprisingly, the soul power it separated was actually more than Annie's, which undoubtedly gave Annie a great deal of room to maneuver. If Annie had wanted to, she could easily have changed the type of the magic circle, transforming it into a master-servant contract. However, Annie didn't take this action. Instead, she decisively activated the magic circle. Instantly, the magic circle burst into dazzling light, and 2 pale green beams shot out like meteors, piercing directly into the space between their brows. Then, these beams left unique marks deep within their souls. It worked. Annie opened her eyes, letting out a long sigh of relief. As long as the contract was established, the giant spider couldn't possibly let her die. If she died, it would be a catastrophe for the giant spider. Master! A deep voice echoed in Annie's mind. Without a doubt, it was the voice of the giant spider before her. Annie smiled. Your voice is quite distinctive. My name is Annie. We have an equal symbiotic contract, not a master-servant contract, so you don't need to call me master. The giant spider was clearly taken aback. Huh? Why? Master clearly possesses divine abilities. Why would you sign an equal symbiotic contract with a little insect like me? Annie waved her hand. What little insect? I never seen such a big insect. We agreed beforehand to sign an equal symbiotic contract, and I'm not one to break my word. The giant spider slightly swayed its body, scattering all the smaller spiders around it, and then said to Annie, "Come in with me." It then headed towards one of the cave entrances, and Annie quickly followed. The giant spider led Annie through countless twists and turns, until Annie was completely disoriented, before finally stopping in a very spacious cavern. The ceiling was covered with large and small cocoons, presumably the giant spider's prey. Annie sighed inwardly. If she were to search on her own, she didn't know how long it would take to find this place. Suddenly, she remembered the purpose of her visit and quickly said, "By the way, I actually came here to rescue my companion. I wonder if you could release him." "Don't worry, we won't cause you any trouble." The giant spider asked, "Your companion? What does he look like?" Annie said, "He was captured by you last night. He has blonde hair, and is a male human." "Oh!" A deep growl echoed, as the massive spider swiftly climbed towards the cave ceiling, reaching the large cocoons in the blink of an eye. The giant spider extended several hairy legs, briefly probing before precisely plucking a relatively new-looking cocoon. It then nimbly retraced its steps, returning to its starting point. With its sharp fangs, it easily tore open the cocoon's hard shell, revealing the figure of a man. Harley. Harley's eyes were closed, his entire body covered in a sticky, wet liquid, lying unconscious on the ground. His lips were a strange purple, making one wonder if he was poisoned or suffering from oxygen deprivation. Annie rushed forward, carefully examining Harley's condition, and anxiously asked, What happened to him? Is he in mortal danger?" The giant spider calmly replied, "Don't worry, he's fine for now. I always prefer fresh and delicious food, so I didn't kill him. However, he did suffer from some mild poisoning, and it will probably take some time for it to be completely eliminated from his body." Hearing this, Annie's heart finally settled down a little. She looked up and asked Giant Spider, "What's your name?" The giant spider thought for a moment. I don't have a name. We all distinguish each other by scent. Sometimes even my mother can't tell me apart from my brothers and sisters." Annie thought for a moment and said, "But you're unique to me. I can't always call you Big Spider, it sounds awful. How about I call you Little Spider?" Little Spider? The giant spider seemed a bit stunned. "I don't understand the meaning of a name, but since Master has said so, I'd be called Little Spider." Annie put her hands on her hips. "I told you not to call me Master, my name is Annie, just call me Annie." "Ah, Annie," Little Spider said. Annie beamed, "Haha, that's more like it. By the way, what were you going to ask me earlier?" The little spider rubbed its two enormous fangs together, slowly voicing its question. I sense the aura of an ancestor on you. I want to obtain the bloodline inheritance of an ancestor. I wonder if you can help me." Annie was taken aback. "Ancestor? What ancestor?" The little spider explained, "We cave demon spiders have the bloodline of the ancient death demon spider flowing through our veins. As long as we can obtain the bloodline inheritance, our strength will advance by leaps and bounds, restoring our ancient glory." Annie understood, but upon closer inspection, something didn't seem right. Back in the Broken Earth Palace, Dao Kuang had clearly stated that the giant spider was a cave demon spider, and from its appearance, it was indeed almost identical to the little spider before her, with no difference whatsoever. If anything, that cave demon spider was much stronger, having already reached the supreme origin realm. I have indeed encountered other cave spiders before, but as for that ancestral aura you mentioned, I really have no clue. Annie then recounted her experiences in the ruined cave to the little spider. The little spider was astonished upon hearing this, its forelimbs flailing wildly in front of it, appearing extremely excited. "Ah! So it was him. What?" Annie was a little confused. "You know him?" "Of course I know him," Little Spider said excitedly. "He's the king of our cave spider clan. Tens of thousands of years ago, after the War of the Gods, the cave spider clan could only survive in the underground world of the far west, living a miserable life. But only 1,000 years later, a powerful cave spider appeared. He led our people back, fighting against the mountain dwarves and elves in the misty forest, and conquering vast swathes of land. But in the later stages of the battle, the humans joined the fight, inflicting devastating blows on us. In the end, we were defeated, and our king was captured. I never imagined he was guarding the earth-shattering soul there." Annie frowned. "You remember things from tens of thousands of years ago so clearly?" Little Spider shook his head. "These things exist in our inherited memories. I now, only 200 years old. This information was passed down to me by my mother. It's the history of our cave spider clan. Oh. Annie nodded. I see. We often hear about the War of the Gods, but what exactly was it? Little Spider replied, I don't know either, but it said that after that war, many races on the continent disappeared, and some races changed their forms and lifestyles to ensure their survival. In any case, that war changed the entire continent's landscape. My only memories are of our clan's displacement after that war, nothing more. Annie sighed. Let's ask Dao Quang about this later. Little Spider, I understand what you mean, but I really have no clue about the Death Spider's bloodline. However, I know someone very knowledgeable, but unfortunately, I can't contact him right now. He'd definitely have a way. Little Spider was slightly disappointed, but still said, okay, I understand. I wait for you here. Annie said, actually, you could come out with me and go to the main plane. Little Spider shook her head. No, our souls are trapped here. We can't get out. If we did, we'd be punished by the laws of heaven and earth, which is terrifying. We'd be instantly annihilated. Huh? Annie asked, puzzled. Why? Didn't you come here willingly? Little Spider explained, I was born here, but according to my mother's memories, she was captured from the far west more than 600 years ago. A restriction was placed on her soul, and this restriction is passed down to the next generation. None of us living in this secret realm can leave, except for one. Annie quickly asked, what? A magical creature formed purely from the magic here. Little Spider said. Those creatures have no markings in their souls. They are simply formed from the magic of heaven and earth here. They have never even existed in the prime material plane. I know there's one outside this forest. It created a flower field, and all those flowers are its prey. Annie gave a wry smile. The one you're talking about, is it a giant toad? Oh! Little Spider asked in surprise. You seen it? Annie said, I seen it more than just seen it. I suffered at its hands for many days before finally killing it. So it's a magical creature from here. Little Spider's eyes widened in astonishment. Oh! You killed it? As far as I know, it's very powerful, definitely beyond your ability to fight, and its true form is hidden deep underground. How did you kill it? Annie recounted how her group was trapped in the flower sea, how they dug their way underground, and finally killed the giant toad. Even so, Little Spider remained skeptical. Finally, Annie had no choice but to take out the magic core she had already absorbed, and only then did Little Spider believe her. Unbelievable. That guy was actually killed too. Little Spider exclaimed. Annie, you truly are a powerful being. Making a contract with you was definitely a wise choice. Annie smiled. I didn't kill him alone. I had companions. Although I'd love to have you as one of my companions, unfortunately, you can't leave the secret realm. Companions? Little Spider said, if we were just in the secret realm, I could move freely, but the creatures here are extremely powerful, and many are beyond my capabilities. Annie immediately said happily, if you could travel with me, that would be wonderful. But after a moment, Annie became troubled again. Wait a minute. You're an undead-type magical beast, and my companions are currently all. If the people of the Holy See discover you, who knows what kind of trouble will ensue? Little Spider shook its head. What is the Holy See? Annie found it difficult to explain, so it said, could you not appear directly in front of us, but just follow us in the shadows? Little Spider nodded. No problem. We are creatures that move in the dark, and we don't like contact with humans, except when we're food. Annie's eye twitched. All right, it's settled then. Once I regained communication with Grandpa Dao Quang, I asked about the Death Spider bloodline. Now I'm taking Harley out. You guys hide, and pretend you haven't noticed me. I go out by myself. Little Spider nodded and said, okay, I arranged for my offspring not to appear, you can go without worry. Outside the cave, Adams and Little Snow stared at each other, warily watching their surroundings and observing the cave entrance. Time passed slowly, but Annie still hadn't emerged. Adams asked worriedly Little Snow, look, Annie's been in there for so long, why hasn't she come out yet? Has she encountered some danger? Little Snow rolled her eyes at him, and made a snort. Oh. Adams nodded yes, if she were really in danger, she would definitely call for help. But so much time has passed, she hasn't cried for help, nor has she come out. What's going on? Just then, Adams suddenly widened his eyes, and exclaimed, oh dear. Little Snow was startled, and let out a low growl at Adams. Adams quickly patted Shushua's broad, sturdy shoulder, saying worriedly, could Annie be in some kind of terrible danger? Shushu froze, her eyes filled with concern. Adams pondered for a moment, then said firmly, this won't do. If she doesn't make a sound in 10 minutes, we have to rush in and check on her. We absolutely can't let anything happen to her. Just then, Shishua's eyes lit up as she looked towards the cave entrance. She saw a small figure struggling to pull a heavy object forward. Xiaoxua immediately straightened up. Adams, noticing the unusual movement, quickly looked towards the entrance and saw that the figure was Annie, and she was dragging the still unconscious Harley. And waved breathlessly, "Come help me. This thing is so heavy." Chapter 312. As a relative of the Adventurers Guild, Phineas had never experienced such a difficult situation. She was drenched in sweat, feeling as if she were in a sea of fire. Everywhere she looked was a fiery red expanse, with scorching lava slowly flowing down, melting a long trench in the ground that stretched into the distance. She carefully discerned her direction, and could see Panchon Mountain in the distance, but she didn't want to go there. She had other purposes. She needed to first pass on the information she had gathered to the Adventurers Guild before meeting up with Annie and the others. She just didn't know if Annie and the others would still be at Panchon by then. With a whoosh, a red arrow of light shot out from the nearby lava river, heading straight for Phineas's head. Phineas reacted quickly. She had been here for almost 2 days, and had encountered this situation countless times. She immediately lashed out with her whip, dispersing the arrow of light. Something lurked in the lava river, constantly eyeing Phineas, and frequently launching sneak attacks. This forced Phineas to always find a place far away from the lava, even when she needed to rest. "There's such a handful." Phineas lashed out at her whip, rewinding it around her waist. She was determined to continue in the opposite direction of the mountain path. Although she didn't know what lay ahead, at least she could escape the church's territory, greatly increasing her chances of encountering her fellow adventurers from the Adventurers Guild. She had been in this magical realm for 8 days, traversing numerous mountains, large and small, avoiding all dangers as much as possible. Even when encountering easily defeatable magical beasts, she hadn't lingered in combat, her only thought being to escape the church's territory as quickly as possible. However, within this secret realm, she had no sense of direction. Even traveling non-stop, she had no idea where she was, or how far she was from the Adventurers Guild's territory. She could only continue forward. 2 days ago, she arrived at this lava world. Everywhere, crisscrossing rivers of lava flowed, and scalding lava poured continuously from the summit of a distant volcano. The closer she got to the volcano, the hotter the lava became, and the denser the lava rivers grew. The surrounding air was filled with a pungent smell of sulfur. Small holes and narrow cracks in the ground spewed out plumes of hot air. Anyone who accidentally touched them would surely be burned. As a fire elemental mage, Phineas possessed a natural sensitivity to the dangers here. Therefore, even after 2 days, she remained in good condition and felt no discomfort. However, she now faced a problem: the distant volcano. She was getting closer and closer, and the closer she got, the more she felt that a great danger lurked within it. Unfortunately, the volcano stood right in her path. Taking a detour would take an unknown amount of time, and time was her greatest concern. "Lord Jafari, you really know how to make things difficult for me." Phineas gritted her teeth. She had no other choice but to try her luck and see if she could cross this dangerous volcano. The closer she got to the volcano, the more attacks Phineas encountered. Before, it was just occasional rockets fired from the lava river, but now the frequency of the rockets had increased significantly, and the surrounding temperature was much hotter. Phineas gently unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of her blouse. As the garment opened, a glimpse of her snow-white breasts was revealed, trembling slightly, mesmerizing to all who beheld her. She waved a large leaf she had picked up from somewhere, trying to bring herself some coolness. After all, she was alone, so she could do whatever she pleased, as if it were nothing more than comfortable. However, at that moment, a strange feeling welled up inside her. Phineas keenly sensed a strong killing intent permeating the air, and her eyes instantly sharpened. Almost instinctively, she quickly untied the whip from her waist, gripped it tightly in her hand, and assumed a defensive stance, ready for battle. Then, from behind the rocks on either side, 4 enormous wolf-like magical beasts slowly emerged. These demonic beasts were fiery red, like burning flames, with streaks of fire swirling around their tails. They bared their fangs, their sharp teeth gleaming coldly, staring menacingly at Phineas, as if ready to pounce and tear her to shreds at any moment. Faced with such a perilous situation, Phineas involuntarily took 2 steps back. But just then, she heard a low growl behind her. Startled, she quickly turned around to look, only to be shocked to find 2 wolves also glaring at her menacingly. She realized she was surrounded by fire wolves, her path blocked from all sides by these ferocious beasts. Her heart pounded, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Tension and fear made her body tremble slightly. She tried to remain calm, but her voice still trembled uncontrollably. She forced a smile that looked more like a grimace and said, good little dogs, I was just passing by. I really won't bother you. Could you please let me through? However, the low growls of the fire wolves clearly conveyed their intentions. They obviously saw her as a delicious meal. Finnis sighed helplessly, quickly calming herself and briefly assessing the situation. 6 fire wolves had her tightly surrounded. Wolves are known for their pack behavior, always attacking as a team. Now, the 6 wolves were so close together that it was difficult to identify the alpha wolf. Perhaps the cunning leader wasn't among them, but rather observing the battle from a distance. This suggested that there were likely far more than just these 6 fire wolves lying in ambush. Thinking this, Finnis's heart grew heavier. Sigh, sister, I really don't want to fight, but you're forcing me, so don't blame me, Finnis said softly, her whip immediately rising and lashing out at the 2 fire wolves to her left. Seeing Finnis make her move, the 2 fire wolves immediately retreated, walking back about 3 or 4 meters, causing the whip to miss its mark. Simultaneously, the wolves on the right and behind them swarmed forward, 2 attacking the upper body and 2 the lower body, their division of labor precise and swift. Wolves are known for their cunning and resourcefulness. In battle, they never engage in direct confrontation, always using their numerical advantage to wear down their opponents until their prey is exhausted and powerless to resist. But Finnis had anticipated this. She spun around, her whip wrapping around the waist of one wolf, then lashed it to the other side. Finnis herself then leaped into the air, dodging the attacks of the other 3 wolves, and burst out of the encirclement, running wildly towards the volcano. Seeing that Finnis had broken through the encirclement, the fire wolves immediately turned and gave chase. One wolf let out a loud howl, the sound echoing across the barren volcano, seemingly carrying for a very long distance. Finnis frowned slightly. These wolves were not easy to deal with. Escaping their pursuit would likely take some effort. Sure enough, the magical beasts were much faster than Finnis. Soon, one wolf caught up with her and lunged for her thigh. Without turning her head, Finnis lashed out with her whip, striking the wolf hard on the forehead. This time, she used her magic. A violent burst of fire element exploded on the wolf's head with a loud boom, sparks flying everywhere. The fire wolf howled in pain and collapsed to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Hee hee. Now you know how powerful your sister is, you stinky dog. Finnis laughed triumphantly. However, while one fire wolf was wounded, 5 more were still pursuing her. These 5 wolves were clearly much stronger, and they spread out, forming a semi-encircling formation, driving Finnis towards her left front. Dealing with these highly intelligent magical beasts was truly giving Finnis a headache. If she didn't turn left front, she would inevitably be attacked by the fire wolves, but if she did turn left front, who knew what awaited her? After a brief moment of thought, Finnis's eyes hardened. She decided not to change direction. Even if it meant another fierce battle with the fire wolves, she couldn't let their scheme succeed. Finnis took a deep breath, quickly adjusted her stance, gripped her whip tightly in her right hand, and then swung it forcefully, the whip shooting like lightning straight towards the approaching fire wolf on her right. The fire wolf seemed to sense the danger, nimbly ducking its head, and successfully dodging the attack. Huh? Finnis exclaimed softly, a hint of anger flashing across her face. You stinky dog, I didn't expect you to be so agile. Show me another one, she said. Before she finished speaking, she swung her whip again, this time faster and at a more cunning angle, forcing the fire wolf to slow down and slightly sidestep to avoid being hit. Seeing this opportunity, Finnis didn't hesitate to accelerate, speeding away through the gap the fire wolf had created. The fire wolves were clearly taken aback by Finnis's sudden escape. They quickly adjusted their formation and gave chase. This pursuit didn't last long. After Finnis passed through a dense stone forest, she was blocked by a huge river of lava. She had to stop her escape, standing somewhat bewildered before the wide lava river. 6 fire wolves slowly approached from behind, panting heavily. Clearly, they hadn't encountered such a fast prey in a long time. But this prey not only ran fast, it also cursed them as stinking dogs as it ran. Finnis turned around with a wry smile, facing the 6 fierce-looking fire wolves, and said, "Stupid dogs, you've been chasing me all this way. Even if I'm pretty, it doesn't mean you have to chase me like this. After all, we're different species, and I don't engage in interracial romances." The 6 fire wolves bared their teeth, pale yellow saliva dripping from their mouths, falling to the ground and evaporating into wisps of white smoke from the intense heat. Finnis looked at the scorching ground beneath his feet, and smiled slightly. "Hey, you stinky dogs are pretty impressive. Running on this hot ground for so long without shoes, How did you do it? Can you teach me? One of the fire wolves couldn't wait any longer. It pounced first, biting at Phineas's neck. Phineas's eyes turned cold. He nimbly dodged to the right, simultaneously lashing out with his whip, which accurately wrapped around the fire wolf's neck. The fire wolf immediately sensed danger and desperately scratched at the whip around its neck with its front paws, but the whip was incredibly tough, and no matter how much it struggled, it was futile. Phineas then pulled hard with both hands, and the fire wolf's massive body plunged into the lava river behind it. With a splash, the fire wolf unsurprisingly fell directly into the lava river, immediately sending up plumes of white smoke, accompanied by the fire wolf's pitiful howl, and a faint smell of roasting meat. Ouch! Phineas exclaimed dramatically, "You stinky dog, watch out. No bathing here." A short while later, the fire wolf vanished into the lava, its howling abruptly ceasing, leaving only the bubbling of the lava river. The other 5 fire wolves were startled by this sight, exchanging glances and hesitant to attack again. Phineas breathed a sigh of relief. With the lava river behind her, these fire wolves shouldn't dare attack her recklessly, otherwise, she was confident she could throw them back into the lava. The situation remained tense. One of the fire wolves howled at the sky again, the howl echoing and making Phineas very uncomfortable. "Hey, you stinking dog, shut up. Even if you call your leader over, it won't do you any good." "I won't give in," Phineas said hatefully. Shortly afterward, about 5 more fire wolves arrived from different directions. With their numbers increasing, these fire wolves grew bolder, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust as they began to approach Phineas step by step. Phineas's heart sank. If they attacked one by one, she could handle it, but if they swarmed her, and her retreat was blocked by the lava river, she would truly have nowhere to escape. What to do? What to do? What to do? Phineas's mind raced, searching for a solution. From their previous exchange, Phineas had a basic understanding of their opponent's strength. They were likely both around the 9th level of the Liyuan realm, slightly weaker than her. However, magical beasts are inherently more powerful, and the opponents outnumbered her. A direct confrontation was definitely not a wise move, but now she was isolated and helpless. What else could she do but fight? Escape was impossible unless... Phineas glanced back at the lava river behind her, filled with churning, scorching red lava. Without a doubt, anyone who fell in would be melted to ashes, just like the fire wolf from before. Just then, Phineas saw a huge black shadow in the lava river. She rubbed her eyes hard, confirming she wasn't mistaken. The black shadow flickered in and out of existence in the fiery lava, seemingly swimming and moving. Phineas was immediately stunned. What the hell? Chapter 313. The enormous black shadow lingered for a while, seemingly detecting Phineas's presence. Suddenly, it turned and charged towards her, causing the surrounding lava to surge and bubble violently. Phineas was startled, but quickly a plan formed in her mind. She glanced back at the slowly approaching fire wolves and chuckled, "You stinky dogs, I'm going first." The fire wolves, completely oblivious to her words, assumed she had given up and was about to jump into the lava herself. They rushed forward. Wouldn't it be a loss to let their prey melt in the lava? However, suddenly, bursts of flame erupted beneath Phineas's feet, propelling her into the air. At the same time, a gigantic figure burst forth from the lava, a massive, fiery red serpent. The serpent's target was clearly the spot where Phineas had stood, but she was nowhere to be seen. Phineas gasped when she saw the giant snake in midair. She stepped on its head, using its upward momentum to launch herself into the air, performing a beautiful backflip over all the attacking fire wolves before landing safely on the ground. The unfortunate fire wolves had been swallowed whole by the snake. Some were injured by the powerful impact, coughing up blood and collapsing, unable to rise again. The luckier ones could still move, but were utterly terrified, howling and fleeing with their tails between their legs. Phineas stood up, clapped her hands, and chuckled, "You stinky dog, now you know I'm not so easy to catch. Get lost." Seeing the remaining 5 fire wolves flee in panic, Phineas dared not linger. The giant serpent in front of her tilted its head back and swallowed the remaining 3 fire wolves whole. This monster was far more terrifying than the fire wolves. Just as Phineas was preparing to sneak away, while the giant serpent was devouring them, the lava river churned again. A giant serpent of similar size crawled out from within, flicked its tail, and swept up the 2 severely wounded and dead fire wolves from the ground, feeding them into its mouth. "Oh my God!" Phineas exclaimed in fright. "Run!" She couldn't care less about anything else at that moment. Flames flickered beneath her feet as she used her magic to speed away. However, the instant she released her magic, it immediately alerted the 2 giant serpents. Their flat pupils held no emotion whatsoever, only the primal craving for food. Whoosh. With a series of whooshing sounds, two giant serpents swiftly emerged from the scalding lava river and pounced straight at Phineas. Phineas felt like crying. He had just escaped the pack of ferocious fire wolves, and now he was facing two even more troublesome, enormous lava serpents. It seemed his previous good fortune had come to an end. These two lava serpents were enormous, but their speed was anything but slow. They not only relentlessly pursued Phineas, but also frequently spewed out jets of scorching fire, aiming straight for Phineas's back. Phineas was now in a state of utter disarray, forced to flee at all costs, while constantly wary of the deadly fireballs fired from behind. Damn it! Did I just infiltrate your hideout? Phineas roared furiously. Unfortunately, all she received in return were two deafening roars and two rockets streaked with light. Ouch! To avoid the attack, Phineas tripped and fell forward, landing face first on the scorching ground. It's hot! A normal person's first reaction to falling would be ouch. But here, Phineas only felt the ground was incredibly hot, so hot that she quickly scrambled to her feet. However, just as she stood up, two lava snakes caught up, almost simultaneously opening their blood-red jaws and biting down. Phineas felt a stench assault her nostrils. She hadn't even regained her balance, let alone run. This is it. Not only did I fail to send the message, but I'm also going to lose my life. Just as Phineas was about to give up, a hand suddenly grabbed her arm and forcefully pulled her into a crevice in the rocks. A deafening roar. Two lava snakes slammed into the ground simultaneously, creating a crack and sending dust billowing up. Phineas stared wide-eyed at the face so close to hers, utterly incredulous. The other man pulled her into his arms, gently adjusting his signature gold-rimmed glasses with his left hand, and smiled slightly. Oh, isn't this Phineas, the beauty of Misty City? What a coincidence! Phineas snapped out of her daze, and exclaimed in surprise, Lord Farid? Oh dear! Farid exclaimed dramatically, Why are you calling me Lord the moment we meet? It's so formal. Call me Brother Farid. Get lost. Phineas punched Farid hard in the chest, the blow landing with a dull thud. Farid groaned, waving his hand. Stop! You actually hit me. I just saved you. Is this how you treat your savior and old flame? Phineas's eyebrows shot up. Who's your old flame? If Lord Jafari hadn't sent me to help you in Misty City, I wouldn't have wanted to go to that remote place. Farid chuckled. What's wrong with Misty City? The environment there is wonderful. I turned Misty City into an adventurer's paradise in the Norma Empire. Phineas waved his hand impatiently. All right, stop bragging. How did you end up here? Did Lord Jafari send you? Farid gave a playful smile. Oh, you figured it out. Lord Jafari has been thinking about you for a long time. To ensure your safety, you specially brought me all the way from Misty City to find you. Tell me, I'm a branch administrator. How did I become your bodyguard? It's clear Lord Jafari values you highly. Phineas raised his fist. If you keep talking nonsense, I punch you again. Don't think I don't know. Lord Jafari definitely knows I'd be transmitting messages in the secret realm, but I don't know anyone else in the association. Only you know me well, so he sent you to meet me. Farid chuckled. Looks like your IQ has improved over the years. Bang! Farid received another heavy punch to the chest. Ugh! Farid grunted again, damn it. Can you go a little lighter? How am I supposed to find a boyfriend if I like hitting people so much? I'm as beautiful as a flower. I have no trouble finding a boyfriend. Lord Farid needn't worry. Phineas raised her eyebrows smugly. Farid rubbed his chest. All right, let's get down to business. How's the task Lord Jafari gave you going? Phineas pouted. Do we have to say it here? She pointed to their surroundings. The two were now pressed tightly together, surrounded by hard rock. The crevice was very narrow, barely big enough for two people. Luckily, they were both quite large, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to squeeze in. Outside the crevice, two lava snakes were still watching intently. Their failed attack had clearly angered them, and they were now pacing back and forth outside the crevice, searching for a way to open it. Farid hesitated. There's no way around it. To get here as quickly as possible, I didn't collect any secret realm origins along the way. I'm still at the peak of the Li Yuan realm, not yet at the Qi Yuan realm. These two snakes seem to be around the third level of the Qi Yuan realm. With our combined strength, I'm afraid we can't handle them. Useless. Phineas scoffed. I don't know why Lord Jafari sent you here. You can't even handle two small snakes. Farid wasn't angry. What's the use of saying this? You can't handle these two snakes either. You still need me to save you. Hurry up and think of a way. Phineas calmed down and thought carefully. The crevice was extremely narrow, getting narrower the further in they went. The two of them couldn't go any further. Outside the crevice were two enraged snakes, spewing flames from their mouths. The two of them were definitely no match for them. Beneath their feet was hard rock. Even if it were soil, Phineas dared not dig it open. After all, he didn't know if there was another hidden river of lava below. Finally, Phineas looked up at the sky, where a narrow crevice led directly to the top of the massive rock. "Looks like this is the only way we can go," Farid muttered, adjusting his glasses. "I never imagined a gentleman as refined as myself would have to climb up like this." Sigh. How undignified. Enough talk, let's get started. Phineas interrupted him without hesitation, preparing to begin his ascent. But then, something suddenly occurred to her. She turned to Farid and said, "You go up first?" Farid paused for a moment, then grinned slyly, chuckling mischievously, "Oh dear, we're inseparable partners. Why are you so wary of me? Do you think I'd be peeping under your skirt down there?" Seeing this, Phineas immediately raised his clenched fist, assuming a punching stance, glaring angrily at Farid and demanding, "Are you going or not?" Faced with Phineas's threat, Farid could only shrink back, shaking his head helplessly, and sighed, "Alas. It's truly disheartening. We've been through so much together back then, and now our deep friendship of these past few years has faded." Despite his words, Farid still got to work. He braced himself against the stone walls with both hands, pushed off with his feet, and began to climb, his movements incredibly practiced. Phineas laughed. "Oh, the elegant and refined Lord Farid, the administrator of the Misty City Adventurers Guild, is so skilled at climbing walls. It's truly a rare and unforgettable sight." Facing Phineas's mockery, Farid's eye twitched. "I suggest you hurry up too. Those two snakes are probably getting impatient." Sure enough, no sooner had he spoken than a rumbling sound erupted outside. The two lava snakes launched an attack on the crevice, massive fireballs raining down outside, smashing the surrounding boulders into a shower of debris. Seeing this, Phineas quickly followed Farid uphill. However, she had already unbuttoned 2 buttons of her shirt, and the long run had left her even more disheveled. Due to the heat, Phineas was drenched in sweat. From Farid's perspective, he could see a pair of gleaming, rosy breasts. For a moment, Farid was stunned, his eyes fixed on the deep cleavage. Phineas climbed for a while, then suddenly noticed that Farid had stopped. Confused, she looked up and saw Farid staring intently at her, a strange feeling creeping over her. Following Farid's gaze, she realized she had just exposed herself. Her face flushed crimson, and she quickly pulled her clothes up with one hand, glaring at Farid with eyes that seemed to spit fire. "Farid! If you look again, I gouge your eyes out." Farid was startled by the shout. A little embarrassed, he touched his nose and chuckled dryly, "Heh, don't look, don't look." Then he turned and continued climbing. Rumble. The two lava snakes continued their relentless effort to break down the boulder, hoping to widen the crevice and find Phineas hiding inside. Unbeknownst to them, their prey had already left their spot and was now on the boulder above them. "Phew!" Farid let out a long sigh of relief, then pulled Phineas, who had poked his head out of the crevice. The two sat down on the boulder, panting heavily. "Hey, thankfully, this rock isn't too hot," Phineas exclaimed in surprise. "Of course," Farid replied. "The entire area is filled with magma underground, so the surface temperature is extremely high. Only high-level fire elemental magical beasts can survive here." Phineas looked back. The rock was enormous, and there were many similar boulders nearby, standing out starkly in this place filled with magma rivers. But this was a magical realm, these things couldn't be judged by ordinary standards. Besides, without these boulders, they wouldn't have escaped the magma serpent's pursuit. Farid carefully moved to the edge of the boulder and looked down. He saw that the two magma serpents, unaware that the two were no longer in the crevice, were still attacking it. "Let's get out of here first. If those two find out we're not in the crevice, they might come looking for us, and that would be troublesome." Phineas nodded. "Okay, where do we go?" Farid stood up, looked around, and pointed to the massive volcano that was constantly erupting red lava. "Let's go there." Phineas's eyes widened instantly. "Are you out of your mind? Do you even know where that is?" Farid smiled slightly. "Of course I know." He then took a fiery red key from his pocket. The key shimmered with light, subtly reflecting the power of the volcano. Phineas gasped, covering his mouth in surprise. "The key to the secret realm?" Chapter 314. Farid laughed. "Coincidentally, the key to the secret realm we found this time is the key to the fire elemental secret realm, and the fire elemental secret realm is located inside the volcano." Phineas stared wide-eyed at the fiery red key in Farid's hand, stammering, but, this is the Holy See." "That's right. Before Phineas could finish, Farid interrupted. This is the Holy Sea's territory, surrounded by their people. But this is also a magical secret realm. Within a secret realm, there are no territories. If you're strong enough, this is your territory. Every time this volcano opens, it attracts all fire elemental mages to enter and gain power. The Holy See has never stopped them. After all, this place is already close to the edge. Besides, the Light Secret Realm. One entrance is in Panshan, the other in Yinyang Valley, both very far from here. There's no need for them to concern themselves with things here. Panshan? Phineas paused, remembering what Dylan had said before. After entering the secret realm, everyone would gather at Panshan. So Panshan had an entrance to the Light Secret Realm. Gathering there would allow them to quickly enter. But who held the key to light? Phineas suddenly thought of something and turned to Farid, asking him, Aren't you a lightning mage? Why did the guild master let you hold the fire element secret realm key? Farid chuckled, Guess? Phineas pouted, Fine, don't tell me. I'm telling you in advance, entering the elemental secret realm is extremely dangerous for mages who aren't of the corresponding element, and you won't gain anything. Think it over. Farid shook his head and said, Who told you I was going into the fire realm? I'm not stupid, I'm not going in. Go yourself. With that, he shoved the key to the realm into Phineas's hand. Huh? Phineas was stunned, clutching the key to the secret realm, somewhat at a loss. But, seeing Phineas's embarrassed look, Farid burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, you really haven't changed a bit. Let me tell you the truth, I brought some people with me this time, all top-tier fire elemental mages in the association, about a dozen of them. They all came to this area to find you. Whoever finds you first will take you to the volcano. It seems we two are destined to meet. Phineas glared at him. Fine. You actually dare to mock me. Rumble. Another loud explosion rang out, and the lava snakes below seemed about to shatter the crevice. Farid grabbed Phineas's hand and said, Let's go quickly, let's leave this place. I explained Lord Jafarli's plan to you in detail later. Phineas knew that this place was not safe to stay in, so he nodded and followed Farid, quickly leaving the boulder and speeding towards the crater. Even after escaping the boulder's range, the two remained vigilant. They suspected the two lava snakes would become even more enraged upon discovering no one in the crevice, and whether they would pursue them was uncertain. Therefore, they maintained their speed. Suddenly, as they rounded a corner, they encountered a fire wolf. Phineas immediately noticed a deep, bleeding wound on the wolf's right hind leg, a gruesome sight. Ah, it's that fire wolf from before. This was one of the fire wolves that had chased Phineas earlier. It had been lucky during the magma snake attack, only sustaining a leg injury and escaping immediately. Unexpectedly, it had run into him here. As the saying goes, enemies are especially hostile when they meet. The moment this fire wolf saw Phineas, its eyes turned bloodshot, its fur bristled, and it let out a low growl. Farid frowned. This fire wolf seems to be the wolf king of this area. What's it doing here? Phineas was taken aback. The wolf king? It's the wolf king? Farid nodded. This guy's cunning. It knew I brought a group of people, so it always followed us from a distance, only attacking when we were alone. One of our brothers almost fell for its trick. Phineas gritted her teeth. I was just chased by this guy, which is why I ran to the lava river and encountered those two lava snakes. You stinking dog, now you know how wrong it was to mess with me. The wolf king growled, its eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty ferocity. The flames on its tail suddenly burned even brighter, emanating a terrifying surge of magical power. Phineas's expression changed. Shi Yuan realm? Farid also became serious, a thin sword appearing in his hand at some point, its blade resembling a silver needle, almost invisible without close inspection. After all, he's the Wolf King. It's not surprising he has Qi Yuan level 1 strength. However, if the two of us join forces, we might be able to put up a fight. The Wolf King's situation was dire. Not only was its hind leg severely injured, but its other fire wolves had also scattered and fled. Their whereabouts were unknown. If a battle broke out, the Wolf King would be isolated and helpless, forced to rely solely on its own strength to cope with the crisis. However, experienced adventurers know one thing well. While a pack of wolves is powerful, a lone wolf is far more deadly. Phineas and Farid exchanged a glance. They both knew very well that the enemy before them was extremely dangerous. The Wolf King stared at them warily, its eyes burning with fury. Phineas slowly drew his whip, preparing to counter the Wolf King's attack. At the same time, Farid quietly cast a spell, casting a solid layer of lightning armor over himself and Phineas. Without warning, the Wolf King leaped up, pouncing on Phineas like a whirlwind. Phineas nimbly dodged to the side, his whip flashing precisely towards the Wolf King's belly. The Wolf King moved with exceptional agility, pushing off the ground with all four limbs and leaping to the left, easily avoiding the attack. It then swiftly turned and viciously clawed at Farid. Its target hadn't been Phineas at all, but Farid beside him. Farid had intended to ambush from the side, but the Wolf King had attacked him first. Farid thrust his rapier forward, but the Wolf King seemed to have anticipated it, ducking its head as the slender blade passed right through its thick fur, failing to cause any harm. The Wolf King swung its front paws, aiming for Farid's chest. In the nick of time, Farid stepped back, simultaneously using the hilt of his sword to parry, but the Wolf King, being a Chi-Yuan realm expert, unleashed a powerful attack imbued with fire elemental energy. With a resounding boom, the attack struck Farid's wrist. Despite the protection of his lightning armor, Farid felt a sharp pain in his wrist, and the rapier slipped from his grasp. Phineas reacted instantly, lashing out with his whip at the Wolf King's back. Missing his attack, the Wolf King leaped away, creating distance between itself and the two. Damn it! Farid clutched his wrist, feeling a sharp, piercing pain as blood slowly seeped from between his fingers. Phineas frowned. The Wolf King was indeed formidable. Farid was already injured after only a brief exchange. How are you? Phineas asked worriedly, approaching Farid to check his injury. A deep, jagged gash appeared on Farid's right wrist, the wound ripped open, blood gushing out. It wasn't hard to imagine that without the protection of his lightning armor, Farid's hand would likely be gone. Phineas extended his left index finger, a burst of flame shooting out. Bear with it, he said, pressing it directly onto Farid's wound. Sizzle. Aya! Farid gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. A moment later, Phineas removed her fingers, revealing that Farid's wound had been smoothed by the intense heat, and the bleeding had decreased. Thank you. Farid nodded slightly, picking up his rapier from the ground. Can you continue fighting? Phineas asked worriedly. Farid nodded resolutely. This isn't the time to ask if I can, but to fight. Against such a powerful enemy, we must fight with all our might. Phineas nodded and said, all right. I hold him off, you provide support from the sidelines. Okay. As soon as Farid finished speaking, the Wolf King launched another attack. This time, its target was very clear, Farid, because Farid was now injured and easier to defeat than Phineas. But Phineas wouldn't let it succeed. She swung her whip to block the Wolf King's attack and simultaneously fired two fireballs at it. The Wolf King dodged to the side, baring its sharp teeth at Phineas. Farid seized the opportunity to dodge, chanting incantations and lashing out with a single hand, unleashing a lightning chain. Although a rudimentary spell, it was incredibly effective. Seeing the lightning chain coiling towards it, the Wolf King tried to dodge, but Phineas wouldn't let it get away so easily. Wherever the Wolf King tried to escape, Phineas would followed. After several such attempts, the Wolf King grew even more enraged. It stomped its foot, its magical power surging, forming a fire barrier around itself. The lightning chain was instantly destroyed by the intense heat upon contact with the fire barrier, dissipating into specks of pure magical energy that vanished into the void. Damn it! Farid's eyes narrowed. This guy's going all out. Phineas sensed something was wrong and lashed out at the Wolf King's head again with his whip. The Wolf King glanced at Phineas, his eyes filled with boundless killing intent. Although they were near a scorching volcano, Phineas still felt a chilling cold. Watch out! Farid shouted, but it was too late. The Wolf King vanished from its spot, and appeared almost instantly in front of Phineas. Phineas excelled in mid to long-range combat, but at this distance, she had no advantage. She decisively raised a wall of fire in front of her, and used it as cover to retreat quickly. However, this basic defensive magic was no match for the Wolf King's claws, and was instantly shattered. The Wolf King pounced on Phineas without hesitation. Lightning summon! Farid roared, and a dazzling beam of light descended from the sky, striking the Wolf King accurately. The Wolf King was knocked back several steps, and a wisp of black smoke drifted from its body. It shook its head, clearly feeling dizzy from the blow. Phineas caught her breath briefly, giving Farid a grateful look before taking a deep breath and resuming her attack stance. The Wolf King quickly recovered from its dazed state, roaring and leaping several times before pouncing on Phineas again. Phineas lashed out with her whip, aiming upwards at the Wolf King's soft belly. But the Wolf King, using the same tactic again, leaped high into the air, causing Phineas's attack to miss completely. The Wolf King then soared over Phineas's head, pouncing towards Farid behind her. You really think I'm a pushover? Farid gritted his teeth, already preparing a grand gift for the charging Wolf King. As the administrator of the Misty City Adventurers Guild, once the largest adventurers guild in the entire Norma Empire, Farid was no ordinary mage. He reached the peak of the Transcendental Realm at the age of 19. To conceal his true strength in Misty City, he never revealed it. Coupled with his constant attire of a black tuxedo and gold-rimmed glasses, everyone assumed he was at least 30 years old, when in reality, he was younger than Orin. After successfully breaking through to the separate realm, the Adventurers Guild assigned him a helper to nurture him, gradually freeing him from the guild's tedious affairs and allowing him to rapidly improve his strength. He successfully entered the magical realm when it opened. The Adventurers Guild poured considerable resources into him, especially Jafari, who favored Farid and frequently personally mentored him, causing Farid's strength to advance by leaps and bounds, placing him among the top mages in the entire guild. Seeing the Wolf King target him twice, Farid's arrogance was ignited. His eyes widened, and he roared, raging thunder. His magic surged forth, causing the sky to darken with clouds. The Wolf King, sensing danger, tried to react but was struck by a bolt of lightning, losing his balance and falling to the ground. This was just the beginning. Thunder roared, and hundreds of bolts of lightning struck down, their target clearly the Wolf King. The Wolf King howled, desperately channeling its magic to resist, but to little avail. The lightning seemed all-pervasive, like a relentless storm, repeatedly shattering the Wolf King's magic. Boom! After the hundreds of lightning bolts subsided, the clouds dispersed, and silence returned. Thinis let out a deep breath and looked at Farid. When did you learn high-level magic? Farid, already pale from excessive magic consumption, swayed slightly. How was it? Wasn't that cool? Thinis scoffed, looking at the Wolf King. The smoke had cleared, revealing countless wounds on the Wolf King's body. The violent lightning strikes had worsened its injuries, but it still endured the pain, stubbornly confronting Thinis, panting heavily. Farid gave a bitter laugh. Damn it, even this can't defeat this beast. Thinis, it's all up to you now. Chapter 315. Although the Wolf King was covered in wounds, it was still a magical beast at the Qiyuan realm, and Thinis dared not let her guard down. She didn't approach the Wolf King, but instead swiftly lashed out with her whip, striking its back. The Wolf King struggled to move its limbs, leaping to the side, while simultaneously attempting to attack Farid again. After all, Farid had also been injured, and having just used a high-level spell, its magical power was almost completely depleted. No matter how you looked at it, Farid was its primary target. However, just as it was about to pounce, it felt a sudden pull on its hind legs, and its entire body uncontrollably fell to the ground. It turned out that Thinis's whip strike was also a feint. With a flick of her wrist, the whip shot out like a serpentine snake, seemingly aimed at the Wolf King's back. But in reality, just before the whip hit the ground, Thinis flicked her wrist, and the whip tip, as if alive, abruptly changed direction, transforming from a vertical downward slash to a horizontal lash, striking the Wolf King's injured hind leg. The Wolf King reacted swiftly, immediately swinging its front paws, attempting to grab the whip and tear it apart. However, this attempt failed. The whip was incredibly tough, showing no sign of being torn by the Wolf King's claws. The Wolf King instantly flew into a rage, opening its blood-red maw, revealing sharp fangs, and desperately biting at the whip, trying to bite it off with its sharp teeth. But this whip was clearly no ordinary weapon. Its material was exceptionally strong, and even with the Wolf King's full strength, it could not inflict any real damage. Seeing the Wolf King being held back by Thinis, Farid knew this was a golden opportunity. He gritted his teeth, mustered all his strength, and painstakingly squeezed out the last wisp of magic from his body. As the magic surged, a dazzling burst of lightning suddenly appeared beneath his feet, as if resonating with the elements of heaven and earth. Then, gripping his rapier, he flashed forward like lightning, charging towards the Wolf King. In the instant he reached the Wolf King, his rapier transformed into a streak of cold light, piercing the Wolf King's brow with unerring accuracy. The Wolf King let out a piercing howl, its eyes wide like saucers, filled with rage and resentment. It seemed unwilling to succumb to fate so easily, wanting to continue struggling and resisting. However, due to the continuous fierce fighting and massive blood loss, the Wolf King's strength was already completely exhausted. It was powerless to turn the tide. Finally, filled with resentment and helplessness, the Wolf King ended its life. Huff! Farid collapsed to the ground, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Thinis quickly stepped forward. You're really reckless. You're already overdrawn your magic power, and you're still pushing yourself. Farid gave a wry smile, I thought that opportunity was rare. If the Wolf King escapes, it'd probably take a lot of effort. Cough cough, I'm fine, I just need a rest. Thinnes took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood from Farid's mouth. This time, we really owe you a lot. I probably couldn't handle either the Wolf King or the lava serpent by myself. Farid laughed. It's rare that our Miss Thinnes would thank me. Ha ha ha, cough cough. Alright. Thinnes grabbed Farid's hand. You rest first. I go and dispose of the Wolf King's corpse. Afterwards, Thinnes found a magic core and a high-quality secret realm origin on the Wolf King's corpse. This was her first gain since arriving in the magical secret realm. Farid, these are all for you. Thinnes presented the magic core and the secret realm to Farid. After all, you killed the Wolf King, so the spoils should rightfully be yours. Farid glanced at them and smiled. All right. Thinnes was slightly taken aback. He had expected Farid to refuse, but Farid accepted them so readily. However, Farid quickly added, now these are all mine. I can do with them however I want, right? Thinnes was speechless. That's right, do whatever you want. Even if you want to eat them directly, I won't stop you. Want some chili powder? Farid looked at the magic core, still dripping with blood, with disgust. Who said I was going to eat them? I meant I'm going to give them all away. Give them away? Thinnes was taken aback, then immediately snapped, what? These are things we risked our lives to get, and you want to give them away? To whom? Your old flame? Farid chuckled. That's right. Your old flame. With that, he shoved the magic core and the secret realm origin back into Thinnes' palm. Huh? Thinnes finally reacted, his face flushing red. He punched Farid in the chest, but the punch was clearly weak, producing no sound. Who's your old flame? Die! I don't care about you anymore. Seeing Thinnes turn away, Farid smiled and shook his head, closing his eyes and entering a meditative state. Only by restoring his magic power could his injuries gradually heal. There were many things to do later. He couldn't waste time here. Seeing Farid begin to meditate, Thinnes sighed softly, took a lightning-type magic core from his pocket, and placed it in Farid's hand. He then sat down to the side, with the secret realm origin, and also entered a meditative state. The magic cores of magical beasts contain pure magic power, which can help Farid restore his magic power faster. The two cultivated in this way. Farid recovered quickly, waking up in just half a day. Afterward, he stayed by Thinnes' side. Fortunately, there were no magical beasts in the vicinity, and everything remained peaceful. More than a day passed before Thinnes finally broke through to the second level of the Qiyuan realm. His magical energy was incredibly abundant, and he was radiant with energy. Even sitting on the scorching ground, he no longer felt the heat. Thinnes opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing within them, and looked at Farid, who was standing close by, smiling broadly. How's your injury? Farid extended his right hand, showing his healed scar. Luckily, you treated it for me, it's all better now. Thinnes reached out and touched the wound, saying softly, it's a pity it left a scar. If I hadn't used fire to burn it, it probably wouldn't be such a big scar. Cough, what's wrong with that? Farid waved his hand. It's good this way. Otherwise, people would always think I'm not an adventurer. Now I have proof. Alright. Thinnes gently nudged Farid. I tell you what I found out now. You should hurry and find the Thunder Realm, don't waste any time. Then, Thinnes took out the contents of the secret letter he had memorized and handed it to Farid. Farid took the note, glanced at it briefly, and frowned. Are you sure this is the contents of a secret letter? Thinnes nodded helplessly. Indeed, I went to great lengths to memorize this. It's probably encrypted. I wonder if anyone in the association can decipher it. Farid solemnly tucked the secret letter back into his robes. Good, you've done a great service this time. The guild leader will likely personally receive you when we get back. Thinnes shook his head and said, the guild master wouldn't see a nobody like me. Just don't make me do anything dangerous like that again, Lord Farid. I was terrified. Farid laughed. You, with your fearless nature, can actually be scared? Ha ha, that's quite a surprise. Thinnes kicked Farid and said, alright, you should hurry up and go. I wonder who has the key to the Gate of Lightning this time. Farid rubbed his backside and laughed. It's in the Austin Empire. They're probably about to open it. I do need to get there soon, but before that, I need to get you to the crater first. Farid then successfully escorted Thinnes to the crater, where a group of people had already gathered. Among them were fire elementals from the Adventurers Guild, as well as people from other human nations and organizations, all waiting for the person holding the fire elemental key to arrive. Farid was handpicked by Jafari, and everyone in the Adventurers Guild knew him. Even those stronger than him, or who disagreed with him, had to obey his orders. The moment Farid appeared, the entire Adventurers Guild gathered around. About 15 people in total, all fire elemental mages. Yo! Hello everyone. Farid waved. Farid! A large man glared at him. We've been wandering around here for days. Why aren't you opening the fire realm yet? What are you waiting for? Farid shrugged. I want to open it quickly too. But the guild master has a mission, you all know that. Besides, we agreed to split up and search for Finis on our own, and you lot have quite the search skills, all gathered here. The big man glanced at Finis behind Farid and said, Didn't you find her? We don't even know her, how are we supposed to find her? Farid didn't bother arguing with him, and directly addressed the group. There are entry restrictions to the elemental realm. There are 15 of us in total, we enter in batches of 4. Everyone form teams first. Makaro, Tal, Willow, the 3 of you will go with Finis. The big man immediately protested, Why should I go with this woman? Who does she think she is? Farid glared at him. Makaro, don't forget, I'm the leader of this operation. You better obey. Finis is Lord Jafari's woman. Once we're inside, you must protect her and prevent her from getting hurt in any way, understand? Makaro crossed his arms and turned his head away. Everything else is fine, we listen to you. No, but not this time. We finally get into the fire realm, and we're going to be with this frail little girl. I won't do it. A blond man sitting casually on the ground glanced at Finis and said, I don't mind at all. Hee, traveling with a beautiful woman makes for a better mood. Hearing this, Farid said to Makaro, Look, even Tal agreed, why are you being so stubborn? Makaro snorted, That guy is completely smitten with women, how can you believe him? Isn't there Willow? Ask Willow, he definitely won't agree either. Farid looked around, then stood on tiptoe and asked, Willow. Where's Willow? Where is he? A small figure peeked out from behind the crowd, timidly replying, I'm here. Farid smacked his lips, pushed through the crowd to the back, and pulled out a thin man. Why are you so far back? I couldn't even see you. Willow smiled awkwardly. Well, I saw you guys talking, but I couldn't get a word in edgewise. This concerns you. Farid shouted. Would you like to be paired with Finis? Willow lowered his head, cautiously glancing at Finis. Finis smiled brightly and waved at him, but Willow seemed startled and quickly looked away. I can. Do whatever you say. Huh? Makaro's eyes widened instantly. He rushed over and grabbed Willow by the collar. Are you blind? Look closely, Big Eyes. How strong can that woman be? You want to team up with her? Huh? Willow was clearly startled. I. Farid frowned and grabbed Makaro's arm. Hey, don't hit me. Makaro glared angrily at Willow before releasing his grip. I really don't understand you people. We came here to cultivate, not to be bodyguards. That woman looks like she could be blown away by a gust of wind. How are we supposed to cultivate like that? Farid raised an eyebrow and looked at Finis. Finis shrugged, stepped forward, and patted Makaro's broad shoulder. Hey, big guy, I can understand your limited knowledge, but you should have some self-awareness. You say I could be blown away by a gust of wind? Then what are you capable of? Makaro hadn't expected this woman to provoke him, and he immediately perked up. It's not that I underestimate you, but I give you a two-handed advantage. You make 3 moves, and if I move even 1 step, I lose. How about it? Finis's lips curled into a smile. Oh, quite confident, huh? I won't take advantage of you. You can defend as you please. Let's see if I can send you sprawling face first into the dust within 3 moves. Makaro laughed angrily. Ha ha, what a joke. Who in the Adventurers Guild doesn't know me? You actually think you can make me fall? Ha ha ha, are you trying to make me laugh to death? The people around him also showed disdainful smiles. Clearly, no one seemed to have high hopes for Finis. Finis wasn't angry. Instead, he continued, I leave it at that. If you lose, you have to obey my every command during this operation, without any objection. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me. Makaro laughed, fine. Since you said that, if you lose, I won't punish you. From now on, when you see me, you must call me Big Brother and acknowledge that you're inferior to me. It's a deal. Finis slowly drew his long whip from his waist, cracking it in the air with a loud bang. This loud bang instantly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone knew these people were from the Adventurers Guild, so they all gathered around, eager to see what was going on. Chapter 316. Makaro took a deep breath, his muscles bulging instantly. He reached out and grabbed an enormous iron hammer. The hammer was jet black, covered with countless sharp spikes, each one gleaming with a chilling, eerie light, as if telling tales of past bloodshed and carnage. Just looking at the hammer's shape was enough to sense its terrifying power and unparalleled weight. Such a hammer, let alone swinging it to attack an enemy, would be impossible for an ordinary person to even lift steadily. Yet, Makaro gripped the handle without hesitation, seemingly unfazed by its immense weight. Farid whispered in Finis's ear, "You better be careful. This guy is known throughout the association for his brute strength. He's not so easy to take down." Finis laughed, "Don't worry, I already broken through to the Qiyuan realm. Among those of the same level, I never been afraid of anyone." Seeing Finis's confidence, Farid didn't say anything more and slowly retreated to the side. Makaro stood with his feet firmly planted on the ground, holding his giant hammer horizontally in front of his chest, and beckoned to Finis provocatively, "Come on, don't waste everyone's time. Let's finish this quickly, and you better call me Big Brother." Finis smiled, "Then watch out." As soon as she finished speaking, she moved, whipping her long whip fiercely, channeling all her magic power into the tip, turning it into a sharp flaming arrow, which lashed out at Makaro at incredible speed. Makaro's eyes narrowed, and he thought to himself, "So fast." Then he heard a soft clang, and the long whip, transformed into a rocket, struck the giant hammer in his hand with unerring accuracy. The powerful force traveled along the hammer to Makaro's arm, causing him to feel a numbness, and his body involuntarily leaned backward. Such force! Makaro exclaimed in surprise, taking a step back with his left foot and slamming it into the ground, leaving a deep footprint behind him. Finis stood up, whip in hand, and said with a smile, "First move." Makaro looked up in surprise, his disdain vanished, replaced by a serious expression. "Humph. I didn't expect you to actually have some skill. Let's go again." He had boasted earlier that he would lose if his opponent made him move a step, but now it seemed he was the one making a fool of himself. With his opponent's strength, let alone moving a step, he would need to be fully focused to completely defend against the attack. If his opponent really wanted to embarrass him, they would have succeeded already. Through this attack, Finis roughly understood Makaro's strength. This guy had also broken through to the second level of the Qiyuan realm, making him roughly equal to her. However, Farid had mentioned before that they had rushed to the volcano without stopping after entering the secret realm, and even Farid himself hadn't obtained the secret realm origin. This meant that Makaro had gone to kill magical beasts to obtain a high-quality secret realm origin. It seemed that Makaro's breakthrough hadn't been long. Having understood this, Finis launched a second attack. This time she changed tactics, first whipping the whip into the air with a loud bang. Makaro was drawn to this, and thought that her opponent was going to attack from above. However, after the whip finished, she descended rapidly, and just before touching the ground, she suddenly lashed it horizontally, directly attacking Makaro's ankle. Makaro was startled. By the time he realized the whip was coming, it was too late to defend himself. He could only push off with his feet, his massive body leaping into the air. This was the moment Finis had been waiting for. She instantly unleashed all her magic power, gripping the whip with both hands and giving it a powerful vertical flick. The whip ripped through the air, creating a large wave, and the tip of the whip flew high before lashing down on Makaro's feet. Makaro felt a scorching force surge upwards, completely unable to resist. He was propelled high into the air, flying nearly 20 meters into the air. "Aya!" Makaro panicked. He had never flown so high before. Reaching his highest point, he began to freefall, his arms and legs flailing wildly in the air. "Help!" Finis lashed out with the whip at the perfect moment, precisely binding Makaro's waist. With a powerful tug, Makaro crashed to the ground, even rolling twice before finally coming to rest at Finis's feet. Finis laughed condescendingly, "Hey, the ground's so hot, how can you lie there? Get up, get up." Makaro slowly raised his head, his face covered in dry, grayish-white volcanic ash, making him look quite comical. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed heavily twice, spitting out a mouthful of ash, his face turning bright red. Farid stepped forward and helped Makaro up from the ground. "How about it? Buddy, this woman's better than me, right?" Makaro glanced at Farid, snorted, and said, "You haven't even reached Qiyuan level yet. What are you talking about? This woman's way stronger than you." Finis leaned closer to him and said, "So? Am I good enough to be your teammate?" Makaro was reluctant to admit it, but the facts were undeniable. He had confidently declared that he would lose if his opponent made him move even one step within 3 moves, but now, after only 2 moves, his opponent had already slammed him to the ground. This wasn't a question of strength, it was that she was too strong. Although Makaro had underestimated her somewhat, and Finus's attacks relied on skill while Macaro's relied on brute force. Creating a counter, Finus's combat experience and technique still astonished everyone present. Fine. Since you have the ability, being your teammate isn't a loss for me, Macaro said indignantly. Finus took a water bottle from his waist and handed it to Macaro. Here, my good teammate, wash your face. Macaro took the bottle, washed the dust off his face with the water, and then asked, let's open the fire realm now. Everyone's getting impatient. Farid nodded. All right, the key to the realm is with Finus now. Each group of 4 will enter in order. The first group is Finus's group. You can decide the rest yourselves. It's all about the same anyway. Huh? Macaro exclaimed. You gave her the key to the realm? Farid nodded with a smile. Yes. This is Lord Jafari's order. Macaro's eyes widened, and he grabbed Farid's collar. You bastard, why didn't you say so earlier? What's the point of fighting if I'm the first one in? You just want to see me make a fool of myself, don't you? Farid chuckled dryly. Heh, I hadn't even finished speaking, and you were already eager to spar with Finus. What could I do? Finus asked, somewhat puzzled. Is there a specific order to this? Macaro was taken aback. You don't know? He then looked at Farid with a questioning gaze. Farid shrugged. I haven't had a chance to tell her yet. Macaro shoved Farid aside and explained to Finus, after the elemental realm opens, the first group to enter will encounter the elemental spirits. Defeating them will grant a large amount of cultivation resources. Those who enter later will rely entirely on luck. Elemental spirits? Finus asked, full of doubt. What are those? How strong are they? Farid straightened his collar and said, don't worry, those things are incredibly stupid. They're just brute force. If you all team up, defeating the elemental spirits will be a piece of cake. Macaro scoffed. Although they're not easy to deal with a few of us here, it shouldn't be a problem. Okay. Finus nodded. Alright, in that case, let's go in. Farid suddenly pulled Finus aside and whispered, then I'm off. I'm going to the Gate of Lightning. Be careful from here. You can come with our people or go back to find Annie. It's up to you. Finus nodded. Okay, Annie should be going to Panshan. I go there to find her after I come out of the fire realm. Be careful too. Does anyone from our association go into the lightning realm this time? Farid nodded. Yes, they're waiting for me now. We can form a group, don't worry. After giving a brief explanation, Farid waved and left the crater. Finus led the group to the crater, where the temperature was exceptionally high, several times hotter than the surrounding environment. Standing on the crater's edge, they looked down and saw the massive crater filled with raging, fiery red lava, churning and bubbling like an angry fire dragon, radiating intense heat that inspired awe and deterred them from approaching. It seemed that even a slight step closer would result in being swallowed up by the endless heat. Finus turned back, holding the secret realm key in his hand, and asked, where's the door? How do I open it with the key? Macaro slapped his forehead. That Farid guy is so irresponsible, he didn't tell you anything. Tal chuckled from the side, it's simple, just throw the key into the lava. Huh? Finus was taken aback, looked at the churning lava, and was about to do so when Macaro stopped him. Hey, stop! Macaro shouted, then turned and angrily scolded Tal, are you stupid? She doesn't know anything, she really do it. Tal shrugged, looking indifferent. Macaro's forehead veins bulged, he barely suppressed the urge to hit him and pulled Finus back. That's not how you open the elemental realm. You have to defeat the guardian beast first. Guardian beast? Finus asked, what's that? Is it here? Macaro nodded. Yes, the guardian beast of the fire realm is a magma serpent. It's very powerful. All of us here must work together to defeat it before we can successfully summon the gate to the realm. Finus put away the key to the realm. Where's the magma serpent? How do we summon it? Tal chuckled, stepped forward, and said, easy, watch this. He put his hands in his pockets and shouted towards the crater, big earthworm. Your Majesty, Tal is here, come and die. Then he spat a mouthful of saliva into the churning lava. Finus was utterly speechless. She scratched her head helplessly, unable to understand why Farid had brought these unreliable guys to be his teammates. At least Macaro seemed slightly stronger. This Tal was a cynical, carefree guy, always with his hands in his pockets, indifferent to everything, and behaving erratically. And as for Willow, Finus hadn't seen him since Farid left, he was probably hiding somewhere again. However, to everyone's surprise, after Tal's saliva fell into the lava began to churn violently, rumbling. Rumbling. The surrounding ground began to tremble, and countless fragments of rock were shaken into the lava. Tal remained with his hands in his pockets, a wicked smile playing on his lips. "Heh heh, everyone get ready for battle," he said, turning and walking away. "Hey!" Thinis called out, "Where are you going?" Tal shrugged and said, "My mission is complete, so naturally I'm going to rest." "Rest, rest?" Thinis's eyes widened. "Everyone's about to start fighting the guardian beasts, and you're saying you're going to rest?" Makaro grabbed Thinis and said, "Hey, don't worry about him, let him rest. I'm a little worried if he doesn't." "What?" Thinis was even more confused. What was all this about? However, the ground tremors grew increasingly intense. Everyone drew their weapons, assumed fighting stances, and prepared to confront the guardian beast. Thinis, too, could only put aside his doubts for the moment, his eyes fixed on the center of the crater. The crater violently spewed forth scorching lava and thick smoke, with enormous bubbles constantly emerging, seemingly foreshadowing the imminent eruption of something terrifying. With a deafening roar, a gigantic serpent's head, a sight to behold, burst forth from the billowing lava. This colossal serpent was incredibly thick, nearly 5 meters in diameter, its body covered in vibrant crimson scales that shimmered against the surrounding molten lava, radiating a chilling red light. The serpent slightly opened its blood-red maw, revealing a row of sharp, gleaming fangs that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Its enormous eyes, even larger than a normal person's, emitted a fierce and savage light, seemingly capable of piercing through any obstacle and reaching the very depths of one's heart. At this moment, the terrifying behemoth was scanning its surroundings with its cold, merciless gaze. Any creature caught in its gaze felt an indescribable fear and oppressive aura. "It's out!" Makaro shouted, lifting his giant hammer. At the same time, the other fire elemental mages unleashed their attack spells without hesitation. In an instant, countless streaks of fiery red light, like dazzling fireworks, shot towards the massive serpent's head. These streaks intertwined, resembling a magnificent fireworks display, dazzling the eye and creating a spectacular scene. However, this was only the beginning. Then, accompanied by deafening roars, thunderous booms echoed through the air. Enraged by this sudden attack, the magma serpent opened its blood-red maw and let out a deafening roar. The roar, like a thunderbolt, shook the very souls of everyone present. Chapter 317. The magma serpent was clearly enraged by the attack. It let out a deafening roar that echoed throughout the space. With a roar, it opened its blood-red maw, its fangs bared in a terrifying display, gleaming with a chilling light, as if it wanted to devour everyone, and lunged towards the group. "Scatter!" Makaro roared, his voice like a thunderclap. Undeterred, he stepped forward, gripping his giant hammer tightly with both hands, and swung it forward with all his might, attempting to block the magma serpent's attack. At the same time, the other team members reacted quickly, scattering as fast as they could, seeking cover to avoid being caught in the magma serpent's attack. Just then, the magma serpent suddenly spewed forth a torrent of scorching magma, like a burning flame, sweeping towards the group with devastating force. With a deafening roar, the lava slammed into the spot where everyone had just stood, instantly sending up a wave of intense heat and billowing dust. Despite the powerful impact, Makaro was thrown back several meters, but landed firmly on the ground. Although his clothes were burned through in several places, his body was completely unharmed, without even a scratch. Witnessing this, everyone felt a surge of admiration. Makaro's strength was truly astounding. To withstand such a ferocious attack from the lava serpent was beyond imagination. At this moment, Makaro's eyes were resolute, filled with fighting spirit. Thinis's eyes lit up. "Oh! This Makaro is indeed quite capable. It seems that if he gets serious, I might not be able to defeat him." "Attack!" Makaro roared as soon as he landed. Upon receiving the command, everyone poked their heads out, launching a second, ferocious attack on the magma serpent. A series of booming sounds echoed, rumbling. Booming! Fire elemental magic was renowned for its ferocity, and these powerful offensive spells struck the magma serpent, instantly erupting into dazzling sparks, a spectacle as magnificent as a volcanic eruption. Following this were deafening explosions, seemingly tearing the heavens and earth apart. But after this round of attacks, the magma serpent remained unharmed. It roared to the sky and lunged directly at the group. Makaro reacted swiftly, quickly blocking the serpent's path, swinging his giant hammer, unleashing a tremendous roar, and slamming it down with tremendous force. Seeing this, the magma serpent stopped and instead lashed out with its tail. The giant hammer collided violently with the serpent's tail, creating a deafening roar. Makaro was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily into a large rock and shattering it. Before Makaro could even get up, he shouted, "Concentrate fire!" Attack its head. Attack! Without hesitation, the group unleashed their strongest attacks. Dozens of spells struck the magma serpent's head precisely, some even hitting its eyes. This time, the attack was clearly effective. The magma serpent writhed in pain, and then spat out a mouthful of magma. Get out of the way! Makaro, who had just struggled to his feet from the rubble, yelled to those around him. In fact, he didn't even need to warn them. The moment the magma serpent launched its attack, everyone knew something was wrong and prepared to react. They nimbly turned and scattered in all directions as fast as they could. With a deafening roar, molten lava, like a surging torrent, crashed violently to the ground. In an instant, flames shot into the sky, sparks flew everywhere, and the entire space was engulfed in flames. Accompanied by acrid smoke and billowing dust, the scene instantly descended into chaos. Thinis wasn't skilled in close combat, and her mid-range attacks were ineffective in this situation. She could only join the others in casting attack spells from a distance. Seeing the magma serpent's formidable power, she was secretly astonished. Even the guardian beast was this strong. Just how powerful was the elemental spirit? This time, the magma serpent's attack didn't stop. It continuously spewed out large amounts of magma. The scalding magma instantly melted the ground, and the intense heat forced everyone to scramble for cover. However, a few unlucky individuals were still splashed with magma and were forced to use defensive spells, looking rather disheveled. Makalo inwardly cried out in alarm. The magma serpent had now divided the area into two parts, making it difficult for everyone to concentrate their fire on any one part of the serpent. He looked around and spotted the leisurely Tar. Tar was lying on a large rock in the distance, eyes slightly closed, humming a few tunes from time to time, appearing completely at ease. Tal, it's your turn, Makaro roared. Tal's eyes snapped open. He stretched lazily, climbed off the rock, surveyed the situation, and then ran in the opposite direction of the group, towards the serpent's tail. Thinis was incredibly curious about Tal. She couldn't understand why Makaro would accept such a carefree teammate, nor why he initially didn't want Tal to participate in the battle. Now, seeing Makaro demanding Tal's help, yet Tal running in the opposite direction, her doubts deepened. Tal ran all the way to the magma serpent's back, hands still in his pockets, head slightly tilted, a look of disdain in his eyes, and shouted, "Hey, big earthworm, are you looking for me?" The magma serpent, spewing magma, seemed to hear him, immediately stopping its attack and slowly turning its head to look at Tal. Thinis and the others also peeked out, wondering what Tal was up to. Only the core members of the Adventurers Guild knew that this was Tal's true strength. The magma serpent merely glanced at Tal, its eyes gleaming with ferocity, but made no move. Instead, it turned back, preparing to continue its attack. Tal chuckled, his magical power erupting instantly. Pale blue flame surged from his body, seemingly possessing a peculiar power that caused the magma serpent to halt its attack once more. It turned and, without hesitation, spewed a mouthful of magma at Tal. Tal crouched, poised for action. Then, a flash of fire beneath his feet propelled him into the air, tumbling several times before landing steadily. At the same time, the flames on his body intensified. To the magma serpent, these flames seemed to possess a magical power, and the serpent abandoned the others, swiftly slithering towards Tal. Tal! All right. Makaro shouted, everyone else, listen to my command, continue the attack. Hearing this, everyone quickly swarmed around, unleashing a barrage of magical attacks on the magma serpent's head. The magma serpent, which had been focused on Tal, roared in pain at the sudden attack. Tal also took the opportunity to dispel the magic on his body. The pale blue flames instantly extinguished. He quickly moved away from his original spot, and returned to lie down on the large rock. Thinis looked bewildered. What kind of magic was that? However, no one answered her question. Everyone was frantically attacking the magma serpent. Makaro returned to the front of the group and shouted, everyone, retreat. Makaro's repeated commands demonstrated to everyone that this seemingly burly man possessed exceptional leadership skills. Therefore, although they didn't perceive any danger, everyone obeyed the order, ceasing their attack and retreating. However, no sooner had everyone retreated than the magma serpent began to lash out with its tail, the massive tail slamming into the ground with a deafening roar. Everyone was speechless. If they hadn't retreated in time, some might have been smashed into a bloody pulp. Their admiration for Makaro grew even stronger. When the dust settled, they saw that the magma serpent's head was a bloody mess. The previous attacks had inflicted substantial damage on the serpent, giving everyone a much-needed boost of morale, and their fighting spirit soared even higher. Tal, glancing sideways at the battlefield, casually called out to those behind him, "Hey, How long are you going to hide? The battle's almost over. Half a head emerged from behind a large rock. It was Willow. He looked fearfully at the writhing, roaring magma serpent and said, This doesn't need me, does it? I'm too weak to help. Tal raised an eyebrow. Heh, even if you didn't want to help, Makaro would probably drag you out anyway. I don't want to. Willow pulled his head back in, as if avoiding Makaro. Tal shrugged helplessly. Whatever. He then glanced casually at the battlefield. At this moment, Makaro directed the group to launch a new attack on the magma serpent. However, perhaps because the previous battle had depleted everyone's magic power, this attack was clearly insufficient. The magma serpent's head already had shattered scales, bleeding profusely. Simply continuing to attack that spot might defeat it. But after this attack, the magma serpent's injuries didn't worsen. It shook its head violently, enduring the excruciating pain, and once again spewed magma at the group. Under Makaro's command, the group once again evaded the lava's attack, but continuing the assault proved difficult. Makaro frowned deeply. Because the lava serpent was so enormous, even the melee fighters in the team couldn't unleash their full power. Ranged attacks alone weren't enough to break through the serpent's defenses. It seemed they needed to find another way. Makaro gritted his teeth, grabbed his giant hammer, and charged forward. Seeing this, the lava serpent opened its massive maw and spewed out a mouthful of lava. Makaro suddenly swerved to the left, then braced himself with one hand on the ground, using the recoil to bypass the lava attack and break through to the serpent's edge. The magma serpent flew into a rage, lunging at Makaro with a vicious bite. Makaro's eyes blazed with fighting spirit as he roared, Everyone, prepare. The others quickly got into position, especially the mages skilled in close combat, who rapidly approached the magma serpent. The massive magma serpent lunged at Makaro, its fangs bared. Facing this ferocious attack, Makaro showed no fear. His gaze was unwavering, and the giant hammer in his hand gleamed with dazzling light. He took a deep breath, and his magical power instantly surged, erupting like a volcano. He let out a deafening roar. Fire hammer! With his roar, a massive ball of flame rapidly condensed in the air into a gigantic flaming hammer. The hammer, like a small mountain, emanated a terrifying aura of destruction. It crashed down with overwhelming force towards the magma serpent's head. The magma serpent clearly hadn't anticipated Makaro's powerful counterattack. Caught off guard, it took the full force of the thunderous blow. A deafening roar erupted, and the magma serpent hissed in pain, its body trembling violently. Meanwhile, its companions were equally formidable. They unleashed their most powerful attacks, a barrage of dazzling magical strikes raining down on the magma serpent. In an instant, flames soared into the sky, smoke billowed, and the scene became a spectacular spectacle. Under the combined assault, the magma serpent gradually crumbled. The scales on its head shattered, blood gushing forth, and its initial ferocity waned. However, it didn't give up, still struggling desperately to continue its counterattack. Seeing this, Makaro swung his giant hammer again, launching an even more ferocious attack. Each swing of his hammer contained boundless power, instilling unprecedented fear in the magma serpent. Under his leadership, the group's fighting spirit soared, and their attacks became increasingly fierce. However, the group's magic power quickly dwindled, and Makaro, panting heavily, stopped his attack. The magma serpent's entire head was a bloody mess, but it wasn't dead. In the moment when the group's attack slowed, it finally found an opportunity to counterattack, lashing out with its tail and sweeping everyone away. This tail strike wasn't particularly powerful, but it gave the magma serpent a brief respite. It raised its head again, its ferocious eyes sweeping over everyone present. Makaro's heart sank, and he immediately shouted, "Retreat!" Without hesitation, everyone retreated quickly. Even Tal, who had been lying on the large rock, moved back, and Finnis happened to run to his side. "Hello, beautiful." Tal pulled his right hand from his pocket and waved to Finnis. Finnis looked speechless. "What exactly do you do?" "I'm your teammate, of course." Tal flashed a white smile. "Maybe I'd be needed again later." Finnis then remembered the blue flames that had appeared on the other's body earlier and asked, puzzled, "What's your magic?" "What was that blue flame used for?" A sly glint flashed in Tal's eyes. "Hee, I keep that a secret for now." Chapter 318. Finnis was truly exasperated. His teammates were all incredibly strange, but he couldn't worry about that now. The giant magma serpent had completely gone berserk. It relentlessly lashed out at everyone with its massive tail, and spewed out huge fireballs of magma from time to time. Chaos erupted as everyone scattered and fled. Many were struck by the serpent's tail, and severely injured, likely unable to continue fighting for the time being. Thinis anxiously called out to Tal, "Stop arguing. Use whatever you have. This serpent seems determined to fight to the death." Tal narrowed his eyes. This isn't my forte. But no problem, I give it a try." With that, he stood up, briefly surveyed the situation, then gave the magma serpent a strange smile, slowly bending down, his hands still in his pockets, a very odd posture. What are you going to do?" Thinis was taken aback, completely bewildered by his next move. "Is there anything I can do to help?" Tal smiled slightly. "You can't help me much, but Makaro can." As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of fire erupted beneath his feet, propelling him forward like a cannonball towards the lava serpent. In midair, Tal shouted, "Makaro! Here I come!" Makaro, who had just dodged a lava fireball, looked up at Tal and, seeing him charging straight at the lava serpent, immediately understood. Dragging his giant hammer, he also charged towards the lava serpent. Tal stopped in front of the magma serpent, standing firmly on the ground, hands in his pockets, staring at it with a disdainful air. "Hey! Big earthworm, enough of your antics? I'm here to take your life." With that, another ball of blue flame erupted from his body. The moment the flame appeared, the raging magma serpent suddenly quieted down, its pale yellow eyes fixed on Tal, a low growl emanating from deep within its throat. Tal showed no fear. At this distance, no matter what attack the magma serpent launched, Tal couldn't dodge it, he could only take the hit head-on. But no one could imagine whether Tal, with his small frame, could truly withstand a blow from the magma serpent. The magma serpent's eyes rapidly bloodshot, turning from pale yellow to a deep crimson, its violent magic almost overflowing. Anyone could see that the magma serpent seemed even more enraged than before. Thinis swallowed hard, her hands clenched tightly together, watching the scene unfold nervously. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind her, Don't be nervous, Tal is very strong." Startled, Thinis turned around to see Willow hiding behind a large rock, only one eye peeking out, looking at her timidly. Thinis asked curiously, "What kind of magic is he using? I still don't understand." Willow said, "Tal is the only support-type mage among us. Although he's not good at combat, he possesses incredible speed and agility, especially." "Especially what?" Thinis asked anxiously. Willow pointed to Tal, who was engulfed in blue flames, and said, "Especially this advanced spell, Fire Attraction, which can be incredibly effective in battle." "Firepower attraction?" Thinis was even more bewildered. She had never heard of such magic. "And it's a high-level spell. What's its effect?" Willow uttered only 2 words, "Anger." "What?" Thinis didn't understand, but the next moment, a deafening roar echoed behind them. The magma serpent had launched its attack, its massive jaws snapping at Tal. Tal, meanwhile, leaped to the side as flames erupted from his feet. Makaro reappeared in his place, unleashing his fire hammer technique once more. The fire elemental magic imbued in the hammer slammed into the magma serpent, the deafening sound reverberating throughout the crater. "Attack!" Makaro roared with all his might, his voice shaking the heavens. The others snapped out of their daze, squeezing out the last vestiges of their magic and unleashing a barrage of attacks, raining down on the magma serpent's enormous head. A deafening roar erupted, boom, accompanied by the magma serpent's painful and furious howls, a whoo, crack. Under the combined, relentless attack of everyone, the magma serpent finally succumbed to the fierce assault. Its incredibly hard skull was no match for the onslaught, exploding open with a deafening crash. Seeing this, Makaro wouldn't let such a golden opportunity slip by. He moved swiftly, rushing forward and grabbing one of the magma serpent's sharp fangs. Then, propelling himself forward like an arrow, he leaped onto the serpent's head with astonishing speed. From his vantage point, Makaro looked down at the magma serpent, a resolute glint in his eyes. Without hesitation, he raised his massive, heavy iron hammer, aimed it at the wound on the magma serpent's head, and swung it down with all his might. A dull thud echoed throughout the arena, as if the entire earth trembled. White brain matter mixed with crimson blood gushed out, splattering everywhere. Suffering such a severe blow, the magma serpent's massive body could no longer hold on. Its head, struck with such force, crashed to the ground like porcelain shattered by a hammer, creating a huge crater. Thinis stood there, stunned, staring at the scene before him. Tal, however, strolled over casually, pulled his right hand from his pocket, smoothed his slightly disheveled hair, and chuckled, "All done, beautiful. My mission is complete. Now it's your turn." Thinis was taken aback. "Huh? My turn? What? What do I do?" Just then, Makaro's voice rang out from afar. "Thinis, Finnis! Come here quickly. Finnis, forgetting her confusion, rushed over. Tal smiled and waved to Willow, who was behind the rock. Let's go! Let's go too. Willow nodded, crawled out from behind the large rock, quickly hid behind Tal, and walked with Tal towards the lava serpent's corpse. Mikalo efficiently dug out the lava serpent's magic core and secret realm essence, finding 3 high-quality, 6 medium-quality, and 13 low-quality secret realm essences, a considerable amount of resources. Mikalo, how are you? Are you hurt? Finnis asked immediately. Mikalo shook his right hand. There was a wound there, not deep, but bleeding profusely. Cough, just a scratch, it's nothing. Finnis stepped forward, took a medicine bottle from his pocket, and sprinkled the powder inside onto Mikaro's wound. Mikaro immediately felt a cooling sensation, the pain lessened considerably, and the bleeding stopped. Finnis then wrapped the wound with a strip of cloth and tied it tightly. Mikaro smiled and said, "Thank you. By the way, how are you going to distribute these things?" He pointed to the pile of resources he had dug out from the lava snake. Finnis shook his head and said, "These are the fruits of your battle, you can distribute them yourselves." Mikaro shook his head. "You're our leader now, so naturally you decide how to distribute them." Leader? Finnis was taken aback. "But I didn't play any significant role in this battle." Tar walked up from behind and laughed. "Don't refuse. Farid was originally supposed to lead, but he went to the lightning realm. You're in charge here. If you keep making a fuss, you won't be able to lead this team." Finnis pondered for a moment, thinking Tar's words made sense, and slowly approached the resources. The most precious of these resources were undoubtedly the enormous magic core and the 3 high-quality secret realm origins. She looked up at the people around her. There were about 20 people participating in the battle, 15 of whom were from the Adventurers Guild. Most of the injured were also from the Adventurers Guild. After all, the key to the secret realm was in the hands of the Adventurers Guild. Even if the secret realm was opened, the Adventurers Guild would benefit the most. Therefore, people from other empires and organizations did not use their full strength. However, there was one person who wasn't a member of the Adventurers Guild, yet he was also injured, making him the only injured person outside the guild. Finnis narrowed his eyes slightly, took out a high-quality secret realm origin, walked to the injured man, and softly asked, "Which organization do you belong to?" The man looked up in surprise. "Me? I'm Roman from the Duchy of Harrington." "Roman?" Finnis nodded, handing him the high-quality secret realm origin. "You were very brave in battle, your spellcasting was incredibly swift, and you were even injured. This high-quality secret realm origin should be yours." Roman accepted the high-quality secret realm origin, smiled slightly, and said, "Thank you. You're Finnis from the Adventurers Guild. I remember that. Come find me in the Duchy of Harrington sometime." Finnis smiled as well. "All right. I never been to the Duchy of Harrington before. I heard it has vast plains, crisscrossing rivers, and is very rich. I'd definitely go see it sometime." Afterwards, Finnis distributed all the remaining medium and low-quality secret realm origins to the others present, leaving behind 2 high-quality secret realm origins and a huge fire elemental magic core. Finnis handed one of the high-quality secret realm origins to Tal. Tal raised an eyebrow slightly, gladly accepted it, and thanked him. The two exchanged a knowing glance and said nothing more. Finnis then handed another high-quality secret realm origin to Mikaro. Mikaro laughed. "Ha ha ha, thank you, leader." Finnis shook her head. "We all have to thank you. Without your command, we might have suffered even greater casualties, so..." She then pointed to the half-person-sized magic core and said, "That magic core is yours too." "Huh?" Everyone was stunned. They had assumed that after Finnis distributed the secret realm origins, he would keep the magic cores for himself. However, the reality was completely unexpected. Finnis gave all the magic cores and one high-quality secret realm origin to Mikaro. Mikaro quickly recovered and shook his head slightly, saying, "I was just giving orders, it's nothing. I can't keep 2 rewards." But before he could finish, Finnis interrupted him, turning to everyone and shouting, "I decided to allocate both the magic cores and the high-quality secret realm origin to Mikaro, who has made the greatest contribution. Does anyone have any objections?" The crowd exchanged glances, unsure what to say. Tal waved his hand and said, "I agree." Then Willow peeked out from behind Tal and whispered, I agree too." Afterwards, people expressed their opinions in small groups, and no one objected to this distribution plan. Finnis smiled slightly and looked at Mikaro, saying, "Don't refuse. Everyone's eyes are discerning. Although this is my first time fighting a guardian beast of the elemental realm, I believe this is definitely the battle with the least losses. If not the least, then close. And this is all thanks to you." Mikaro sighed, and could only nod helplessly, saying, "All right then, I can only accept your offer." Suddenly, the magma snake corpse beside them trembled, and a surge of energy erupted from it, directly entering the crater. After receiving the energy, the crater emitted a bright red light, so dazzling that everyone closed their eyes or shielded their eyes with their hands. After the intense light subsided, a door abruptly appeared on a pile of rocks beside the crater. The door was 4 or 5 meters high, its material unknown, entirely black and red, with red runes shimmering on it. The doorknob had a keyhole that perfectly matched the shape of the secret realm key in Phineas's hand. Phineas took out the secret realm key, preparing to go forward, but was stopped by Macaro. "What's wrong?" Phineas asked. Macaro gave a wry smile. "How about we wait a bit? We just been through a battle, and some of us are injured. Opening the gate now would be too much for us. Let's rest for a couple of days, let everyone finish fusing with the secret realm origins and cultivating, then we can open the gate." Everyone nodded in agreement. "Yes, even if we open the gate now, we wouldn't dare go in, our magic power is completely depleted. Let's wait, 2 days will be enough." Phineas thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, let's rest here for 2 days and recover." Then she looked at Macaro and said, "You absorbed the power from this magic core these past 2 days, maybe you can break through again." Macaro looked at the huge magic core and smiled slightly. "This is the first time I've seen such a large magic core. Why don't the 4 of us use it together? That would be more efficient." He then looked at Willow. "Hey Willow, this is for you." He tossed him the high-quality secret realm origin. Willow quickly caught it, looking at Macalo with a puzzled expression. Chapter 319. "Tal, Willow, you two haven't broken through to the Chi-Yuan realm yet. Luckily, we have 2 high-quality secret realm origins now. Hurry up and absorb them, it increase your power. Don't hold me back." Tal, still with his hands in his pockets, casually replied, while Willow said, But this is yours? What do you mean yours or mine?" Macaro snapped, "I gave it to you, so it's yours. If you say another word, I beat you up." Willow shrank back, and could only nod. Phineas frowned slightly, and said to Macaro, "Why are you always scaring him? So fierce. Is that how you treat your teammates?" Macaro paused slightly, then pursed his lips, and said, "How I treat my teammates is none of your business. You should worry about yourself first. You need to know that you're the weakest one in the whole team right now." "Me?" Phineas looked at Macaro suspiciously, thinking to himself, "If you said I wasn't Macaro's match, I could accept that, but look at that carefree tar and that cowardly, timid Willow. I can't see anything special about them. Are they really stronger than me?" However, Macaro didn't explain further, only urging everyone to start training quickly. Helpless, the suspicious Phineas could only follow closely behind Macaro. Tal and Willow needed to fuse the 2 secret realms first, so Macaro decided to sit cross-legged with Phineas in front of the giant magic core and absorb the fire element magic contained within for cultivation. This magic core contained the entire essence of the magma serpent, its internal magic power exceptionally abundant, enough for both of them to use simultaneously. As soon as Phineas approached the core, she immediately felt an intensely hot energy wash over her, instantly dispelling all her doubts. The entire crater area returned to silence, save for the bubbling of magma and the whistling of the mountain wind. Everyone was immersed in cultivation. 2 days later, Tal and Willow successfully broke through to the 2nd level of the Chi-Yuan realm, and the others also completed their cultivation, returning to their peak condition. Macaro and Phineas worked day and night, refining the magic power within the massive magic core. Finally, on the 2nd day, they completed the refinement, both successfully breaking through to the 3rd level of the Chi-Yuan realm. This instantly boosted the team's overall combat strength by more than 1 level. Initially, there were only 4 or 5 Chi-Yuan realm experts, but now almost everyone had broken through to the Chi-Yuan realm, and there were even 2 3rd-level Chi-Yuan experts. This made them a powerful force in the entire secret realm. Phineas didn't linger. She immediately led everyone to the entrance to the fire realm. She took out the key from her robes, took a deep breath, and gently inserted it into the keyhole. Once the key was fully inserted, the dark red runes on the door emitted a powerful light, and an aura of primordial chaos washed over them. Before Phineas could even turn the key, it turned on its own. With a creak, the door slowly opened, revealing a sea of fire within. Nothing else could be seen. Phineas knew this was merely a barrier to the entrance to the fire realm. Once they passed through the barrier, they would be able to reach the fire realm. She looked back at Macaro and the others and nodded slightly. Macaro said, "Let's go in." The 4 entered one after another. The flames flickered 4 times before slowly dimming. The others quickly gathered around, some trying to touch the flames, but immediately withdrew their hands. Hiss. No, the entrance seems to be temporarily closed. Roman, who had previously obtained a high-quality secret realm key, said, no need to try. Only 4 people can enter each day. Except for the first group, which will receive the richest rewards, everyone else will get roughly the same. Let's split into groups now. Those who will be here tomorrow, the rest of you can go find cultivation resources in the surrounding area. Everyone agreed to Roman's suggestion. Since the secret realm key was provided by the Adventurers Guild, members of the Adventurers Guild had priority entry, followed by members of other organizations. Regardless of what was happening outside, Phineas and the others no longer needed to worry about it. They had arrived at a sea of flames, where the pure fire element was almost tangible. This is the fire realm. Macaro's eyes widened as he stared blankly at this world of fire. Tal, hands in his pockets, casually tossed his hair. Heh, it's a bit different from what I expected, but even without any other rewards, training here is twice as effective. Willow peeked out from behind Tal, curiously surveying the surroundings, his eyes filled with unease and tension. What do we do next? Phineas scratched his head. Everywhere was a swirling mass of flames. He couldn't discern directions, let alone find the fire spirit. Macaro, however, pondered for a moment and said, the elemental spirit is a product of condensed magic power. Its essence is the purest fire magic. We 4 are all fire elemental mages. We should be able to sense it. Let's all release our magic power and try. Phineas nodded, releasing his magic first. Magic comes in many forms, and different people possess different characteristics. For example, Phineas's fire magic was both gentle and powerful, a vibrant crimson. Macaro's magic was wildly explosive, a pure fiery red. Tal's magic was quite strange. It was eerie and mysterious, a pale blue. Finally, there was Willow, whose magic was concealed, its power restrained, a pale yellow, but with a white light within its inner flames, as if some powerful force was hidden within. After the 4 people released their magic, it instantly resonated with the fire element in the surrounding world, like a raging ocean encountering a storm, becoming even more violent. The surrounding flames roared, and the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. Looks like it worked. Tal chuckled, the blue flames in his hands burning even brighter. Suddenly, without warning, a deep crack appeared in the ground, as if ripped apart by a mysterious and powerful force. From within the crack, a red sphere radiating intense heat slowly rose, gradually revealing its form. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the 4 people who had been on high alert stared wide-eyed at the red sphere. At the same time, the previously calm fire elements seemed to have found a breakthrough, frantically converging towards the red sphere. They poured in like a raging torrent. As time passed, these fire elements gradually coalesced into an enormous fire giant. If Annie were present, she would immediately recognize this behemoth as the spirit of fire. However, this fire elemental spirit was incomparable to the one released by Drew. Its size was astonishingly enormous, many times larger than Drew's. Moreover, the fire elemental spirit exuded an extremely powerful aura, an aura as heavy as Mount Tai pressing down, causing the entire space to tremble. Needless to say, this terrifying power alone far surpassed the magma serpent at the volcano's crater. Yet, facing that terrifying magma serpent, the 20-odd people fought with all their might, cooperating seamlessly to barely escape with a victory. Although everyone's strength had improved, the thought of just 4 people confronting such a powerful fire elemental spirit truly terrified them. Are we really going to fight this thing? Phineas asked, stammering. Macaro swallowed hard. Honestly, I could imagine the fire elemental spirit was powerful, but I didn't expect it to be this powerful. How did anyone defeat it before? Tal, usually so nonchalant, frowned slightly. Looks like we're in for a big battle. Be prepared for injury, even death. Death? Willow, clinging tightly to his clothes, was filled with fear. Cough. What a pessimistic thing to say. Macaro cursed. The fight hasn't even started yet. Maybe this guy's just a show-off, all bark and no bite. But before he could finish speaking, a massive, dazzlingly hot fireball hurtled towards him like a meteor. Macaro reacted swiftly, raising his huge, heavy warhammer without hesitation to try and block the oncoming fireball. A deafening roar echoed as the fireball and the giant hammer collided mid-air. Instantly, flames shot into the sky, sparks flew everywhere, and Macaro felt an indescribable force slam into the hammer, causing him to lose all control and fly backward like a cannonball. His body arced through the air before crashing heavily onto the hard ground, tumbling several times before finally coming to a stop. Macaro! Finus, seeing this, cried out in alarm. Lying on the ground, Makaro struggled to raise his right hand and wave, indicating that he was alright. He then struggled to his feet, groaning and coughing, saying somewhat disheveledly, cough cough cough. I take back what I said earlier. This guy is ridiculously strong. Cough cough cough. Tal didn't even look at Makaro, continuing to warily watch the fire elemental spirit. We can't use brute force to deal with this guy. We need to think of a plan. Makaro said, to think of a plan, we need to know his attack methods first. We don't even know what his weaknesses are. How can we think of a solution? Tal thought for a moment and said, how about this? We launch an attack using Tactic 1 first, test the waters, and then formulate a new tactic based on his attack patterns. Makaro nodded. Okay, go ahead. Willow, you better put in the effort. You're the main force in Tactic 1. Willow nodded cautiously. Okay. Tal took a deep breath, preparing to act, when Finus called out to him, Hey, what are you talking about? What's this Tactic 1? I don't understand at all. What am I supposed to do? Tal was taken aback, turning to look at Makaro, who shrugged and said, Finus, wait a minute. Once we figure things out, you have your chance to act. Finus was somewhat speechless, but still stepped aside. She wanted to take this opportunity to see how the cowardly Willow would actually act as the main force. A flash of fire appeared beneath Tal's feet as he rapidly approached the fire giant. The fire giant was instantly drawn to Tal, swinging its massive fist towards him. However, the fire beneath Tal's feet intensified, unleashing astonishing power that propelled him even faster, leaving a trail of afterimages behind him. The fire giant's fist couldn't catch up, missing its target and slamming heavily into the ground. So fast! Finus couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. She knew she couldn't possibly achieve such speed using acceleration magic. At this moment, Makaro charged forward, wielding his giant hammer. However, lacking any speed-enhancing magic, he was like a snail compared to Tal, slowly approaching the fire giant. Seeing it couldn't hit Tal, the fire giant changed its target, raising its fist at Makaro. But Makaro seemed oblivious to the giant's massive fist, continuing its relentless charge. Watch out! Finus cried out in alarm. The fire giant's fist was far more powerful than the previous fireballs. A direct hit would likely be fatal even for someone as strong as Makaro, but Makaro ignored Finus's words. Not only that, he raised his giant hammer, seemingly intending to take the blow head-on. Finus felt his heart leap into his throat. The fire giant's fist was about to fall, and if he didn't act quickly, Makaro would be severely injured. Just then, as if drawn by something, the fire giant's fist suddenly changed direction in midair and slammed towards Tal. Huh? Finus looked bewildered, only then recalling what Willow had said earlier. It seemed Tal's magic was called Firepower Attraction, a high-level spell. Literally, wouldn't it mean attracting the enemy's firepower to oneself? But that was too far-fetched. How could there be such bizarre magic? Was it really fire elemental magic? But the facts were undeniable. Strange blue flames erupted from Tal's body, swaying like dancing sprites. But in the fire giant's eyes, that dance was incredibly audacious. The fire giant roared, its fist slamming towards Tal. But Tal's speed was even faster than a wind elemental mage. His agility was unbelievable. No matter how powerful the fire giant's fist was, it couldn't even touch a hair on his head. Chapter 320. Finus's eyes widened. This is Tar's strength. The fire giant swung 3 punches in succession, but all missed. Enraged, he stomped his left foot hard on the ground, causing it to tremble. Cracks appeared beneath Tar's feet, never leaving his side no matter how fast he moved. Tar's brow furrowed slightly. After several dodges, he shouted, Makaro, are you done? At that moment, Makaro had already reached the fire giant. His arm muscles were taut, veins bulging, and he swung his giant hammer, smashing it down towards the fire giant's foot. This strike was delivered with all his might, without reservation, even exceeding his limits. Flame magic burned fiercely on the hammer, enveloping it and emitting a chilling howling sound. This strike will definitely succeed. Finus's eyes lit up instantly. In a previous battle, Makaro had used the same technique, and with it, she had directly killed the incredibly powerful magma serpent. Even though the magma serpent was already exhausted, it was enough to demonstrate the astonishing power of Makaro's hammer blow. She was hoping that if this strike hit its target, no matter how powerful the fire elemental spirit was, it would inevitably suffer damage, and its combat power would be correspondingly weakened. However, just as the giant hammer was about to strike the fire giant actually raised its foot, dodging the blow. With a deafening roar, the hammer crashed to the ground. Seeing this, Makaro quickly adjusted her stance, attempting to launch another attack. But the fire giant swiftly reached out its right hand, grabbed the tip of the giant hammer, and yanked hard, causing Makaro to lose his balance and be lifted up. Thins, seeing this, was about to rush forward to help when he heard Tal shout, "Hey, you big guy on fire!" The fire giant immediately stopped what it was doing and turned to look back. Tal calmly approached the fire giant, muttering, "I, Tal, am quite famous in the Adventurers Guild. No one is more deserving of a beating than me, but you didn't hit me. Instead, you went to hit that Makaro." "What? You look down on me?" Tal's words stunned the fire giant. It stared blankly at Tal, seemingly not understanding what he meant, but at least it stopped what it was doing. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Makaro suddenly unleashed a burst of magic, freeing the giant hammer from the fire giant's grasp. However, the fire giant seemed completely oblivious, its eyes fixed on Tal, showing no reaction to Makaro's actions. But soon, Thinnis noticed something was wrong. The blue flames on Tar's body were now burning even brighter, with faint black threads even emanating from the blue light. The fire giant, affected by Tar, seemed frozen in place, yet its aura was steadily increasing. Thinnis could even feel the immense energy emanating from it. Not only Thinnis sensed the danger, but Makaro also felt the surging power of the fire giant. "Hey Tar, hold back a bit." But Tar completely ignored Makaro's words. His eyes were fixed on the fire giant before him. "Big guy on fire, don't blame me for not warning you. Those who underestimate me never have a good ending. If you don't beat me up now, I swear you pay the price." Thinnis sensed something strange about the situation. Tal, hands in his pockets, sneered at the fire giant, his tone aggressive, but his words clearly implied he should attack him. The fire giant, however, seemed frozen in place, its empty eyes fixed on Tal, who was 4 or 5 times its size. Though it made no move, anyone could feel the boundless rage within it. At this moment, Makaro tried to attack again, but intense flames erupted from the fire giant's body. The scorching heat forced Makaro back several steps. "Damn it! Tal, don't go too far. I can't even get close. I handle it." Willow, who had been standing by without moving, finally spoke up. Makaro was taken aback, then asked with delight, "Huh? You're ready?" Willow nodded. Yes, casting spells is faster after the breakthrough." "That's great." Makaro slapped his thigh, his face beaming. "Since you're ready, I don't need to help. The rest is up to you, Willow." Willow took 2 steps forward cautiously, his gait strange, as if he were holding a cup of hot water, but in reality, his hands were empty, only some pale yellow magic swirling around. "This is..." Before Thinnis could ask, Willow unleashed a massive spell in an extremely bizarre posture. He swung his hands upwards, arching his back, looking up at the sky, and shouted, "Come on! Fall!" Whoosh! A series of gusts of wind arose, and hundreds of fireballs of varying sizes suddenly appeared in the sky, all hurtling towards the fire giant. A truly spectacular sight. Thinnis froze, the fireballs raining down like a storm. Compared to this, the barrage of ice arrows Milia had unleashed a divine beast mountain was child's play, utterly incomparable to this torrential downpour. The fire giant also sensed the threat from above, but it remained fiercely enraged, its fury reaching its peak. Suddenly, it raised its fists high and slammed them down, crashing them to the ground with a deafening roar. Instantly, countless towering flames erupted from the ground, engulfing the fire giant entirely. At the same time, countless tongues of fire spewed from the cracks in the ground, forming writhing trails that coiled towards Tar. Tar, clearly unprepared for such a tactic, was caught in a fiery rope around the ankle while dodging, rendering him immobile. He drew his short sword and slashed at the fiery rope, but the rope was clearly a magical artifact, indestructible. The sword struck it with a clang, but could not sever it. More fiery ropes swept in, instantly binding Tal tightly. Simultaneously, a rain of fireballs descended, colliding with the towering inferno unleashed by the fire giant, creating a deafening explosion. Boom! The explosions lasted for about 2 minutes, leaving the ground cratered and unrecognizable, yet the raging flame showed no signs of abating. Willow's face was pale, his chest heaving violently. He had clearly expended a considerable amount of magic power. The attack had indeed been incredibly powerful. But once the dust settled, the fire giant's roar echoed throughout the entire space. "Awoo! Damn it!" Makaro yelled, grabbing his giant hammer and charging out again to rescue the trapped Tal. But Tal was bound by fiery ropes, and couldn't move at all. He had tried many methods, but nothing could break these strange fiery ropes. Suddenly, a hand lashed out from within the raging flames, instantly dissipating the fire. The fire giant seemed to shrink, but this slight reduction had no effect on it. It was still 4 or 5 times larger than everyone else. The fire giant took 2 steps forward, raising its right fist to smash down on Tal. Tal! Makaro was too slow to catch up, and could only shout. Tal was also taken aback, shaking his head helplessly. Sigh, I wanted to conserve some magic power, but it seems that's impossible. The blue flames on his body instantly vanished, returning to his body, and his body strangely began to ethereal. Boom! With a deafening roar, the fire elemental spirit's fist slammed down, unleashing a tremendous sound and a fierce gust of wind. Thinness covered her mouth, unable to fathom how Tal could escape from this predicament. From beginning to end, Tal had displayed his swift speed and agile reflexes, but had shown little defensive prowess. Logically, Tal should be a support mage, using his speed and those uncanny spells to draw fire and maneuver nimbly to help his teammates create opportunities. But now, his hands and feet were bound, rendering him immobile. Even with his incredible speed, he couldn't use his abilities, and could only passively take the blow. Judging from the power of that attack, even Makaro would be severely injured if he took it head-on, let alone Tal. But when the dust settled, Thinness witnessed a shocking scene. The fire elemental's fist had actually struck Tal beside him, less than half a foot away. It hadn't hit him directly, but the flying stones and powerful fire gusts had injured him, burning his flowing hair and leaving him looking somewhat disheveled, though thankfully, his life wasn't in danger. Poof! The fire ropes binding Tal snapped instantly, and he used the opportunity to push off, quickly creating distance between himself and the fire elemental. What happened? Thinness asked in surprise. Beside her, the pale-faced Willow explained softly, This is another way of using fire attraction. It's very useful, but it also consumes a lot of magic power. Thinness truly couldn't understand. At this moment, Makaro had already brought Tal back. Tal was injured and covered in blood, and Thinness quickly took out bandages and gave him a quick dressing. Makaro sighed deeply, looking at the fire elemental spirit. It seems this battle is far more difficult than we imagined. Tal nodded, saying, It's challenging, but not invincible. Oh! Makaro raised an eyebrow. Do you have any ideas? Tal looked at Willow and said, Little Willow, you haven't used your full strength yet. If you could, it would be easier for us. Willow lowered his head, somewhat apologetically, and said, I'm sorry. Makaro replied, Don't blame Willow. Don't you know his situation? He's already doing quite well to unleash that level of fire rain. Tal shook his head and said, Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. If Willow goes all out, that big guy on fire will be badly injured, if not dead. Then it'd be even easier for us to kill him. Makaro sighed, but Willow can't go all out, you know that? A glint of light flashed in Tal's eyes. Is there really no other way? Makaro was taken aback, then his face turned angry. Tal, what are you trying to do? I suggest you think carefully before you speak, or I beat you up. Thinness, completely bewildered by the conversation, had to interrupt. What is all this about? Can you just say what your plan is? Don't beat around the bush. Makaro glanced at Willow with a complicated expression, then pulled Thinness aside and whispered, You don't know, Willow actually does have a lot of explosive power, enough to damage a fire elemental spirit, but he only uses his full strength when his mind is traumatized. Otherwise, it's at most like what happened just now. But if Willow's mind is traumatized, he'd have a hard time recovering. I remember he's only used his full strength once, but he rested for 2 whole years to prepare for that attack. Thinness finally understood. She looked back at Willow, finding it hard to believe that such a thin body could contain such enormous energy. Suddenly, Thinness asked, Is he close to Tar? Makaro was taken aback. He and Tar are from the same hometown. I heard Tar saved him before, so he has absolute trust in Tar. Thinness smiled slightly and said, Then if Tar died, wouldn't he be traumatized? Makaro felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at Thinness's smile. What nonsense are you spouting? You're not planning to kill Tal, are you? Thinness shook his head. Never mind, it's pointless to talk to you. I go discuss it with Tal. Makaro stared in disbelief as Thinness led Tal aside and whispered a few words in his ear. Tal was initially taken aback, then looked troubled, and finally nodded solemnly. When the two returned, Makaro grabbed Tal and asked, What happened? What did she say to you? Tal shook his head. Never mind, it's best you don't know. Let's quickly make a plan. That big guy on fire should be recovering by now. Makaro was about to say something more when Thinness interrupted her loudly, I'm the leader now, and I explained the plan to everyone. Hey! Makaro shouted, "Let me make this clear. You can make a plan, no problem, but I won't allow anyone to die in the plan." Vida shrugged and said, "I can't guarantee that. You just fought that fire elemental spirit, you know its strength." "You?" Makaro sensed something was wrong, but this time Tal pulled her back again. "Makaro, calm down, let the leader finish speaking." Chapter 321. Dennis paused, then continued, "My plan is simple. This time, I be the main attacker. Makaro, your task is to protect me, and Tal will continue to draw the fire elemental spirit's attention. Don't get entangled this time." Dennis rattled off her plan, which on the surface seemed quite comprehensive. They had already ascertained the fire elemental spirit's strength using Tactic 1. According to the mage ranking system, this elemental spirit was roughly at the 7th level of the Qiyuan realm. However, its movements were clumsy. If it weren't for the fiery ropes that suddenly emerged from the ground, it probably wouldn't have been able to defeat Tal. Therefore, the fire elemental spirit's weaknesses were clear. First, its speed. Not only was its attack speed slow, but its movement speed was also slow. Second, its core, the most crucial part of the fire elemental spirit, damage there would be fatal. However, before executing this battle plan, there was one problem to solve. Tar's magic power was running low. To break free from the fiery ropes, he had expended a significant amount of magic to use firepower to distract the fire elemental spirit's attack, and he was currently unable to rejoin the battle. But the fire elemental spirit wouldn't wait for them to recover. Its attack had missed, and the fire elemental spirit was still enraged. It roared and charged at the group again. The group scattered, leaving only Makaro behind. In this situation, only he had the ability to hold off the others. Sure enough, the fire elemental spirit ignored those who had fled and instead hurled a massive fireball directly at Makaro. This time, Makaro was fully prepared. He took a deep breath, gripped the giant hammer tightly, and then swung it with all his might. The hammer swept out like a small mountain, crashing into the massive fireball with unparalleled force. Instantly, sparks flew everywhere, as dazzling as fireworks. The next moment, the giant hammer, as expected, was sent flying by an immense force upon impact with the fireball. Makaro roared in anger, gripping the hammer's handle tightly, and spinning his body with force. With his movement, the hammer spun rapidly in the air, completing 4 or 5 rotations before barely managing to dissipate the powerful force. He saw that? My move was impressive, wasn't it? Your fireball is no threat to me anymore. Makaro laughed triumphantly. However, his smile quickly froze on his face. Just then, the fire elemental struck again, hurling 4 or 5 fireballs at once. These fireballs, like meteors, trailed long flames as they hurtled towards Makaro. Makaro's face instantly turned extremely pale. He might be able to handle one fireball, but facing so many, he was finding it difficult to defend himself. He turned and fled without hesitation. Any resistance at this point seemed futile. "Tal," Dennis called out, "there's no time to wait for you to recover your magic. Begin the plan." Tal, slightly out of breath, nodded in acknowledgement and channeled his magic, blue flames once more erupting from his body. The fire elemental hurled more than 10 fireballs in succession, forcing Makaro to dodge and weave, looking quite disheveled. Suddenly, it stopped, its empty eyes turning back to Tal. Makaro's expression changed. "Tal, don't do anything rash. You haven't recovered your magic power yet, and you're still injured. Don't push yourself." Tal smiled and said, "Makaro, if I die after this battle, I leave Willow in your care. The 3 of us are the closest, and I can rest assured entrusting Willow to you." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Makaro was startled, a very ominous premonition rising in his heart. He had never heard such negative words from this guy before. But before Makaro could react, the fire elemental spirit had already attacked Tal. For some reason, the fire elemental spirit always preferred to attack Tal with its fists, the enormous fist like a small mountain pressing down on Tal's head. A flash of fire appeared beneath Tal's feet, and he emerged from the narrow gap between the fist and the ground like a streak of light. Clearly, due to insufficient magic power and his injuries, Tal couldn't unleash his full strength. In his prime, he could easily dodge this level of attack. Makaro's heart leaped into his throat. He quickly shouted, "Finis, you hurry up too. I cover you." Finis's expression was serious. As a mid-range attack mage, she needed to get closer to the enemy to strike. Flames also erupted beneath her feet as she rapidly approached the fire elemental spirit, though she was much slower than Tar. When the distance was about right, Finis swiftly lashed out with her whip, aiming for the fire elemental spirit's left foot. The fire elemental spirit clearly noticed Phineas's attack, but it ignored it, and continued its relentless pursuit of Tar. But it didn't know that Phineas's whip was made of a special material, flexible yet strong, capable of effectively conducting magic. Even if there was no initial fluctuation of magic, it could unleash extremely powerful force at the last moment. Snap! With a crisp sound, the whip struck the fire elemental spirit's left ankle, sending sparks flying. The fire elemental spirit's body jerked violently, its fist stopping abruptly as it slammed heavily into the ground. Good. Macaro's eyes lit up at the sight. Fearing the fire elemental spirit would retaliate against Phineas, he quickly ran to Phineas's side, ready to protect it. But the fire elemental spirit only paused briefly before resuming its pursuit of Tar. A cold glint flashed in Phineas's eyes. TCH, looks like Tal really deserves a beating. I lashed you once, and you ignored me. Well, then take a few more lashes. He lashed out 4 or 5 more times, each lash striking the fire elemental spirit's left ankle precisely. The continuous attack severely affected the fire elemental spirit. Its massive body finally succumbed to the magical onslaught, swaying as if about to collapse. Seizing the opportunity, Macaro charged forward, swinging his giant hammer to strike the fire elemental spirit's left ankle as well, intending to knock it down in one fell swoop. However, the fire elemental spirit only swayed slightly before regaining its balance. It was quickly drawn to the magical energy emanating from Macaro, raising its left foot to stomp down hard. Startled, Macaro rolled to the side to dodge. The fire elemental spirit pressed its advantage, unleashing 3 massive fireballs in quick succession. Macaro was momentarily flustered, narrowly dodging 2 fireballs, but was ultimately struck by one. Fortunately, he quickly raised his giant hammer to block, but it still felt like being rammed by a bull. He was thrown into the air and crashed 10 meters away. Macaro! Phineas was about to rush to his aid when he heard Tal shout from afar, "Don't go. I handle this." Tal was engulfed in blue flames once more. The fire elemental spirit was powerless against the rage fueled by the flames, and its fist, poised to attack Macaro again, froze in midair, turning instead to look at Tal. "Tal, watch out." Willow also realized something was wrong. Tal had already exhausted a lot of magic power. If he unleashed such a frenzied barrage of fire again, he would surely be overwhelmed. How could he withstand the enraged attack of the fire elemental spirit? Macaro, dazed and seeing stars from the fire elemental spirit's fireballs, had heard Tal and Willow's shouts and sensed something was wrong. He struggled to lift his head, and witnessed a scene that made his eyes widen in horror. The fire elemental spirit let out a deafening roar, its flames intensifying, and its massive fist slammed into Tal with overwhelming force. Tal was powerless to resist. He could only smile at Macaro, even waving goodbye at the last moment, as if saying goodbye, or perhaps leaving 1,000 unspoken words. A deafening roar followed, sending dust billowing into the sky, as if the entire world was trembling. Willow stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. He couldn't accept what was happening before his eyes. He could only silently pray that Tal still had a sliver of magic left, enough to cast that magical fire-attracting spell again and avoid the fatal blow. However, reality cruelly shattered his last hope. When the fire elemental spirit raised its fist, Tal was nowhere to be seen on the ground. Macaro's teeth bled from biting so hard, his heart filled with boundless rage and sorrow. With all his might, he slammed his fist into the ground, roaring "Tar!" The sound echoed through the air, carrying endless grief and despair. But no one answered him. Tar seemed to have vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. Tar was as if that punch had instantly obliterated him, turning him into tiny specks of dust, mercilessly incinerated by the raging flames, never, ever to answer his cries again. "Aya!" Willow's eyes were filled with terror and despair. His screams pierced the sky, as if releasing all the pain within him. His hands gripped his hair tightly, his body trembled uncontrollably, and he descended into utter madness. Macaro froze, then glared at Phineas with venomous eyes. "It was you. It must have been you. You knew this would kill Tal, but you abandoned him for your own benefit. I'm going to kill you." "Oh!" Phineas's expression was also grim. "You think I killed Tal? Have you forgotten who first suggested mentally stimulating Willow?" Macaro was speechless. Of course he remembered. It was Tal himself who said that mentally stimulating Willow would allow him to exert his full strength. But no matter how he thought about it, Macaro couldn't understand why Tal would insist on using his own death to make Willow exert his full strength. "Brother Macaro." Willow looked at Macaro painfully. "You said Tal isn't dead, right? He's not dead, right?" He desperately wanted to gain some hope from Macaro. But Makaro knew that in this situation, nothing he said would make a difference. He could only shake his head helplessly, tears welling in his eyes. No, Willow, he's dead. But don't worry, I take care of you from now on. But Willow wouldn't listen. His state was very strange. He took a few shaky steps towards the fire elemental spirit, then suddenly knelt on the ground, muttering, "Thar, you can't die. You promised to stay with me forever. Why did you break your promise? Do you think I'm a burden? Are you going to abandon me like they did?" For some reason, the fire elemental spirit was also acting strangely. It raised its fist and looked at it. Although it showed no expression or words, it seemed to be confused about something. But it quickly came to its senses and glanced at Willow, who was kneeling on the ground muttering to himself. Willow was completely unaware of the impending danger. Makaro cried out in alarm and rushed forward to pull Willow back, but it was too late. The fire elemental spirit roared again, its hand lashing out with its first attack, a hand formed from flames. Seeing this, Thinis's brow gradually relaxed. Though a trace of worry remained in her eyes, she felt a sense of relief. She quickly rushed forward, ready to rescue Makaro and Willow immediately if they were in danger. Makaro mustered all his strength, wielding his giant hammer and roaring fire hammer. The massive flaming hammer reappeared, colliding with the fire elemental spirit's hand with a deafening roar. But Makaro was no match for the fire elemental spirit. The blow sent him spitting blood, his body flying like a kite with a broken string. The fire elemental spirit was also badly hurt, the flames on its palm dissipated. However, being formed from fire elemental energy, as long as its energy core remained intact, its damaged hand could heal completely. Seeing Makaro fly away overhead, a fleeting look crossed Willow's eyes, a look of intense emotion. From pain to despair, then to rage, this emotional shift occurred in an instant. And in that instant, Willow's entire aura underwent a dramatic transformation. "Brother Makaro." "Tao." Willow murmured softly, as if calling out to something. His voice was low and sorrowful, deeply moving. Yet, within this sorrow, a seemingly boundless power and determination gradually emerged. Thinis used his whip to catch Makaro as he flew backward and gently placed him on the ground. Blood trickled from Makaro's mouth, and he looked weak and listless. He was simply incapable of continuing the fight. "Thinis, take care of Willow, please," Makaro said weakly. Thinis shook his head. "You handle your own affairs. Don't call me, I'm very busy." Chapter 322. Makaro's eyes widened, his eyeballs seemingly about to pop out of their sockets, his face filled with disbelief. "How could you be so heartless, woman? Tal and I died because of you. We just wanted you to take care of Willow. What's wrong with that?" Cough, cough, cough. Due to his extreme emotional state, Makaro's injuries were aggravated, triggering a violent coughing fit. Each cough caused his body to tremble uncontrollably, and his face grew increasingly pale. But he seemed unconcerned about his physical condition, still staring intently at the woman before him, his eyes filled with anger and despair. Thinis smiled slightly. "Why should you and Tar die? I'm the leader, and I'm ordering you not to die." "Huh?" Makaro was completely stunned. He couldn't understand what the woman in front of him was thinking. He could only take a deep breath and close his eyes. "Do as you please. Anyway, I can't continue fighting. The rest is up to you." Thinis took out a bottle, poured out some pills, and put them into Makaro's mouth. Makaro felt a cool sensation where the pills touched, and his injuries were relieved considerably, but even so, he still couldn't move freely. "Don't worry, you just need to watch from here," Thinis said confidently. Then she stood up and walked towards the fire elemental spirit. Makaro sighed and shook his head. "Sigh. That's why I don't like teaming up with women." Willow's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at the fire elemental spirit before him. The anger in his eyes seemed to materialize, and the thick fire elemental power around him surged and began to gather frantically towards him. The fire elemental spirit was visibly startled, then reacted, roaring to the sky and raising its fist to strike again, this time with all its might, aiming to kill the human before it in one blow. However, this time the situation was clearly different. With a deafening boom, a surge of magma erupted beneath Willow, lifting him high into the air, causing the fire elemental spirit's punch to miss its target. Willow slowly stood up, stretching one hand forward, chanting incantations. A terrifying energy slowly formed, and Willow suddenly opened its eyes, shouting, "Fire rain! Descend from the heavens!" Whoosh! Suddenly, hundreds of enormous magma fireballs appeared in the void, each as large as a person, radiating an astonishingly intense heat. The terrifying sight instantly drew the fire elemental's attention. It raised its head, gazing at the sky, a flicker of fear appearing in its empty, lifeless eyes. But before it could act, the fireballs hurtled down like lightning. Roar! The fire elemental roared in despair. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, like countless bombs exploding wildly, all aimed at the fire elemental itself. The fireballs rained down on its body like a storm, and the fire elemental desperately tried to defend itself with a fire barrier. But no matter how it defended, the fireballs were simply too powerful, far beyond its wildest imagination. In this breathtaking battle, the fire elemental was in an unprecedented predicament. Its fire barrier teetered precariously under the relentless impact of the fireballs, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Despite its desperate struggle to withstand the deadly onslaught, the number and power of the fireballs far exceeded its capacity to withstand them. As time passed, the fire elemental spirit's magic gradually dwindled, while the fireball attack showed no signs of abating. However, at this critical moment, the fire elemental spirit did not choose to sit idly by. With its last ounce of strength, it launched a desperate counterattack. It gathered all its fiery energy into a dazzling pillar of fire, which shot straight towards the swarm of fireballs in the sky. This was its last hope. The pillar of fire collided violently with the fireballs in midair, triggering a series of earth-shattering explosions. The entire space was filled with flames and shockwaves, as if the end of the world had arrived. But this attack was effective. The few remaining fireballs in the sky were instantly dissipated by the impact of the pillar of fire, and the remaining fireballs were withstood by the fire elemental spirit's formidable strength. At this moment, Willow's magic was completely exhausted. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose, his eyes rolled back, and he fell backward, plummeting from the sky. With lightning speed, Phineas swiftly lashed out with her whip, wrapping it around Willow and gently placing him on the ground. She checked Willow's injuries, fed him some pills, and whispered, "You worked hard. Get some rest. Leave the rest to me." Meanwhile, the fire elemental spirit was visibly weakened after this round of attacks. Most of the flames on its body had dissipated, and its body had shrunk to the height of a normal person. Phineas slowly stood up, taking a deep breath. She knew the situation was extremely dangerous. Of their group, only she remained combat ready. If this operation failed again, they would all be wiped out. However, Phineas held a firm belief in her heart. She would never allow herself and her teammates to perish here. A resolute light flashed in her eyes, and she moved with lightning speed, appearing before the fire elemental spirit in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, she swung her whip, aiming a vicious lash at its head. Although the fire elemental spirit had shrunk, its power remained immense. It reacted instantly, swinging its arm and precisely catching Phineas's whip. A slight, almost imperceptible smile played on Phineas's lips, as if everything was within her expectations. She gripped the whip tightly and pulled hard, taut as an arrow. The fire elemental spirit was equally unwilling to give in. It held firmly to the other end of the whip, refusing to let go. It was like a hard steel needle, deeply embedded in the ground, unmoving. A fierce tug-of-war ensued between the two, neither able to easily yield. A ball of flame erupted from beneath Phineas' feet, circling the fire elemental spirit twice, binding it with the whip. Roar! The fire elemental spirit roared, grabbing the whip with both hands, trying to tear it away. However, it was surprised to find that it couldn't break the seemingly ordinary whip with its own strength. Heh, you think highly of yourself. To break my whip, you need at least a supreme realm expert. You're far from that. Phineas chuckled, then unleashed his magical power, channeling it through the whip to the fire elemental spirit. With a deafening boom, the fire elemental spirit seemed to explode, bursting into flames. Roar! The fire elemental spirit roared, struggling incessantly, but to no avail. Give up. You already injured 3 of my companions. It's time to pay the price. Phineas said bitterly, his eyes flashing with cold light, his magic power unleashed even more violently. Roar! The fire elemental spirit, struggling and roaring, was gradually engulfed in flames, its form completely consumed, leaving only a red sphere floating out. That red sphere was the core that had appeared at the beginning, containing powerful and pure fire elemental energy. Phew! Success! Phineas let out a long sigh of relief. This battle was far more difficult and brutal than the fight against the magma serpent outside. Phineas withdrew his magic and retrieved his whip, simultaneously drawing the fire elemental spirit's core before him. The sphere was dark red, brimming with magic power. It was clearly no ordinary object. Phineas gently placed her hand on it, and a surge of pure magic flowed into her body, replenishing her previously depleted magic. What a wonderful thing! Phineas's eyes lit up. Wasn't this essentially a mobile magic storage depot? In battle, a mage's greatest limitation is magic power, Once it's depleted, they can no longer fight. This sphere, however, stores a large amount of fire elemental magic power and can quickly replenish it. It's practically inexhaustible. Phineas immediately moved the sphere to Willow's side. Willow was already exhausted and unconscious. To prevent injecting too much magic power at once and harming Willow's body, Phineas carefully picked up Willow's little finger and gently placed it on the sphere. Due to the small contact area, no matter how vast the magic power, it couldn't all rush into Willow's body at once. As magic flowed in, Willow's complexion gradually improved, but due to the physical and mental trauma caused by his previous overexertion of magic, he remained unconscious for the time being. When Willow awoke, he was lying in a forest next to a small river. The babbling brook filled his ears, making him feel somewhat disoriented. He slowly sat up and looked around. Beside him, a woman stood with her back to him, roasting meat over a fire, the aroma wafting into his nose. Gurgle. His stomach growled at an inopportune moment. The woman heard the sound, suddenly turned around, and their eyes met. Willow. You're awake. The woman was Phineas. She approached him with delight, asking with concern, How are you? Is anything else bothering you? Willow lowered his head, his eyes darting around. How did we get here? In his memory, they were clearly battling the fire elemental spirit in the fire realm. How did he end up here? Phineas explained, You exhausted your magic power, and have been unconscious for 5 days. I was so worried about you. 5 days. Willow's eyes widened suddenly. He remembered the situation. Tal, to draw the fire elemental's attack, had exhausted his last bit of magic power to unleash a fire-attracting attack, ultimately dying a gruesome death at the hands of the fire elemental spirit. Macaro, to protect him, had taken the brunt of the fire elemental spirit's fireball, coughing up blood and flying away, his fate unknown. Willow suddenly grabbed his hair, muttering, Where's Tal? Where's Brother Camaro? Where are they? Where are they? Seeing that Willow's mental state seemed to be deteriorating again, Phineas quickly grabbed his hand and said, Don't get agitated, they're all right. And nothing? Willow was taken aback, turning to look at Phineas. You said they're all right? Phineas smiled and nodded. Yes. To unleash your potential, Tar and I discussed having Tar pretend to be crushed to death. Actually, because the ground was initially blasted open by the fire elemental spirit, Tar suddenly dodged into one of the cracks just before the fire elemental spirit's attack hit him, thus avoiding a direct hit. And Macaro is naturally thick-skinned, that level of attack couldn't kill him. What? Willow was completely stunned. Phineas continued, They went to scout the area. As soon as we came out, we were teleported to a wasteland. There was nothing there except a field of withered flowers. It took us about 3 or 4 days to reach this forest. However, this forest looks a bit eerie, and given your poor condition, we didn't venture too deep. We just rested at the edge until you woke up. Willow was still somewhat suspicious, and was about to ask more, when he suddenly heard a noise beside him. Hey, this forest looks pretty big, how come we can't find any large animals? How should I know? I'm tired, let's stop here for today. Hey, why are you like this? We've been here for 2 days already. How are we going to explain to the leader if we don't have any clues? Didn't you dislike that woman? Why are you so obedient now? These past 2 days, it's been the 2 of us scouting, and that woman has been resting the whole time. Why can't she go scouting? Speaking of which, her cultivation level is higher than ours. Ugh. Just shut up. She might hear you. But these 2 were really loud. Not only Willow heard them, but Phineas did too. Phineas's eye twitched, and he slowly stood up, shouting in the direction of the noise, Hey, you 2, talking behind my back, can't you even keep it away from me? Do you need a beating? Damn it! I told you to shut up. Macaro grumbled as he walked out, followed by the nonchalant Tal. Tal, seemingly unconcerned, exclaimed exaggeratedly, Oh my, isn't this our beautiful team leader, Phineas? What a coincidence. Coincidence, my foot. Phineas retorted, Did you 2 find anything today? Macaro shook his head. This forest is very strange. There aren't any large animals, and there's an eerie tranquility. I don't know why. Suddenly, he saw Willow, who had already woken up, and exclaimed with delight, Oh! Willow! You're awake. Tal was also startled, quickly taking 2 steps forward, grabbing Willow's shoulders, and checking him over to confirm that Willow was indeed fully recovered before letting out a sigh of relief. Willow, you really scared me to death. You were unconscious for 5 days straight. Willow's eyes reddened, and his lips trembled as he said, Tal, Brother Macaro, you guys really didn't die. Chapter 323. Tal laughed. Willow, I'm sorry, I lied to you before. I'm really fine, look at me now, I'm perfectly alright, aren't I? Willow hugged Tal tightly and burst into tears. Then sighed, those two really have a good relationship. Makara walked over to her and smiled. You don't understand them. You can't even imagine the hardships they endured. Oh! Thinis was taken aback and asked, you mentioned before that they're from the same village. What's that all about? Makara slowly explained, Tal and Willow both come from a village in the southern part of the Austin Empire. Willow's father was a notorious villain in the village, a heavy drinker who spent his days with a group of drunkards. When he came home drunk, he would beat and verbally abuse Willow and his mother. Willow was very young then, and couldn't fight back, so he was always bruised and battered. But Willow was very obedient and sensible. No matter how badly he was beaten, he was always very strong in front of outsiders, and never cried out. But this continued, making Willow's personality increasingly introverted. He knew that he and others were different, and unable to resist his father, he could only submit. Often, he would lock himself in his room, not coming out for an entire day. Then one time, his father got drunk again, and had a huge argument with his mother, which inevitably escalated into a physical fight. Willow was terrified. He hid under the bed, covering his ears, too afraid to come out. Outside, he could hear his father's roars and his mother's wails. This happened almost every day, but that day was different. It seemed more intense. When everything settled down and calm returned, Willow trembled as he crawled out from under the bed. Before him lay a sea of blood. His parents lay in pools of blood. A kitchen knife was stuck in his father's chest, his eyes staring blankly at the ceiling, clearly dead. His mother was also bleeding from her head, with several bloody holes in her abdomen, but she was still alive, her chest heaving violently. When Willow came out, his mother's eyes were filled with regret and helplessness. She reached out to touch Willow one last time, but before he could get close, her hand fell limply to the ground. Orphaned at the age of 18, Willow became even more withdrawn and silent. The village elders pitied him, and wanted to help him, but to no avail. Willow refused to leave home or communicate with anyone. His heart was closed off. One night, a pack of wolves attacked the village, killing and dragging away livestock from many homes, a common occurrence in southern villages. Because Willow's father was a longtime alcoholic, the family was already poor, and their house was dilapidated. Soon, wolves stormed into their home. Young Willow was no match for the ferocious wolves. Just when he was utterly helpless, his neighbor, a strong hunter, intervened. He and his son rushed into Willow's house, rescued him from the wolf attack, and took him home. In his own home. From then on, Willow lived with this kind hunter. Although he remained taciturn, he finally showed some smiles when facing the hunter, whose son was Tal. Because they were about the same age, Tal often took the initiative to approach him, telling him about things outside, such as encountering a rabbit while hunting that day, the small trees by the river blooming, and mushrooms everywhere after the rain. Willow listened without saying a word, but he took it all to heart. Over time, he finally opened his heart, and the two became very good friends. With Tal's help, Willow finally left his room and came to the outside world, but he always hid behind Tal, or found a corner where no one could see him. This habit has continued to this day. Of course, Willow is much better now than before. At least before, when I talked to him, he would never reply, only glaring at me with one eye. Then he sighed deeply. So that's how Willow and Tal's history was. No wonder they were so close. She knelt down beside Willow and whispered, Willow, I'm sorry. It was my suggestion that Tal fake his death. I'm so sorry for making you sad. Willow shrank back, shaking his head. It's nothing. Tal laughed. You're the leader. If you tell us to go east, how dare we go west? Thinis said irritably, which ba asterisk said I was resting and not going out to scout. Tal scratched his head awkwardly. Oh, you must have misheard. I'm a staunch supporter of the leader. If the leader gives the order, I do it even if it means going through fire and water. Thinis was speechless. If we're talking about being annoying, even without using magic, you're number one in the entire association. Then thank you, Tal said shamelessly. With your personal endorsement, I can finally be considered a top contender in the world of annoying people. Feeling completely outmatched by this man, Thinis changed the subject. What do we do next? Should we enter this forest? Makara said, we don't know either. If we want to get to Panshan, the shortest route is through this forest, but right now, we can't find anything at all. This forest is eerily quiet. Thinis pondered for a moment, but we've been here for 2 days, and haven't found anything. There's no movement in the forest. Maybe we're just being too cautious, and maybe there's nothing in this forest at all. Tal laughed. Oh my, our beautiful leader is indeed clever. We two brothers have run our legs off in the forest, but it wasn't a complete waste. We finally got this crucial clue. There's nothing in the forest. Phineas's eye twitched. Can you stop beating around the bush? Am I beating around the bush? Tal leaned against a tree, hands in his pockets. I'm telling you, this forest probably hasn't been here in ages. It's covered in spiderwebs. Every time I come back from the forest, I have to clean myself off. Spiderwebs? Phineas was taken aback. A lot of spiderwebs in the forest? Makiro said, that's true. Some places have a lot of spiderwebs, some have less, but most areas have them, and the further in you go, the more there are. Sometimes, because there are so many spiderwebs, it's hard for us to find our way, so we don't dare go any further. Phineas frowned. Spiders are always nocturnal. If I'm not mistaken, the magical beast in this forest is a spider. We probably only find out what kind of magical beast it is when we enter the forest at night. Makiro said curiously, a spider magical beast? That's really rare, but most spider-like magical beasts aren't very strong, so we don't need to be so cautious. Tal nodded. Yeah, we haven't gained anything since we came out of the fire realm. It's good that Willow is awake. It's time to stretch our muscles. We can't have come all this way for nothing. Makiro said, you didn't get enough from the fire realm? Everyone else is so envious, and you're still not satisfied. Tal didn't care. I almost died in there. So what if I broke through 2 ranks? The beautiful Phineas even broke through 3 ranks directly. I should at least try to match her. That's right, everyone received an upgrade when they were teleported out of the realm. Since Phineas was the last to kill the fire elemental spirit, she received the most rewards, breaking through to the 5th rank of Chiyuan. The other 3 broke through to the 4th rank of Chiyuan. Reaching this level in just over 10 days is considered fast in the entire realm. This is precisely why Phineas wanted to find Annie, and the others as soon as possible. With these 4th-tier Chiyuan helpers, Annie would have something to rely on. However, she didn't know if Annie had even reached Panshan. Perhaps Annie didn't want to go to Panshan at all, and had gone somewhere else instead. At this point, Phineas had no choice but to go all the way. She had to at least go to Panshan to see if she could find Annie. If not, she would search elsewhere. But to get to Panshan, she had to cross this forest in front of her. Phineas gritted her teeth and decided to act tonight, to see what kind of magical beasts were hiding in this forest. The sun set, its afterglow gradually disappearing below the horizon, and night quietly fell, shrouding the entire forest in darkness. Phineas carefully poked at the campfire with a stick, letting the embers gradually die out. All around was silent, save for the occasional sound of the wind and the rustling of leaves. In this dark, dense forest, visibility became blurred, as if everything was shrouded in a mysterious veil. The 4 men silently rose, each lost in their own thoughts. They knew the journey ahead would be fraught with unknown challenges and dangers. Phineas led the way, her hand gripping the whip at her waist, vigilantly watching her surroundings. Her steps were light yet steady, each one marked by caution and decisiveness. Close behind were her 3 companions, following closely in formation. Moonlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting a faint glow on the path beneath their feet. But this light was far from enough to dispel the endless darkness, allowing them only a barely discernible view ahead. They proceeded along the winding path, the occasional crunch of snapping twigs underfoot. Suddenly, a breeze blew by, bringing with it an unusual aura. Phineas stopped, signaling everyone to be quiet. They listened intently, trying to catch any possible signs of danger. After a moment, the wind stopped, and silence returned. It seemed to be just the wind. Phineas breathed a sigh of relief, and continued leading the group forward. As night deepened, the 4 finally entered the heart of the dense forest. Just as Tal had described, there were indeed many spider webs, but this was no problem for a fire elemental mage. A single fire would reduce them all to ashes. Tap tap tap. A strange sound suddenly rang out, startling Phineas, who signaled the 3 to stop. Makiro also gripped his hammer, ready for battle. Phineas raised his torch and shone it around. There was still nothing there. What was that sound from before? Tap tap tap. The sound rang out again. Phineas gestured to Tal, who nodded, and blue flames gradually rose from his body. As soon as the blue flames appeared, a rustling sound filled the air. In the firelight, they saw a dense swarm of spiders approaching them. My God! Tal explained, it's an insect party, a spider conference. Phineas shouted, run. The group sprinted in the opposite direction. Makiro, running, asked, is that the magical beast? What kind is it? Thinis shook his head. I don't know, but judging from its aura, it's not simple. It's best not to provoke it. Don't provoke them? Tal was taken aback, quickly extinguishing the blue flames on his body. You should have said so earlier. Tap tap tap. Some larger spiders began to appear around them, spitting out spider silk at the four, trying to restrict their movements. However, the four were all experts at the 4th or 5th level of the Qiyuan realm, naturally unafraid of such attacks. A ball of flame erupted, instantly burning away the spider silk. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, and a gigantic spider appeared before the four. This spider was about the same size as the previous magma snake. The four instantly stopped in their tracks, staring at the giant spider in astonishment. What the hell is this? Makaro felt his hair stand on end. Can spider monsters grow this big? Thinis swallowed hard. In my memory, only the cave spider can grow to this size. Cave spider? Tal chuckled bitterly. I really seen something amazing. I encountered such a rare species. Hey! Big spider, good evening? Have you eaten yet? The cave spider roared in response, its foul-smelling venom dripping from its mouthparts, sizzling on the ground. Ha! Tal took a step back. Looks like you haven't eaten. That won't do. You get hungry if you don't eat dinner. Why don't you go back and have a midnight snack before you talk to me? The cave spider ignored Tal's words and launched a swift attack. The four scattered and fled. Blue flame suddenly erupted from Tal's body as he ran, shouting, "You guys go. I hold them off." No! Thinis cried, "Cave spiders are social monsters. You can't shake them off. We have to take down this big guy first." Take down the big guy? Tal rolled away, dodging several attacks. This big guy is at least a Qiyuan 7th level monster. With the other spiders, we're no match for him. You guys run, while I can still hold them off. At this moment, Willow suddenly shouted, "Watch out." Before Tal could react, he felt a sudden pressure on his foot and tripped. Looking back, he saw a circle of white spider silk wrapped around his ankle. Immediately afterward, the enormous cave spider approached, its massive fangs clanging with a terrifying clatter, and it bit down on Tal's shoulder. Tal felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, then lost consciousness, forced to watch helplessly as the giant spider wrapped him in its silk, turning him into a massive cocoon. The three of them, including Willow and Thinis, were stunned. It all happened so fast that no one had time to react. Tal is really dead now. Chapter 324. Tal! Willow shouted, preparing to rush forward, but Thinis grabbed him. Makaro, already charging forward with his hammer, smashed all the smaller spiders nearby, yelling, "Release Tal." But the cave spider's massive forelegs swung, blocking Makaro aside. Makaro was extremely anxious, but helpless. Thinis held Willow tightly, fearing that his emotional outburst would unleash the powerful rain of fire. After all, Tal was still in the giant spider's hands. If the fire rain fell, it would inevitably affect Tal. Thinis, her mind racing, suddenly shouted at Makaro, "Makaro! Draw its attention." Hearing this, Makaro unleashed his full magical power, roaring, "Fire hammer! Die!" The cave spider disliked fire, and Makaro's magic was fire elemental magic, making the spider extremely uncomfortable. It quickly retreated, spitting out a swarm of spider silk. Thud! Makaro felt as if his hammer had struck cotton. His raging magic had nowhere to vent, and a huge flame shot into the sky, burning away the spider silk but failing to harm the spider in the slightest. Meanwhile, Thinis had reached the cave spider's side. Taking advantage of the spider's complete focus on Makaro, she unexpectedly lashed out with her whip, precisely wrapping it around the large cocoon, then pulled hard, trying to snatch Tal back. However, the cave spider reacted very quickly. The large cocoon was already wrapped with a lot of spider silk, and the cave spider only needed to move its claws to pull the cocoon. Thinis failed to succeed, and smaller cave spiders swarmed around him. Left with no other option, he released the large cocoon and retreated. "What should we do?" Makaro asked anxiously. Thinis' face was grave. He was equally at a loss. Just then, a blinding light flashed, and a huge axe appeared in midair, slashing fiercely at the cave spider. Everyone was startled. The axe appeared abruptly, without any warning, and it seemed to be some kind of light magic. Could there be people from the church here? But the cave spider remained calm, casually swinging its forelegs, unleashing a cloud of black mist to block the axe. At the same time, a stream of water gushed from the nearby grass, instantly engulfing the large cocoon and forcibly pulling it from the cave spider's mouth. No one knew exactly what had happened. After its cocoon was taken, The cave spider seemed stunned for a moment before turning and leaving, followed by the other smaller cave spiders, who retreated like a receding tide. Thinis and Makaro stared dumbfounded at the scene before them, their minds filled with questions. How could a powerful, high-level undead magical beast be so easily frightened away by a mere water prison? But there was no time to worry about that now. Willow was the first to rush forward, pulling out a small knife and forcefully stabbing it into the cocoon, trying to break it open and rescue Tal. The knife ripped open the cocoon with a hiss, revealing Tal's face. Meanwhile, 3 people emerged from the nearby bushes. Thinis recognized all 3 and exclaimed with delight, "Annie! Adams! Harley! It's you?" Annie laughed, "Haha, what a coincidence. We just escaped from the cave spider's lair and ran into you." Adams maintained his cold expression, seemingly unconcerned about anything. Behind him stood Harley, whose face was strange, looking shaken, his hands trembling slightly. Thinis introduced, "These are my companions, and this big guy is Makaro." Makaro nodded slightly, his gaze falling on Adams. Judging from the weapon Adams held, the giant axe of light from earlier must have been his doing. Their attack styles were similar, and both were very imposing. Adams also looked at Makaro, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes, but his expression remained arrogant, and a faint trace of magic emanated from him. Makaro sneered, releasing his own magic as well. Their magic clashed, and the difference in power was immediately apparent. Makaro, having just emerged from the fire realm, had already broken through to the 4th level of the Qi-Yuan realm, while Adams, though powerful, had yet to enter the light realm, and was still only at the 2nd level of the Qi-Yuan realm, naturally putting him at a disadvantage. Adams raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. These people didn't seem to be members of the church, yet they were here. If they hadn't come by him, they might have been teleported here through the elemental realm gate. Looks like I need to hurry to Panshan. I can't let these guys fall behind. Thinis then pointed to the large cocoon. This guy wrapped up is called Tar. Tar had already slowly regained consciousness. Although his body was still numb, his mind was relatively clear. "Hey, beautiful leader, why don't you get me out first before introducing me? I'm a little embarrassing like this." Thinis raised an eyebrow, ignoring him, and said instead, "This fair-skinned boy is called Willow." Willow blushed, lowered his head, and dared not look at the crowd, but he still mustered his courage to say to Annie, "Thank you." Annie smiled, actually relieved. After rescuing Harley from the cave spider's lair, they had found a place to rest and help Harley regain his senses. Having been chased by the cave spiders for several days, he had developed psychological trauma. Although he thanked Annie for saving him, in this forest, especially at night, he had almost lost all fighting ability and could only watch from the sidelines. They had originally planned to rush out of the forest and head to Panshan after tonight, but suddenly they heard intense fighting sounds and flashes of fiery red light. Annie immediately thought of Thinis. After all, most of the people here were from the church, and if a fire elemental mage appeared, it must be related to Thinis. Annie guessed correctly, it was indeed related to Thinis, and also to the newly acquainted Spider. Spider was already incredibly powerful, and Annie had spent a great deal of time persuading Adams to intervene. During a lull in the attack, Annie secretly explained the situation to Spider. Spider, knowing that the attacker was again Annie's friend, didn't linger and quickly turned and left. However, this left everyone puzzled. Thinis, a 5th-level Qi-Yuan cultivator, couldn't defeat the cave demon Spider, so why was Annie, a 2nd-level Qi-Yuan cultivator, able to drive it away in one move? Fortunately, the situation was chaotic, and no one dwelled on this question, or even raised it. Thinis asked, "Annie, are you going to Panshan next?" Adams replied irritably, "Of course. Didn't we agree before? We need to hurry over now. I wonder if the Gate of Light has opened yet." Annie shook her head and said, "My original purpose for going to Panshan was to meet up with Sister Thinis. Now that we met in this forest, I have no reason to go to Panshan anymore." She turned to Adams and said, "Brother Adams, let's split up here. After all, I'm a water elemental mage, and I need to find the water realm." Adams was taken aback. "The water realm? But, Harley added, "the water realm hasn't opened for hundreds of years. What's the use of you even if you go there?" Annie smiled and said, "It's alright. That's better than going to the realm of light. The magic realm is so vast, I want to explore it more." Adams nodded slightly. "You're right, going to Panshan isn't a good choice. Let's part ways here. Take care, we have a chance to meet again after all the elemental realms close." Annie was a little confused, so Harley explained, "The elemental realms are usually open for a month, and then they close. After all the elemental realms close, only a small area in the entire magic realm will have abundant magic crystals. Almost everyone will gather there then to see who can obtain the most magic crystals. Annie nodded. I see. I look forward to seeing what level you two will reach next time we meet. Adams laughed loudly. Haha, you should do your best too. Then he asked, Annie, you're going to the water realm, are those fire elemental mages willing to go with you? Dennis smiled, we already come out of the fire realm. Now we just wait for all the elemental realms to close. We have nothing to do in the meantime, so what's wrong with accompanying little Annie? She looked at Makaro and the other two, who all nodded in agreement. All right. Adams immediately agreed without hesitation. See you next time. After a brief farewell, Adams and Harley disappeared from sight. Annie and Phineas caught up, each recounting their experiences in the magical realms. Annie told Phineas how she met Adams, how she killed the giant toad, and how she rescued Harley. Phineas talked about Farid, how they then joined forces to defeat the magma serpent, and how they fought the fire elemental spirit in the fire realm. When Annie heard the word fire elemental spirit, a hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. Phineas noticed this subtle change in expression and quickly changed the subject. By the way, Annie, where's Xiaoxue? Annie pointed upwards, where Xiaoxue was lazily sleeping in the canopy of a large tree. Xiaoxue went up to the tree to observe earlier, and hasn't come down yet. Phineas smiled. If you two can really open the water realm, you and Xiaoxue can go in and grow a lot. Honestly, the elemental realm truly holds countless possibilities. Annie nodded. I know, that's why I want to go see it. Makaro, standing nearby, said, but the key to the water realm hasn't appeared in the world for hundreds of years. Water elemental mages on the continent reach the Qiyuan realm, and then struggle to advance any further. The higher the level, the fewer the experts there are. Even if you went, it would be useless. Annie gave Phineas a questioning look. Phineas understood and said, they're all from the association. Don't worry, speak freely. Annie nodded and said, I'm from the Norma Empire. Upon hearing this, not only were Makaro and the other two stunned, but even Phineas was taken aback. What did the Norma Empire represent? It was a very special existence on the continent, and what is the connection between the Norma Empire and the water realm? Instantly, Phineas felt a jolt, looking at Annie with disbelief. You mean? Annie nodded solemnly. That's right, but I hope you can keep this a secret. Phineas's expression was grave. Of course, this absolutely cannot be known by anyone else. Then she turned to Makaro and the other two. You three also need to be careful. You absolutely cannot reveal a single word. Makaro and the other two, of course, knew what this meant, and all nodded repeatedly. Tal had already crawled out of the cocoon. He moved his limbs, feeling still somewhat stiff. Annie hesitated slightly before saying, Brother Tal, don't worry, this toxin isn't fatal, it only has a numbing effect, it will be fine after a while. Tal nodded, cough, I feel like my body isn't even my own anymore, this feeling is rather interesting. Phineas laughed, what? You want to be numb for a little longer? Tal frowned and said, I don't have masochistic tendencies. What nonsense are you talking about? It's just that this feeling is quite unique. Makaro shoved him aside, go wash up. You're covered in slime, you stink. Annie pointed behind her and said, there's a small river over there, we can rest there for a while. By the way, do you know where the water realm is? The group looked at each other, and shook their heads. Annie's eye twitched, but thinking about it, it made sense. They were all fire elemental mages, how could they know the location of the water realm? Tal said, well, don't worry, I remember a water elemental mage from the guild came in. We can go look over there, and see if we can find him. Phineas nodded, okay, it's settled then. The group then followed Annie's directions, and arrived at the riverbank. After a short rest, Tal washed off the filth, and, with the water flowing, expelled all the toxins from his body, regaining his freedom. The others quickly took a nap, while Xiaoxue kept watch from the treetops. Just as Annie was about to enter a meditative state, Phineas quietly approached, and took a dark red sphere from his backpack, handing it to her. Annie was slightly taken aback and asked softly, what's this? Phineas smiled mysteriously, this is a good thing. I took it from the fire realm. Although I don't know its name, it contains abundant fire elemental magic, so let's just call it the elemental sphere for now. A glint flashed in Annie's eyes, but she immediately shook her head and said, you risked your lives to get this, didn't you? Phineas chuckled, I know you have a spatial artifact. It'd be perfect for me to keep it safe, otherwise, it's inconvenient for me to carry something this big around. Chapter 325. Annie took the elemental orb, feeling its warmth, not too hot. It indeed contained a large amount of pure fire elemental magic, which could be quickly replenished into her body. Annie was overjoyed and asked, "Sister Phineas, can I use a little of the magic inside?" Phineas was taken aback. "Huh? Aren't you a water elemental mage?" Annie then remembered that she had never told Phineas about activating her fire elemental magic, so she smiled and said, "Don't worry about that. I have a way to use fire elemental magic, I only need a little." Phineas smiled and said, "As long as it's useful to you, use it however you want." "Alright. The magic in this elemental sphere is enough for me to cast spells at full power for over 2 years. It's fine." Annie thought for a moment, and then asked, "Sister Phineas, do you have any fire elemental magic scrolls?" Phineas was taken aback, then actually pulled a scroll from her bosom. This seems to be a high-level magic scroll, brought out from the fire realm. Annie gave a wry smile. She couldn't possibly let someone give her a high-level magic scroll, but then she thought for a moment, and took out a leather armor from her breastplate. She had obtained it from the spider during the day. It was said that even the spider's venom couldn't dissolve it, and it had remained intact until now. "Sister Phineas, I know this request is a bit unreasonable, but I really need a fire elemental magic scroll. I hope you can reluctantly part with it. I'm willing to exchange this leather armor for it." Phineas took the leather armor, examined it carefully, and was slightly surprised. Where did you get this leather armor?" And was utterly confused. She explained, I really just found it by chance. Seeing how incredibly sturdy and powerful the leather armor was, I simply took it." Phineas frowned, thoughtfully saying, "If I'm not mistaken, this leather armor is made from the hide of the Golden Dragon King. It's a secret treasure of the Holy See. I never imagined you'd find it here." And gasped in surprise, I had no idea about any of this. What should we do now?" "Well, that's settled then." Phineas suddenly smiled, readily agreeing, "This leather armor is mine, and this magic scroll is yours." Before she finished speaking, she had already shoved the magic scroll into Anne's hand. Annie paused for a moment, then her face lit up with gratitude as she quickly thanked her. "Thank you, Sister Phineas." Phineas gently stroked her hair, responding tenderly, "Don't be so polite, it's a fair trade, hee." Then, under Phineas's astonished gaze, Annie opened the magic scroll without hesitation. In an instant, a dazzling red light flashed, and a flood of magical information rushed into Annie's mind. Annie quickly circulated the fire elemental magic within her body, her skin glowing faintly red. Seeing this, Phineas shook her head with a wry smile, "Sigh, as expected of you, Annie, otherwise the chairman wouldn't value you so much." The night passed, and everyone recovered their energy. Annie also awoke from her cultivation. That night, with the help of the elemental sphere, Annie successfully broke through to the 3rd level of the Chi-Yuan realm and reviewed all the information in the advanced magic scroll. Although casting it now would be difficult, there was still plenty of time, and she didn't necessarily need to achieve anything immediately. The group found their direction and set off, their primary objective being to find the water elemental mage of the Adventurers Guild. On their way out of the forest, Annie secretly communicated with Little Spider. "Little Spider, do you know where the water realm is?" Little Spider was a native magical beast of the magical realm, having lived there for countless years, and naturally knew the place very well. Little Spider replied, "I don't know anything about the water realm, but I know a place where powerful water elemental beasts dwell. You can go there and take a look." "Oh, how do we get there?" Annie asked. Little Spider said, "I will send a few of my offspring to accompany you. They will guide you and also act as your eyes and ears, keeping an eye on your surroundings." Annie exclaimed with delight, "That's wonderful. Thank you, Little Spider." Then, Annie saw many small black spiders emerge from the nearby grass. These spiders were only the size of a little fingernail, almost invisible if one wasn't paying attention. Some crawled onto Annie's body, while others crawled ahead, pointing her in the right direction. In comparison, directly seeking out the powerful water elemental beasts inhabiting the area was more reliable than finding the water elemental mage of the Adventurers Guild. Annie made up a reason to get everyone to follow her in one direction, but in reality, it was just the little spider leading the way. The group spent 2 days leaving the forest and arriving at a relatively open mountainous area. Unlike the forest of the cave spiders, this area was winding and steep in some places, clearly no longer the little spider's territory. The group expended considerable effort traversing the forest, but according to the little spider, this was the territory of one of its friends, and it was relatively easy to talk to, readily allowing them to pass safely. Led by the little spider, the group crossed mountains and valleys without encountering any danger along the way, which was exactly what Annie wanted. She needed to reach the water's secret realm quickly, and didn't want to waste too much time on the journey. About 10 days later, they finally arrived at a vast, boundless beach. This beach, like a golden ribbon, quietly stretched across the land, a beautiful contrast to the blue sky and white clouds. Anne's eyes widened. She had never imagined such a magnificent sight existed in the world. This was the first time in her life she had witnessed the real ocean, and an indescribable excitement welled up within her. She slowly walked towards the sea, her steps light and careful, as if afraid to disturb the tranquil ocean. When she stood on the shore, gazing at the endless horizon, she was completely stunned. The sea before her was so vast, and so deep that Annie felt her gaze couldn't reach its end. The waves gently lapped against the shore, making a crisp, melodious sound, and the sea breeze softly caressed her face, bringing a refreshing coolness. Dennis and Xiaoxue, who had also never seen the sea before, were both stunned by the sight. Makaro and the other two, however, remained calm. Tao, hands in his pockets, strolled leisurely to Finis' side. "Beautiful leader, haven't you ever seen the sea?" Finis shook her head. "I grew up in a village. I seen mountains, but I never seen the sea." Tao chuckled. "That's quite a coincidence. Our old village wasn't far from the sea, and my father often took me to the beach. Guess what's on the other side of the sea?" Finis looked at him suspiciously. "Can't you see it? The sea is clearly boundless. How can there be another side? If there is another side, why can't I see it?" Tao burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, beautiful leader, you're so funny. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. If I close my eyes, does that mean the world ceases to exist?" Finis asked curiously. "Oh, what you're saying makes sense. So what's on the other side of the sea?" Tao shrugged. "I don't know. Nobody knows. Nobody has ever truly been to the other side of the sea. Although many people make a living by fishing, they only stay at sea for 4 or 5 days at most before returning. They don't dare stay too long." "Why?" Finis asked. Makaro chuckled and replied, "The sea isn't as calm and gentle as it appears now. When storms rage, it unleashes immense power, a power capable of destroying the world, a power no matter how strong, can withstand." Annie was slightly moved, her eyes filled with anticipation and longing as she gazed at the sea. Is this the power of the sea? Is this the power of water? Just then, 2 people approached from a distance. They stood blankly on the shore, their expressions somewhat disappointed. Annie unconsciously walked over and greeted them. "Hello." The 2 turned around. They had short blue hair, one slightly older, the other younger, and their faces bore a resemblance, suggesting they were brothers. Their clothing was also somewhat strange, unlike anything seen in other countries on the continent. They were shirtless, their skin slightly dark, wearing trousers resembling skirts and fur shoes. One carried a steel fork on his back, while the other had a short curved knife at his waist. "And you are?" the older youth asked. Annie smiled. "My name is Annie, and I'm a water elemental mage." The youth was slightly taken aback, then said, "It's quite rare to meet a water elemental mage in a magical realm." Annie gave a wry smile. "Yes, at least since I entered the magical realm. I only heard of water elemental mages from the Adventurers Guild. I haven't heard of any others." The younger man said, "The major powers all know that water elemental mages have no future, and they won't leave such a precious opportunity for us." Annie raised an eyebrow. "Oh? You're water elemental mages too?" The older youth nodded. "Yes, my name is Blue, and his name is Bizin. We come from the Endless Sea." "The Endless Sea?" Finis, who had just walked over, exclaimed upon hearing the name. "You from the Endless Sea?" Blue smiled. "Yes. You know the Endless Sea?" Makaro said, "The Endless Sea is a huge branch of the human race, far from the mainland, in the far eastern sea. So you can also enter the magical realm." Blue nodded. "Yes, we exhaust the resources of our entire race, managing to send 2 warriors to the magical realm for training every 4 years. However, the water realm hasn't opened for nearly 100 years. All our people are water elemental mages, and now we can only rely on natural defenses, otherwise, we would have been swallowed up by the Austin Empire long ago." Bizin then asked, "You're not from the Austin Empire, are you?" Annie smiled and said, "Don't worry, we're not from the Austin Empire. These gentlemen are from the Adventurers Guild, and I'm from the Norma Empire." "The Norma Empire?" Blue's brows furrowed instantly. "A nation of the strong? A nation of the strong?" Annie was taken aback. What does that mean?" In Annie's understanding, the Norma Empire was far from being a nation of the strong. After all, the strongest person in the empire was her uncle, Nickel, who was only at the 2nd level of the Li Yuan realm. She didn't know his current level, but at most, he wouldn't exceed the Qi Yuan realm. However, Other nations on the continent had experts at the Zhiyuan realm, making the difference in strength between the two sides enormous. Blue thought for a moment, then, as if realizing something, immediately said, "Oh, you don't know? Never mind then, just pretend I didn't say anything." Annie frowned, looking at Finus and the others, but Finus and the others also showed puzzled expressions. It seemed that only the Blue and Bizen brothers in front of her knew about this. Blue waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about that." "What are you doing here? Are you here to see the sea too?" Annie asked, "Is there anything special about this sea?" "This is the entrance to the water secret realm," Bizen said. "What?" Annie and the others were taken aback. Annie had only come to find the powerful water elemental beast on Little Spider's advice, but she hadn't expected to actually find the entrance to the water realm. Bruce smiled wryly. "You guys don't know anything? Did you just stumble upon this place by accident?" Tal leaned against a large rock and said, "Handsome, you're right. We were just trying our luck." Annie thought for a moment and said, "Since you don't have the key to the realm, why did you come here? I don't see anyone else here. It seems even water elemental mages who enter magical realms probably wouldn't come here, since they know it's pointless." Bruce sighed and said, "This is fate. Everyone who enters the magical realm comes here to take a look. Perhaps one day the key to the realm will reappear." Hearing this, Tal bent down, picked up a few seashells from the ground, tossed them into the air with a mysterious airplay, caught them in his hand, and examined them carefully. Then he asked, somewhat puzzled, "What are you doing?" Tal said mysteriously, "To tell you the truth, I'm one of the top fortune tellers in the association. I gave you a reading today, and hey, I told you you're going to have a very lucky day." Blue gave a wry smile. "Brother, don't tease me. What kind of lucky day can I have in this godforsaken place? I just hope you don't bring me any bad luck." "No, no, no," Tal muttered, shaking his head. "Luck in this world is truly mysterious. If you think you don't have it, it will come to you. If you think you have it, it won't come." Blue was a little confused by Tal's words. He and Bizen exchanged bewildered glances. They had never encountered someone like Tal before, and didn't know how to deal with him. Then he slapped Tal on the back. Tal stumbled, and the seashell in his hand fell to the ground, landing right at Annie's feet. He then shouted, "Ouch!" Everyone was startled. Finus yelled, "What are you yelling about?" Tal said, "Look, isn't this luck coming? Isn't good fortune standing right here?" As he spoke, he pointed his finger at Anne. Chapter 326. Annie was both amused and exasperated. "Brother Tar, stop teasing them." She then pulled a key gleaming with a pale blue light from her pocket. The moment the key appeared, Blue and Bizen's eyes widened in shock, almost popping out of their sockets. Bizen quickly rubbed his eyes and nudged Blue with his elbow, asking, "Brother, I didn't see wrong, did I? This is the key to the secret realm?" Blue instantly burst into tears, looking up to the sky and exclaiming, "Ah! Ancestors above, the key to the water elemental secret realm has finally reappeared. Our people are saved." Annie hadn't expected such a strong reaction from the two. A mere key to the secret realm had caused them to beat their chests in despair and weep with joy. But it was understandable. The people of the Endless Sea were all water elemental mages, living on a resource-scarce island, lacking powerful figures to protect them, and often bullied by their neighbor, the Austin Empire. Now that there's hope of re-entering the water realm, the people of the Endless Sea have a chance to grow stronger and become powerful again. After they calmed down, Annie said, "Now there are only 3 water elemental mages left here. Would you like to accompany me into the water realm?" This was a perfectly reasonable question. The two nodded immediately. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even hundreds of years ago, when the water realm was open normally, it was difficult for the entire Endless Sea to be among the first to enter. They were usually left behind. This time, they had struck gold. Bruce said gratefully, "Annie, thank you so much. Not only do I thank you, but the entire Endless Sea thanks you." Annie waved her hand with a smile, saying, "No need for thanks, but I still want to make more friends. If I have the chance, I'd like to visit the Endless Sea and see how you live." Blue laughed, "That's wonderful. From this moment on, all of you are honored guests of the Endless Sea. You can come and visit anytime without any hindrance, and we will definitely treat you with the highest standards." Phineas covered her mouth and laughed. "Then we'd be benefiting from Annie's hospitality. Don't kick us out." Bizen tugged at Blue's clothes, looking. "Brother," she said worriedly, "people used to come here to hunt the guardian beast, but no one's come this time. Will the few of us be enough?" Tal patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, I got you covered. I'm known as—" Before Tal could finish, Annie interrupted, "The most annoying person in the entire association. Isn't that right?" Tal pouted, "Hey, That's my line, don't steal the show. Everyone burst into laughter. The previously heavy atmosphere, facing the incredibly powerful water elemental guardian beast, instantly vanished. Makaro stepped forward and said, "Don't worry, we just came out of the fire realm and have already broken through. Dealing with a water elemental guardian shouldn't be a problem." Bizen's eyes were full of envy. "Really? That's great, bro, we really got lucky this time." Blue chuckled and tapped Bizen on the head. "That's all because we met Annie and..." Phineas suddenly remembered that he hadn't introduced himself yet, so he said, "We're from the Adventurers Guild. My name is Phineas, and these are Makaro, Tal, and Willow." Blue nodded. "Yes, we used to have some dealings with the Adventurers Guild, but unfortunately, due to changes in the situation on the island in recent years, we haven't seen anyone from the Adventurers Guild for a long time." Makaro said, "Indeed, our envoys to the Endless Sea returned long ago, and there's no trade anymore." Bizen angrily said, "It's all those shameless bastards' fault. They betrayed the interests of their people for their own gain, despicable." Blue quickly tugged at Bizen's arm, and Bizen turned his head away, no longer speaking. Seeing the atmosphere getting tense, everyone quickly changed the subject. And he said, "Now that we decided to open the water realm, we need to find the guardian beast. Do you know what kind of magical beast it is?" Blue nodded. "I know, it's a two-headed magical whale." And he suddenly asked, "Actually, there's something I always wondered about. Why do people come to kill the magical beasts in the realm every 4 years, but they haven't all been killed yet? For example, these guardian beasts, can they be reborn after 4 years?" Everyone looked at each other, clearly unaware of the mystery. Blue thought for a moment and said, "According to our clan's ancient records, this world is the only legacy left to the main plane by the creator god. There must be many things in it that we can't understand, right?" Phineas asked doubtfully, "I heard that after the War of the Gods, the remaining gods combined their strength to gather the remaining scattered magic power of the main plane, thus creating this world?" Tal pondered slightly. "Is it possible that the War of the Gods merely used this world to contain certain things from the main plane?" Tal's words instantly opened everyone's minds. "So that makes sense. This world originally existed, but it was empty. Only after the War of the Gods, to preserve the scattered magic of the main plane, did the gods gather it all here, creating the magical realm." Annie felt it was better to ask Senior Blade Maniac about this later. Right now, the most important thing was to figure out how to deal with the two-headed demon whale. "Does that two-headed demon whale have any powerful magic?" Brooke said, "According to the seniors, the two-headed demon whale lives in the deep ocean. To find it, one must sail to the corresponding sea area. Therefore, without the help of our Endless Sea clan, no one else could reach it." Phineas said, "I heard that too. That's why the water realm is always one of the reasons it's difficult to open." "Well, in that case, we helped each other out. Without you, even with the key to the secret realm, I probably wouldn't have been able to open the water realm." Tal stepped forward and put his arm around Blue's shoulder. "Brother, I'm practically a fisherman myself, but I looked around carefully, and there's nothing here to build a boat. How are you going to get us across the sea?" Blue casually removed Tal's hand from his shoulder. "Hey, you don't know this? Our race has a special method of crossing the sea. Unless absolutely necessary, we don't usually use boats." "Oh!" Tal became even more interested and put his hand on Blue's shoulder again. "Then please show me. I never seen a way to cross the sea other than by boat. Are you perhaps fish knights?" Blue's lips curled slightly, and without a word, he dodged Tal's outstretched arm in a flash, arriving at the beach in the blink of an eye. He clasped his hands together to his lips, emitting a strange sound wave towards the vast, boundless sea. Everyone present looked at Blue with curiosity, completely baffled by his actions. Only Bizen stared intently at the sea, as if anticipating something. A moment later, several high-pitched, piercing screams echoed from afar, followed by a series of splashes. Several figures, like arrows released from a bow, tore through the waves, speeding towards the shoreline at breakneck speed. "Oh my god, are those fish?" Tal exclaimed. "Those are finned fish," Bizen exclaimed. "I never expected to find finned fish in a magical realm. It's truly astonishing." "Huh?" Tal looked puzzled. "Wait, didn't you summon them? Why are you all so surprised?" Bizen was usually rather taciturn and rarely interacted with others, let alone met someone as outspoken as Tal. "Well, finned fish are unique to our Endless Sea, they're rarely seen elsewhere." Tal pursed his lips. "Oh! Shocking. Little brother, tell me, what are you summoning these winged fish for? Are you really going to make us ride them?" "Who's shocked, little brother?" Bizen said, somewhat annoyed. Winged fish are relatively docile fish-like magical beasts. Our ancestors mastered the way to communicate with them a long time ago. Therefore, we're relying on these winged fish to swim across the open sea this time. Tal nodded. Ahem, what did I tell you? We're really going to be fish knights for once. Now, if we encounter the Holy Sea's dragon knights again, we'd be just as formidable. Everyone was speechless. At this moment, the gliders had reached them. These fish, though called fish, actually had crocodile-like mouths filled with sharp teeth. Their lateral fins were flat and long, allowing them to glide briefly in the air while moving quickly forward. Bruce and Bizen approached several of the fish and briefly communicated with them, seemingly reaching some kind of agreement. They quickly became friendly. Bruce turned back and said, "We're so lucky. These gliders are being preyed upon by that guardian beast, and are quite bothered by it. They're willing to take us to find it." Annie laughed. "That's wonderful." Phineas walked over and asked, "So, will we each ride one glider?" Bruce nodded. "Normally yes, but you haven't ridden gliders before, so you might not be used to it. Ladies, why don't you ride one with us?" Tal shrugged. "Then what about us?" "Little brother, I can't swim, maybe we should." "I go with you." "Don't call me shocking, little brother." Bizen's face flushed red as he glared fiercely at Tal. "A single winged fish can only carry 2 people at most, that's the limit." Annie said, "Fine, I choose one myself. After all, I'm a water elemental mage, and they're all fire elemental mages." Tal chuckled, "Shocking, little brother, it seems fate has destined us to be together." Bizen immediately hid behind Blue, making a face at Tal. "No, I don't want to go with you. I want that brother." He pointed directly at Willow, who was peeking from behind a rock. Willow was startled. "Brother, brother?" No one had ever called him that before, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Yo!" Tal laughed. "Willow, he's chosen you. Aren't you going to come out and greet him?" "Greet you, my foot?" Phineas rushed forward and slapped Tal on the back of the head. Tal winced and fell to the ground with a groan. Phineas clapped his hands and let out a long sigh of relief. Phew. Much quieter now. Bruce walked over and said, "All right then, you guys come here. I teach you how to ride a finfish." Since Phineas and Willow could ride the same finfish as Bruce and Bizen, only Annie, Macaro, and Tal needed to learn on their own. Blue reached out and touched the long neck of a glider, saying, "First, you need to choose a glider that matches your personality." Tal rubbed the sand off his face and mumbled, "Oh, I never thought I'd have to pair up with a fish one day." No sooner had he finished speaking than a jet of water sprayed onto his face, and Tal immediately coughed, cough cough cough, which ba asterisk 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 ambushed me. Roar roar roar. A glider let out a series of screeching sounds in the water, seemingly mocking Tal's disheveled appearance. Ouch. Tal immediately rolled up his sleeves, scooped up seawater with both hands, and splashed it at the glider. "Just a stinky fish, yet so arrogant, take this." The glider didn't back down, using its long, narrow wings to continuously splash water at Tal, and the two of them happily frolicked in the seawater. Phineas's eye twitched. "Looks like he's found a match." Just then, a very strong glider slowly approached Macaro. Man and fish exchanged a glance, both seeing admiration in each other's eyes. Macaro reached out and stroked the glider's body, exclaiming, "Ah! What beautiful muscle curves, brother, you got it all right." The strong glider proudly displayed its physique, then nodded to Macaro. They smiled at each other, feeling as if they had known each other for a long time. Phineas closed his eyes in despair, muttering, "My teammates are all normal people, perfectly normal. Perfectly normal." Willow tugged at her sleeve, whispering, Leader, are you all right?" Phineas took a deep breath and forced a smile. "I'm fine. I'm great." Annie, however, was acting strangely. Wherever she went, the gliders all avoided her, not one willing to approach her. Annie herself was somewhat puzzled. She scratched her head and looked at Blue. What's going on? Am I that scary?" Blue was also curious and made a series of gurgling sounds towards a glider in front of him, which immediately responded. Blue frowned visibly and turned to Annie, asking, You have the aura of death on you?" Everyone immediately fell silent, turning to look at Annie. Annie's heart sank, but the power of death within her body had been sealed by Karthus, not a trace could seep in. How could the glider have sensed it? Chapter 327. Annie thought for a moment, then pulled a magic core from her pocket. Black mist swirled within the core, emanating a sinister aura of death. Could this be the reason? Phineas was taken aback. "Where did you get this?" Annie smiled wryly. "I went to the lair of the cave spiders earlier, rescued Harley, and casually picked up a magic core that no one was using." Blue breathed a sigh of relief. It's not a big problem. The winged fish aren't averse to the power of death, they're just a little afraid. I talked to them. Then, Blue began communicating with the winged fish again. After a while, the winged fish leader left the shoreline, swimming quickly into the distance. Where did it go? Venus asked. It says one of its kind had some contact with a necromancer, said Brew. Go find it now. A short while later, the leader of the winged fish returned with another winged fish. This one seemed different from the others. It was surrounded by black mist, clearly indicating that its magic and death power were intertwined. Brew frowned slightly. This might. Annie waved her hand. It's all right. This is it. With that, Annie stepped forward and slowly extended her right hand. The winged fish initially flinched, but upon sensing Annie's aura, it immediately became agitated. Annie took a deep breath and released her water elemental magic, gradually calming the fish down. Annie's hand gently stroked the winged fish's smooth back, carefully sensing the flow of magic within it. Her brow furrowed. Little Slider, what have you been through? It seems to be corrupted by the power of death, said Blue. This is very rare. Who did it encounter? Annie naturally sensed the complexity of the situation, but she couldn't use her own death power yet. Otherwise, she could have helped the winged fish escape its suffering. Woo-woo. The winged fish let out two mournful cries, its voice, like a sob, echoing far across the wide beach. Annie patted its back comfortingly. Don't worry, I helped you get rid of it, trust me. Blue assumed it was just Annie's overflowing sympathy, and didn't believe she could actually untangle the entangled death power. However, he didn't say so directly, and instead began the second part of the lesson. Alright, everyone has a winged fish now. We can start practicing riding. Actually, it's very simple. Everyone, sit on the back of the winged fish. He then straddled the back of the winged fish in front of him. The others followed suit, all climbing onto the finfish. Blue leaned over, clinging to the finfish's back, his arms around its slender neck, and stretched his hands to the sides, saying, reach out and feel around. There are two rather hard scales on the sides of the finfish's neck. These scales are very rough inside, making them good for gripping. We usually use this method to stabilize ourselves when there are no reins. Annie tried touching it too, and indeed there was such a scale. She put her fingers inside and gripped it tightly, finding that the scale was very sturdy and slightly elastic. No matter how hard she tried, the scale remained firmly in place without hurting the finfish. Seeing that everyone had touched the scales, Blue began teaching them how to move forward, accelerate, decelerate, and turn, even giving a demonstration himself. Having seen the gliders carrying Blue swiftly through the water, everyone was eager to try it themselves. At Blue's command, they rode their gliders like arrows released from a bow, shooting off in an instant. Leading the charge was Macaro, whose glider was the strongest, its tail powerfully thrashing, pushing out large amounts of seawater with each stroke, propelling them forward at incredible speed. Tal, on the other hand, was somewhat overwhelmed. Although his glider was also fast, it seemed to be constantly tormenting him, sometimes diving deep into the sea, suffocating him, sometimes leaping into the air, performing 360-degree spins and jumps. Tal felt like his brain was about to be flung out. After everyone got used to riding the finfish, they returned to the beach. Tal immediately tumbled off the finfish, kneeling to the side and gagging incessantly. Ugh! This is awful! Why didn't you tell me this thing was so exciting? Annie laughed and said, but I felt fine. Finnis chimed in, yeah, everyone else is fine, only you're affected. Whose fault is it? Tal was about to say something when he suddenly felt nauseous and vomited again. Bruce shook his head with a wry smile. You chose the most active finfish. There's nothing we can do about it, but it's also a good thing. This finfish is the most agile in the entire group. Annie asked, Brother Bruce, you still haven't told us what the characteristics of that two-headed demon whale are? Blue slowly explained, the two-headed demonic whale is an ancient aquatic magical beast that once dominated the oceans, but it disappeared from the prime material plane after the War of the Gods. All I know of now is this one in the magic realm. According to the experience of our predecessors, this two-headed demonic whale is around the 7th level of the Qi-Yuan realm. Its commonly used techniques include water shockwaves, giant waves, and ice spikes. Overall, its attack speed isn't fast, but its entire body is as hard as iron. Its only weaknesses are its eyes and mouth. Its mouth is full of sharp teeth, making it difficult to attack, and its eyes are relatively small, protected by eyelids. This two-headed demonic whale has lived here for countless. Time is cunning and treacherous, not so easy to deal with. Therefore, we must devise a strategy first to ensure a decisive blow. Otherwise, if it discovers our plan, things will become difficult. Macaro asked, how big is this two-headed demon whale? I heard whales are generally quite large. Blue nodded, this guy is enormous. He pointed to the winged fish beneath him. 30 winged fish aren't as big as this two-headed demon whale. Macaro gasped. The winged fish beneath him was already considerably larger than a person. The magma snakes they encountered at the entrance to the fire realm were only about 10 people in size, while this two-headed demon whale was so enormous, it was truly astonishing. And you must be careful of its tail. Blue added, the two-headed demon whale's tail is extremely powerful. If it strikes, the winged fish will surely die, and you might also be severely injured, putting you at a disadvantage. Blue then explained some other matters requiring special attention, and then everyone set off together. Phineas and Willow rode with Blue and Bizen on the same glider, while Annie took Snow with her. Facing the wind and cutting through the waves, the group glided swiftly across the calm sea, tracing several graceful arcs as they sped away like shooting stars into the distance. This was Annie's first time sailing the open sea, and the warm, humid sea breeze felt incredibly refreshing. She turned to look at her. It was Tao, clinging tightly to the finfish beneath him, his eyes closed. No matter how much the fish thrashed about, he remained motionless, as if in a meditative state. On the other side were Bizen and Willow. These two boys were rather reserved, remaining completely silent throughout the journey. Bizen focused intently on steering, while Willow was either gazing at the sea or lost in thought. Annie found it somewhat amusing, and sped up slightly to catch up with Blue. Brother Blue, how exactly do you communicate with the glider fish? Blue smiled mysteriously. I can't tell you that, it's a secret of our kind. Hearing this, Annie patted the glider fish beneath her and said, could you ask it what it went through? Blue looked troubled. While we can communicate with glider fish, it's limited to simple communication. This is a bit complicated. Is that so? Annie was slightly disappointed. Just then, Spider's voice suddenly rang in her mind. Master, there's a special situation. Huh? Annie was startled. What's wrong? Weren't you in the forest? What happened? Spider said, I might die. What? Annie was shocked, almost falling off the glider fish. Luckily, Blue reached out and caught her. Blue asked, what's wrong? Are you tired? Do you want to rest? Annie shook her head. It's nothing, let's continue. It was just an accident, thank you. Blue was a little suspicious, but seeing that Annie was indeed alright, he didn't think much of it. Annie's expression turned serious. She asked Little Spider, what happened? Is there anyone in the magical realm who can kill you? Little Spider said, every 4 years, a group of people come from the Prime Plane. Many of them are necromancers. They know of my existence, and almost always gather to hunt me down. But this time, I don't know why they came so quickly. Master, I won't be able to help you on the road ahead. No! Annie cried out, if you die. It's all right. Little Spider said, after the realm closes, I will be resurrected by the power of its rules. My soul is immortal, so I won't break my contract with you. Don't worry. Annie's heart stirred, and she immediately thought of this question. She asked Little Spider, tell me, is this the creator gods? The space left behind? Little Spider was silent for a long time before saying, I don't know anything about a creator god, but I know this space is not simple. Everything that lives here, whether plant or magical beast, never truly dies. Their souls are forever imprisoned here, periodically reborn under the influence of the rules. But all the magical beasts have one wish, to escape. After all, being hunted every 4 years is an unbearable ordeal. Annie asked, but you said before that you could never escape here. That's right. Little Spider said sadly, the rules here imprison our souls. Going out would mean our souls being completely annihilated, ceasing to exist. But there is one way to escape. Kill enough outsiders, seize their life force, and reach the Supreme Origin Realm. Annie asked doubtfully, are there magical beasts at the Supreme Origin Realm here? Little Spider replied, I don't know, at least I haven't encountered any. But magical beasts at the Abundant Origin Realm do exist. They are also restricted by rules, and cannot move freely. They can only hunt in a fixed area. You need to be careful, and avoid those places. Annie's heart sank. This magical realm was vast. How could she know where she couldn't go? Little Spider continued, I can't say the exact location either, since I haven't been to very far places. The closest one is in a valley, but it's in the opposite direction from where you are now. Annie nodded. Let's not talk about that now. How are you now? Little Spider said, there are many people surrounding my cave entrance. They're afraid to come in. They seem to be waiting for something. No one, but I think it should be soon. All the descendants I sent out have been killed by them. Annie frowned. Isn't there any other way? Can't you escape directly from there? No, little spider said. If I escape this forest and die outside, I will truly vanish into this world, never to be resurrected. Annie rubbed her forehead. How many people are there in total? About 10. What's their strength? All of them are at least at the Qiyuan 2nd rank, and 3 of them are at the Qiyuan 4th rank. Annie frowned. That means they just came out of the death realm. Can't you handle such opponents? Little Spider replied, It's not a matter of strength, but rather that they possess an ancient artifact that perfectly counters me. An ancient artifact? Annie exclaimed in surprise. What is that? Little Spider explained, It's a stick. It releases an energy field that interferes with my magic release. In battle, any mistake could lead to defeat, so I can't go all out right now. Annie roughly understood. If there was any organization in the prime material plane that possessed so many powerful necromancers, there was only one answer. The Other Shore Flower. Moreover, according to the intelligence obtained in the Duchy of Sharia, the Other Shore Flower possessed its own entrance to a magical realm, which allowed them to send people in. It seemed these people were all here, a dozen or so fit their size. However, Annie hadn't expected them to possess an ancient artifact. In a magical realm, this was practically cheating. For Little Spider, with her strength around the 4th level of the Qiyuan realm, to be so wary, one could imagine how powerful this ancient artifact must be. Annie roughly understood the situation. With such a powerful ancient artifact aiding it, the Other Shore Flower could naturally defeat the guardian beast quickly and emerge from the death realm. Therefore, their leader must have also benefited greatly, experiencing a rapid increase in strength. Now, they surrounded the spiderlings in the cave, undoubtedly waiting for their leader. And without the leader's arrival, they dare not act rashly. Annie narrowed her eyes slightly, seemingly having formed an idea. Chapter 328. Annie sorted out her thoughts and said, Little Spider, I have an idea. I don't know if you can do it. If you can, then you might not have to die this time. Little Spider calmly said, Master, please tell me. I'm listening. Annie nodded and slowly said, These people are only surrounding you without attacking, which means they have some concerns. You don't need to worry too much. They only been in the magic realm for such a short time, they couldn't possibly have reached a very high level. Their purpose in coming to find you is simply to protect you and prevent others from killing you first. If I'm not mistaken, you weren't killed by a necromancer last time, were you? Little Spider replied, You're right. Actually, several times, it was light mages who came to surround and attack me, and several times no one came at all. Annie said, That's right. Because the geographical location of this forest you're in is very special. It's near the starting point for the Holy Sea's light mages to enter the secret realm, and it's very close to the Panshan light realm. The surrounding area is full of light. The mages are very hostile towards necromancers. If the two sides encounter each other, a fierce battle is inevitable, so you are relatively safe. You have lived in this forest for hundreds of years, and no one knows the forest environment better than you. Therefore, my solution for you is to divert the trouble. Divide the trouble? Little Spider was a little confused. What does that mean? Annie said, You should still have many descendants, scattered throughout the forest. Order them to immediately begin searching, not only within the forest but also outside, to find the light mages and lure them into the forest. At the same time, you can't just sit idly by. While they are unprepared, you must immediately attack and disrupt their formation, scattering them to increase their chances of encountering the light mages. I think many haven't reached Panshan yet. After all, opening the light secret realm isn't easy. Some people will definitely go elsewhere to gather cultivation resources and improve their strength before joining the others at Panshan. The Little Spider seemed to understand, but it completely trusted Annie. After all, they were now bound together by a contract, and if one was in trouble, the other would suffer the same fate. All right, Master, I listen to you. Annie nodded. Hurry up and get moving. Ask me if you have any questions. The Little Spider agreed and quickly severed the connection. Annie, on the other hand, regained her composure and sat on the glider with a heavy heart. Blue noticed Annie's somewhat troubled expression, but didn't dare to ask her anything. Seeing this, Phineas laughed. Blue, just focus on moving forward. Annie's fine, don't worry about her, she's often like this. Blue gave a wry smile. It's not a problem, I'm just a little worried. She's only just learned to ride the winged fish, and she's so distracted, if she accidentally falls into the sea, it'd be terrible. Phineas laughed. Don't worry, don't forget Annie is a water elemental mage too. Blue paused, scratching his head. Ha ha ha, I forgot about that. Okay then. The group traveled at high speed, stopping only once to replenish food and water. After about 2 days, they finally reached their target sea area. From the moment they entered this sea area, Annie felt a strong unease. This unease came from the winged fish beneath her. Its speed hadn't slowed down, but its movements were noticeably hesitant, and frowned. It seemed the guardian beast was indeed very powerful, having already instilled a psychological fear in the other sea monsters here. Even approaching it made them uneasy. Brew promptly warned, "Everyone, be careful. We reached the area where the guardian beast is located, and we could be attacked at any moment." Everyone immediately became extremely alert. Tal asks, "There doesn't seem to be anything unusual here. How are we going to find the guardian beast?" Dennis said, "Aren't you very good at this? You even cursed out the guardian beast at the entrance to the fire realm." Tal chuckled twice. That's just a psychic. It's only what I'm good at. Now we're at sea. If that thing attacks us from below, we'd be in big trouble." Dennis scoffed, "Oh, you're actually scared? That's really surprising." Tal shook his head. "Oh, am I really that bad in your eyes? No way. I have to show you something today." With that, Tal rolled up his sleeves and got into a fighting stance. Annie and the others had never seen Tal's abilities before, so they naturally didn't know what he was going to do and looked at him with curiosity. Makaro, however, reminded them, "Everyone, stop watching. The guardian beast is about to appear. We better get ready." "Huh?" Blue looked bewildered. "The guardian beast is coming out? How is that possible? Does he really have a way to summon the guardian beast?" Dennis gave a wry smile. "I hate to admit it, but this crazy guy really does have that ability." Blue said solemnly, "The two-headed demon whale has a wide attack range. Since there are few of us this time, we need to spread out and use our agility to maneuver around it. Brother Tar, do you know where it will appear?" Tar pointed to himself and said, "It will appear right here. Wherever I am, it will be there." Blue was increasingly confused and decided to stop thinking about it. Okay, then the rest of us should stay away from Brother Tar, ideally 20 to 30 meters apart. This will help us cooperate and also distribute our firepower effectively." Everyone nodded and dispersed in all directions, leaving Tal alone in the middle. Tal looked around, seeing that everyone had chosen their positions, and asked, "Can we begin?" Blue shouted, "Yes." Tal took a deep breath, clasped his hands to his mouth, mustered all his strength, and roared towards the sea, "You stinking salted fish! Grandpa Tal is here. Come out and face your death." Everyone was speechless. Makaro shook his head. "This guy, it's always the same. Why don't you just cast the spell directly? Why do you have to shout?" Blue asked doubtfully, Is this really okay? Does the two-headed whale know what he's saying?" Bizen was clearly skeptical. "Is he kidding us? Calling the two-headed whale a stinky salted fish, and it come out? That's ridiculous." However, as soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding sea began to slowly boil. Layer upon layer of waves piled higher and higher, the once calm seawater instantly becoming incredibly violent, as if transforming into a man-eating behemoth, displaying its unparalleled power to everyone. Bizen was utterly shocked. How is this possible?" Tal's lips curled into a sly smile, and he shouted triumphantly, "Ha! I'm widely recognized as the most deserving man in the entire association." Before he finished speaking, the glider beneath Tal suddenly trembled, its speed increasing dramatically. It shot off like an arrow, instantly veering off course and nearly throwing Tal off. Just then, a terrifying, gaping maw abruptly appeared where Tal had just been standing, leaping out from beneath the turbulent surface of the sea, baring its fangs and claws as it lunged into the air. Everyone who witnessed this breathtaking scene was utterly dumbfounded. Just how enormous was this demonic beast? Half of its body burst forth from the waves, towering into the clouds like a majestic mountain, radiating unparalleled power and exerting an indescribable, oppressive pressure. This is the two-headed demonic whale? Phineas stared wide-eyed at the colossal creature before him, his face filled with disbelief. The beast was a deep gray-black, its surface uneven and rugged. At its front were two heads, one large and one small. The larger one had a massive mouth filled with sharp teeth, while the smaller one had eyes but no mouth, its purpose unknown. Both heads were white with uneven black spots. Since only half of its body was visible, the size of its tail was completely unknown. The two-headed whale, having missed its attack, crashed back into the sea with a deafening roar. Although they had lost sight of it, they knew it was somewhere beneath the surface, gathering its strength for its next attack. How did you do that?" Blue asked Tal in astonishment. Tal, having just regained his footing, chuckled, "Didn't I already say? This great one is the entire association. Watch out! Bizen shouted, and as soon as he finished speaking, a massive wave, over 10 meters high, crashed towards Tao. Fortunately, the glider beneath Tao was incredibly agile, leaping out almost at the same moment Bizen warned him, dodging the wave's attack. Cough, cough, cough. Tao, who had been speaking, was instantly pulled into the water by the glider, swallowing a mouthful of water. Upon surfacing, he immediately began coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. What is that? Those are giant waves. It's one of the two-headed whale's attack methods, said Brew. Tar, be careful. That two-headed whale has its eye on you. Don't get swallowed. Brew's eyes lit up. Tar, he asked, do you have some kind of magic that can attract the attacks of magical beasts? Tar, while watching the sea, replied, you guessed right. 1 point. Brew clapped his hands and exclaimed, that's great. I got a good idea. Makaro laughed, you probably want Tar to be the bait, and we attack from the sidelines. Ha ha, he's the best at this kind of thing. It'd be fine to leave it to him. Brew nodded. Yes, his winged fish is the most agile in the group, able to avoid most of the two-headed whale's attacks. The rest of us can then target the whale's eyes. Attack the eyes? Annie asked, but this two-headed whale has 2 heads and 4 eyes. Which one should we attack? Brew said, you might not know, but the 2 heads of the two-headed whale have different functions. The larger head is used for eating and biting, while the smaller head contains a huge amount of water elemental magic, which can release powerful magic through its eyes. Our primary attack should be the eye on the smaller head, which might prevent it from using magic. Annie nodded, okay, then someone needs to give the order and choose the best time to attack together, so that the whale isn't prepared. Dennis looked at Makaro and said, this is perfect for you. Makaro didn't refuse and laughed loudly, alright, then everyone will follow my command and act together. Whoosh! A tremendous rushing sound echoed from beneath the sea. Tao's winged fish circled nervously twice, before suddenly charging in one direction. With its movement, a massive whirlpool appeared on the surface without warning. Its center slowly caved in, revealing the gaping maw of a two-headed demon whale. What kind of move is this? Tao watched in horror, clinging tightly to the winged fish beneath him. However, this time, the current was too strong. The fish, despite its efforts, couldn't escape and could only slowly pull Tao towards the center of the whirlpool. Oh no! Blue cried out, they're not going to escape this time. We have to help them. But Makaro said, no need. Blue looked at Makaro in confusion. Why? Didn't you see the Tar brothers are already trapped in the whirlpool? If this continues, they'd be swallowed whole by the two-headed whale. Makaro calmly replied, it's alright, Tar can handle it. Blue didn't know where Makaro's confidence came from. In such a turbulent whirlpool, how could Tar possibly escape? Suddenly, Tar clung to the glider's body, lifting his legs, as if becoming one with the fish. The next moment, a flash of fire appeared beneath his feet, and with a bang, a tremendous propulsive force was applied to the glider, greatly reducing its pressure, allowing it to easily swim out of the whirlpool's range. Bizen rubbed his eyes, his face filled with disbelief. You can do that? Willow whispered behind him. Yes, Tao always manages to find some strange but useful methods. Dennis shook his head. That's so typical of Tao. However, after escaping danger, Tao didn't rejoin the group. Instead, he headed in the opposite direction, blue flames erupting from his body. The moment those flames appeared, the two-headed demon whale's attack halted, the vortex vanished, and a calm descended. Makaro was taken aback, and asked in confusion, what's going on? Normally, once Tar releases its firepower to attract attention, these magical beasts will launch a fierce attack without hesitation. Why did this two-headed demonic whale just leave like that? Blue's expression turned grim, and he said in a deep voice, the two-headed demonic whale won't give up so easily. It's definitely brewing an even more powerful attack. We need to be careful. Sure enough, the next moment, the entire sea surface trembled, and the gliders emitted sharp shrieks among themselves. Blue's expression changed, and he shouted, oh no! It's about to unleash a water shockwave. Water shockwave? Annie asked in confusion, tightly gripping the glider. What's that? Chapter 329. Before Blue could speak, a powerful surge of water crashed into Tao's glider. The impact was so immense that the glider had no way to dodge, and was thrown high into the air. Unable to gain leverage in the air, the glider writhed and twisted, trying to escape its predicament. But a moment later, the gaping maw of the two-headed demon whale reappeared below. This time, it was determined to win. Although gliders have 2 relatively long and narrow wings, it doesn't mean they can actually fly, they can only glide a short distance at high speeds. Now, thrown high into the air, vertically downwards, without any leverage, the glider could only tumble and twist, unable to reverse its current situation. Blue was startled and was about to rush to the rescue when Makaro stopped him. Don't go. Everyone, listen to my command, attack immediately. Blue hesitated for a moment, then everyone else began casting spells. Fiery red and icy blue attack spells shot towards the two-headed whale's eyes, like fireworks. Blue finally reacted, gritted his teeth, grabbed his steel fork, and forcefully unleashed a blue slash. Boom! Even the two-headed whale couldn't withstand the combined attack without any warning. A violent explosion erupted from the left eye of its smaller head, followed by a painful roar. A whoo! It worked! Makaro's eyes shone brightly. He had already decided on the attack plan. But then, Tal and the winged fish both fell down. Even if the two-headed whale didn't move, they would fall squarely into its mouth. Just then, Tal moved. A dazzling burst of fire erupted from his body once more. Driven by fire elemental magic, Tal, along with his winged fish, forcefully escaped the two-headed whale's attack range and plunged into the nearby sea. Phew! Blue let out a long sigh. Brother Tal is really bold. He deliberately waited until we finished attacking before making his move, didn't he? Makaro smiled. That's right, he's always like that, flirting with death. Splash! The two-headed whale returned to the surface. Blue quickly patted the winged fish beneath him, and the fish immediately carried Blue into the depths. Annie asked with some confusion, what did he go to do? Bizen replied, he went to see what the two-headed demon whale would do next, and also to see how much damage the attack had caused. A moment later, Blue returned to the surface, panting, his face showing excitement. Great! The two-headed demon whale was indeed severely injured. If that attack could have happened again, we should have been able to kill it. Thinis was slightly envious. They had expended a lot of effort dealing with the magma serpent, but now not only were there fewer people participating in the battle, but the battle had ended much faster. However, this was normal. At the entrance to the Fire Realm, the most people were only at the Qi Yuan level 2, and some were even at the Li Yuan level. Now, there were 4 people at Qi Yuan level 4 or higher, and the rest, Annie, Blue, and Bizen, were all at Qi Yuan level 2. Makaro asked, do we have a way to fight it head-on? 2 of us are melee fighters. Blue thought for a moment and said, okay, but it'd be a bit more dangerous. Makaro waved his hand and said, no problem, let it come. I believe the winged fish brothers think the same way. The winged fish beneath him vigorously spread its fins, showing off its powerful muscles. Blue nodded, all right, wait for me. With that, he quickly rode the winged fish to Tal's side. Tal looked at Blue's sudden appearance with some confusion and asked, what's wrong? Any new tactics? Blue briefly explained his plan. This is the plan, but how to lure the two-headed whale over is up to you. Tal laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, don't worry, as long as you're ready, I act immediately. Then, Blue moved away from Tal again, exchanged a few words with Bizen, and the two began preparing to cast a spell. Seeing their furrowed brows, and realized they were preparing some special, mana-intensive spell, she secretly activated her spirit-splitting technique, accelerating the flow of mana around them, and their expressions immediately relaxed. Soon, the surrounding temperature began to drop, and sensed a familiar aura, like the 1,000 miles of ice spell cast by Bon years ago, yet clearly not quite the same. Everyone watched Blue and Bizen with tension. After Blue finished reciting the last line of the incantation, he suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, Tal brothers, begin! Tal, who had been constantly changing direction in the distance to lure the two-headed demon whale back and forth beneath the surface, suddenly heard Blue shout. A glint of light flashed in his eyes, and he leaned down, whispering in the finfish's ear, dude, let's do something exciting. The glider let out a long cry and shot forward like an arrow. At the same time, a burst of blue flame erupted from Tal's body, its intensity significantly greater than before. Tal had unleashed his full power. Boom! Tal's magic immediately took effect. The two-headed whale suddenly became extremely ferocious. Because its smaller head's eye was injured, it ceased using magic and charged directly out of the water, opening its massive jaws towards Tal. The glider beneath Tal continuously increased its speed and changed direction repeatedly. Tal also released magic to help the glider accelerate. With their coordinated efforts, the two-headed whale missed its bites several times, further fueling its rage. Sensing the surrounding magical fluctuations, Bru's eyes widened, and he shouted a warning, Brother Tar, watch out! It's about to unleash an ice spike. Tar was taken aback. An ice spike? Wasn't that just a basic spell? What was there to be wary of? However, before he could react, he heard the gasps of the crowd. Tar quickly turned around and saw powerful water elemental magic gathering and condensing into a gigantic ice spike, or rather, it couldn't even be called an ice spike. This so-called ice spike was over 10 meters long and as thick as 1 or 2 people could hug. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it an ice pillar. "My God?" Tar exclaimed. "You call this an ice spike?" However, if compared to the enormous body of the two-headed demon whale, calling this spell an ice spike wouldn't be wrong. With a deafening roar, the ice spike slammed down, creating a huge wave. Tar clung tightly to the winged fish, quickly escaping. He was completely soaked, his once flowing hair clung wetly to his forehead, making him look somewhat comical. But he didn't care about his image anymore, and shouted at Blue, "Are you done over there?" "Anytime," Blue shouted. Tal gritted his teeth, urging his glider to increase its speed. After unleashing an attack spell, the two-headed whale seemed to feel unwell, shaking its head before continuing its pursuit. Tal and Blue closed the distance, and everyone stared wide-eyed at the scene before them, wondering what would happen next. Suddenly, Tal exerted force with his arm, and his glider soared into the air, its fins spreading out like a graceful bird gliding close to the surface. Behind them, the enormous two-headed whale swung its massive tail, creating waves over 10 meters high, and simultaneously leaped out of the water. Blue yelled, "Now!" He and Bizen exerted force simultaneously, plunging their hands into the seawater. Crack! 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 The sea surface instantly underwent a dramatic change. Starting from Blue and Bizen, the seawater in front of them gradually froze into solid ice, some sections still retaining the shape of the waves, stretching for about 100 meters. Annie's eyes widened. She hadn't expected the Blue brothers to be able to cast such a large-scale spell together. This spell seemed intricately related to the 10,000 miles of ice, yet the magical fluctuations revealed significant differences. First, this spell required a long incantation period and the coordinated effort of 2 people to achieve its scale. However, when Born cast 10,000 miles of ice, he was able to do so solo despite his less than perfect mastery of the spell. Second, while this spell also consumed a great deal of magical energy, it was far less than 10,000 miles of ice. Judging from the surrounding water elemental magic flow, it was less than half the amount used in 10,000 miles of ice. Finally, and most importantly, the effect was far inferior to 10,000 miles of ice. As a high-level spell, 10,000 miles of ice not only had a freezing effect, but also a powerful domain. Opponents within its domain were slowed, their movements stiff and sluggish. In a duel between experts, even a slight change in speed could determine victory or defeat. But the freezing spell cast by Blue and Bizen lacked any domain power. It was simply freezing. The spell seemed harmless at first glance, but its effectiveness under these circumstances was remarkable. Tal leaped onto the newly formed giant block of ice, carrying the two-headed whale. Boom! A deafening crash resounded as the two-headed whale slammed into the ice, sending ice shards flying and the ice below cracking and splintering. "Oh no!" Blue cried out, "The ice might not be able to withstand this weight." Everyone's heart sank. Getting the two-headed whale back into the water would be incredibly difficult. Just then, Annie jumped onto the ice with Xiaoxue. Blue immediately warned, "Annie, come down quickly, it's dangerous up there." Annie turned and gave him a bright smile. "Brother Blue, don't forget, I'm a water elemental mage too." With that, she bent down, placed her right hand on the ice, and suddenly released her magic, mimicking the way Blue and Bizen had channeled their magic, infusing it into the ice. Crack! 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 Instantly, the ice that had been shattering reformed. No matter how much the two-headed demonic whale struggled, the speed at which the ice beneath it shattered and reformed maintained a delicate balance. Marcelo raised an eyebrow and quickly shouted, "Everyone, charge. Annie is buying us time." Blue and Bizen also reacted. They were primarily melee fighters, and if they continued with ranged attacks, they didn't know when they would defeat the demonic whale. But now it was different. The two-headed demonic whale was trapped on the ice. If everyone was fast enough, they could rush in and attack together, and definitely kill it. Makaro stepped onto the ice first, but after just one step, he lost his balance and slipped. Before he could react, he felt a hand grab the back of his collar and forcefully drag him forward. Makaro struggled to lift his head, and saw that it was Blue. Blue walked on the ice, as if it were flat ground, his speed not only not slower, but even faster than on land. Blue quickly reached the two-headed whale, and, using the momentum, forcefully threw Makaro away. Makaro yelled, adjusted his body in midair, and swung his giant hammer with a powerful roar fire hammer. At the same time, Blue and Bizen rushed forward from the left and right, each swinging their weapons at the eyes on the smaller head of the two-headed whale. Rumble. Under the combined attack of the three, a cloud of bloody mist burst from the two-headed demonic whale's eyes. Roar! The two-headed demonic whale let out a terrible roar, violently whipping its tail, trying to shatter the ice and return to the water. However, the combined attack put even more pressure on the ice, causing it to crack and break at an accelerated pace. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Annie's forehead. If they couldn't kill the two-headed demonic whale with a single blow and send it back into the sea, things would become much more complicated. Phineas and Willow stood unsteadily on the ice. They wanted to help, but the slippery surface made it impossible to move. Phineas thought for a moment, then swung his whip and wrapped it around Willow's waist. Willow was startled and asked Phineas, "Leader Phineas, what are you doing?" Phineas yanked his whip, turning Willow around, then shoved him to the ground. "I'm going to kick you. Get over there now. No matter what, you have to destroy that two-headed demon whale, understand?" Willow only managed to utter one word before feeling a hard kick to his backside, and he was thrown forward uncontrollably. "Aya!" Willow screamed, immediately closing his eyes in fright. When he stopped, he slowly opened them, looking ahead. His current position was perfect for attacking the two-headed demon whale. Without thinking, he immediately stretched out his hands, channeling all his magic power, and fireballs condensed in the air. Seeing this, the others quickly scattered to avoid being caught in the blast. The fireball fell rapidly and struck the two-headed demon whale's head with unerring accuracy. A series of thunderous booms echoed, and the ice below finally gave way under the pressure, shattering into pieces. Chapter 330. Ow! The two-headed demonic whale let out its final, agonizing howl, crashing back into the sea amidst countless ice shards and churning water. Everyone immediately jumped into the sea to avoid being hit by the ice shards. The winged fish quickly swam nearby and carried everyone on its back. Especially the brothers Blue and Bizen, who had unleashed a massive, man-intensive freezing spell at the beginning, and then used all their strength to attack the two-headed demonic whale's eyes, were completely exhausted and lay motionless on the winged fish's back. Macaro ruffled Willow's hair and laughed. "Didn't expect that. You stole the final blow, ha ha ha." Macaro's words seemed to be complaining that Willow had stolen his final attack, but his face couldn't hide his delight. Tal suddenly appeared out of nowhere. "Are you all alright? Is anyone hurt?" Phineas checked on Blue and Bizen, and finding everyone unharmed, shook his head, saying, "They're fine, just exhausted. They need a short rest." At that moment, the two-headed demonic whale that had just sunk into the sea slowly surfaced, but this time, it was face up, lifeless. Simultaneously, a strange door rose from the sea surface. This door seemed to stand upright on the water, without any support below, appearing very bizarre. Needless to say, that was the entrance to the water realm. Annie came to Blue's side and said, "Brother Blue, let's rest for a bit, then go see what good stuff is inside this two-headed demonic whale." Blue said weakly, "Take whatever good stuff you find. We owe you a lot for this attack, otherwise, my brother and I definitely wouldn't have been able to fight the demonic whale." Annie retorted angrily, "What are you talking about? We all killed the two-headed whale together, so the spoils should be divided equally. Besides, you even taught us how to ride winged fish. Without your help, we wouldn't have been able to find the water realm at all." Phineas interrupted their conversation with a smile. "You two shouldn't refuse. Guardian beasts usually carry a lot of resources, and this two-headed whale looks even stronger than the lava snake we encountered at the entrance to the fire realm. We're all fire elemental mages. These things are useless to us. So even if you don't want them, you can't refuse." After resting for a while, Blue and Bizen set off and retrieved all the treasures hidden on the two-headed whale. Just as Phineas had said, they retrieved more than they had from the lava snake. The most attractive items were naturally the enormous water elemental magic core and 5 high-quality secret realm origins. The group found a large ice floe, spread all the treasures on it, and rested briefly on the ice. Blue and Bizen exchanged a glance and nodded, as if reaching a tacit understanding, and together pushed the enormous magic core in front of Annie. "Annie, here, take this magic core." Annie was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, "You don't need to be so polite. Even if I get it, it won't be of maximum use. Wouldn't it be better if we used it up together here, reaching our peak condition, and then entered the water realm together?" Blue and Bizen thought this made sense and nodded, saying, "All right, let's cultivate together here. With this magic core, we should both be able to break through." Bizen said, "Since you're unwilling to accept the magic cores, then accept these high-quality secret realm resources." Blue nodded in agreement. "Yes, we already broken through to the Chi Yuan realm. We don't need these secret realm resources anymore." You can exchange them for some cultivation resources. However, Annie shook her head, pointing to the mid-quality Secret Realm resources, and said, I take these, you can take the high-quality ones. Each time only 2 of you enter the magic Secret Realm, so the amount of Secret Realm resources you can bring back is very small, and high-quality ones are even rarer. This limits the number of strong individuals in your endless sea, so you should keep them. Annie's words pointed out the current predicament facing the endless sea. Both of them desperately wanted to bring back more high-quality Secret Realm resources, but considering how much they had relied on Annie and her teammates, Blue had to reluctantly give them up. However, they hadn't expected Annie to be so generous, wanting neither magic cores nor high-quality Secret Realm resources, which completely surprised them. But Blue was about to say something more when Tal put his arm around his shoulder and said with a smile, Brother Blue, I tell you a secret. Blue was taken aback, wondering what kind of trouble the man in front of him was up to now. What secret? Tal smiled and said, Our Adventurers Guild is preparing to resume cooperation with the Endless Sea, but we haven't been able to find a suitable candidate to go on a mission there. We've been through thick and thin together this time, so when we get back, I go to the head steward and ask him to recommend me for the mission to the Endless Sea. Could you help me out then? Blue was overjoyed. That's great. If you come, things will be much easier. The two immediately began enthusiastic discussions about the cooperation. Thinis tugged at Makaro's sleeve and asked, When did the association decide on this? Makaro shrugged, I don't know, maybe this kid made it up. Thinis, and came to Thinis' side and said, Sister Thinis, thank you so much this time. Thinis smiled and said, No need for thanks. Even if you were Nickel's niece, I would stand by your side without hesitation, let alone the mission I was given to help you. And knew she would get this answer, so she smiled and said, Next, we're going into the water realm. You can't go in with us, so let's part ways here. Who knows what will happen when we come out? Where did it appear? Thinis nodded. Yes, those who come out of the elemental realm always randomly reappear in various corners of the magic realm. We can only hope to meet again someday. Annie laughed, You can't say that. Aren't there crystal mines? I heard that people who have entered the elemental realm go there to cultivate until they break through. We can meet there then. Thinis said, Okay, but the competition there will be fierce. Don't go alone. I know. Annie nudged Thinis, You guys should hurry up and go. We can't waste your time. Thinis nodded and led the Adventurers Guild members away from the sea on a glider. Now, only Blue, the Bizon brothers, Annie, and Xiaoxue remained. Annie sat down beside the enormous magic core and said, Let's hurry up. The major elemental realms are probably already open, we're late. Blue nodded and sat down next to Annie. Alright, let's refine this magic core together and increase our strength. Blue and Bizon closed their eyes and entered a meditative state, while Annie activated her spirit division technique. The surrounding magic power rapidly spun, converging around the three of them. Simultaneously, the pale blue magic power within the magic core was slowly drawn out and merged into their bodies. Xiaoxue slowly walked to Annie's side, took a deep breath, and the surrounding magic power seemed to instantly find a breakthrough, rapidly converging into Xiaoxue's body. Suddenly, Xiaoxue felt a certain barrier within her body break through, and a booming sound echoed in her mind. Boom! A thunderclap appeared without warning in the sky. The previously clear sky suddenly became filled with lightning and thunder, and terrifying bolts of lightning struck down, creating waves of energy. What's going on? Blue was instantly jolted awake. Annie opened her eyes, frowning as she looked around, her gaze finally settling on Xiaoxue. At that moment, Xiaoxue's eyes were tightly closed, her muscles taut like strings, and pure magical power surged into her body like a burst dam. Blue asked suspiciously, What's going on? Your magical beast is about to break through. But why is it causing such a strange and earth-shattering phenomenon? Annie was equally perplexed. Since meeting Xiaoxue in the Noxus Mountains, it had been at the Liyuan realm, and she had never witnessed Xiaoxue breaking through a major realm before. Now that Xiaoxue was breaking through, she felt somewhat at a loss. Bizon suggested, The weather at sea is far too dangerous. Shouldn't we find somewhere to hide? Blue helplessly spread his hands, replying, Look around, where can we hide? Bizon was speechless, unable to think of any solution. The sky grew increasingly dark, lightning flashed, rain poured down, and the sea began to churn violently, each wave more turbulent than the last. And looked around, then suddenly forced a bitter smile. Shall we go there? Blue looked ahead in confusion, only to see Annie pointing to the corpse of the two-headed demon whale. Blue's eyes lit up. That's it. We can go inside and hide. I remember there's a cavity in the whale's abdomen filled with air. It's perfect for hiding. Bizen pointed to Little Snow and asked, "What about it?" Annie frowned. This was indeed a problem. On land, it would be easier, but this was a crucial time for Little Snow's breakthrough, and they couldn't move it. "Why don't you all go inside and hide? I stay here and watch it." "No," Blue said firmly. "Since you're not going in, then we all stay here." Bizen nodded as well. "Yes, we all stay here together. Many hands make light work." Just as Annie was about to say something, a bolt of lightning as thick as a bowl struck down, aimed directly at Shushua, who was breaking through her limits. Annie was startled and immediately raised her hands, releasing an ice wall. The lightning struck the ice wall, creating a violent explosion that made everyone's eardrums ache, and the ice wall instantly vanished into dust. "My God!" Blue exclaimed, his mouth agape. Such domineering power. Annie felt a slight tingling sensation throughout her body. The lightning from before was not only incredibly powerful but also possessed a strange force, a power capable of destroying everything. It almost instantly shattered her magic, severing her connection to the ice wall. "Roar!" Little Snow roared, raising her tiger head and snapping her eyes open. A bolt of lightning shot from her eyes, her aura surging dramatically. Her strength broke through its shackles, reaching the Qi-Yuan realm. Boom! The lightning in the sky seemed to be provoked, unleashing even more lightning bolts, finally coalescing into an even thicker bolt that crashed down towards Little Snow. "Watch out!" Blue shouted. He was helpless against this lightning attack, and could only watch anxiously from the sidelines. Annie waved her hand again, conjuring an even thicker ice wall in the void. Having learned from her previous experience, Annie immediately withdrew her magic connection after releasing the ice wall, avoiding being affected by the destructive power of the lightning. This time, however, the lightning was far more violent than before. With a deafening roar, the ice wall shattered instantly, but the lightning's power only slightly diminished. Its momentum remained undiminished, still striking towards Shushua. Shushua roared in anger and swung a claw at the lightning. With a bang, the claw collided with the lightning, instantly transforming into a shower of starlight. Shushua was struck directly and thrown into the sea. "Xiaoshu!" Annie cried out in alarm, leaping into the sea after her. Bruce whistled, and several gliders darted towards them from afar. Bruce and Bizen each straddled one of the gliders, heading towards Shushua's direction. From the moment Xiaoxua fell into the sea, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and the lightning weakened, as if something powerful had retreated. It took a great deal of effort for everyone to pull Xiaoxua out of the sea. At this moment, Xiaoxua was unconscious for some unknown reason. No matter how Annie called out to her, it didn't respond. However, upon examination, Xiaoxua only had burn marks on its claws. There were no other injuries on its body. Bruce had never seen anything like this before. That's strange. Do magical beasts always encounter heavenly lightning when breaking through? Annie didn't hesitate and immediately contacted Little Spider. "Little Spider, there's something I need to ask you." After a while, Little Spider replied, "Master, what's wrong?" "I'm leading those people in circles in the forest right now." Annie went straight to the point. "Do you magical beasts have to experience heavenly lightning when breaking through?" Little Spider was taken aback. "Heavenly lightning? What heavenly lightning?" Little Spider's reaction explained everything. At least Little Spider, as a magical beast at the Qi-Yuan realm, had never experienced heavenly lightning. But this made Shishua's situation even stranger. What made her different from other magical beasts? Why did her breakthrough trigger heavenly lightning? This question baffled Annie. The most urgent task was to find a way to restore Shishua's consciousness, but they hadn't even found the root of the problem. Where should they even begin? Annie desperately hoped there was a light mage nearby who could cast a healing spell to help Shushua, but they were located on the vast ocean, and no one could possibly come here. Chapter 331. Just as everyone was at a loss, the previously calm magic core suddenly flashed with a faint blue light. At the same time, a faint blue light also emanated from Shushua's body. The two seemed to form a connection, and the magic power within the magic core began to flow into Shishua's body in wisps. This situation could only mean that Xiaoxua had suffered some injury, triggering her body's self-healing ability. The huge magic core was right beside her, and its magic power became nourishment for Shishua's repair. Annie, watching this scene, breathed a slight sigh of relief. Xiaoxua should be alright now. Let's hurry up and cultivate. This little incident was temporarily over, but it was unknown when Xiaoxua would wake up. If she didn't wake up, then everyone would have to continue waiting. Days passed. Annie broke through to the third level of the Qi-Yuan realm on the second day, and Brew and Bizin also broke through on the third and fourth days respectively. However, by the fifth day, Xiaoxue still showed no signs of life. By this time, the two-headed demonic whale's magic core was completely depleted. The fact that it could support the 3 humans and 1 beast in their breakthrough demonstrated the immense magical power contained within. The 10th day arrived. Time, like grains of sand in an hourglass, relentlessly flowed by, and everyone's patience was gradually worn thin by this long wait. They had initially gathered around Xiaoxue with high hopes, yearning to see him regain consciousness, but as the days passed, their hope, like the fading sunlight, grew increasingly faint. Just as everyone was about to give up and decide to venture into the water realm, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Xiaoxue's body suddenly erupted with an astonishing surge of magical power. This surge of magical energy, like a raging tidal wave, swept in with overwhelming force, its power beyond imagination, so much so that everyone present could truly feel its awe. Everyone stared in astonishment, their gazes fixed on Xiaoxue, whose body was enveloped in a dazzling light, radiating a brilliance that was impossible to look directly at. It was night now, and Xiaoxue had become a shining star in the darkness, his powerful physique seemingly containing boundless power. Everyone held their breath, silently watching the scene before them. Suddenly, Xiaoxue's aura surged, breaking through to the 2nd level of the Qiyuan realm in one fell swoop. But his momentum didn't stop there. Boom! 3rd level of Qiyuan. Boom! 4th level of Qiyuan. No one had expected that Xiaoxue could actually leap from the 1st level of Qiyuan to the 4th level in just a few breaths. How could this be? What had happened during his unconsciousness? Even with the aid of the two-headed demonic whale's core, it was impossible for anyone to break through in such a bizarre way. Xiaoxue slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a heavy breath. His eyes flashed with electricity, and his entire body surged with explosive power. Xiaoxue, you're finally awake. Annie exclaimed in surprise, rushing forward to hug Xiaoxue tightly, tears welling in her eyes. Xiaoxue gently nuzzled Annie's cheek, making soft whimpering sounds, seemingly comforting her not to worry. Annie and Xiaoxue had never signed a contract, but having lived together since childhood, they shared a deep connection, a bond even stronger than a contract, creating a subtle yet powerful connection between them. Blue and Bizin were overjoyed to see this. Xiaoxue's breakthrough to the 4th level of the Qiyuan realm was a good thing for them, giving them greater support once they entered the water realm. Alright, let's quickly open the door to the water realm. Annie wiped her eyes and turned around, saying, everyone else should have already come out of the elemental realm. We can't fall behind. Blue nodded. Okay, let's set off quickly. The group arrived at the door of the water realm. Annie slowly took out the key. This key to the realm was something she had brought from the Norma Empire's royal family. Raynor and Douglas, hoping to free the Norma Empire from the blockade and prevent it from surviving in the power struggle between the Harry and Austin empires, entrusted this national treasure, passed down for centuries, to Annie. Annie didn't know why the first emperor of the Norma Empire had passed down the key to the water realm as a national treasure. What secrets lay behind it? But who could know what happened 100 years ago? Perhaps it was just a whim of the Norma Emperor. Seeing the key, Annie thought of her family back home. She had been away from the Norma Empire for 3 years, entering the Austin Empire. From a young girl at the Outer Yuan realm, she had grown into a powerful expert at the Qi Yuan realm, and now she had successfully entered the magic realm. Relatively speaking, she had completed the task entrusted to her by Reiner. But how could she bring all this news back? And even if she did, what good would it do? Did the Norma Empire have the ability to open the passage to the magic realm? Annie sighed deeply, shook her head, and inserted the key into the lock. With a crisp click, the door opened, and a ball of blue energy enveloped them. Almost without hesitation, they stepped through the door. The world inside was the water realm, filled with pure water elemental magic, its surface shimmering in varying shades of blue, as if they were immersed in a vibrant ocean. And was captivated by this fantastical scene, her mouth agape in astonishment as she looked around. Blue and Bizin followed behind her, weapons already drawn. After all, they had entered the water realm, and here they too would have to fight to obtain the rewards. But after a long while, the surrounding scenery remained unchanged, which surprised everyone. This was the water realm. If their opponents didn't appear soon, wouldn't they be trapped here forever? Annie walked a little further in, and the door behind her gradually disappeared. Now they were finally fully inside this space. Just as everyone was somewhat at a loss, a voice suddenly rang out, roar. Human! It's actually a human. What? Everyone was startled. Someone here could actually speak. What was that? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Accompanied by the surge of magic, A huge blue body gradually materialized before them. It was the water elemental spirit. Annie frowned and tentatively asked, "Was that you who spoke just now?" Roar. "Is there anyone else here?" The water elemental spirit emitted a deep, muffled sound. The sound was somewhat indistinct, but it conveyed meaning precisely. How is this possible?" Blue looked incredulous. "How can the water elemental spirit speak?" Bang! The water elemental spirit stomped its foot forcefully. "Roar, are you looking down on me? You humans are always so disrespectful." "How awful!" Annie quickly waved her hands. No, we're not looking down on you. We just never seen a water elemental spirit that can speak." The water elemental spirit snorted in dissatisfaction. "Roar, that's because you're ignorant." Yes. Annie was somewhat amused. "We are ignorant, so who taught you human language?" Blue and Bizen were both stunned. This idea was too bizarre. Could someone really teach a water elemental spirit to speak? How could that be? However, the water elemental spirit's answer shocked them. The water elemental spirit scratched its head. A human who claimed to be the strongest man. He's a strange human, very strange. Oh! Annie's interest was piqued. What's so strange about him? The water elemental spirit pondered for a moment, seemingly searching through very distant memories. He's different from other humans. Other humans who come here attack me immediately, fighting to the death. But he's different. After he came here, he always talked to me. At that time, I couldn't understand what he was saying. But because he didn't attack me, he couldn't leave either, so we stayed here for about 100 years. Then he left, and since then, no one has come here again. Annie's heart skipped a beat. Could he really live for over 100 years? Is he still human? The water elemental spirit shook its head. I remember him saying that when humans break through the boundaries of divinity, they can ignore the limitations of lifespan. He came here for that purpose, and he ultimately succeeded. What? Blue's eyes widened in shock. Break through the divine realm? Are you serious? Who is he? The water elemental spirit murmured. I don't know his name. He just kept emphasizing that he was the strongest man, and he left this place about 200 years ago to go to the divine plane. Annie felt as if she were touching upon a world previously unknown to her. She vaguely remembered Dao Quang mentioning the divine plane, but Dao Quang had also told her that at their current level, even knowing about the divine plane would be useless, only adding to their troubles. The most important thing was to improve their own strength. When their realm reached a certain level, all the answers would finally be revealed. Now, Annie had reached the Qiyuan realm, considered a powerful figure on the continent, and finally heard news about the divine plane here. Annie took a deep breath and slowly asked, what exactly is the God plane? The water elemental spirit shook its head again. I don't know, and I never been there. I lived here since I gained consciousness, for over 300 years. Besides that strongest man, the only other creatures I ever seen are you. Blue asked doubtfully, but when we first came in, you kept saying we were human. You haven't seen any other races. How do you know we're human? The water elemental spirit said, he told me that he is human, and anyone who looks like him is human. Everyone was speechless. This water elemental spirit seemed very powerful, but he had only encountered one person throughout the entire encounter. He seemed to have limited experience, perhaps because he had been in one place for too long and was a bit bored. When he met the group, he was always talking non-stop, showing no intention of fighting. Annie asked again, what's your name? The water elemental spirit replied, I didn't originally have a name, but that man called me Blue, saying that someone named Blue would come looking for me someday. Upon hearing this, everyone froze, especially Blue, who felt extremely uncomfortable, as if someone had been watching him for centuries. The water elemental spirit continued, is any of you named Blue? Blue swallowed hard and took a step forward. I'm named Blue. How did he know I come? He's from hundreds of years ago. How could he know about the future? The water elemental spirit shook its head. I don't know either. I didn't believe it at the time, but it's true. Are you really Blue? He said if I met you, I would be Big Blue, and you would be Little Blue. Blue's eye twitched. Judging by age, the water elemental spirit had lived here for over 100 years, much older than him. Physically, the water elemental spirit was several times larger, so calling him Big Blue wouldn't be a problem. However, Blue felt this was clearly a joke, but being teased by someone from hundreds of years ago always felt incredibly strange. Annie asked, did he mention anyone else? The water elemental shook its head. No, you all coming in really startled me. Annie seemed to have a premonition. This person's ability resembled someone else, the former emperor of the Norma Empire. The old emperor possessed an extremely powerful and mysterious magic, the foremost of the four major auxiliary magics. The magic of foresight. The old emperor used this precognitive magic to foresee the empire's potential crisis, leading to the meeting of Reiner and Annie, and saving the empire from the brink of collapse. However, Annie vaguely remembered that precognitive magic had significant limitations. Firstly, if one lacked the strength to forcibly use it, it would deplete their life force, like the old emperor, causing them to become extremely weak and aged, ultimately leading to death. Secondly, precognitive magic couldn't fully foresee the future, it might only reveal a small part, or fragmented information. For example, the old emperor only knew that Reiner would meet two people abandoned by the world during the competition, but he had no way of knowing whether these two were Annie and Born. In this light, the mysterious man who claimed to be the strongest man likely also possessed precognitive magic, and with his strength, he could use it without harming his own life force. However, the magic still had limitations. He only foresaw Blue, but not Annie, Bizun, or Xiaoxue. Annie tentatively asked, during the 100 years you spent with him, did he ever mention the name Norma? The water elemental spirit paused slightly, pondered for a long time, and finally replied, I don't quite remember. What does that name mean? Annie thought about it, and realized it made sense. How could the water elemental spirit know what Norma meant? Even if he had mentioned it, the water elemental spirit wouldn't remember. Blue hesitated for a moment, then said somewhat awkwardly, but we came in here to kill you. Only by killing you can we get out of here and receive the reward. Chapter 332. Bushin thought for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Yes, I think this plan is feasible. But then he added with some worry, but my strength is insufficient right now. I'm afraid the shadow I create won't be able to withstand the immense energy of Great Blue. What's there to worry about? Annie smiled and pointed to the mountain of cultivation resources piled up in front of him. The resources here are enough for you to break through to the transformation realm directly. As long as we have enough time, we will succeed one day. Blue nodded as well. Yes, since we have a way to take the water elemental spirit out, we should definitely give it a try. The water elemental spirit then said, as long as you can take. I go out. I'm willing to assist you with all my might. After all, my lifespan is infinite. Blue said, if you want to stay with us, then come to the Endless Sea. If you get tired of it, you can leave anytime. We won't ask anything of you, you can rest assured. The water elemental spirit seemed to laugh, but its face was a blur, making its expression unreadable. Roar. Sure enough, that person didn't lie to me, you are someone I can trust. Having finalized their plan, the group immediately began cultivating. The cultivation resources here were enough for the three of them, and their beasts to cultivate for several years, but time didn't allow them to stay that long, so they had to speed up their progress. Annie no longer held back, directly activating the Spirit Division technique at full power. With the blessing of the Spirit Division technique, everyone's cultivation speed increased exponentially, a sight that surprised the water elemental spirit. Roar. So it's this technique. That person also knows it. Roar. Is all of this destined? However, Annie couldn't hear any of this. She was completely absorbed in her cultivation. Having already broken through to the third level of the Qiyuan realm, and with the foundation laid by the high-quality secret realm, her cultivation progressed almost effortlessly. When cultivating, one is completely unaware of the passage of time. 3 months later, Annie successfully broke through to the 6th level of the Qiyuan realm. Such a terrifying rate of improvement would likely leave others speechless. The brothers, Bru and Bizun, also benefited greatly, both breaking through to the 5th level of the Qiyuan realm. Most astonishing was Xiaoxue. This space seemed tailor-made for her. Even simply absorbing the elements of heaven and earth here could increase her strength. Coupled with her naturally restless nature, she frequently sparred with the water elemental spirit, resulting in a rapid advancement in her strength, directly reaching the 8th level of the Qiyuan realm. Even the water elemental spirit was amazed. Furthermore, through these sparring sessions, Annie also discovered the true strength of the water elemental spirit. Logically, the magic power within the water realm is pure and abundant. Without interference, a spirit of the 7th or even 8th rank of the Qiyuan realm could condense there every 4 years. However, for the past century, due to the neglect of the water realm, the water elemental spirit had been isolated there for 100 years, accumulating strength and reaching a terrifyingly powerful Fengyuan realm. Forget fighting it, even a breath from it would obliterate them. And felt a chill run down her spine. If it weren't for that so-called strongest man who had extinguished the water elemental spirit's ferocity back then, they might already be doomed today. Normally, they have about 2 years to cultivate and adventure in the magical realm. Now, more than 4 months have passed, and the elemental realms that should be open should have already been opened. The others are probably already gathered near the crystal mine. Although the crystal mine is far less resource-rich than here, they can't stay here indefinitely. After improving his strength, Bizon wanted to try and leave the water realm as soon as possible. He took a deep breath, and under the somewhat tense gazes of the others, he cast Mirror Moon in the water. His target was Brew. A pale blue light flashed, and beams of light passed through Brew's body as if they were nothing, slowly condensing behind him. Beads of sweat began to appear on Bizon's forehead. Casting such a complex and advanced spell was extremely energy-consuming. Soon, an identical Brew appeared before everyone. His clothes, appearance, and even expression were exactly the same as Brew's. Annie exclaimed, "What a powerful spell! I can feel its magical fluctuations, almost identical to Blue's. It's completely indistinguishable from the real thing." When Blue turned around, the shadow also turned around in perfect sync, showing no sign of anything amiss. Annie nodded. "That's good. Big Blue, do you have a way to get into the shadow?" The water elemental spirit examined the shadow with interest, then said, "I try." With that, it dispersed its massive body, formed from water elemental magic, leaving only a blue spherical core, and slowly floated towards the shadow. The moment the core and the shadow made contact, they stuck together. The immense energy of the water elemental spirit acted on the shadow, causing numerous cracks to appear. "Not good," Bizon exclaimed in alarm, quickly casting another spell to reinforce it. Annie also frowned, intently watching the changes unfold before her. Suddenly, Bizon coughed up a mouthful of blood, and the shadow exploded. The fusion had failed. Blue rushed to support Bizon, who shook his head. "I'm fine, just a backlash from the magic. I thought I could control it, but..." The water elemental spirit reformed its body, saying with some self-reproach, "Sigh, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have such powerful magic." Blue said, "It's not your fault. You've been passively cultivating here. Even without doing anything, you would have reached this level." Bizon then looked at Annie. "What do we do now? My strength is no match for that shadow. Great Blue's power is simply too immense." Annie also sighed. There was nothing they could do. As for fusion, perhaps only Bond's soul fusion technique had that ability. "Wait!" Annie suddenly realized something and looked at the water elemental spirit, asking, "Do you have a way to break the seal on me?" Upon hearing this, both Blue and Bizon were completely bewildered. They hadn't noticed any seal on Annie at all. The water elemental spirit slowly extended its hand, placing a finger on Annie's shoulder, the very spot where she had been wounded by Karthus's arrow of light years ago. Not too strong. I can dispel it." Annie's face lit up. "That's great. As long as you can help me break the seal, I can get people to come and help." "Get people to come and help?" Blue was taken aback. "This is the water realm. How will they get here if they don't go through that door?" Bushin added, "That's right. Even if they enter that door, they'd be blocked. After all, only 4 people can enter this space at a time." Annie hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke frankly, "Blue, Bushin, I'm sorry, I didn't tell you the truth before. I'm not actually a water elemental mage." "What?" Blue and Bushin were both incredulous. "But you cast water elemental spells before." Annie smiled wryly. "Indeed, but my true identity is a necromancer." This news exploded like a bombshell in Blue and Bushin's minds. Necromancer. A necromancer? This is the embodiment of all evil and death. A source of calamity that everyone on the continent fears and avoids at all costs. Annie's expression was somewhat forlorn. "Whether you believe it or not, I am indeed a necromancer. However, through some fortuitous circumstances, I cultivated a certain technique that allows me to cast magic of other elements." Blue was the first to react. He stepped forward and said, "Annie, I believe you. Even if you are a necromancer, you are a good one, unlike those evil necromancers. At least you have helped us." Bizon nodded as well. "Yes, and we have already promised to always regard you as an honored guest of the Endless Sea. That will never change." Annie was somewhat moved and smiled. "Well, don't worry, I absolutely consider you my friends too. Otherwise, I wouldn't have revealed this secret. So please keep it a secret for me, and don't let anyone know." Blue and Bizon both nodded. "Yes, no third, 4th person will know about this." Blue asked again, "But what's the connection between you being a necromancer and Big Blue?" Annie nodded. "There is a connection. My summoning of the undead might help Big Blue merge with the shadow." Blue exclaimed excitedly, "That's wonderful. Let's get started now." Annie shook her head. "Let's rest first. Bizon was injured and needs time to recover." Blue then realized what was happening, and the water elemental spirit began to break the seal on Annie. The water elemental spirit released a sharp thread of magic, stabbing it hard into Annie's shoulder. Annie let out a soft groan, blood seeping from her shoulder, but then she could sense the death energy within her. Slightly excited, she quickly contacted Born through soul communication. "Brother Born, can you hear me?" Almost instantly, Born's voice echoed in her mind. "Annie? My God, you've finally broken the seal." Annie was incredibly excited. After a year and a half, she finally heard Born's voice again. "Brother Born, are you alright?" "I'm fine, I'm doing great. How about you? Has the Holy See given you any trouble? I sent someone to rescue you. Did you see them?" "Rescue me?" Annie was stunned, deeply moved. Even though Born couldn't contact her in the land of the dead, he was still trying to protect her. Although she never encountered anyone coming to rescue her, Born's efforts were a genuine expression of his care for her. And shook her head. "The Holy See didn't make things difficult for me. I entered the magic realm through the Holy Sea's entrance, and am currently in the water realm." And briefly explained her current situation and difficulties. Born pondered for a moment and said, "Alright, summon me there. However, Keller's body is unusable now, so I can only temporarily appear by your side to help you, and can't stay with you as always as before." And smiled, "It's alright. The magic realm is full of dangers now, maybe I can find a suitable corpse for you." With that, and channeled her magic and waved her hand, a summoning circle appearing before her. And hadn't cast necromancy in a long time, but this basic spell was practically ingrained in her, and she could release it effortlessly. A dark light flashed, condensing into a dark, circular opening, emanating a sinister and terrifying aura. A pale, bony hand emerged from the black hole, grasped the edge of the opening, and then forcefully pushed its way out. Blue and Bizen watched in astonishment, finally confirming Annie's identity as a genuine necromancer. Born was now completely transformed, a far cry from his previous frail skeleton soldier appearance. He wore sturdy leather armor, and a cool bone helmet, radiating an unparalleled aura of power. His eyes were filled with confidence and majesty, revealing an invincible domineering presence. Standing there, he was like a war god, surveying all living beings with an air of supreme dominance. In the past year and a half, Born had successfully defeated Jessica's legion and allied with the two super armies of Mammon and Balzib. He had benefited greatly from the negotiations between the two sides. Although he had relinquished the lordship of Asmodeus, the remaining resources were more than enough for him. After returning from the Baleshib Legion, he continued his seclusion in the Temple of Death, breaking through to the peak of the Liyuan realm in a short period, only a hair's breadth away from the Qiyuan realm. However, his strength was still far inferior to Annie's. When he saw Annie's power, he gasped in astonishment, "My God! Annie, you already broken through to such an exaggerated level?" Annie covered her mouth and chuckled, "How about that? I left you behind this time." Born shook his head, "This is more than just falling behind. At this rate, I'd probably only be your underling." Annie pointed to the stunned Blue and Bizen and said, "These are two friends I just met, the Blue and Bizen brothers. They come from the Endless Sea." Born waved, "Hello. Thank you for taking care of my Annie." Blue was communicating with the undead for the first time, and found it very strange. He laughed, "Not at all, we received quite a bit of kindness from Annie." After a brief exchange, the group began to rest. Born took the opportunity to ask Annie for a high-quality secret realm origin, sat down, and began practicing the soul fusion technique with Annie. In the main cathedral of the Divine Beast Mountain, Pope Leo V sat squinting on the throne. Two people sat before him, one dressed in a black robe, adorned with various strange metal ornaments that jingled with every movement. The other wore a green robe, his expression aloof, with pointed ears resembling those of an elf, but with dark skin and black hair, making him appear somewhat out of place. Chapter 333. King Leo V's face was grim, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. "Demon General, Dark Elf Martial Arts Master, you should know the consequences of trespassing on Divine Beast Mountain, right?" The man in black sat casually in his chair, spitting on the floor, causing King Leo V's eye to twitch. "Old man, others may fear you, but I don't. If you want to fight, I make a scene right here." The green-robed man said calmly, "I'm just following orders, and I'm not here to fight you. A peaceful resolution would be best." King Leo V suppressed his anger and said, "So what brings you here?" The man in black was none other than General Cadix, the demon clan's most powerful force in the Western Ghost Realm. He glanced calmly at the green-robed man beside him. The man in the green robe glanced at him. "I don't know what he's doing here, but I'm here to find someone." The green-robed man was Ursido, the martial arts master of the Dark Elf race. one of the most troublesome forces in the Western Ghost Realm. He said calmly, although I'm very reluctant, I'm also here to find someone. King Leo V's face darkened further. Ha! How strange. We haven't fought for a long time. Have you forgotten the lessons of the past? You actually dare to come to my Divine Beast Mountain to find someone. Cadix snorted. You think I wanted to do this job? If I hadn't been asked to, I wouldn't have come to this godforsaken place. Ursido also said, Leo, the person I'm looking for is very ordinary. It won't trouble you. As long as you're willing to hand her over, our Dark Elf race is willing to grant you one condition, as long as it's not too unreasonable. King Leo V took a deep breath to calm his anger. Although it wouldn't be difficult for the papacy to keep the two of them, it would come at a considerable cost. Moreover, it was still unknown whether the two had come alone, or whether there were any experts from the Demon Clan or the Dark Elf Clan nearby. If a full-scale war were to break out, it would not be good for either side. Tell me, who are you looking for? Cadix thought for a moment and said, I think her name is Anna. Or Annie. Anyway, a girl. Urza raised an eyebrow. You're here to see her too? What? Cadix was clearly taken aback. So we're looking for the same person. Anna. Annie. Leo V frowned and pondered, then seemed to realize something. Her? Cadix's eyes lit up. Oh! Old man, she really is here. Quickly call her out. Don't worry, I won't take her away, just make sure she's safe. Leo V said, she's not at my Divine Beast Mountain right now. What? Cadix was stunned. Then where is she? I investigated in Sharia. She should be at Divine Beast Mountain. She entered a magical realm. It'd probably be a long time before she comes out, Leo V said calmly. Cadix fell silent, leaning casually back in his chair. That's troublesome. I can't enter that magical realm, it seems I have to wait here. Urza added, if I can't see her in person, I won't be able to return to report. King Leo V narrowed his eyes. I'm very curious. What is it about her you're looking for? This Annie is just an ordinary noblewoman from the Norma Empire, and not even a necromancer. What makes her worth your two top experts personally sending you? Cadix tilted his head, stood up, and said, Old man, don't try to get information out of me. Since she's not here, I wait outside, so you don't have to be so nervous. Urza also got up and walked outside, without saying a word. Leo V watched the two leave, his eyes flashing coldly. Elena, what exactly are you planning? Who exactly is Annie? And was completely unaware of what had happened at Divine Beast Mountain. She was still immersed in cultivation. Due to the effect of the soul-splitting and merging technique, Annie could continuously release magic power to maintain the necromancy summoning spell, allowing Born to stay there longer. 2 days later, Born returned to the Netherworld once, and when he returned, he had already broken through to the second level of the Qi-Yuan realm. The effects of the high-quality secret realm were still very strong. Born felt full of power. Bushin also gradually recovered. The group gathered together to try again. This time, with Born joining them, everyone was more confident. Bizin took a deep breath and, using blue as a reference, created an almost identical shadow. The water elemental spirit also contracted its power, transforming into a blue sphere. Born took a deep breath and fully activated the soul fusion technique. Although Born's soul fusion technique was only 1/3 complete, it had already possessed considerable power after being strengthened by the earth-shattering heavenly soul and the punishing heavenly soul. The water elemental spirit felt a tremendous force acting on it, slowly approaching the shadow. Bizin frowned, clenching his fists, ready to cast a spell to reinforce the shadow at any moment, preventing it from being bursting again. However, this time, upon contact, there was no cracking sound like before. Instead, as if attracted to each other, the two forces merged directly together without the slightest stagnation. Annie's face lit up with joy. Looks like it's working. Time passed slowly, but the fusion process was still very slow. After all, the water elemental spirit possessed immense magical power at the Fengyuan realm, and even Born needed to be extremely careful, otherwise he would suffer as well. The fusion process went very smoothly. After about an hour, the water elemental spirit was completely fused with the shadow. There were no abnormalities or rejection reactions during this time. Bizin didn't even need to use any more magic power, only Annie expended a little magic power to keep Born here. It's a success, Bizin said happily. Everyone's faces lit up with excitement, but then Annie's question silenced them. So, how do we get out of here? Blue waved at the shadow. Big Blue, hey, can you hear me? However, The shadow responded with the exact same gesture and words. Annie gave a wry smile. How could I forget that? Once the water elemental spirit entered the shadow, it could no longer communicate with the others. After all, the shadow was a magical creation of Bizon, merely an empty shell. Its actions could only be determined by its reference point, Blue. Just as everyone was at a loss, Born's time was up, and he vanished after a flash. What do we do? Blue asked, scratching his head. Annie was also conflicted. If the water elemental spirit were to reappear now, all their previous efforts would be wasted. If there was no other way, this was the only option. Just as Annie was about to summon the water elemental, a flash of blue light appeared in the shadows, and a wisp of magic floated out, bursting in the air and scattering into countless points of light. These points of light were then attracted by some force, and gathered into a blue channel. Bizon clapped his hands excitedly. Great! Big Blue heard us. Blue laughed. We can finally get out. But then, looking at the mountain of cultivation resources piled up in the space, a hint of regret flashed across his face. These resources are a bit of a waste. Annie smiled and said, how could they be a waste? With that, she took out the heart-protecting mirror, emptied out all the miscellaneous items inside, and then stuffed all the cultivation resources back in, completely filling the space within the heart-protecting mirror. The group then left the water secret realm together. Even the water elemental spirit encountered no hindrance and passed smoothly through the portal. When they arrived outside, they found themselves in a dark and deep valley. The light here was extremely dim, as it shrouded in a thick haze, making it difficult to see their surroundings. The air was damp, making breathing heavy and difficult. The surrounding vegetation grew sparsely, appearing particularly withered and desolate. Looking around, one sees jagged, craggy rocks everywhere, each with its own unique shape, some resembling ferocious monsters, others towering peaks, creating an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. This secluded valley is eerily quiet, broken only by the occasional sound of wind and dripping water. The ground is littered with puddles and mud of varying sizes, requiring extra caution to avoid slipping or sinking into the mud. Bang! The shadow explodes, and the water elemental spirit breaks free, letting out a long roar. Roar! 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 I'm finally out! Annie gave a wry smile. You only just come out of the water realm. You're still in the magic realm. Who cares? Blue laughed. It's already quite impressive that he came out of such a boring place. Annie said, I think we can use the same method again to take it to the Skywalker continent. Bizon nodded. We can try. Annie looked around at her surroundings, feeling a strange sense of familiarity, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. Where is this? Do you know? Blue shook his head. No, we haven't explored the magic realm much. There are many places we haven't been to. Annie looked at the water elemental spirit again, but then swallowed her question. After all, the water elemental spirit had been trapped in the water realm for hundreds of years, and knew even less about this place. Annie suddenly thought of Little Spider. She hadn't sensed anything unusual for so long. It seemed Little Spider had safely weathered the crisis. Little Spider, are you there? Little Spider's dull voice quickly echoed in her mind. Master, I'm here, but I'm a little injured. Annie frowned. What happened? Little Spider said, It's nothing, just a minor injury. Luckily, they all retreated and didn't bother me anymore. Master's plan was really effective. Annie breathed a sigh of relief. Then why didn't you contact me immediately? Little Spider said, I was injured at the time and hid underground, unconscious. I only recently woke up. One could imagine how powerful the opponent must have been, and how fierce the battle must have been, to injure Little Spider. Annie sighed. If possible, she wanted to take Little Spider out of the magical realm, but Little Spider was different from the water elemental spirit. It had a physical form, and couldn't disguise itself. It would definitely be restricted by the rules here. By the way, Little Spider, Annie asked, I just came out of the water realm. It's a secluded valley, mostly dark and damp with little vegetation. Do you know where this is? Little Spider thought for a moment and replied, I don't know where this is, but it's definitely not near the forest. Master, please be careful, and don't encounter any magical beasts at the Feng-Yuan realm. Annie smiled wryly to herself, glancing at the water elemental spirit beside her. This thing was at the Feng-Yuan realm. Okay, I understand. Rest well. I come back to see you once I find my way. Annie had no choice but to follow the others, randomly choosing a direction to see if they could find the exit of the valley. As they walked, the valley seemed to grow larger and larger until finally, a spacious rocky area appeared before them. This area, spanning 100 miles, was barren, covered entirely in dark, unidentified rocks that gleamed with a blackish light. What surprised everyone even more was the presence of a dragon's corpse in its very center. It had been dead for some time, its magic core and the essence of the secret realm having been taken. The group cautiously approached. There seemed to be no other creatures around. Annie decisively summoned Born back. As soon as Born landed and saw the corpse, he exclaimed, A black fire dragon beast? Annie said, You really do recognize this beast. Born frowned. This is a unique beast from the netherworld. Its attacks primarily consist of black flames imbued with the power of death. It's incredibly powerful. How could it have died here? Annie had a hunch. She circled around behind the black fire dragon's corpse, and, sure enough, saw a tightly closed door. The door gleamed with a chilling dark light, emanating a terrifying aura. This is the Death Realm. Everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected to find themselves directly at the entrance to the Death Realm after just emerging from the Water Realm. Bruce swallowed hard, staring at the tightly closed gate to the secret realm, and asked, They killed the guardian beast. Why didn't they open the door? Annie glanced back at him. Is it possible they don't have the key? Brew was taken aback. Huh? What were they doing here if they didn't have the key? Annie pointed to the mangled corpse of the black fire dragon beast. They probably came to kill it and obtain its cultivation resources. Bizen said, Didn't they find the key to the Death Realm in the Prime Material Plane? Annie sighed. The Death Realm, like the Light Realm, has 2 doors and 2 keys. I suspect they are the other shore flower, and they only obtained 1 key. Brew nodded. I know the other shore flower. They sent people to the Endless Sea before. I remember they were very powerful. Could it be that they couldn't find a key to the secret realm either? Annie silently reached into her robes and took out a black key. The key shone with a black light, reflecting the light on the gate to the secret realm. Brew and Bizen's mouths gaped open wide enough to fit a goose egg. Chapter 334. Bruce rubbed his eyes, his voice starting to tremble. Am I seeing things? This is the key to the Death Realm? Annie smiled. That's right, the other key is with me. Bruce frowned and asked, So, are you planning to go in? Annie nodded, then said, Now that the guardian beast is dead, it saves a lot of trouble. She looked at Bruce and Bizen and said, You two should leave quickly, I'm going into the Death Realm. If fate allows, we meet again at the Crystal Mine. Bruce frowned slightly. You're going in by yourself? Although I don't know what's inside the Death Realm, the spirits inside are definitely not easy to deal with, so you can't go in. Annie interrupted, You don't have the power of death, you'd be attacked if you go in. Don't worry, the seal on me has been broken now. No matter what's inside, I have Xiaoxua and Brother Born with me, there won't be any danger. Brown thought for a moment. Xishua's strength had reached the terrifying 8th level of Qiyuan, and Born had just broken through to the 2nd level of Qiyuan. Overall, although there were only 3 people in this team, their overall strength was stronger than many other teams. He understood that Annie would definitely not give up this opportunity, so he didn't insist any further. After saying goodbye to Annie, he left with Bizen and the water elemental spirit. Born's time was up too. He felt a suction force pulling him back to the netherworld. He looked at Annie and smiled bitterly. It seems I have to go back first. You should rest here for a while, and summon me out when your magic power recovers. Annie sighed. It's a pity Keller's body is damaged, and Karthus's magical power still remains on it, so it's unusable. There aren't any usable corpses around. Both of them froze. Born turned to look at the black fire dragon beast corpse lying on the ground, pondering for a long while. To be honest, there are corpses. This? Annie hesitated. Can this be used? Born was also undecided. He had only used the possession technique once before on Keller. That time, because Keller wasn't strong and his body was weak, it wasn't difficult. But this time was different. He was facing a powerful black fire dragon beast of the 7th or even 8th rank, not only strong but also with exceptionally strong physical attributes, possessing all the advantages of the dragon race. Born rolled up his sleeves. Shall I give it a try? Annie nodded slightly. I think it's possible. Having received Annie's affirmative answer, Born took a deep breath, slowly walked to the black fire dragon's corpse, lightly touched it with one hand, silently chanted an incantation, and simultaneously activated his soul fire to release the power of death. A surge of black energy erupted from his body, quickly enveloping the black fire dragon's corpse. This spell was significantly more difficult, and the entire process lasted for half an hour before it was finished. Annie waited quietly to the side. To maintain Born's existence, she was also running the spirit division technique, continuously providing a supply of magic power. Finally, a flash of black light appeared, and Born's figure abruptly disappeared from the spot, while the black energy enveloping the black fire dragon's corpse gradually receded into the body. Annie watched this scene nervously, unsure if Born had succeeded. But after a long while, the black fire dragon beast remained motionless. Annie shook her head with a wry smile. She knew it wouldn't be quick. The last time Born entered Keller's body, it was the same. He was unconscious for a long time before gaining control. So she found a place to sit and, together with Xiaoxue, entered a meditative state. Time passed slowly, seemingly endlessly. This time, Born's time was clearly much longer than before. Annie and Xiaoxue waited quietly until the next morning, just as the sun rose. Suddenly, an extremely powerful aura emanated from the black fire dragon beast's corpse, like a surging wave, instantly waking Annie and Xiaoxue from their sleep. They stared in astonishment at the black fire dragon beast. Its split head and ripped belly were visibly healing at a rapid pace. Wisps of black energy swirled and coiled around the wounds, seemingly alive, constantly writhing and intertwining. As time passed, the wounds on the black fire dragon beast gradually disappeared, replaced by hard black scales. When the last trace of injury vanished, the black fire dragon beast's eyes snapped open, a dazzling light shooting forth. Simultaneously, an unparalleled, powerful aura swept over like a hurricane, inspiring fear in all who beheld it. Annie cautiously stood up and tentatively called out to the black fire dragon beast, "Brother Born?" The black fire dragon beast turned to look at Annie, letting out a low roar, a woof. "Oh no! I can't speak." Annie clearly heard Born's voice in her mind. Annie's expression immediately relaxed, and she covered her mouth and chuckled, "Hee hee, you look so funny. You even howl." Xiaoxue curiously moved closer to Born and sniffed him, then frowned deeply, looking disgusted. Born said speechlessly, "I never thought I'd become a dragon beast, but you know what? This dragon beast's physique is no joke, much stronger than Keller's. This way, you won't have to travel back and forth." Annie laughed, "And it saves my magic power." Born said, "Alright, let's go in. I can't wait to try out this body." Annie took out the secret realm key, inserted it into the hole, and with a creak, the door opened. Inside was a dark red world, like the depths of hell, but this didn't bother Born at all. After all, he had lived in the netherworld for so long, and had seen far too many scenes like this. However, neither Annie nor Xiaoxue had ever witnessed such a sight, and they hesitated for a moment. Born glanced at them, then took the lead and stepped into the death realm. Seeing this, Annie and Xiaoxue reacted, took a deep breath, and followed him through the door. This place was very similar to the water realm. Everything was in chaos, and apart from the wispy dark red mist, nothing else could be seen. Suddenly, the dark red mist ahead seemed to boil, surging wildly, as if stirred by an invisible force. In the blink of an eye, the mist converged, forming a gigantic black vortex. The vortex was as deep as a bottomless pit, shimmering with a chilling light. Then, a gigantic black hand emerged from the vortex, as if to tear apart space itself. Following this, the monster revealed its full form, a spirit of death, enormous and ferocious, composed entirely of dark red necromantic power, emanating a suffocating aura. With the appearance of the spirit of death, the surrounding air grew heavy. It swung its arms wildly, baring its fangs and claws, seemingly displaying its power and majesty. Born, not to be outdone, immediately let out a deafening roar, a woof. The clash of their auras created a fierce wind. Roughly estimated, this spirit of death was at the peak of the Qi Yuan realm. Perhaps because no one had been here for some time, its strength had increased. However, this wasn't a problem for Annie and the others. Xiaoxue leisurely walked forward, exhaling hot breath. Since breaking through to the 8th level of the Qi Yuan realm, it hadn't had a proper chance to stretch its muscles, and this was a perfect opportunity to spar with the death spirit. But Born stepped forward, snorting, "Xiaoxue, don't try to take it from me. Let me go first." To Xiaoxue, these words sounded like a series of shouts, but it could still guess his meaning from Born's expression and actions. Xiaoxue revealed a disdainful look, seemingly questioning whether Born could handle the death spirit. In terms of cultivation level alone, there was indeed a significant gap between Born and the death spirit, but Born didn't care. He simply wanted to see just how strong this body really was. Born roared and charged forward, lashing out with a claw at the death spirit's soul fire. Enraged, the death spirit retaliated with a flying kick aimed at Born's lower body. Two muffled thuds echoed as neither dodged, taking the blow head-on. The death spirit only shuddered, while Born was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Xiaoxue approached and nudged Born with her paw. Born slowly got up, chuckling bitterly, "Haha, this body is indeed sturdy enough, it's just that my cultivation level is too low. If I were stronger, Dealing with this death spirit shouldn't be a problem. Xiao Shui puffed out her chest, as if saying, "Watch me," and charged forward like an arrow, engaging the death spirit in combat. This time, Xiao Shui's strength was only 2 levels below the death spirit's. Although there was a gap, they were still evenly matched, exchanging blows with great enthusiasm. Annie gave a wry smile. "I came here for an adventure, but it's turned into your training ground." Born laughed. "Isn't this better? Let's go out when we're done playing. There's nothing fun outside, and it's hard for me to move around in this body." Annie shook her head. "That might not work. I have an appointment with Sister Phineas to meet at the mine." "Phineas?" Born paused. "Who's that?" Annie was also taken aback, then remembered that Born had never met Phineas in Misty City, and when he returned to Misty City for the second time, Phineas was gone. Phineas was an intelligence gatherer planted by the Misty City Adventurers Guild in the surrounding taverns. Before I came to Divine Beast Mountain, she was the acting administrator of the Tori City Adventurers Guild. She helped me a lot. Annie briefly recounted what had happened since their parting in Sharia City. Born was also amazed. He hadn't expected that Annie could handle the powerful figures of the Adventurers Guild and the Holy See alone, even in his absence. It seemed he had worried for nothing over the past year. However, Annie still said, "Actually, I haven't figured out what to do after we leave the magic realm. After all, Sister Margot won't let me off the hook. She's very hostile towards me, and will definitely complain about me to Cardus or other bishops." Born waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about her. We completed the task entrusted to us by Reiner. As long as we bring back news of the magic realm, who cares about the Holy See?" Annie frowned and said, "But we haven't figured out the secret to opening the magic realm." "It's all right," Born said. "Didn't you bring back a lot of secret realm origins and cultivation resources from the water realm? These are enough for us to train a large number of powerful individuals, plus the Douglas Academy. With your extensive knowledge, you should be able to solve this problem. It's much easier than obtaining intelligence from the papacy or the Austin Empire's royal family." And nodded. "Indeed, after all, we're already exposed, and whatever we do will attract their attention." But soon, and seemed to think of something. "By the way, Brother Born, do you think the Adventurers Guild would be willing to help us?" Born frowned and said, "The Adventurers Guild's stance is somewhat unclear. Like other forces on the continent, they previously imposed a blockade on the Norma Empire. Now that they've taken the initiative to contact us and help us, they must have some ulterior motive. We can't rashly trust them before we figure out their purpose." And agreed, "That's what I think too, but right now, we owe them quite a few favors. Back in Miss City, it was Farid who helped me escape Pentisi's pursuit during Marcello's rebellion. Farid helped me pass intelligence to Norma City, and in Sharia City, Jafali saved my life. I can't just ignore these things." Born laughed. "I naturally know what you're thinking, but we definitely help when needed. However, if they have ulterior motives and intend to use us, threatening your life, then don't blame us for not showing any mercy." Just then, Shushua's massive body was thrown back, somersaulting several times in the air before landing steadily on the ground. After landing, Xiaoxua shook herself vigorously, seemingly having enjoyed the battle. "Hey Xiaoxua, I didn't notice who won?" Born teased. Xiaoxua rolled her eyes at him, and Annie laughed. "After all, there's a difference in their strength. It's already quite impressive that Xiaoxua has managed to fight without taking any damage for so long." Born stretched his shoulders. "Looks like it's time to end the battle. Xiaoxua, it's been a long time since we had a proper team fight." Xiaoxua let out a long roar, brimming with fighting spirit. Annie also assumed a fighting stance, channeling all her magic power. Here, she could unleash any magic at will without worrying about being exposed. She hadn't had such a satisfying battle in a long time. The combined fighting spirit of the three of them clashed with the death spirit opposite them. The death spirit was slightly taken aback, actually taking a half step back, its eyes flashing with horror. But being a spirit formed from the death energy here, it still had some confidence on its own territory. It roared and launched a full-scale attack on the three of them. Chapter 335. The spirit of death emitted a large amount of black mist, which formed dozens of bone spikes in the air. Born and Annie exchanged a glance. Both chuckled, and almost simultaneously reached out, also conjuring bone spikes in the air. This time, they would test their strength with bone spikes. Whoosh! 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 Both sides' bone spikes emitted ear-piercing sounds as they pierced the air, then boomed. The bone spikes collided, shattering into countless fragments. The spirit of death was stronger after all, and the bone spikes it released were very powerful. They quickly pierced through Born and Annie's defenses and shot towards them. Born took a step forward, waving one hand, and a huge bone shield appeared before him. Another booming sound rang out as the bone spikes struck the shield, piercing several holes in it. Born retreated while defending, releasing 3 bone shields in succession before finally blocking the entire wave of attacks. Xiaoxue watched with great interest, but Born said irritably, "Xiaoxue, if you keep watching like this, it get boring. Your attacks are the strongest here." Xiaoxue didn't understand the words, but she grasped the meaning and was very happy. She let out a roar and attacked the death spirit from the left, her claws crackling with electricity as she grabbed directly at the death spirit's core. The death spirit, feeling the pressure from Xiaoxue, suddenly turned and released a cloud of black mist, instantly enveloping Xiaoxue. But Xiaoxue wasn't so easily bullied. Purple lightning flashed within the black mist, crackling and popping wildly before the mist was blasted apart with a deafening boom. Born wasn't idle either. He moved his massive body and released a huge bone spear, thrusting it towards the death spirit. Caught in a pincer attack, the death spirit chose the weaker Born, conjuring a bone spear that clashed with it. Born raised an eyebrow. "Oh! Want to test your combat skills? Let's try." Born leaped high into the air, gathering power in his right hand before forcefully thrusting the bone spear downwards, aiming straight for the death spirit's core. The death spirit didn't flinch. It sidestepped the attack, simultaneously sweeping its bone spear horizontally towards Born's side. If this strike landed, even with its black fire dragon beast body, Born would be cleaved in two. Born leaned back, extending his left foot to kick the death spirit's right hand. The death spirit's sweeping bone spear was jolted upwards, missing its target. Born wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip by. He swung his bone spear again, aiming a vertical slash at the opponent's left side. This time, the slash wasn't aimed directly at the center of the death spirit. Without hesitation, the death spirit moved a small step to the right. But this small step fell into Born's trap. A smile played on Born's lips as he said calmly, "You better understand, I'm not the only one fighting you now." A thunderous roar followed. Little Snow, crackling with lightning, appeared before the death spirit in the blink of an eye, lashing out with her claw. The death spirit had no time to react, only able to parry with her bone spear. With a crack, the spear shattered, and Little Snow's claw continued its lightning-infused strike towards its core. At this critical moment, the death spirit's body suddenly blurred, unexpectedly retreating about half a meter, causing Little Snow's attack to miss. Xiaoxue's attack missed, but she fell into the opponent's attack range. The death spirit's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light as it reached out its right hand to grab Xiaoxue's head. Born reacted quickly, hurling the bone spear in his hand, which accurately struck the death spirit's right hand. Xiaoxue seized the opportunity to retreat, creating distance. This intense back-and-forth battle actually lasted only a moment. Born turned to look at the slightly panting Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue, you haven't been training lately. You're already exhausted after just one move?" Xiaoxue exhaled a puff of hot air, quite indignant. She had already endured several battles that pushed her to her limits in the Endless Flower Sea, plus the fight against the two-headed demon whale in the Water Secret Realm. It couldn't be considered a lack of training. Xiaoxue's pride was ignited, and her aura surged to another level. Born turned and gave Annie a look. Annie understood, looked around, found a higher spot, and prepared to cast a spell. Xiaoxue rushed out again, engaging the death spirit in combat. Born initially wanted to unleash the soul-severing blade, but it was too difficult to use in this body, so he had to give up and conjure another bone spear to help Xiaoxue. After a few exchanges, Born dodged to the side, pressing one hand to the ground, his magic surging, and shouted, "Reinforce the bone prison." Strands of dry bones rose from the ground, binding the death spirit's limbs. However, the bone prison was relatively weak. The death spirit roared and struggled, tearing the bone prison apart. Even so, its movements were somewhat restricted. Xiaoxue took the opportunity to retreat to the side, revealing Annie. A gigantic, malevolent phantom appeared before Annie. She hadn't used this spell in a long time. It had saved her countless times. The phantom suddenly opened its eyes, gaped its maw, and let out a deafening, soul-piercing roar. "Awoo!" The sonic wave struck the spirit of death squarely, its core violently vibrating, and most of the black mist surrounding it instantly dissipated. "Wow, that's powerful," Born said, covering his ears. "Looks like you've been practicing a lot." Annie shook her head with a laugh. "When have I ever had a chance to practice necromancy? Don't joke around. Let's finish it off." Born nodded, quickly closing in, his bone spear aimed straight for the spirit of death's core. However, at that moment, the spirit of death suddenly broke free from its shockwave, regained its senses, dodged the fatal blow, and simultaneously grabbed Born by the neck, lifting him up with one hand. "Brother Born!" Annie cried out in alarm, about to cast a spell to save him, but they were now in a straight line, and Born's massive body blocked her view. Xiuxia also let out a low growl and lunged forward, only to be blocked by the black mist released by the spirit of death. She could only roar in anger, utterly helpless. "Damn it!" Born's throat was gripped, feeling an immense force compressing it relentlessly. His neck was about to snap. Born gritted his teeth, and the soul fusion technique instantly activated. A mysterious power surged forth, and without warning, a giant stone cone appeared on the ground, instantly piercing through the spirit of death's body. The spirit of death roared. Though its body was pierced, it shifted slightly at the crucial moment, avoiding the core, but was still injured. Born seized the opportunity to circulate his magic, a hellish sound emanating from deep within his throat, soul stealing. The spirit of death felt a strange force instantly seize its soul, trying to extract it. At the same time, Xiuxia broke through the black mist, and a raging torrent of lightning surged forth, striking the stunned spirit of death with a deafening roar. When the lightning subsided, the spirit of death had vanished into nothingness, leaving only a pile of cultivation resources. "Phew!" Born let out a long sigh, rubbing his neck. "I almost fell for it." Annie also breathed a sigh of relief, laughing and scolding, "You were so careless. It was a surefire fight, but you made it so dramatic." Born shrugged. "I didn't expect this guy to recover from the evil spirit's roar so quickly. Shi Yuan's peak strength is truly impressive." Xiao Shui lay panting on the ground. He had expended the most energy in this battle, not only fighting the death spirit for a long time at the beginning, but also unleashing a large amount of lightning magic. This space was already somewhat repelling him, and now he was completely exhausted. Annie gently stroked Xiao Shui's head and said, "Xiao Shui, you worked hard. Get some rest." Just then, the space rippled, and a portal appeared before them. This should be the exit from the death realm. However, Annie hesitated. She looked back at the mountain of cultivation resources, unsure what to choose. Seeing her expression, Born immediately guessed her thoughts and laughed. "What's there to worry about? Your heart-protecting mirror doesn't have enough space, but my soul-severing blade has plenty." With that, he drew the soul-severing blade, and in a flash of white light, all the cultivation resources were collected. Annie then remembered that because she and Born had been separated, she had often forgotten about him. Now, thinking about how she had specifically cleared the items from the heart-protecting mirror in the water secret realm, she became extremely annoyed. "Brother Born, why are you only telling me now? The things I lost?" "Ha ha ha, don't worry." Born laughed loudly. "I collected them all. I returned them to you later." Annie knew that Born had already seen through her, and she became even more embarrassed and annoyed. Afterwards, they didn't linger and walked directly out through the teleportation portal. Once outside, Annie froze when she saw her surroundings. It was a very familiar place. The endless flower sea. In the distance lay a giant toad corpse. They had come full circle and returned to this place, but they had already wasted a lot of time. There was probably no one else here. Annie's eyes lit up. She remembered that the spider forest, where Little Spider lived, was right next to the endless flower sea. Now was the perfect time to go find Little Spider. With this thought in mind, she quickly contacted Little Spider and arranged to meet at the edge of the forest. When Annie met Little Spider was very weak, clearly having just survived a fierce battle. Fortunately, it wasn't in mortal danger, and its injuries had mostly healed. Even the spider lily couldn't expend too much energy on a Qi Yuan level magical beast, and besides, this was the territory of the Holy Sea, making movement inconvenient. According to Little Spider's description, they had been maneuvering for nearly a month. During this time, a particularly powerful member of the other Shoreflower clan caused Little Spider a lot of trouble by using the power of an ancient artifact. The church's members would also attack Little Spider upon seeing her. Therefore, Little Spider had to escape whenever she encountered church followers, leaving the other Shoreflower members and their followers to fight amongst themselves. After leaving behind 2 corpses, the other Shoreflower clan completely retreated. The church still held the upper hand, but they were also in a difficult position and naturally had no intention of further harassing Little Spider. They soon withdrew from the spider forest. Born stepped forward and greeted Little Spider. Both of them had signed contracts with Annie, so there were no communication barriers. Little Snow, however, was somewhat confused. He hadn't signed a contract with Annie, and therefore had no idea what Little Spider and Born were talking about. "Undead, you are special," Little Spider said to Born. Born chuckled. "Indeed, I might be the only undead here in this form. Little Spider said, I can sense that your true form isn't a black fire dragon beast. How did you do that? Born shrugged, it's hard to explain in a short time. Just know that my form is ever-changing, but my true form is just a skeleton soldier. A skeleton soldier? Little Spider said, somewhat puzzled, it's hard to imagine that Master would sign a summoning contract with a skeleton soldier. Born put his hands on his hips. What? You look down on me? Want to have a go? Let me tell you, I once killed a supersized cave spider. Little Spider was taken aback, somewhat disbelieving. You killed it? Born was momentarily speechless. In truth, he had merely used the power of the earth-shattering heavenly soul to push the cave demon spider outside the broken earth palace, thus triggering the restriction and killing it. In a real fight, the cave demon spider could have obliterated him with a mere flick of its toe. And smiled and said, you two calm down a bit. Then she said to Little Spider, you're safe for now, but my plan is to take you away from here. According to your description, it seems you need to reach the Supreme Realm to escape. Now I have an idea. She said to Born, Brother Born, give Little Spider all the resources you found in the Death Realm. Huh? Born was taken aback. This, aren't you going to use them? And shook her head. I already have enough resources. Those resources with the power of death are perfect for Little Spider's cultivation, helping it improve its strength. As long as it becomes stronger, it will be able to protect itself here. Neither the other shore flower nor the church will dare to bother it anymore. Born thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, but there are quite a lot of resources. I just take them to the cave for you. Little Spider was very moved. It hadn't expected, and to give it all the resources she had painstakingly brought out of the Death Realm. It seemed it had chosen the right master this time. However, there is still one thing that Annie doesn't understand. According to Little Spider, there are still powerful magical beasts at the Fengyuan realm in the magic realm. But let alone Fengyuan, she has never even encountered a magical beast at the Huayuan realm. Most of the creatures in the elemental realm are spirits at the Qiyuan level 7 or 8, except for the water realm and the death realm, which have not been open for a long time. Chapter 336. Here, are there truly magical beasts that can cultivate to the supreme origin realm by relying on themselves? No, on the magic power here? The truth must be incredibly cruel, and Annie must be prepared. Of course, Little Spider's cultivation to the abundant origin realm won't be something that can be achieved in a short time, at least not during Annie's time in the magical realm. Born arrived at Little Spider's cave, leaving behind all the cultivation resources imbued with the power of death from the soul-severing blade. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed two unattended corpses at the cave entrance. One was dressed in white robes, likely a member of the Holy See. The other was dressed in black robes, possibly a member of the other shore flower. Born hesitated slightly. Appearing as a black fire dragon beast would be somewhat inconvenient, but abandoning this body was something he truly couldn't bear. However, after careful consideration, Born decided it would be better to disguise himself as a human. Therefore, he would naturally impersonate a member of the Holy See. So, Born picked up the white-robed corpse and returned to Annie's side. When Annie saw Born return with a corpse, she naturally understood his meaning. However, upon recognizing the face of the white-robed corpse, she hesitated. The corpse was none other than Jerry Main, the one who had been entangled with Annie in the endless flower sea. She hadn't expected him to die in the battle against the spider lilies. Seeing Annie's expression, Born asked curiously, What? You know him? Annie nodded. I guess you could say I know him. He didn't give off a good impression. Born laughed, That's perfect. I'm tired of being the good guy. This time, I'd be the bad guy. And covered her mouth and laughed, You're really shameless. When have you ever been a good person? Born raised an eyebrow. How could I not be a good person? Look at me, I always speak softly and gently to people, and I rather reason than resort to violence. And smiled, It seems your understanding of a good person is a bit off, but it doesn't matter. If you're going to use this body, you better find out this person's background. Oh! Born asked curiously, What's this person's background? Tell me. And shook her head and said, I don't know. I'm not familiar with him, but I saw him walking with the Holy Son of the Church before. He's definitely not an ordinary person. It won't be easy for you to impersonate him. The Holy Son of the Church? Born became even more interested. That's even more interesting, haha. And help me stabilize the magic, I'm going to switch bodies. Seeing that Born was determined, and didn't stop her, and directly released her death power. Sensing Annie's magic maintaining the surrounding space, Born emerged from the black fire dragon's body, and cast a possession spell on Jermain's corpse. This time, Entering Germain's body was much easier, and it was over in no time. Germain's head had been smashed open, and his intestines had been pulled out, but in an instant, everything healed completely. After a while, Bourne regained control of the body and slowly opened his eyes. How was it? Annie's expression was somewhat strange. Facing Germain's face, Annie couldn't bring herself to call him brother. Bourne stretched his body and chuckled. Not bad. This kid doesn't get much exercise. But I won't use his body forever. Let him die when it's time to die. Annie paused for a moment and said, all right, let's go to the mine and meet up with Sister Phineas. It's been so long, I wonder how they're doing. Bourne nodded. They had already learned the general direction of the mine from Little Spider. As long as they were on the right track, no matter how far, they would eventually arrive. Recently, Pule felt a bit unlucky. He had won the Austin Empire magic competition, entering the top 10 and earning the opportunity to enter the magic realm. However, because he came from a declining duchy and was of minor noble birth, he was constantly looked down upon. Those entering the magic realm with him were all the elite figures of the Austin Empire, including members of the Austin royal family and royalty from the Duchy of Reeves and Harrington. Fortunately, Alonso also successfully obtained the qualification to enter the magic realm. Under Evar's tutelage, the two learned that their primary task upon entering the magic realm was to find the elemental realms. For example, Alonso was to find the lightning realm, while Pule was to find the storm realm. That being said, where is the storm's secret realm? Evar had also visited the magical realm once before, and as a fellow wind elemental mage, he told Puler about its features. However, without a map, finding the storm's secret realm was indeed extremely difficult. Therefore, the first challenge Puler faced upon entering the magical realm was orienting himself. His luck seemed consistently bad, and it wasn't until 3 months later that he finally located the storm's secret realm. When he arrived, only ruins remained. The guardian beast's corpse appeared to have been dead for a long time, and the entrance to the realm stood alone, without a soul in sight. As Evar had said, entering the elemental realm required a group of 4. Due to the extreme danger within, each missing member meant less protection. Therefore, Puller hesitated outside the entrance for a long time, not daring to enter rashly. His luck was truly terrible. The Austin Empire possessed the key to the lightning realm, while the key to the storm realm was in the hands of the Hairy Empire. The Hairy Empire's wind elemental mages had already gathered there and thoroughly explored it, while the Austin Empire only had him as a wind elemental mage. Most of the others were lightning elemental mages, all gathered in the lightning realm. Puller sighed. It seemed unlikely he would find teammates here, but he was unwilling to give up the opportunity to enter the storm realm. So, gritting his teeth, he went in alone. During the 3 months Puller spent in the magic realm, he hadn't just been traveling. He had killed many magical beasts, and had already broken through to the 3rd level of the Qi Yuan realm. Compared to those who had entered the elemental realm, he was naturally somewhat weaker. He encountered a wind elemental spirit in the stormy realm. The newly formed wind elemental spirit was weak, only at the 4th level of the Qi Yuan realm, but it still gave Puller a hard time. After several days of fierce fighting, Puller emerged from the stormy realm, covered in wounds, his strength having broken through to the 4th level of the Qi Yuan realm in a short time. After a few days of brief rest, he continued to wander through the magical realms, searching for targets to kill. However, his luck was truly terrible. He hadn't gone far when he stumbled into a deadly area and encountered 2 magical beasts at the Hua Yuan realm. He nearly lost his life, but fortunately, the 2 beasts were engaged in a fierce battle and didn't notice his presence, giving him a chance to escape. From then on, Peller became even more cautious. After wandering for almost 2 more months, he finally encountered an acquaintance, Alonso. Alonso's strength had now reached the 6th level of the Qi Yuan realm. It seemed he had found a considerable amount of resources in the lightning secret realm, allowing him to break through very quickly. According to Alonso's description, everyone from the Austin Empire who had entered the magic secret realm, except for Peller, had already gathered at the crystal mine. Peller, of course, didn't hesitate and followed Alonso back to the group. Upon arriving at the Austin Empire's stronghold, Peller found that all 10 people were present, not one missing. Most of them had broken through to around the 5th level of the Qi Yuan realm, 3 were at the 6th level, and 1 had reached the 7th level. It seemed Peller's strength was at the bottom. The one who had reached the 7th level was none other than Roy, the 3rd prince of the Austin Empire, and the leader of this operation. Everyone had to obey his orders. Upon seeing Puller return, he flashed his signature wild smile. Ha ha ha, Puller. Good heavens, look how long it's been since we last met. Puller forced an awkward smile, Your Highness, are you well? Roy immediately stopped smiling, turned his head away, and ignored Puller, going about his business. Puller gave a wry smile. This wasn't the first time. He knew the third prince's personality. The third prince had always been a marginal figure in the royal family. He was unruly, and his language was even somewhat vulgar, but no one could control him. After all, even the emperor didn't really interfere. The third prince's capriciousness was well known. He had once defecated in the palace hall, fought with beggars in the street, and frequented brothels. Now, no matter what outrageous things he did, no one was surprised. Puller shook his head, found a spot, and was about to sit down and rest when Roy suddenly called out, "Puller!" "Huh?" Puller was startled and quickly asked, "Your Highness, what's wrong?" Roy's face was grim, his tone filled with extreme contempt. "It's been almost half a year, and you're still at this level? Sending someone like you into the magic realm is a waste of the Empire's resources." Puller cursed inwardly. "If it weren't for your royal family always keeping things hidden, I would have found the Storm Realm long ago, and wouldn't have wasted so much time." But outwardly, Puller didn't dare to directly confront the third prince, and could only show an awkward expression, somewhat uneasy. All eyes turned to Puller, most of them with disdain. Only two people cast sympathetic glances. One was Alonso. After all, they were from the same duchy, and there was some friendship between them. The other was a prince from the Duchy of Harrington, who looked quiet but was a battle maniac. Once he stepped into the arena, he was like a different person, and it was impossible to get him to go easy on him. Just as Puller was about to say something, Roy suddenly broke into a rage, laughing as he walked over and patted Puller on the shoulder, saying, "Ha ha ha, look at your expression. You actually took it seriously? I was just kidding, ha ha ha." Seeing Roy's unrestrained laughter, Puller had no idea how to respond, and could only manage a couple of dry laughs. "Hee hee, Your Highness is right, I have indeed been holding you back. I will work harder on my training to catch up with you." "Oh," Roy said with a smile, "you want to catch up with me? Tell me, how are you going to catch up with me?" Puller paused, sensing the coldness in Roy's smile, and involuntarily shuddered. It seemed he had said the wrong thing again. The best way to deal with someone like this was to say less. Puller could only lower his head. I don't know." Puller's answer also confused Roy. "I don't know how to respond to that." He walked away dejectedly and sat down, looking at everyone and saying, "Now that everyone is here, we need to discuss what's next." Puller breathed a sigh of relief, finally getting rid of this guy, and slowly sat down. Roy continued, "The Crystal Mine is now divided into several factions. Only 5 have more than 10 people: the Holy See, the Adventurers Guild, the Other Shore Flower, the Hairy Empire, and us. Besides these, there are 4 smaller factions, each with only 2 or 3 people. The largest is the Unclaimed Wasteland, with 8 people. Generally speaking, the larger the faction, the more and more stable the resources they can get. We need to think carefully about strategies to expand our scale." A young man with a cold expression said, "We can't count on the Holy See. They always act independently, and never ally with other factions." Alonso said, "They don't need to ally with others. After all, their strength is undeniable. They have a team of over 70 people. Even if all the other factions gathered together, they wouldn't have as many as them." Roy clearly valued the cold-faced young man more. "Cousin Greta, do you have any ideas?" Greta pondered for a moment. "I think we could contact a few smaller teams, such as the Endless Sea and Amaras." Roy frowned. "But they have far too few people. As far as I know, only 2 have come from the Endless Sea. If their strength is too weak, it's pointless." Greta shook her head. "But besides that, there's no one else we can cooperate with. The Adventurers Guild is enormous. To call it cooperation would be more like us becoming subservient to them, which would damage the Empire's dignity. The Other Shore Flower and the Holy See are irreconcilable enemies. If we cooperate with them, we definitely incur the Holy See's displeasure, and that would be difficult to explain later. The Hairy Empire has minor conflicts with us. Cooperating with them would be like seeking help from a tiger. Neither side would submit to the other, so it's better not to cooperate at all. Therefore, these are the smaller forces we can try to win over." Suddenly, someone asked, "What about the Unclaimed Wasteland? Don't they still have 8 people?" Roy was very displeased with this person's interruption, his eyes flashing with a cold light. The person quickly shrank back and shut his mouth. Greta scoffed, "Humph. You dare to plot against the Unclaimed Jedi? You're asking for trouble. They're a bunch of troublemakers. They stink wherever they go. If they join our group, they might even stab us in the back." After this discussion, the cooperation plan was basically finalized, and the group began to elect those who would go to negotiate. Roy glanced around. his gaze finally settling on Puller. Puller, who had been sitting in a corner, not paying attention to the conversation, felt a chill run down his spine when Roy's gaze swept over him, and involuntarily looked back. Chapter 337. Roy smiled. "Oh, I think we found a perfect candidate. Puller, my good friend, come here." Everyone was slightly taken aback, their eyes filled with a hint of mockery and ridicule as they looked at Puller. Pull felt he shouldn't even be there, cursing under his breath, but still stood up and walked to Roy. "What are your orders, your highness?" Roy's smile was easily misunderstood. He had an innocent face, and his smile was infectious, but beneath that smile always lay an unfathomable mind. "Pull, I think this mission is perfect for you. Would you be willing to help us persuade these small factions?" Alonso frowned. "Your Highness, shouldn't we be more cautious about this? Puller's status and strength don't represent the Empire. If we send him, wouldn't it make people look down on the Empire?" Greta narrowed her eyes. Roy raised his eyes. "My Austin Empire has dominated the continent for thousands of years, as everyone knows. We would never be looked down upon because of one person. If that were the case, then these people wouldn't be worth winning over." Roy's smile remained unchanged as he continued to look at Puller. "Well, if you complete this task, I will reward you handsomely." Puller was furious. He finally understood that this task was anything but easy. Those smaller forces had been oppressed by the Austin Empire for years, and they must harbor resentment. If he rashly tried to win them over, he might get a cold shoulder. That would be the best-case scenario. If the other party had a bad temper, they might just beat him up, let alone try to win him over. Puller's strength was relatively weak, and his status was low. Even if he was rejected by these small forces, it wouldn't matter much. Roy would just scold him for his incompetence. If he were attacked, that would be even easier. He could use an excuse to retaliate directly. After all, in terms of overall strength, the people of the Austin Empire were indeed no less powerful than these small forces. "I really thank you," Puller muttered softly. Roy didn't hear him clearly. "What did you say?" Puller came to his senses, straightened his expression, and respectfully replied, "Yes, sir." Roy gave him a bright smile. "Ha ha ha, good. Puller, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. You are the key man in our team." Puller bowed deeply. Having learned his lesson earlier, he didn't dare say anything more this time, fearing that Roy would find some leverage against him again. Roy turned around and said, "Greta, tell Peller the location of the forces around the crystal mine and tell him to act quickly. The papacy has already started seizing territory, and we can't fall behind." Greta took out a map, marked a few circles on it, and handed it to Peller. "Take a look yourself. This is what I scouted around here. Your targets are the Endless Sea, the Amras, and the Velis forces." Peller sighed, took the map, and turned to leave. After walking a distance, a soft call came from behind. "Peller, wait!" Peller turned around and saw that it was Alonso. "Alonso? What's wrong? Does Roy have any other plans?" Alonso shook his head and sighed. "No, that's just how Roy is. Don't take it to heart. This is quite dangerous. You're not familiar with the mine. How about I go with you?" Puller was somewhat surprised. Alonso, who had always been ranked first on the Sharia youth list, was always cold and aloof. Since arriving in the magic realm, he seemed like a completely different person. Puller wondered what had triggered this change. "It would be better if you stayed here. After all, Roy values you highly." Alonso looked somewhat dejected. "After arriving in the capital, I realized how insignificant and marginalized Sharia is in their eyes. My current strength is all thanks to my father's cultivation. He used all the resources the entire duchy could gather on me, which made me who I am today. But in the Empire's eyes, my existence is not what they want. What they want is a weak and frail Sharia man." Puller frowned. "Sharia has guarded the northern border for 1,000 years. It might still be there. Why does the Empire want to weaken Sharia's strength?" Lonzo said, "But there hasn't been a war for nearly a century. Leaving that wolf, Sharia, in the north makes the imperial family uneasy, fearing Sharia might break away and become independent, like Norma." Puller shook his head. "Norma didn't split from the Empire." Alonso sighed. "You're right. Norma didn't split from Austin, but its leader was truly awe-inspiring. So much so that even centuries later, everyone is still wary of him. The Empire is now afraid that someone like Emperor Norma will appear again." Puller gave a bitter smile. "Someone like Emperor Norma? That's laughable. Because of the information blockade imposed on them by the higher-ups, we don't even know what kind of person Emperor Norma was." Alonso said, "There's nothing we can do about it. My father knows more. According to him, the founding emperor of the Norma Empire fought alone against orcs and powerful demons, killing dozens, and turning the tide of the war, ending that long-standing conflict. This person seemed to appear out of nowhere. He was previously unknown, and no one knew what had happened. Pule frowned. That's even stranger. What is the Empire afraid of? Could a genius like that also appear in Sharia? Alonso said calmly, in the eyes of those in power, a powerful existence is always a threat. They only need balance. Currently, most of the northern territories are relatively strong, while the southern territories are relatively weak. We, as the only powerful force in the north. The duchy determines which way the scales of power will tip. Puller scratched his head. I'm really not very good at these things, but I understand your situation. Since that's the case, let's work together. You probably won't be comfortable staying here. Just as the two were about to leave, a shout came from behind Alonso. They turned around and saw Greta approaching with a frown. We'd be assigning tasks for the mining later. Where are you going now? Alonso said calmly. Puller isn't familiar with the area. I show him around first. Greta was somewhat displeased. You have other tasks. Don't worry about others. Don't keep Roy waiting. Come with me. Alonso sighed and looked at Puller. Puller shook his head. Forget it, you go back. I can handle this myself. Alonso nodded, wished him well, and returned with Greta. Puller, however, left alone to try his luck in the nearest small faction's territory, the Endless Sea. The area occupied by the Austin Empire was located south of the crystal mines, and was quite large. The adjacent regions were controlled by powerful forces such as the Adventurers Guild, the Holy See, and the Hairy Empire. Fortunately, the territory controlled by the Endless Sea was situated between the Austin Empire and the Adventurers Guild. Shortly, Puller found two young men in this area. Both had blue hair, were shirtless, and wore leather armor. They looked very capable, and were likely from the Endless Sea. Hello. Puller waved in greeting. But in reality, he was noticed the moment he appeared. One of the slightly older youths stepped forward, looking at Puller with some wariness. Who are you? What do you want with us? Puller bowed slightly, and said with a smile, My name is Puller, from the nearby Austin Empire. Are you two brothers from the Endless Sea? The youth nodded. What brings you here? Puller organized his thoughts and said, I heard that the Endless Sea is full of talented people, and it seems that's true. You two brothers look very powerful. It's truly enviable. The youth frowned. It's rare to be praised by the Austinians, but I'm not happy at all. Hasn't your empire always looked down on the Endless Sea? You even blockaded us at sea recently, and now you're coming to join us? Puller frowned. He knew nothing about these international issues, and naturally couldn't answer. Well, our leader in this trip into the magic realm is the third Prince Roy of the Empire. He greatly admires the Endless Sea, and specifically sent me here to discuss cooperation. Cooperation? The young man raised an eyebrow. That's strange. What are the benefits of cooperating with you? Hearing there was potential, Puller quickly replied, There are many forces in this magical realm, but you only have two people in the Endless Sea. The area you can control is very limited. But if we cooperate, it's different. More people means more power, and others won't dare to bully us. This way, we can collect magic crystals in peace, and work hard to improve our strength. The young man looked at Puller with interest, circling him once. You're really interesting. Puller asked, How am I interesting? The young man said, Your cultivation level shouldn't be high, right? Austin sent someone like you to negotiate. He's clearly using you as a pawn. Yet you're working so hard. What's the point? Puller was taken aback, then smiled wryly. It seems you gotten it all. You see through it all? Now that things were out in the open, Puller no longer held back. Brother, what's your name? The young man replied, My name is Brew, and this is my younger brother, Bizin. Oh, so you're Brew, brother Bizin. Puller smiled slightly. To be honest, I come from the Duchy of Sharia, and I'm now a marginal figure. But regardless, I am still a nobleman of the Empire. Since I accepted the mission, I should at least give it a try, whether I succeed or fail. Brew chuckled and said, Haha, you're a straightforward man. I won't waste your time. Go back and tell your third prince that our Endless Seas is cooperating with the Adventurers Guild this time. Tell him to find someone more capable. The Adventurers Guild? Puller was slightly taken aback. But isn't the difference in strength between you two too great? How can the two of you cooperate with more than 40 of them? Brew waved his hand. You don't need to worry about that. It's our own business. Puller smiled and nodded. Haha, you're right, but I'm still very curious. You two seem very powerful. Have you already broken through to the 6th level of the Qiyuan realm? Bizin poked his head out and said, I'm almost there, My brother is already at the 6th level. Brue frowned, pulled Bizon back behind him, and then said to Puller, "This level of strength is naturally not something the Empire takes seriously, but we're not fighting alone now. If the Empire still wants to cause trouble, it won't be easy." Puller hurriedly waved his hand. "That's not what I meant. I was just curious. I've given up hope for this mission. I just wanted to chat with you." Brue's expression softened slightly, but his tone remained cold. "I have nothing to talk about with the Austinians. You probably have other missions, so I won't keep you any longer." Puller sighed, gave a slight bow, and turned to leave. It was getting dark, so Puller could only find a place to rest and think about the next mission. As he expected, this mission was a resounding failure right from the start, a veritable ordeal. Puller opened the map, looking at another dot, the territory of Amras. Amras was a relatively independent small country on the continent, but it wasn't subordinate to any major power. The reason was simple. Its geographical environment was too harsh for the major powers to consider, allowing it to develop independently. On the continent, it lies on the western border of the Hari Empire, very close to the Western Ghost Realm, and frequently harassed by it. Therefore, the people of this country are extremely brave and warlike, always exuding a murderous aura. However, to reach Amras' territory, Puell must pass through the Hari Empire, which is clearly not a wise choice. After careful consideration, Puell decided to take a detour, passing through the territory of the papacy. Although it might take more time, there was no better option. After all, the Empire and the papacy maintained a good relationship, and asking for passage shouldn't be a problem. The next day, after waking up, Peller went directly through the Vatican's territory. But as soon as he stepped onto the Vatican's grounds, he encountered a familiar face. Margot. The two drew their weapons almost simultaneously upon meeting. Peller naturally remembered this woman, who had publicly accused Anna at the magic competition in the Kingdom of Sharia, while Margot was also deeply impressed by this only contestant who had sided with and, in each other's eyes, they were both villains, absolute villains. "What are you doing here?" Margot asked coldly. Puller was a little nervous. He didn't know what level Margot was at, but regardless, fighting her here was definitely not a good choice. Would you believe me if I said I was just passing by?" Margot frowned slightly. "Passing by? Where are you going?" Puller pointed northeast. "I'm going over there to find Amras." Margot hesitated for a moment, then, seeing that Puller didn't seem to intend to harm her, she took 2 steps back. "I can let you pass, but you have to tell me where Annie is." Puller was stunned. "Huh? Annie? Isn't she with you?" Margot's face turned cold again. "Don't play dumb with me. I know she has a close relationship with you. She'd definitely come looking for you after entering the magical realm." Puller felt a headache coming on. "I'm speechless." Chapter 338. Puller explained with a bitter face, "I really don't know where Annie is. This is my first time entering the magic realm, and no one taught me how to find my way. I've been lost for 3 months straight, let alone Annie. I haven't even seen a dog." Margot was somewhat suspicious. "You really don't know where Annie is?" Puller shook his head firmly. "I don't know. I swear to God, no. I swear to the goddess of light, I have absolutely never seen Annie in the magic realm." Margot narrowed her eyes and pondered for a long time before finally saying, "No. I can't believe you. Even if you haven't seen Annie, you must know where she is, right?" Puller was certain he was plagued by bad luck ever since he arrived. Nothing in this magical realm went smoothly. He waved his hand helplessly, giving up on communicating with Margot. Fine, if you won't let me pass, I take another route. If I can't afford to offend you, I at least avoid you." Margot panicked when she saw he was really going to leave. Her primary mission in the magical realm was to monitor Annie, but since entering, she hadn't seen her anywhere. Of the 6 disciples Simon had originally assigned, 5 had gone to the crystal mine. Although Phineas had gone to the Adventurers Guild, Clement had returned. Still 5 people, but no one had seen Annie. The others all said they hadn't seen her either. They really didn't know where that brat had gone. Now that Margot had finally found someone who was very likely to have encountered Annie, she naturally wouldn't let him go. She immediately called out, "Wait!" Puller was startled. "Is there something else? Let me make this clear. The Empire and the Holy See have a good relationship. I'm not here to cause trouble. If you attack me, that's not fair." Margot shook her head. "Who said I was going to fight you? Don't be so clever. I just want to make a deal with you." "A deal?" Puller scratched his head. "We're making a deal? You're not mistaken, are you?" Margot smiled slightly. "What? You're scared already? I haven't even explained the terms of the deal yet, And you're already this cowardly. It makes me wonder how Annie could have chosen a friend like you. Is her judgment that bad? Friend? Puller hesitated. Am Annie and I friends? Now it was Margot's turn to be confused. You're not friends with her. You helped her in front of everyone in Sharia. Were you just bored? Puller nodded. You're not wrong. Margot didn't know what Puller meant by that. Was he really just being nosy, or was he truly Annie's friend? She shook her head, banishing these distracting thoughts. Never mind. I just tell you straight, I want to know where Annie is right now. If you have reliable information, I can help you get through here safely. Puller shook his head. Wasn't I clear enough? I really haven't seen Annie. Why don't you believe me? Margot said, No, I believe you, but in the magical realm, the only people Annie is most likely to go to are you and Phineas. If you encounter her, or get any news about Annie, you must tell me immediately. Puller frowned slightly. You mean, you want me to trade my friend for something? And more importantly, that something isn't even mine. Margot laughed. How can it not be yours? What belongs to your empire is yours, isn't it? Besides, all you have to do is tell me about Annie. I don't need your help with anything else. In return, I can help you move freely within the papacy's territory. I think this deal is perfect. Puller pondered for a moment and asked, This deal sounds easy, but how do you know I won't lie to you? What if I meet Annie, and don't tell you? What will you do then? Margot laughed. You're right, that's indeed a question worth considering. So I want you to sign a contract with me, using the power of the contract to ensure the deal takes effect. Puller's pupils contracted. A contract? You really came up with something. If we sign a contract, either party will be punished for breaching it. Are you sure? Margot chuckled inwardly. It was just allowing Puller free access to the papacy's territory. There was no loss involved. She hadn't agreed to let him mine or anything, and no one else would interfere. There was naturally no risk of breaching the contract. But for Puller, it was a different story. He had to tell Margot Ann's whereabouts, or he would suffer a terrible backlash from the power of the contract. Margot directly drew a magic circle in the air, demonstrating her resolve through action. Puller stroked his chin and said, Then let me confirm the terms of the deal one more time. From now on, you must ensure that I can freely enter and leave the territory of the Holy See without any interference. In return, I will pass on any news of Anne to you as soon as possible. Is that correct? Margot nodded. It would be too much of a loss for me to guide you all the time. Only 3 times, are you in? Puller chuckled. 3 times? You really have the nerve to say that. Then he held up 5 fingers. At least 5 times. Margot readily agreed. Deal. Puller's smile froze. He thought to himself, oh no, I said too little. It should be 10 times. But he had already spoken, and it would be too embarrassing to go back on his word. He could only angrily release a wisp of magic. Margot also released a wisp of magic power with one hand, injecting it into the magic circle. Instantly, the circle blazed brightly, shooting into the sky and splitting into 2 beams that entered their bodies. The contract was officially in effect. Margot breathed a sigh of relief and extended one hand, pleasant to cooperate. Puller ignored her. We're just doing a transaction, not a cooperation. Hurry up and lead the way. Don't forget your promise. Margot felt she had gotten a good deal, and didn't care about Puller's attitude, laughing, This is the first time. There are 4 more to go. Puller said irritably. No need for you to remind me, I can count myself. Suddenly, Puller seemed to remember something and turned to ask, Hey, was there a girl named Yelin among the people from your holy see who entered the magic realm this time? Margot thought for a moment, seemingly without recollection, and shook her head. I don't know. There were at least 70 or 80 people from the holy see who entered the magic realm. I know everyone, but I never heard of that name before. Puller's mood darkened upon hearing this, and Margot seized the opportunity to say, Look, I also given you a bonus piece of information. Shouldn't you thank me? Puller scoffed. What use is your information? Even if you didn't tell me, I could find out myself. Margot thought about it and agreed, so she didn't dwell on the matter and led Puller northeast. Along the way, they encountered many people from the papacy, but fortunately Margot did her best to cover for Puller, allowing him to pass through smoothly and reach the territory of Amras. Upon arriving, Margot didn't linger, tossing out a remember your promise before leaving. Puller casually waved his hand. He already had a plan in mind. As long as he didn't know anything about Annie, he wouldn't need to provide Margot with any information. It was simple. If he saw Annie, he would tell her to leave immediately, and not tell him where she was going. If he heard news of Annie, he would simply cover his ears and shout, I don't want to hear this nonsense. Puller secretly congratulated himself on his cleverness, thinking that Margot was definitely going to lose money this time. Despite his excitement, he still had to get to work. Puller immediately began searching the vicinity, and soon spotted a burly man. The man wore hard armor, the material of which was unclear, somewhat blackish, but the underlying color seemed to be red. He was carrying a pair of light axes, and searching for something. Upon seeing Puller, he was startled. Holy crap! Who are you? Puller scratched his head somewhat sheepishly. Sorry, I startled you. My name is Puller, from the Austin Empire. The Austin Empire? The burly man scratched his head. What the hell are you doing here? Don't you know where you are? Puller rubbed his hands together. Heh, of course I know this is Amra's territory. I come here with sincerity to seek cooperation. The burly man spat dismissively. TCH, what's there to cooperate with you for? We're worlds apart, and you come here asking for cooperation. You're crazy. Puller's eye twitched. The other party wasn't giving him any face at all, but since he had come to seek cooperation, he still had to maintain a proper attitude. Don't be so quick to refuse. There are benefits to cooperating with us. You see, you're outnumbered and weak. Who are you calling weak? The burly man immediately objected, rolling up his sleeves, ready to fight Puller. Puller quickly waved his hand. I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you. I'm saying that overall, you're definitely no match for the Holy See and the Adventurers Guild. Seeing Puller bring up the Holy See and the Adventurers Guild, the burly man immediately lost his temper. What's the use of saying all this? Does cooperating with you mean we can fight against the Holy See and the Adventurers Guild? Puller was speechless. That's not it. Then what's the point of saying all this? The burly man waved his hand impatiently. Get lost. Go cool off somewhere else. Puller was somewhat embarrassed. They had only just met and exchanged a few words, and the conversation already seemed to be stalled. Puller took a deep breath and solemnly asked, Brother, may I ask your name? Can you represent Amras in making this decision? The burly man patted his chest and said, Remember, my name is Mycroft. I'm leading Amras this time. If you don't have any major problems, get lost now. Don't force me to take action. Puller was somewhat exasperated. He let the previous endless sea go, given his recent strained relationship with Austin. This Amras, however, was relatively neutral, never having allied with any nation. Puller had thought he could be more easily persuaded, but he hadn't expected to encounter such a tough opponent. However, since the other party had so decisively refused, there was nothing more to say. It wasn't that Puller was incompetent, it was simply that the other party wouldn't give him any face. Puller didn't press the matter further and turned to leave. Just then, Mycroft's voice came from behind. Wait! Puller was startled. What was going on? Couldn't these people speak normally? Did they have to wait until he was about to leave to try and stop him? Is there anything else, Lord Mycroft? Mycroft walked up to Puller, sniffed him, and suddenly asked, Are you alright? Puller immediately flew into a rage. What's wrong with you? You keep saying I'm crazy. Is that how you talk? Did your father, the Chancellor, teach you to talk like that? Mycroft hadn't expected Puller to react so strongly. Ing unconsciously took 2 steps back, then said, No, that's not what I meant. Have you noticed anything strange lately? Puller narrowed his eyes, wondering what the other was up to. But thinking about it carefully, it seemed like he'd just been having a bit of bad luck, and he hadn't noticed anything unusual. Does bad luck count? Mycroft raised an eyebrow, circled Puller with interest, and chuckled, Interesting. Kid, you have a peculiar smell about you. Be careful. With that, he shook his head and left. Puller was somewhat bewildered. What was going on? What was that unusual smell? Puller sniffed himself, but couldn't detect anything, so he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Leaving Amra's territory, Puller headed east, towards his final destination on this journey. Veles. Veles was a desert nation, its situation similar to Amra's. Due to its harsh environment and lack of resources, it was largely ignored by other countries. Yet, this very nation possessed a peerless powerhouse, known as the Desert Eagle. His strength was extraordinary, ranking 3rd on the continent's current power rankings, but it was rumored that his strength rivaled that of the 2nd-ranked Adventurers Guild president. Whether this was true or not, no one knew. Puller arrived in Veles's territory, but after searching for a long time, he couldn't find a single person. Puller was puzzled. Logically, Veles, having occupied this land, would naturally guard it well. It was impossible for everyone to have gone. Where had everyone gone? Puller, somewhat unconvinced, continued deeper into the area. Suddenly, he heard the sound of flowing water. Approaching to investigate, he found a small pool. The water was crystal clear, like a mirror, a truly pleasant place in this barren, rocky mountain. Pool drew closer, and heard the sounds of playful splashing. It seemed to be women. Looking closely, he saw 3 young women frolicking in the water. Their clothes, wet and clinging to their bodies, revealed their graceful figures. Pool was startled and quickly turned away, silently chanting, "Don't look." However, his turn accidentally kicked a nearby stone, creating a noise that startled the women in the pool. They were very alert and immediately cried out, followed by a whooshing sound nearby. Puller was startled and quickly dodged. With a few soft thuds, 3 ice arrows had already pierced the spot where he had just been standing. Chapter 339. Who dares trespass on our Velis territory? A young man roared, appearing before Puller with an ice spear in hand, raising his hand to thrust. Puller rolled away quickly, shouting, "Stop! Stop! Don't attack! I'm not a bad person." The young man had bright eyes and sword-like eyebrows, a dignified appearance, and wore a sleeveless shirt, looking very capable. However, the chilling aura emanating from him was difficult to withstand. Now, his brows were furrowed, his face radiating coldness, adding insult to injury. "You're not a bad person? Am I? I seen plenty of people like you. Die!" He then thrust again. Puller was extremely frustrated. The first time he was rejected, the second time he was insulted and driven away, and this third time the other party attacked directly, not even giving him a chance to explain. "Brother, please listen to my explanation, I'm really not a bad person." The other party was clearly enraged, completely ignoring any explanation, releasing his magic power, forcing Puller to retreat repeatedly. In this brief exchange, Puller discerned his opponent's strength, roughly at the 5th level of the Qiyuan realm. Left with no other option, he drew his long sword in self-defense. Against an opponent a level higher, he couldn't hold back. Puller immediately unleashed his wind blade technique, the blade swiftly slicing through the ice spear, instantly scraping off a large swath of ice crystals. The youth leaped into the air, raising the spear overhead with both hands, and brought it down with tremendous force. A flash of azure light appeared beneath Puller's feet, and he vanished from his spot, reappearing to the youth's left. He swung his sword upwards, aiming directly for the youth's ribs. The youth, caught in midair with nowhere to gain leverage, would normally have been unable to dodge the attack. Puller, not wanting to injure him, switched the blade, using only the back of the blade. But the young man was extremely experienced in combat. He touched the ground with his spear, forcefully turning his body to the right, barely dodging Puller's attack, and then landed steadily on the ground. Puller hadn't expected his opponent to be so agile, so he smiled and said, "This brother is indeed quite skilled. May I ask your name?" The young man frowned, his eyes fixed intently on Puller. He had noticed Puller's subtle movements while manipulating his blade during the fight, and his hostility towards Puller lessened somewhat, but his tone was still aggressive. "You lecherous scoundrel, don't try to get close to me." Puller gave a wry smile. "Brother, I'm really not a lecherous scoundrel. I came looking for someone, but I couldn't find them, so I stumbled upon this place by accident. I'm truly sorry for disturbing the ladies." The young man thought for a moment, then remembered that everyone seemed to be here. There was no one guarding outside, so it was understandable that this person had found this place. His anger subsided considerably, and he snorted, "Humph. I didn't even see anyone. You should have gone back. Why did you come here?" Puller complained repeatedly, "I had no choice. I came on a mission, and if I don't see you, I won't be able to explain myself." The young man pursed his lips and asked, "Who are you?" Puller then had a chance to introduce himself. "My name is Puller, I'm from the Austin Empire, and I come specifically to discuss cooperation with you." "Cooperation?" The young man frowned. "How?" Puller smiled and said, "This is no small matter. Would you like to call your companions to discuss it together?" The young man waved his hand behind him, and immediately 3 women and 1 man emerged. They were dressed similarly to the young man. The 3 girls were the ones Puller had seen while they were playing in the water earlier, and they were all slightly blushing, not daring to look at Puller. Puller, somewhat embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly and said, "I'm really sorry about earlier. Besides, it was quite far away, so I didn't see anything clearly. Please forgive me." But after he said this, the 3 girls blushed even more and quickly moved aside. The young man stepped forward, blocking the 3 girls, and said, "My name is Mikros, and I'm the leader here. Tell me what you need." Puller nodded. "All right. Now that all the major powers have gathered at the crystal mine to obtain more resources and quickly improve our strength, We need a stronger organization to support us. Our Austin Empire is powerful, and this time we have 10 experts entering the magical realm. If we can cooperate with you, our strength will be greatly enhanced. What do you think? Mikros pondered for a moment, then asked calmly, leaving aside the benefits of cooperating with you, our current location is far behind yours, with the Hairy Empire or the Holy See in between. How do you plan to cooperate with us? Puller nodded slightly. What you said is correct. No, we're separated, which hinders our cooperation. He then changed the subject, but there are advantages to being separated. If we can cooperate sincerely, we might be able to obtain more resources. Oh! Miklos raised an eyebrow. Tell me, how can we cooperate in this situation? Puel smiled and said, your location is on the northeast side of the crystal mine. To the west is Amras, to the southwest is the Papacy, to the south is the Hairy Empire, and further east you leave the crystal mine. If we consider the shortest distance, you and I are only separated by the Hairy Empire. So, is it possible for us to join forces and directly occupy a portion of the Hairy Empire's territory, thereby connecting our two territories? This would be beneficial to both of us. Miklos remained calm. The man behind him whispered a few words in his ear. He nodded and then said, your suggestion is good, but we're doing quite well now. Why risk fighting the Hairy Empire for territory? Puller calmly replied, don't you know what the Hairy Empire is like? You may seem to be doing well now, but in reality, they probably already set their sights on you. They could attack at any time and seize your territory. Then let's see who will take you in. Miklos chuckled, that sounds nice. Aren't you Austin and Harry the same? If I joined you, who knows what I do too? We'd be swallowed up, and in the end, it'd all be for nothing. It's better to go it alone. Even if the Hairy Empire attacks, they can't take over such a large area. We make them pay for this even if we cause trouble. Puel scratched his head. Clearly, the other party wasn't easily fooled. Besides, Puel couldn't make any promises. After all, his word didn't count. How about this? You can join us first and try it out. If it doesn't work out, you can withdraw. Miklos waved his hand. Don't say any more. We won't pursue the matter of you peeping at me while I'm bathing. Just leave. Don't let me see you again. Puel shook his head dejectedly, knowing further words were useless, and could only turn and leave. After Puel had gone some distance, the man next to Miklos slowly approached, and Miklos bowed respectfully. Your Highness Miklos, why did you disagree with cooperating with Austin? Actually, we're already being harassed by both the Papacy and the Hairy Empire. It turned out that the man wasn't actually Miklos, the real Miklos was the man behind him. He brushed aside his wet hair, a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. Ha! What good would cooperating with Austin do? Would it avoid trouble? In fact, we can benefit more by not cooperating with them. What do you mean? The fake Miklos asked. Miklos glanced at him. Hughes, remember, you're not just Velus's reign master, you're also my strategist. Don't ask me about everything. What use are you then? Hughes quickly lowered his head, repeatedly agreeing. Miklos waved his hand. All right, let's go. The people from the Hairy Empire will probably be here soon. Meanwhile, Puel returned to the Papacy's territory, found Margot, and once again used an opportunity to have Margot lead him across the Papacy's borders, feeling incredibly frustrated. He originally only had 5 chances in his deal with Margot, and he already used 2 without gaining anything. If he went back to Roy now, who knew how much ridicule he faced? Sigh. What am I going to do? In the end, I'm just a burden. How can I face Yellen? Puller was deeply troubled, unsure of what to do, when Margot chuckled softly beside him. Puller was slightly annoyed. What are you laughing at? Margot said, you look funny. You seem both relieved and annoyed. What exactly did you go to Amras for? Puller touched his face. He understood the second half of her sentence, but what did relieving mean? He shook his head. What could a person from the Austin Empire like me do in Amras? You can probably guess without even guessing. Margot nodded. Indeed, it seems you didn't succeed. It's not good to go back empty-handed, is it? Puller shrugged. What can I do? I can't make decisions. I have no bargaining chips. How can they trust me? I feel like I shouldn't have gone. Margot laughed. So what are you planning to do now? Go back and report? I'm afraid the outcome won't be good. Puller scratched his head vigorously. I'm at a loss now. If I don't go back to report, where else can I go? Which of these forces would accept me? Margot crossed her arms and chuckled. You're such a pig-headed person. Huh? Puller was taken aback, then snapped, you won't help me, and you're even mocking me. Fine, go do what you need to do. Don't loiter around here. Margot, however, wasn't angry at all. Instead, she stretched and said, ahem, who? So, are we in a cooperative relationship now? I give you an idea as a bonus. Puller narrowed his eyes slightly and corrected, not a cooperative relationship, but a transactional one. Margot waved her hand, it's all the same. So do you want to hear this idea? Puller pondered for a while, wondering what Margot was up to, and then said, tell me. Margot laughed, your thinking is trapped by this crystal mine. In reality, the magical realm is vast. Is this the only place to cultivate? Even if you're not in the Austin Empire's team, what will they think? Since your mission failed this time, you won't be valued by the team when you go back, so why go back? You might as well just leave the crystal mine, find a secluded place to hide, and cultivate quietly. That would save you a lot of trouble. Puller's eyes lit up. That's it. Why not just leave? He thought. I shouldn't have been here in the first place. It's not too late to leave now. With that in mind, Puller said to Margot, okay. Thanks for the suggestion, I made up my mind. Margot smiled slightly, you can leave, but remember our deal. Breaking it will be punished. Puller nodded, don't worry, I'm not that stupid to fight against the power of the contract. If I hear anything about Annie, I find a chance to let you know. After saying that, Puller bid farewell to Margot and headed straight for the outer edge of the crystal mine. He would have to cross the territory of the Endless Sea along the way, but that didn't matter. Even if he encountered those two brothers, it wouldn't be a big problem. Poole rested for a night on a cliff along the way. After all, he had been traveling all day, negotiating with 3 different forces, which had taken a toll on his energy. This was a good opportunity to recover. The next day, he set off again. His journey was smooth, he encountered no one and quickly left the mine area, arriving at an open mountain forest. The mountain path wound its way down, leading southwest. Puller took a deep breath. Once he left this place, these troubles would be completely irrelevant to him. But just as he was about to take that step, 2 people approached him. Puller was trying to escape, and being discovered would be disastrous. But now, even finding a place to hide was impossible, the distance between them was too close. The other person was clearly startled, then a familiar voice rang out, Puller. It's you? In his panic, Puller hadn't seen the other person's face clearly. But hearing the voice, he looked closely and recognized her. It was none other than Anne, whom he hadn't seen for over a year. My God! Puller exclaimed, covering his mouth in surprise. Anne! I can't believe I run into you here. But his surprise quickly turned to a look of distress. Annie quickly approached him, seeing his conflicted expression, a mixture of joy and worry, and exclaimed with a smile, What's wrong with you? You look so distracted. Puller gave a wry smile. I was thinking I wouldn't see you. I didn't expect to run into you like this. Annie looked puzzled. What? Don't you want to see me? Puller immediately recounted his deal with Margot and his experiences at the crystal mine. That's how it is. So I both want to see you and don't want to see you, and I'm already preparing to leave the crystal mine. Annie also wore a wry smile, while a thin, white-robed youth leaned closer, laughing loudly. Puller, ha ha ha, you're still as funny as ever. Puller, unaware of who the newcomer was, took 2 steps back. The man was taken aback, then touched his face, and suddenly realized, oh, sorry, I changed my appearance. You probably don't recognize me. I'm Bones. Puller was stunned for a moment, then his face turned angry. Who are you? Bones clearly died right in front of me, and I even helped him collect his body. How dare you swagger in front of me and say you're Bones? Are you insulting me? Chapter 340. Annie quickly stepped forward and laughed. Puller, you already seen what happened back then, so I have no secrets from you. You should already know I'm a necromancer, right? Puller paused, looking worriedly at the gaunt man who called himself Bone. The man was clearly wearing papal robes. Was it really alright to mention necromancers in front of him? Annie continued. You saw the black hole in Bone's body when he was killed. Actually, he just escaped, he wasn't killed. And the one standing in front of you now is Bone. He's back. Puller was completely stunned, staring at the two in disbelief. You're telling the truth? This is incredible. Is this really Bone? Bourne chuckled and patted his shoulder. Haha, it's the real deal. You can ask me anything. A few questions to verify my authenticity. Without hesitation, Puller immediately recounted the details of their encounter with Alonso in the Adama forest. Bond answered fluently. These were things only the two of them knew, and no third person could possibly know, not even Annie. Now Puller was completely convinced. The cultist before him, so different from Bones, was indeed Bones, who had been dead for over a year. Annie then asked, Peller, you just said you were leaving the crystal mine? Peller snapped out of his thoughts and nodded. Yes. It was Margot's suggestion. I really can't stay here any longer. I didn't complete the Alliance mission, and Roy won't let me off the hook. Even if I go back, I'd be ostracized, discriminated against, and without a good cultivation environment, I won't receive any resources. Annie shook her head, her brow furrowed. This isn't a good idea. Puller raised an eyebrow. Oh. Why? I can't think of a more effective method right now. Annie slowly said, it seems Margot saw through it all along, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she deliberately led you away from the crystal mine. Once you leave the crystal mine, it will inevitably attract Roy's attention. When you leave the magical realm and return to the Empire, they can use your desertion as a pretext to punish you. Ah? Puller was shocked. He knew Annie was right. This was indeed something Roy was capable of doing. And continued, so, not only can you not run away, you have to go back. Back to Roy's side. Puller looked distressed. That's practically suicide. Even if I didn't run away, given Roy's personality, he wouldn't let me go. I'm just suffering here. I should have never come, then they would have just thought I was lost. And said, but now that you're here, there's no reason for you to leave. I have a solution that can satisfy both sides. You can stay at the crystal mine to cultivate properly, and you won't. I'd be retaliated against by Roy, and I won't even have to see him again. Puel was overjoyed. He knew Annie was always clever and resourceful, always coming up with unexpected solutions. What's your plan? Tell me quickly. Annie smiled and said, it's simple. You take me directly to the papacy and personally hand me over to a man named Adams. Then, use me as leverage to negotiate with the papacy and forge an alliance. From then on, the papacy will not attack the territory of the Austin Empire. At the same time, you will remain on the papacy's territory as a token of mutual trust. That's indeed a solution. Although it differs somewhat from the previous plan, as it didn't involve cooperation with those smaller factions, obtaining a promise from the papacy not to attack is still very meaningful. The papacy is known for its domineering nature. The reason they haven't launched an attack yet is simply because their resources are still relatively abundant. Once everyone starts moving again, the papacy will definitely expand outwards. However, with this promise, Austin will have more energy to deal with Harry and the Adventurers Guild, significantly reducing the pressure. Puller thought for a moment and said, then wouldn't that mean betraying you? Annie shrugged. Actually, I was planning to return to the papacy anyway. I just got separated from them recently. I didn't intentionally leave. Puller quickly reviewed the plan in his mind and then asked, is that man named Adams the papacy's leader this time? Annie shook her head. No, but he has enough strength to protect us. That's one of the bargaining chips in this negotiation. Puller nodded. Okay, in that case, I listen to you. In that case, my deal with Margot is complete. Bourne walked to Puller's side, carefully sensed his surroundings, and frowned slightly, saying, Puller, what's going on with your cultivation level? Why are you only at the 4th level of Qiyuan? With your aptitude, you shouldn't be like that. Puller gave a wry smile, cough, don't mention it. Ever since I entered the magic realm, I've been plagued by bad luck. First, I wandered in the wasteland for months, and then I stumbled upon the storm realm, but there was nothing left. It's already quite remarkable that I've been able to cultivate to this level. Bourne placed his hand on Puller's body, simultaneously channeling his magic. An extremely cold aura spread throughout Puller's body, causing him to shiver. After probing, Bourne's brow furrowed even deeper. Annie asked, what's wrong? Bourne withdrew his hand, saying uncertainly, I sense the aura of death, but not entirely. This feeling is very strange. Puller, if I'm not mistaken, you've been affected by some kind of necromancy, but I can't find a way to break it. Do you have any clues? Upon hearing this, Puller was stunned. What? Necromancy? Since arriving in the Austin capital, he hadn't had any contact with anyone else in the palace, let alone any necromancy. But Bond's words gave him a clue. In the final battle, he had defeated a woman who seemed to have a close relationship with Roy, though Puller was unaware of this. Roy, who had previously treated him coldly, had come over to congratulate him warmly and shaken his hand. But the moment their hands touched, Puller felt a chill run through him, a cold air spreading through his body. At first, he thought it was just a cold wind, but now, he realized the anomaly. It was early summer, the weather wasn't too hot, but it couldn't have been that cold. But the other person was Roy, the 3rd prince of the Austin Empire. How could he possibly use necromancy against him? Besides, Roy was a lightning mage. Puller hadn't detected any magical fluctuations or the aura of death on him from beginning to end. There were other people present, all looking normal, clearly not noticing anything unusual either. This simply didn't make sense. Bourne said, I recall necromancy having a special form called curse, but I never seen it before. However, the spell you've been afflicted with is quite interesting. I suggest you keep a low profile once you arrive at the Holy See and avoid anything that relies on luck. Puller nodded, okay, you're right. Let's go! Suddenly, a white tiger leaped out from the side. It was Shushua, excitedly carrying an ibex in its mouth. It seemed she had been hunting. Annie looked up at the sky and said, never mind, it's too late. Let's rest here for a bit. There's no rush. Let's eat something before we go. Puller waved to Xiaoxua, a greeting in response, alright, I was wondering why I hadn't seen your magical beast. Xiaoxua put the ibex down, sniffed it near Puller, and then walked away with a disdainful look. Puller's eye twitched. Even magical beasts looked down on him now. The group rested for a night, and set off early the next morning for the Holy Sea's territory. It wasn't far from the border, but they had to cross the Endless Sea first. Puller remembered the two brothers. They seemed to have reached an agreement with the Adventurers Guild. As the second largest power on the continent, the Adventurers Guild was bound to clash with the Holy See. It was inevitable. Puller silently prayed that they wouldn't run into the two brothers, otherwise, more trouble would ensue. But his thought had barely formed when two figures appeared before him on the cliff. The two brothers from the Endless Sea. Puller slapped his forehead. What I feared most has come to pass. The other party clearly noticed them too and quickly approached. Puller silently calculated how to speak to them without provoking a conflict. However, something unexpected happened. The two brothers ignored him completely and ran excitedly towards Annie. Annie! You're finally here. We were so worried, Blue said. Annie was also beaming. Blue, Bizen, I didn't expect to meet you so soon. Where's Big Blue? Blue smiled and said, it's too conspicuous, so we made it hide and not show itself easily. Puller stared at this scene in surprise, momentarily confused. You know each other? Annie laughed. Puller, you've forgotten. I'm a water elemental mage. Puller scratched his head. I know that, but the water realm hasn't opened for over 100 years. No water elemental mage would go to such a godforsaken place, would they? Blue raised an eyebrow. Well, now you see. The three of us came from the water realm. To be precise, there are 4. Bourne stepped forward and greeted them. You two forgot about me. Blue was taken aback, looking the cultist in front of him up and down, his mind racing, but he couldn't recall who this person was. You are? Bourne sighed, feigning sadness. Oh, this is so sad. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been able to bring Big Blue out, would you? Forgot so quickly. Sigh. Upon hearing this, Blue and Bizen's eyes lit up instantly, but then they looked puzzled again. If anyone deserved credit for bringing Big Blue out of the water realm, it would have to be Annie's summoning of the undead, Bourne. But Bourne was clearly a skeleton soldier. How did he become a cultist? Seeing everyone's confusion, Annie straightened her expression slightly and said, everyone here knows my secret, and is the person I trust most. I don't want to hide it from you. Actually, I am a necromancer, and he is my summoned undead, Bourne. He was originally a skeleton soldier, but he possesses a special magic that allows him to remain in the prime material plane for a long time using his corpse, which is why we are in this situation. Everyone understood. Blue said, I see. Brother Bourne, what is your identity now? I can't give myself away. Bourne scratched his head. What's my name again, Maine? Annie corrected him. Your name is Jerry Maine, a disciple of the first peak of Divine Beast Mountain, and a student of Grand Protector Peter. His. Blue and Puller almost simultaneously gasped. You dare to impersonate Peter's disciple? Pretend? Bourne shrugged. Whatever, it's just an identity anyway. I can just find a place to die and get a new body. Blue then said to Puller, Brother Puller, I'm very sorry. I didn't know you were Annie's friend before, and I offended you quite a bit. Puller quickly waved his hand and said, It's all right. Your decision is in your best interests, and I have no right to interfere, since we have different positions. But now it seems we really have to cooperate. Blue raised an eyebrow. Oh, how so? Annie explained. I'm going back to the Holy See now. Someone there has been ordered to monitor me. I can't give myself away, but now that I regain my death power, I'm bound to be noticed by light mages in battle. So I hope to avoid fighting as much as possible until the exit of the secret realm opens. Blue pondered. This is no small feat. The crystal mines have limited resources. I estimate that in a few days, Conflicts will break out between several factions, and battles will be inevitable. Annie said, then I must do my best to ensure that the two superpowers, the Holy See and the Adventurers Guild, don't clash. The minor skirmishes between other factions won't cause much of a stir. Blue nodded, you're right. In that case, how can we help you? Annie said with a deep look in her eyes, I don't have time to go see Phineas now. Please pass on my message, try your best. Avoid conflict with the Vatican, but it doesn't matter to Austin or the Harry Empire. I handle the Vatican. Bruce nodded and said, no problem, leave it to us. If you need our help, we do our best to assist. Thank you very much. Annie said, also, may I see Big Bruce? Bruce nodded, follow me. The group followed Bruce, passing through a winding valley, and arrived at a cave. It was dark and damp, filled with water elemental magic. Even though it was hot outside, it was very cool inside. Roar! Bruce, you're back. A muffled voice rang out, and a huge figure leaped out of the cave, Big Bruce. Yo, Big Bruce, long time no see. Bourne greeted with a smile. Big Blue had no facial features, but you could see he paused slightly, sensing something before saying, oh, it's Annie and Bourne. Hello, it hasn't been long. Bourne scratched his head with a wry smile. For a spirit like you who has lived for hundreds of years, this amount of time is indeed not long. Chapter 341. Annie stepped forward and asked, Big Blue, I ask you one last time, did that strongest man leave anything for you, or tell you anything he left on the continent? The water elemental spirit touched his bare body. Do I look like I have anywhere to put anything? But you reminded me, he did seem to have said he left something. What was it? Annie's tone was slightly anxious. The water elemental spirit pondered for a moment before saying, that thing seems to have been left outside, so I didn't pay much attention to it. I don't know exactly what it is. Left outside? Bourne frowned slightly. So it's left in the prime material plane? Brew asked, Annie, what are you looking for? Annie sighed. I have a bold guess, though I don't know if it's right, but if it is, well, since you can't remember either, it seems we have to put it aside for now. Bourne seemed to understand, while Brew and the others were somewhat confused. Only Puel stood at the cave entrance in shock. In his understanding, these magically gathered spirits never possessed any intelligence and could not exist independently. They had to rely on some source of magical power, such as a mage or an elemental realm. But the elemental spirit before them could clearly communicate. Its way of speaking was somewhat unique, but it was indeed speaking, which was truly unbelievable. However, Peller quickly came to his senses. After all, being with Annie always led to some seemingly unbelievable things, such as a water elemental mage possessing the power of death, or a dead person being resurrected through someone else's corpse, and so on. Blue and Bizen then took them to the vicinity of the Vatican's territory. After seeing them off, Peller immediately contacted Margot. When Margot saw Anne, she seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, nodded slightly to Puller, and then stepped forward with a cold smile, saying, Oh, my dear sister, where have you been these past few days? I was so worried about you. Anne frowned. Third sister, we're both in a foreign land now. Can't we put things aside for now? Margot scoffed. Don't be naive. I don't care where you are. The family's destruction was caused by you. Do you think I need to pick a place for revenge? The family's destruction? Anne's frown deepened. I already made myself clear. Father was killed by Marcello, and fourth brother committed suicide by poison. I was powerless to stop it. Margot clenched her fists, her face filled with hatred. Is that so? Why did Marcello attack first? The Marquis of Jinbei's territory? And how did you treat Carter? Don't you know the answer? And was taken aback. Marcello? Wasn't it because he supported the first prince, and father clearly pointed out the first prince's shortcomings in his reply from the capital that Marcello came? Margot seemed to be suppressing her anger, glaring at, and before saying angrily, think about it yourself. Do you really think father has no influence in the capital? Anne's pupils constricted sharply. She wanted to ask more, but Margot turned her back to her, not wanting to say anything more. Let's go, the Holy Sun is waiting to see you. The Holy Sun? Anne was stunned. What does he want to see me for? He shouldn't even know me. Margot snorted, not answering, and simply walked forward. Anne sighed. It seemed she wouldn't get any useful information from her third sister. She could only take it one step at a time for now. Suddenly Margot stopped and looked at Puller, who was following behind her, asking, Why did you come along? Your mission is complete. You have 3 more attempts left. This doesn't count. Hurry back. Puller shook his head. No, I came here partly to fulfill my deal with you, and partly to see the Holy Sun and discuss cooperation with you. This time it was Margot's turn to be stunned, but she quickly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Puller, have you lost your mind? You think you can cooperate with our Holy See? What a pipe dream. Puller ignored Margot's mockery. That's none of your concern. I came with a mission from the Austin Empire. You can't stop me from seeing him. Margot waved her hand casually. Suit yourself. Don't blame me for not reminding you, Holy Sun. This guy isn't easy to talk to. Don't come crying to me for help if you embarrass yourself. Bourne chuckled and said, Margot, how about we make a bet? Margot was taken aback again. She had noticed this follower beside and long ago. In her memory, he was someone close to the Holy Sun and a disciple of the First Peak, so his presence here wasn't surprising. But now that he spoke, Margot realized something was wrong. He seemed to be in cahoots with, and... What are you up to? Bourne smiled and said, It's simple. I love making bets. I'm betting that Puller can reach a cooperation agreement with the Holy Sun. Margot frowned. Is this the Holy Sun's intention? Bourne suddenly remembered that he seemed to be a disciple of the First Peak now. He scratched his head and said, No, it's just my own idea. The Holy Sun probably doesn't even know I'm back yet. Margot thought for a moment. She hadn't seen this man at the crystal mine in recent days. He must have just arrived. Margot glanced at him briefly and said, I'm not interested in betting with you. This is too boring. And tugged at Bourne's sleeve. Bourne pouted, Sigh, it's more comfortable being Keller. His voice was soft, only Anne could hear him. Afterwards, the group arrived at the Holy Sun's resting place. It was a large mining area, piled high with magic crystals, surrounded by abundant magical energy, probably the best area in the entire mine. In a large mine shaft, more than a dozen papal disciples were cultivating. Sensing someone approaching, a woman on the outer edge slowly awoke. Her beautiful eyes coldly swept over the group, then suddenly stopped on Bourne, her eyes filled with fear and disbelief. Jeremiah? You, how come? Hearing the woman's voice, the others opened their eyes. Someone asked Veronica, what happened? Veronica's voice was filled with shock. It's Jeremiah back. What? A cold voice asked Veronica, have you lost your mind from cultivating? Jeremiah has been killed by the people of the other shore flower. We all saw it. But... Before she could finish speaking, Bourne's cheeky voice rang out, Hello, everyone, I'm alive again. Everyone looked closely and, sure enough, it was the dead Jeremiah. A man rushed over, grabbed Bourne, looked him over several times, and then turned back with a shocked expression, saying, It really is Jeremiah. He doesn't have a single injury on him. A fair-skinned man slowly emerged from the depths of the mine. It was none other than the Holy See's son, Cliff. His sharp eyes swept over the crowd, fixing on Bourne and Anne. Jeremiah, how did you get back? Bourne shrugged. Walked, of course. Did you think I'd fly? Cliff frowned. Died once? Looks like you lost your mind. Forget it, you can get out of here. I have important business to attend to. His gaze then fell on Anne. You're Anne? Margot answered first. This is Anne, my sister. She just returned from outside. I brought you here immediately. Cliff didn't even glance at Margot, then asked Annie, Who exactly are you? Annie was taken aback. Don't you already know who I am? Is there any need to ask again? Annie was very puzzled. After all, they had encountered Cliff before at Beast Mountain, and he had completely ignored her then. But now, he was suddenly interested in her. Why was that? Cliff said calmly, Come in with me. I have something to ask you alone. He turned to go back into the mine, but Annie didn't move an inch. Cliff frowned, his magical energy surging. Don't force me to act, my patience is limited. Bourne and Puller stepped forward, standing before Annie. Annie, her expression unchanged, calmly said, What can't be said here? Why must we talk privately in the mine? Don't you trust anyone here? These words caused a change in everyone's expressions. They had followed Cliff faithfully, serving him diligently, yet Cliff had always maintained an aloof demeanor. Now, he was going to speak with Annie behind their backs, leaving everyone speculating wildly. Cliff's face darkened. This is a confidential matter. His Holiness the Pope personally expended enormous magical power to break through the spatial barriers and send me a message. Do you really want to hear it too? Anne frowned slightly. She finally understood why Cliff had suddenly become interested in her. It was the Pope. Wait! Why was the Pope suddenly interested in her? Anne looked at Bourne in confusion, but Bourne shrugged, indicating that he didn't know either, and took a deep breath. It seemed that no matter what, to understand the current situation, she had to have a good talk with Cliff. however, and wouldn't let Cliff get away with it so easily. Since it's His Holiness the Pope's decree, I naturally can't object. Cliff sneered, good that you know. Hurry up and come with me. But Anne remained unmoved, a smile appearing on her face. But since His Holiness the Pope has told you about me, you must know that I'm not actually from Divine Beast Mountain, right? Cliff paused, his brows furrowing. What do you want to say? And stepped forward, meeting Cliff's gaze. I want to say that even if I leave the papacy's sphere of influence now, you can't stop me. Boom! Cliff suddenly unleashed a powerful burst of magic, reaching out to grab Anne's wrist. How dare you! But almost instantly, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking Cliff directly in the face. Startled, Cliff quickly took a step back, simultaneously conjuring a scepter in his hand, which he raised, precisely blocking the lightning. With a deafening roar, lightning exploded directly at the top of the scepter, scattering into countless arcs of electricity, and the air was filled with the smell of burning. Everyone was taken aback. This series of events ended in an instant. Annie remained in the same position, her expression unchanged, while Cliff, his face grim, took a half step back. How is this possible? Veronica exclaimed. Someone actually managed to force Cliff back? This only made things worse. Cliff's face darkened further. He said coldly, who was it? Sneaking in from the shadows to ambush me? This was a clever way of putting it, implying that it was a sneak attack that forced him to retreat. In a direct confrontation, the outcome was uncertain, thus salvaging some face for himself. A huge white tiger leaped out from the nearby rocks, glaring fiercely at everyone. They immediately recognized it as Annie's contracted magical beast. Cliff's heart skipped a beat. How could that magical beast be so powerful? Even he now had to be careful. And timely offered Cliff a way out. Your Holiness, I'm not trying to disobey the Pope's orders, but I'm caught in a bind. You should know that I was brought here from the Kingdom of Sharia by Archbishop Casas. Look at this man, his name is Puller, he's an envoy from the Austin Empire. He wants me to return to the Austin Empire's camp. What should we do? Cliff's eyes narrowed slightly. Puller? I don't know any Puller, but if you want to take someone from my papacy, you have to pay a price. The threat in her words was very clear, but Anne had already discussed with Puller that the plan was to negotiate with Cliff. Since it was about negotiating, she couldn't be afraid of his threats. Puller stepped forward and said, speaking of which, your papacy still hasn't found a reason to take Annie away. So, Annie is a member of our Austin Empire. Joining our side shouldn't be a problem, right? Those present exchanged glances. Only Cliff and Margot understood. After receiving the Pope's instructions, Cliff immediately found Margot, the only one with real knowledge, and learned everything that happened in Sharia City. He naturally knew what Puller was referring to. Seeing Cliff's grim face, about to erupt, Puller continued, however, our Austin Empire isn't unreasonable. The papacy and the empire have always had an excellent relationship. Many imperial nobles cultivate as ordinary disciples on Divine Beast Mountain. So, we compromise on this matter. As long as the papacy agrees to one thing, we won't take Annie away. Cliff snorted coldly. So you want to negotiate? Speak. What do you want? Puller smiled slightly, glanced at Margot, and revealed a victorious expression. I want to cooperate with the papacy. Chapter 342. Margot hadn't expected the other party to propose cooperation in this way, and her expression darkened. She shouted angrily, insolence. Do you think the Holy See is something you can cooperate with? But Cliff waved his hand, a dangerous glint in his eyes. You say you want to cooperate with us? How? Puller smiled faintly. It's actually very simple. As long as the Holy See promises not to attack our Austin Empire, we will leave Annie at the Holy See, and I myself will remain here as Annie's guardian. Veronica exclaimed, what nonsense are you spouting? We will. Give up resources for a plain-looking woman? That's ridiculous. Puller shrugged. You can't say that. The territory our Austin Empire occupies isn't large. You won't miss a single inch. Besides, even if you don't attack us, you can attack Harry. Veronica pouted. You make it sound nice, but what benefit would this cooperation bring us? Do you think we're afraid of you attacking? Puller laughed. Of course, you can refuse my proposal. I just take Annie away. With that, he turned and led Annie away. Margot was startled. This wouldn't do. If Annie left again, how could she keep an eye on things? Before she could even speak to stop him, Cliff barked, stop. Puller didn't turn around, saying calmly, Cliff, you should know that even if you both attack together, you might not be able to stop us. If a fight breaks out, it won't be good for either of us. Although his tone was relaxed, he was still several levels weaker than Cliff, and felt apprehensive. His palms were sweaty. If a fight really broke out, he would probably be the first to suffer. However, Cliff didn't make a move. Instead, he took a deep breath and said, "I cooperate with you to keep Annie here." Everyone was stunned. Cliff, who was usually arrogant and never bowed to anyone, was actually agreeing to this cooperation for Annie's sake. It completely shattered their expectations. But since it was Cliff's own decision, no one dared to say anything more. Puller also breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his palms, and turned around, laughing. "Your Highness is truly wise." "Ha ha ha. Now we're partners." "Who said you're a partner? Get out of my way." Cliff unleashed a burst of magic, forcing Puller back 2 steps, then said to Annie, "Can you come in with me now?" Annie nodded. "Yes, but you have to take him with you." She pointed to Bourne. Cliff was taken aback. "Jeremiah? Why did you bring him along?" Annie said, "I don't know you well. If the 2 of us are alone in a room, what if people start talking? It won't be good for your reputation. Having someone else there to watch over things will serve as a witness." Cliff narrowed his eyes, slightly puzzled, but nodded nonetheless. After all, Jeremiah was a disciple of the First Peak and one of his most loyal men. Even if their conversation were overheard, it wouldn't be a big problem. Then, Annie and Bourne swaggered after Cliff into the depths of the mine. The mine was quite deep, filled with magic crystals that emitted a multicolored glow. After arriving at a chamber, Cliff cut to the chase. "Annie, there's no one else here. You brought Jeremiah in yourself. Now you can tell me, who are you?" Annie frowned and said, "Your question really puzzles me. What do you mean by who I am? Even if you don't know, Margot should have told you everything, right?" Cliff looked into Annie's eyes, which showed no abnormality, indicating that Annie wasn't lying. He hesitated for a moment, then glanced at Bourne and slowly said, "Now, 2 people have come to Divine Beast Mountain looking for you. These 2 people are as powerful as Teacher Peter. Besides your identity in the Norma Empire, what other identity do you have?" "What?" Annie was taken aback. "2 people are looking for me. Who are they?" Seeing that Annie didn't seem to be lying, Cliff said, "One is from the Demon Clan, and the other is from the Dark Elf Clan. They're waiting for you at Divine Beast Mountain." Annie was taken aback, thinking to herself, "How would I know any demons or dark elves? Besides, I was only at the Liyuan realm when I entered the magic realm. How could I attract the attention of such important figures?" Bourne, standing nearby, raised an eyebrow, suddenly remembering his previous deal with Pick and Foxy. Could those 2 be Pick and Fox's subordinates? Oh no, they should be the Necromancer's subordinates. However, Annie's seal had now been lifted, and she was absolutely safe within the magic realm, needing no protection. Their mission was essentially complete, though it hadn't served any purpose. Bourne felt a pang of regret, having wasted that lord's power. But then he thought, this was an opportunity. Since those 2 were waiting for someone at Divine Beast Mountain, it meant that even the Pope would be wary of their backing. If he didn't seize this golden opportunity, he wouldn't be born. He immediately sent a telepathic message to Annie. Annie's eyes lit up, and after a moment's thought, she said, "So this is what you're talking about." "Hee, I thought it was something else." Cliff raised an eyebrow. "You really are connected to the Western Ghost Realm." Annie smiled. "To be honest, I have no connection with them. Even if we met on the road, I probably wouldn't recognize them. But if you ask why they came looking for me, I do know the reason." "Oh, what is the reason?" Cliff asked, and held up a finger and waved it in the air. 100,000 magic crystals. "What?" Cliff was stunned, not expecting Anne to directly demand a price. "Have you even grasped the situation? Your white tiger didn't go into the cave with you, and Jeremiah is also one of our Holy Sea's people." And remain calm. "Whether you give it to me or not is up to you. Whether I tell you or not is up to me. Even if you kill me on the spot, you won't get any useful information from me. However, if anything happens to me, your Divine Beast Mountain will probably be in chaos for a while." Cliff's fists clenched so tightly they cracked. The Pope had explicitly told him not to kill, and which meant that the people of the Western Ghost Realm were indeed powerful enough to make the Holy See wary. This greatly displeased Cliff. He was the Holy Son of the Holy See, always able to do whatever he wanted, with no one and nothing able to restrain him. Now, however, he had to be timid and hesitant. He gritted his teeth and said resentfully, "I give it to you after we get out." Annie shook her head. "What if you change your mind after we get out? It's cash on delivery." Cliff nearly coughed up blood. "Do I look like I'm carrying 100,000 magic crystals?" And glanced around. Magic crystals were scattered everywhere, at least 3,000 or 4,000. She said, I won't make things difficult for you. I take the magic crystals in this cave as a deposit. You can pay the rest after I explain the reason. Cliff gritted his teeth. No one had ever bargained with him like this before. And continued, of course, if I stay here, you must provide the magic crystals I need for cultivation, at least not less than. She paused, then patted Bourne beside her, saying, not less than him. Cliff felt like he invited a powerful figure back, but he had no choice. After all, the Pope had explicitly instructed him to keep a close eye on, and this was no small matter, and he had to ensure and never escaped his control. But Annie hadn't finished speaking, and also, you need to provide Pueller's cultivation resources. Cliff quickly interrupted her, afraid she would make some other unreasonable demands. Fine. I grant you all your requests, just tell me why. Annie smiled with satisfaction. It's a deal, isn't it? As the Holy Son, you can't go back on your word, otherwise I go around saying the Holy Son intended to harm me. Cliff rubbed his temples, his brows furrowing. Are you ever going to stop? Annie smiled and slowly said, you just said it yourself. It was powerful figures from the Demon Clan and Dark Elf Clan who contacted me. People who contact me usually fall into two categories. Either they need my help or they want to kill me. Obviously, if they wanted to kill me, they wouldn't have sent someone so powerful. A mere transformation realm expert, or even a Qi-Yuan realm expert, would have been enough. But they sent an expert comparable to Grand Protector Peter, which leaves only one possibility. Cliff frowned. You mean they came to you for help? That makes even less sense. What help would a Supreme Realm expert need from a merely Yuan realm mage like you? Annie shrugged. That's another matter, it costs extra. Cliff felt like he was about to explode with anger. What? You only talk to me if you emptied this entire mine? Annie waved her hand. Oh, how can you say that? I'm not a greedy person. I asked Karsus for a light magic scroll, and he hasn't given it to me yet. I don't need any more, just one more will do. A light magic scroll? Cliff was taken aback. He didn't know about this, but after thinking about it, it was just a scroll, it shouldn't be a problem, so he readily agreed. It's a small matter. Although I don't know what you need the light magic scroll for, the Holy See has no shortage of scrolls. Annie smiled. I didn't expect His Holiness the Holy Son to be so generous. Back then, when I asked Karsus, the bishop wanted the scroll, and he hesitated for quite a while. Ha ha ha. Cliff felt something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Anyway, he already agreed, so he figured he'd deal with it later. Now you can speak, right? Annie nodded. Well, I'm not very capable, my strength is weak, and I wasn't well liked in my family. You can tell by how Margot treats me. So, since I was little, I enjoyed studying things in life, like putting on beautiful makeup, wearing pretty clothes. Cliff quickly interrupted. What nonsense. Can you get to the point? Annie coughed lightly. Ahem, I am getting to the point. Let me tell you, my aesthetic sense is exceptional. After all, I come from a famous noble family in the Norma Empire. Of course, most people don't know my reputation. Those two experts must have heard of my skills, and wanted to hire me to design something for a ball or something. Stop! Cliff's forehead veins bulged, his teeth grinding. Are you kidding me? And quickly waved her hands. How could I possibly kid you? You can ask Margot, if you don't believe me. She's my sister, she knows me very well. Cliff angrily waved his hand. Get lost. I don't want to see you again. But then he added, don't go too far. And chuckled inwardly, flicking her finger to collect all the magic crystals in the mine into her breastplate. This made Cliff raise an eyebrow, his eyes greedily scanning the breastplate before he turned away without a word. Alright, don't be angry. I was just telling the truth and smiled. They came to me because they need something, but I really don't know what it is, unless they're really planning a ball. With that, and turned and left the mine. Bourne was about to follow when Cliff called out to him, Jeremiah, wait a minute, I have something to ask you. Bourne paused, not used to being called that. Oh, what is it? I need to pee, hurry up and say it. Cliff's forehead vein throbbed again. Are you really out of your mind? How dare you talk to me like that? Bourne shrugged. I don't know how I used to talk to you, but this is the only way now, after all, I died once. Hearing this explanation, Cliff sighed. Yeah, I clearly saw your brains were ripped out. How did you even survive? Bourne chuckled, knowing he was going to ask that. To be honest, I don't really know either. Anyway, when I woke up, I was lying in that spider forest, and a little while later I met Annie. Listening to Bourne's mumbled and hesitant speech, Cliff grew increasingly agitated. He couldn't help but raise his voice, his tone urgent and impatient. Can you explain yourself clearly? How can a dead person come back to life? What exactly happened to you? Bourne frowned, struggling to recall the scene, before slowly saying, There were a lot of people surrounding me, beating me. I felt pain all over my body, and then everything suddenly went black, and I lost consciousness. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself lying in the spider forest. Not long after, I met Annie. Enough. Cliff interrupted Bourne, unable to contain his anger any longer. He felt his temper rising rapidly, and if he continued listening, he feared he would lose control. Too many things had happened today, each one fueling his rage. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, then coldly said to Bourne, You get out of here too. Remember, keep a close eye on Annie. If anything happens to her, I hold you responsible. Bourne grinned, patting his chest and guaranteeing, Hee, don't worry, I handle it. He then vanished from the cave like a gust of wind. Cliff stood alone, his gaze fixed intently on the direction Bourne and Annie had gone, muttering softly, And I must find out your secret. Whoever you are, you must never threaten the dignity of the Holy See. Chapter 343. After Anne and Bond emerged from the mine, they saw a lively discussion outside. Upon seeing them, they all turned around. Puller greeted them with a smile. How did it go? Cliff didn't give you any trouble, did he? Anne looked at Margot and the others questioningly, then said, No, what were you talking about outside? Puller clapped his hands. Ha ha, see, I told you, and would be fine. Veronica looked indignant. Humph, I really don't know what instructions His Holiness the Pope gave to make His Highness the Holy Son so restrained. If it were anyone else, they would probably have broken their legs and thrown them out. And ignored them and said to Puller, All right, now your problem is solved. Hurry back to Roy, at least that will ensure the Imperial family won't cause you trouble after you leave the secret realm. Puller nodded. Okay, thank you this time. I come back to you once I settled things on my end. Then, Puller walked away alone. Their voices were low, and no one nearby heard them. After Puller left, Margot said coldly, Annie, although I don't know what you're up to this time, with me here, I won't let you succeed. Annie smiled. I'm afraid you'd be disappointed. Actually, I don't have any plans. I just want to cultivate in peace. It's best not to call me if anything happens. After all, I don't really belong here. Margot narrowed her eyes, silently watching Anne walk away, while Bourne followed closely behind Anne. At this moment, Veronica called out, Jeremiah, what are you doing following her? Bourne was startled, then realized they were calling him. He scratched his head and turned around. Ha, the Holy Son just told me to keep an eye on her, so naturally I go with her. This reason left everyone speechless for a moment. Even those who had many questions about Jerima's resurrection couldn't bring themselves to ask. Oh, right. Annie paused, turning back to say, The Holy Son promised me 100,000 magic crystals, but he only prepaid 3,000. Who should I ask for the remaining 7,000? What? Veronica exclaimed. 10,000 magic crystals? We only use about 200 a day each, and you want 10,000 all at once? Annie smiled. This is what the Holy Son promised me. Veronica gritted her teeth, pointing to a nearby mine. The crystals are all in that mine. Go get them yourself. Then I won't be polite. Under everyone's gaze, Annie swaggered into the mine, but her breastplate was already completely full, so she could only rely on Bond to collect the magic crystals. When Annie emerged empty-handed from the cave, Veronica sneered, I thought you were going to take a lot. In the end, you came out empty-handed. Forget 10,000 crystals, even 1,000 would weigh 1,000 pounds. How could a little girl like you carry that? Annie didn't explain, just smiled and left. Veronica, somewhat confused, walked into the mine where the crystals were stored. When she saw the scene before her, she screamed, Ah! What happened? The others rushed in. The once full mine was now reduced by more than half. There were probably more than 100,000, let alone 10,000. How could this be? Didn't that brat come out empty-handed? Veronica, appointed by Cliff as the crystal manager, naturally knew the crystals in the mine, but she couldn't understand how Annie could have taken 100,000 crystals so easily. Margot sighed and shook her head. She knew Annie possessed a spatial artifact. You better be careful. Annie isn't so easy to deal with. She turned and walked away, leaving the cultists looking at each other, bewildered. Veronica sat down on the ground, her eyes filled with fear. This? How am I supposed to explain this to His Holiness the Holy Son? In her understanding, no one could take 10,000 crystals at once, so she had generously let Annie go in and take them. But she hadn't expected Annie to have a spatial artifact, taking 100,000 crystals. And even if they investigated, she could simply deny it, saying she only took 10,000. There was nothing they could do. They couldn't fight her. If pushed too far, Annie could just walk away, and even Cliff couldn't stop her. Meanwhile, Puller successfully returned to Austin's camp, only to find everyone's expressions rather grim. Alonso, seeing him return, quickly stepped forward, but before he could speak, Roy roared, "Puller! Look what you done!" Puller paused, confused, and gave Alonso a questioning look. Alonso leaned closer and whispered, "The Harry Empire has been making moves lately." Puller immediately understood. It seemed Roy had suffered a setback with the Harry Empire, and was taking it out on him. However, he now felt confident. "Your Highness, what have I done?" Roy glared at him. "You have the nerve to ask me? I entrusted you with an important task, sending you to forge alliances, and what have you done? So many days have passed, and you're only just returning." According to reliable intelligence, the Endless Sea has allied with the Adventurers Guild, Amras with the Harry Empire, and only Velas is still wavering, possibly switching sides to the Harry Empire soon. "What have you been doing?" Puller burst into laughter, the sound particularly grating to Roy's ears. "What are you laughing at?" Roy snapped. Puller waved his hand. "Your Highness, so you're troubled by such a trivial matter. I thought it was something more serious." Roy's eyes flickered. He clearly sensed something different about Puller, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Could it be? He composed himself and said coldly, "You haven't completed your mission, and you still have the nerve to laugh? I think you're courting death." Puller continued to laugh. "Your Highness, please don't be angry. It's not worth ruining your health. What use are those small forces like the Endless Sea and Amras, even if we bring them into our camp? It's just adding a few more cannon fodder." "Ha!" Roy laughed in exasperation. "You call them cannon fodder? Then what are you? You're only a fourth-tier cultivator, not even cannon fodder." Puller wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed. "Indeed, if a real battle breaks out, I'm not even as good as cannon fodder. But my value isn't on the battlefield. Otherwise, why would His Highness entrust me with such an important task? Isn't it because His Highness has discerning eyes and recognizes talent? So today, I return to bring His Highness a great gift." Roy raised an eyebrow and asked, "A great gift? What great gift can you bring me?" Alonso, sweating profusely, sensed that Puller was recklessly flirting with death. He knew Puller well. He had no background, the kind of person you could find anywhere in a country like Sharia, but he did possess some talent, which had allowed him to fight his way through the competition to the finals of the Imperial Magic Tournament. Even so, it couldn't change the fact that Puller came from humble beginnings. In a magical realm like this, what great gift could he possibly offer Roy? Although Alonso also looked down on Puller somewhat, they were both from Sharia, and on one hand, there was a sense of kinship, on the other hand, it was also for the sake of the duchy. If Puller could become a top expert, the duchy's strength would also rise significantly. Puller calmly asked, "Your Highness, do you know which force is the most powerful in the crystal mines right now?" Roy scoffed. "Is that even a question? It's the papacy, of course. Just in terms of numbers, they outnumber us several times over. The other forces combined don't even have as many people as them." Puller clapped his hands. "That's right. In that case, why don't we ally with the papacy? That way, with the papacy's protection, we can do whatever we want without any worries." Roy stood up, slowly walked to Puller, and grabbed his collar. "Are you playing me? Ally with the papacy? Do you think I'm stupid?" Puller patted Roy's hand. "Hey, Your Highness, don't get agitated. I already negotiated with the papacy. They're willing to form an alliance." "What?" Roy was stunned, his grip immediately loosening. "What did you say? They're willing to ally with us?" Puller nodded. "Yes. I personally spoke with His Holiness the Holy Sun. His Holiness, considering our already excellent relationship, naturally agreed. However, the only promise they could give was that they wouldn't attack our territory." Roy was shocked. The Holy See had never allied with any power. After all, they had no need to. In the magical realm, no power could stand against them. But this time, the Holy Sun had actually relented, albeit only by not attacking. That was enough. As long as Austin acted quickly enough to seize sufficient territory, they would have a chance to hold it, while other powers would have to be wary of an attack from the Holy See. However, they also have conditions, Puller added. Roy nodded. Since the papacy had made such a significant concession, it would be unreasonable to accept no conditions. Whatever their conditions are, as long as we can do them, we agree to them all. Puller laughed. No problem at all. We can easily do it. The only condition is that I go to the papacy as an envoy, and I won't be able to come back to see you from now on. What? Roy's brows furrowed again. That's it? That's it. Puller nodded firmly. Oh dear, your highness, you don't know how enthusiastic the Holy Son was. I declined repeatedly, but he wouldn't let me go. He insisted I stay. I had no choice but to compromise for the sake of the Empire's interests. Alonso's eyes widened. This sounded too surreal. He even suspected Puller was making it all up, but his expression seemed genuine. Roy was somewhat skeptical. If simply sending this useless Puller as an envoy could secure a promise of non-aggression from the papacy, it would be a surefire deal, provided, of course, that Puller was telling the truth. He turned around and called out, Greta, come here. Greta walked forward slowly, each step deliberate and steady. His gaze was fixed on Puller, a hint of contempt and disdain in his eyes. Puller, you should know the consequences if you dare to deceive us. Greta's voice was icy, sending chills down one's spine. Upon hearing this, Puller immediately smiled. How could I dare to deceive your highness? My loyalty to the Empire is as eternal as the sun, moon, and stars. Greta felt a surge of disgust, rolling his eyes, clearly not believing Puller's nonsense. Roy said, all right, Greta, whether he's telling the truth or not, go and verify it now. Go with him to the Holy See. If it's true, let him stay there and not come back. If it's false, you know what to do. A cruel glint flashed in Roy's eyes as he finished speaking. Greta sneered, his right hand touching the hilt of his sword. Head, don't worry, I find out. Puller swallowed hard. Greta's strength had originally been equal to his, but after entering the secret realm, it had advanced by leaps and bounds. Now, the gap between them was quite large. If they really fought, Puller wouldn't be a match. Alonso stepped forward, blocking Greta's path. Wait, I'm going too. Roy raised an eyebrow, a strange smile playing on his lips. Oh! Alonso, are you going to stand up for him? Alonso shook his head. I won't stand up for anyone. I just want to find out what happened. Roy's smile vanished, and he waved his hand irritably. Go if you want, don't bother me. Greta glared fiercely at Alonso. What? Alonso, you didn't have enough fun in the ring last time? Alonso retorted without backing down. Don't forget, I won that time. Greta gritted his teeth and said, yes, you won that time, but that's not necessarily true this time. How about we have a match now? Seeing the situation turning sour, Puell quickly stepped in to mediate. Hey, don't let things get ugly. We need to stick together. Stick together. Stick together my ass. Greta angrily shoved Puell aside. They're bullying us right at our doorstep. Puell asked suspiciously. I sensed something was off earlier. What happened? Alonso explained. It's the Hairy Empire. They raided one of our mines and injured one of our men. Puell then noticed a man sitting dejectedly on the ground, his arm wrapped in bandages. It seemed he had been injured by the Hairy Empire. Why would they come and rob our mines when everything's fine? Puller asked. We should still have enough resources, right? Alonso shook his head. I don't know. Probably planning for the future. Anyway, it's already happened. Now it's just a matter of whether we want to take it back. Puller turned to look at Roy, who was lying down with his eyes closed, seemingly unconcerned about their discussion. Puller shook his head too. This was an affair of the Austin Empire. What did it have to do with him? Never mind. Chapter 344. After leaving Cliff's mine, Annie searched the vicinity for several days without finding Adams and the others. Feeling somewhat puzzled, she turned to look at Margot, who was following at a distance. Margot was taken aback, gave a soft snort, and turned her head away. And smiled wryly and slowly walked forward, asking, Third sister, why don't you come with me? What if we lose them again by following from a distance? She deliberately emphasized the word again. Margot frowned, her teeth grinding. Who said I'm following you? I'm just carrying out the task Lord Karras gave me. And shrugged. But I already circled around here so many times. Don't you find it a bit annoying? We're sisters, can't we sit down and talk? Margot was speechless for a moment, simply snorting and not replying. And asked seriously, Third sister, I seriously considered what you said before. To be honest, I also have serious doubts about that matter. Father, as the Marquis of Jinbei for decades, besides fighting on the battlefield, spent most of his time socializing, endless socializing. I remember going to Norma City with Father when I was little, which shows that Father has his own power there. Margot then looked at Anne, her tone indignant. You only realize this now. Father actually possesses a powerful intelligence network spanning the entire empire, but because of you, he abused his power, betrayed family interests, and secretly protected you. And frowned. So, he knows everything that happened to me in Misty City and Norma City? Margot nodded. I didn't know about this either, Carter told me. Father knew you become an adventurer in Misty City, so he used the family secret as leverage to make a deal with the Adventurers Guild administrator, promising to protect you at all costs. And was immediately startled. The face of Farid flashed through her mind. No wonder Farid had disregarded the Adventurers Guild's prohibitions and openly interfered in imperial affairs. It turned out her father had played a role in it. But what power did her father, a marquis in the Norma Empire, have to get the Adventurers Guild's help? Margot continued. Later, when he learned you had arrived in Norma City, he even went there himself. However, to avoid revealing your identity, he only watched from afar as you successfully completed your entrance exams before leaving. Then the old emperor suddenly died. Father wouldn't normally get involved in the power struggles, but after learning about your relationship with Reiner, he wrote that reply, and it was that reply that summoned Marcello's army. A surge of indescribable emotion welled up in Annie's heart, surging like a tidal wave in her chest, making her breath rapid and heavy. It felt as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping her throat, preventing her from uttering a sound. Her mind went blank, her thoughts seemingly frozen. Only now did Annie realize that her father had been silently watching over her all along, secretly protecting her from where she couldn't see him. Yet, for so long, she had stubbornly believed that she had been abandoned by her family, and even more so by her father. This perception is so unfair. Her father had clearly done everything in his power, yet she didn't even have time to thank him. At this moment, regret, self-blame, and guilt gnawed at Annie's heart like venomous snakes, and tears streamed down her face. Looking at the weeping Annie, Margot sneered, "You have the nerve to cry? We should be the ones crying. It's because of you and your child that the family has gone down this path of no return. When my mother was alive, my father gave everything to us 4 siblings. He taught my eldest brother how to manage the town, taught my second sister about magical plants, taught me the Bible of Light, and taught Carter how to practice magic. But after you came along, all of that disappeared, or rather, it all shifted onto you. My mother had only been gone for a year when my father married Eva, and you were born that same year. Was that fair to my mother? What did she do wrong? She died for my father." By the end, Margot's voice was hoarse, her eyes wide, and 2 streams of hot tears flowed down her cheeks. And stared at her in astonishment, muttering, "So that's how it is, so that's how it is. No wonder 4th brother looked at me with such hatred, no wonder you all ignored me since I was little, so that's why. Otherwise?" Margot forced a smile that was more like a grimace. "Do you think that just because you're the youngest member of the family, you deserve the love of the entire family? No. Only father, only he loves you. We rather you were dead." "But why did father do that?" and asked, puzzled. Margot shook her head. "I don't know, and I don't want to know. After what happened back then, I came to the Austin Empire. Because I'm Norman, I'm restricted everywhere here. Later, it took a lot of effort to bring second sister here too." "Second sister?" Annie was taken aback. Alice's sudden disappearance at the Magic Academy years ago had never been resolved. It turned out that Margot had secretly taken Alice out of the Norma Empire. "Where is she now?" Margot shook her head in distress. "I don't know. She disappeared after she arrived. I can't find her either. After all, she crossed the border illegally, so I don't dare to search for her openly. But I know there was someone else who came with her, named Grievous." "Her?" Annie exclaimed in surprise. "You know her?" Margot asked, frowning, and nodded. "Yes, I had some contact with her back then in the Misty Forest and the Arctic Snow Mountains. Later, I even stayed in her dormitory at the Magic Academy. I never expected that she would come to the Austin Empire with my second sister." Margot sighed. The 2 of them ran into some trouble while secretly crossing the border. They got separated from my people and disappeared without a trace. Nobody knows where they are now. And frowned. They definitely need to live, and to live, they need new identities. It's impossible to leave without a trace. Tell me where they entered the country from, and I have the Adventurers Guild help look for them." "Humph," Margot snorted coldly. "I don't need your help. Once I leave the magic realm and officially establish myself in the Holy See, I have my own way." And sighed heavily. "Third sister, now that father and Carter are dead, only the 4 of us siblings are left in the family. Are we going to keep killing each other like this? Come to think of it, what kind of grudge do we have?" Margot's eyes flickered with hesitation, but she ultimately said coldly, "I know Brother Orin has forgiven you, but I can't. I'm just that petty, and at least for now, I can't forgive you. Father and Carter's deaths are all your fault, as is second sister's disappearance." Annie didn't press the matter. She knew it was unrealistic to expect Margot to abandon her hatred now, So she continued, forget it, we can talk about this later. Anyway, I'd be staying at the Holy See for a long time. But there's something I'm curious about. Why haven't we seen anyone from the 11th peak around here? Haven't they arrived yet? Margot sneered. His Holiness the Holy Sun looks down on the people of the 11th peak and had the Holy Maiden take them to other areas to prepare for the next attack. Attack? Annie was taken aback. As expected, the Holy See. Has the Holy See already begun preparing to launch an attack on the surrounding areas? Are your resources already insufficient? Humph. Margot said, you're incredibly naive. Do you really want to wait until resources are insufficient before taking action? The Holy See is exceptionally powerful. Naturally, they prepare in advance. And nodded. Where are Dylan and the others now? Margot said calmly, probably near the Hairy Empire. After all, according to His Holiness the Holy Sun's plan, we're preparing a three-pronged attack. His Holiness the Holy Maiden only needs to handle the Hairy Empire. Annie looked at the direction and realized she had gone completely the wrong way, so she could only helplessly turn back. Third sister, you just watched me walk in the opposite direction without even reminding me? Margot snorted coldly. Why should I remind you? Do I have that obligation? When Annie and the others returned to the mine, Cliff and the others were nowhere to be seen. Only Veronica remained, packing something up alone. And stepped forward, puzzled, and asked, where are the Holy Sun and the others? Veronica looked up sharply, saw it was and breathed a sigh of relief. She said irritably, we were attacked. The Holy Sun led everyone to fight. Ah? Margot exclaimed in surprise. Who? Who dares to attack us like that? Veronica scoffed. Who else could it be but the other shore flowers? Those stinking rats don't dare really fight us. They harassed us everywhere and then disappeared. As soon as we left, they came back. And frowned. But the other shore flowers' territory seems to be separated from the Hairy Empire. How could they suddenly appear here? How should I know? Veronica waved her hand impatiently. Go do what you're supposed to do. Don't waste time here. And pondered to herself. She had only been gone 2 or 3 days, and the other shore flowers had already come to harass her. This meant that the other shore flowers had planned this beforehand. Given the Hairy Empire in between, the Hairy Empire's role here was very subtle. As long as the Hairy Empire denies it, and insists that the other shore flower came on its own, no one can say anything. After all, the crystal mine is so large, and each faction has so few people, it's impossible to manage it so meticulously. Just then, 3 people approached from a distance. Annie looked closely, and recognized them as Puller and Alonso. She didn't recognize the third person. She guessed he was also from the Austin Empire. Hey, Annie! Puller waved and laughed. You're still here. Where's the Holy Sun? And said helplessly, His Holiness the Holy Sun has led his troops into battle. The 3 of you should be careful, and avoid going around visiting others lately. Alonso's expression was grim. It seems the battle between the various factions is about to officially begin. Who is the enemy? And waved her hand, glancing at Veronica. This isn't the place to talk. You came here to escort Puel, right? Greta stepped forward and said, I am Greta. His Highness the Third Prince ordered me to verify the authenticity of the cooperation. The cooperation is real. You better not go to His Holiness the Holy Sun now. He's furious, Veronica quickly said. Greta frowned. But how can I verify the truth without seeing His Holiness the Holy Sun? Veronica narrowed her eyes. Who do you think you are? Normally, you wouldn't even get to see me easily, and today you dare to be so arrogant. Let me tell you, His Holiness the Holy Sun has entrusted this place entirely to my management. Our previous cooperation is genuine and valid. Now get lost. Don't force me to back out. Greta, feeling rebuffed, and seeing no sign of the Holy Sun, could only say dejectedly, fine, I go back and report. Please convey our third prince's greetings to His Holiness the Holy Sun. Veronica waved her hand impatiently. Honestly, a whole bunch of people are coming soon. So annoying. Puel said to Alonso, thank you very much. If it weren't for your escort along the way, I'm afraid. She glanced at Greta as she spoke. Alonso said calmly, it's nothing. I just don't want to see the Empire and the papacy become enemies because of you. Greta snorted, Alonso, are you coming or not? Enough with the nonsense. And added, Alonso, you really should go back soon. Maybe things are already going badly with the third prince. Alonso nodded, you're right. These things are interconnected. Since the Holy See has been attacked, we probably can't escape either. With that, Alonso left with Greta. And thought for a moment. She hadn't wanted to get involved in this conflict anyway. Since the Holy Sun's attention was completely focused on the other shore flower, that was perfect. Since we can't find the Holy Sun, and we have nothing else to do, we cultivate here and wait for his triumphant return. Veronica was stunned, then angrily retorted, What did you say? You're going to wait here? Are you crazy? If the Holy Sun returns and sees you here, he'd be furious. What will he be furious about? Bourne, who hadn't spoken until now, finally spoke up, If there's really something. The problem is, just say I agreed. Go do what you need to do, and don't bother us. Veronica opened her mouth, unsure how to answer for a moment. Jermaine, you. But then she remembered that the Holy Sun had left Jermaine alone in the cave for a short while, perhaps giving him some kind of task, so she could only nod, All right, but don't get in my way. The group went directly into the depths of the mine, where newly mined magic crystals were once again piled up, but no one had time to use them now, and casually picked a spot to sit down. Actually, I don't really understand. The crystal mine does produce a lot of magic crystals, but the magic realm is so vast. Why does everyone come here to fight for territory? Margot snorted, That's why you don't understand anything. Treasures will appear near the crystal mine, and these treasures are the real targets of the major powers. Chapter 345. A secret treasure? Annie was bewildered. Nobody told me there was any secret treasure. Margot said irritably, Why should I tell you? Only the core figures of the major powers know about these things. The major powers gathered at the crystal mine to compete for these treasures. So, Annie said with a half smile, What exactly is this secret treasure? Margot was momentarily speechless. Annie laughed, So you don't know either? And you're accusing me. Did you just hear about it from the Holy Sun? Margot was somewhat embarrassed and angry. I knew before you did. Annie didn't argue with her, but simply said calmly, Anyway, these things are none of our business. The most important thing now is to improve your strength. After all, only when you become stronger will others respect you. As she spoke, she looked up at Pula. Puller nodded, blushing. Yes, I know. I start cultivating right away. There were many magic crystals in this mine, and combined with the ones Annie had taken earlier, it was enough for them to cultivate for several months. As Annie predicted, the entire crystal mine descended into chaos in the following days. The papacy was thoroughly targeted by the other shore flower, which launched alternating harassment attacks from two directions, seizing large swathes of territory. Meanwhile, the Harry Empire, in conjunction with the Amras Empire, launched an attack on Austin, with the younger generation of the two empires engaging in a direct confrontation. Surprisingly, the Unclaimed Wasteland attacked the Adventurers Guild. Despite a significant numerical disadvantage, Velas, for some unknown reason, joined the Unclaimed Wasteland's side, slightly strengthening his forces before launching a powerful offensive. The entire crystal mine was engulfed in smoke and fire. Everyone seemed to have a clear objective, having chosen their opponents from the outset, and the battles began almost simultaneously. In contrast to the bustling fighting elsewhere, Annie and her group remained remarkably calm, as if the battles outside had nothing to do with them. They stayed in the cave for over 10 days without being disturbed. During this time, with Annie's help, Pule finally broke through to the 5th level of the Qiyuan realm. The others, however, did not make any further breakthroughs, as the power of magic crystals was still somewhat inferior to that of magic cores. That day, a tremendous roar erupted outside the cave. Veronica, what's wrong with you? We were fighting up front, and you were tasked with guarding this place. How could you let others in? Holy Sun, it was Jermaine who led them in. Jermaine? It was unmistakably Cliff's voice. That guy seems to have completely lost his mind. Annie and the others also woke up and looked towards the cave entrance. Cliff stormed in, his face contorted with rage. Seeing Bourne, he waved his hand, and a beam of light shot out, illuminating the entire mine. Bourne, not expecting an attack the moment they met, quickly stepped aside and angrily shouted, Cliff, are you out of your mind? Why are you hitting me? Cliff, his face flushed with rage, retorted, I told you to watch over Annie, not to bring her here. Is this a place for you? Bourne chuckled and shrugged. We were looking for you, but you weren't here, so we waited for you. How's the battle outside going? Cliff waved his hand dismissively and roared, Get out of here. No one is allowed to enter without my order. Annie's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this unusual? This was just an ordinary mine, perhaps a bit larger than others. Why was Cliff so concerned? Annie glanced at Cliff discreetly. She saw him look at a pile of crystals on his right as the others walked away. The crystals there were of lower quality. Annie and the others hadn't used them, so they remained untouched. He stepped forward, seemingly to inspect them briefly, and let out a slight sigh of relief. Then, he looked at the group at the entrance and urged, Get out of here. Annie smiled slightly, having made up her mind. She gave Bourne a wink, and without hesitation, Bourne extended a hand towards Annie. Annie was taken aback. Huh? What's up? Bourne said cheekily. Didn't we just make a bet? I bet the Holy Sun wouldn't want us waiting here. You didn't believe me? Now you lost, pay up. Annie almost burst out laughing, secretly applauding Bourne's cleverness. He'd come up with such a plan in such a short time. However, she still feigned anger, saying, That's not right. I think the Holy Sun is just tired from fighting outside. He wouldn't be so stingy. Right, Holy Sun? Cliff was stunned. They already reached the cave entrance. Why were they suddenly bringing this up? Boring. Get lost. Hearing Cliff's words, Bourne shoved Annie. You see? The Holy Sun just doesn't like you. Pay up, a bet's a bet. Why did you push me? Annie immediately protested, punching Bourne in the chest with a dull thud. Ouch! You dare hit me? Bourne cried out, grabbing Annie by the collar and throwing her aside. By some coincidence, or perhaps not, Annie landed right on the pile of magic crystals to the right. Bourne hadn't used much force. Annie had simply fallen onto them. Cliff, seeing this, flew into a rage, roaring, What are you doing? Are you taking my words for granted? You bastards! He strode over to Annie and pulled her up. Annie used her magic to push Cliff's hand away. Your holiness is so esteemed. How could you deign to help me? I can get up myself. Though her words were polite, there was a clear chill in her voice. Cliff paused for a moment, then roared, Get out of here. I don't want to see you again. Annie shook her head, while Bourne quickly stepped forward and grabbed her, saying, Come with me. I deal with you later. Annie stuck out her tongue but obediently left the mine with Bourne. Once outside the mine, Annie immediately pulled Bourne away, saying, Hurry, get out of here. Bourne knew Annie must have discovered something, but Puller was completely bewildered, having no idea what the two were up to. However, he trusted Annie completely, and naturally had no objections. The three of them, along with Shishua, unleashed their magic and quickly left the mine's perimeter. Vainonica, seeing them fleeing at the entrance, found it amusing. Got a lesson from the Holy Sun, huh? Serves you right for being so arrogant. I told you not to go in there. Before she could finish speaking, a deafening roar erupted from the mine. Aya! Where are my things? Where are they? Aya! Veronica jumped in fright and rushed into the mine. She saw Cliff hunched over the pile of crystals, frantically searching for something. Seeing Veronica approach, he yelled, Where are they? Bring them in. Veronica hesitated. They're gone. Gone? Cliff transformed into a streak of light and appeared before Veronica. How could you let them go? Veronica was bewildered. You told them to get lost. I didn't stop them. Aya! Cliff roared again, Damn it! Damn it! Where did they go? Veronica pointed southeast and said, I don't know, but they ran that way. Cliff didn't reply, his figure transforming into a streak of light once more, chasing after Annie and the others in the direction they had fled. Veronica froze, completely bewildered. They just told them to get lost, and now she was chasing after them. What was going on? Meanwhile, Bon, still running, asked, Annie, what did you find? Annie smiled slightly. I did find something, but I don't know what it is. It's quite big, I tell you later. Puller stammered. You didn't steal something from the Holy Sun, did you? Annie winked at him. You guessed right. Puller rubbed his forehead. My God. I doubt only you could do something like this. But if we do, the Holy Sun will definitely come after us. He's incredibly powerful. How are we going to get rid of him? Bourne chuckled. That's easy, watch me. With that, he stopped where he was, while Annie, Puller, and Shioshua continued running forward. Soon, Bourne saw a streak of light rapidly approaching and quickly shouted, Your Holiness. You arrived? Cliff stopped in front of Bourne, his eyes bloodshot, and asked, Where are they? Bourne pointed east. They suddenly turned back and ran that way. They might be trying to escape to the Austin Empire. Cliff swung a slap, which Bourne nimbly dodged. You useless piece of trash. I put you in charge of watching them, and now you lost them all. What use are you to me? Bourne collapsed to the ground, wailing, Oh, Your Holiness. They're so wicked. I can't catch them. Even if you kill me, it won't help. Cliff paused slightly, realizing he hadn't actually hit him. But now wasn't the time to linger, so he said angrily, Jeremy, you just wait, I deal with you when I get back. With that, he chased after them towards Austin. Once Cliff was out of sight, Bourne quickly got up from the ground, chuckled twice, and said, that kid's easy to fool. He wasn't worried about Cliff's retaliation. he could just make up an excuse. Cliff chased after them for a while, but still couldn't find Annie and the others. He started to worry. How can these guys run so fast? Even if they started running as soon as they left the cave, I should have caught up by now. He had absolute confidence in his speed, believing he could completely overwhelm even wind elemental mages. There could only be one explanation. He'd gone the wrong way, and was soon entering Austin's territory. According to the agreement, they weren't allowed to attack Austin, but now that Peller and Ann had escaped, the cooperation was null and void. Cliff didn't stop and rushed straight into Austin's territory, venturing deeper and deeper. Alonso and Greta had already returned to Roy's side, and recounted everything they seen and heard at the papacy. At this point, the Austinians all believed the papacy wouldn't attack them, and therefore were completely unprepared, allowing Cliff to advance unimpeded. Cliff quickly located the third prince and his group. As he approached, Roy noticed him and immediately blocked his way, demanding, "Who are you?" Cliff stopped in front of Roy, his expression cold and his eyes blazing. "Hand over Puller." Roy was stunned, as were Alonso and Greta beside him. "Puller? Isn't he at the papacy? I saw you use the power of light. You must be a brother of the papacy. Why are you here looking for Puller?" Cliff scoffed. "If you can't hand over Puller, you face the papacy's wrath." Roy was now enraged. The other party was demanding their help without explanation, and more importantly, they had no one with them. The other party wouldn't even reveal his name. "Who are you? Even the papacy can't be this unreasonable." "Puller isn't with me." "Humph." Cliff surveyed the crowd. "But Puller was sent by you, so you're responsible. You have one day. If you can't hand over Puller, I eliminate you all." Roy stepped forward, meeting Cliff's eyes without flinching. "You got some nerve, trying to kick us out? Go ahead and try." Cliff gritted his teeth. "Fine, you just wait." Roy gritted his teeth. It seemed the relationship with the papacy was completely broken. Since things had come to this, he couldn't let them just swagger in and out like that. He gave a signal to Alonso and Greta, who immediately blocked Cliff's path. Cliff tried to move, but found himself trapped. A chilling glint flashed in his eyes. "Are you sure you want to fight me?" Roy roared. "Do you really think we Austinians are easy to bully? Coming and going as you please? Not so easy. Don't even think about leaving until we made our point clear." Cliff glanced at Alonso and Greta, sneering, "You bunch of scum, trying to stop me? Ridiculous." He then raised his right hand and fired a beam of light at Greta. The light arrow was incredibly fast, carrying immense power of light. If it had struck, Greta's chest would have been pierced through. However, Greta was also very experienced in combat, and had already prepared defensive measures. A series of cracking sounds rang out, and a suit of lightning armor appeared on his body. The light arrow struck the lightning armor accurately, unleashing a violent bang. Boom! Greta felt a tremendous force, his entire body flying uncontrollably 3 to 5 meters away before he staggered to his feet. The lightning armor on his chest was completely shattered, and a patch of skin on his chest was scorched red. Roy raised an eyebrow. 8th tier Chi-Yuan? You're the Holy Sun? Currently, in the magic realm, only the Holy Sun of the Holy Sea of Light has reached the 8th tier of Chi-Yuan strength. Chapter 346. What was the identity of the Holy Sun of the Holy Sea? He was the one who would take over the entire Holy Sea in the future. Roy hesitated for a moment. Offending the Holy Sun now would be extremely detrimental to his future career in the Empire. Roy tried to calm himself down and asked, "Holy Sun, what brings you here in person?" "Our Austin and the Holy See have always been on good terms, without any conflict. Even if there is something, it must be a misunderstanding. Please enlighten us, Holy Sun." Cliff sneered. "Puller is one of your men. Don't you know what he's done? Don't play dumb with me. What nonsense about Austin and the papacy having always been on good terms. It's laughable. Austin is at best a vassal state. In the eyes of our papacy, what power in this world can truly rival us?" Hearing Cliff's arrogant words, Roy's face flushed and paled in turns, his anger surging. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "Anyway, this is a magical realm, and there's no one else around. Even if I kill this guy here, no one should know." He glanced at the others. If he really killed Cliff here, everyone present would be tied together. If things were exposed, none of them would escape. Seeing the killing intent in Cliff's eyes, Alonso's heart skipped a beat. He didn't want to completely break ties with the papacy. The papacy's power was top tier not only in the Austin Empire, but also on the entire continent. The Austin Empire simply couldn't contend with it. Alonso tried to signal to Roy, but Roy ignored him completely. He was blinded by rage, and couldn't think straight. Suddenly, a thunderous sound rang out, and Roy charged forward, a curved blade appearing in his hand, slashing at Cliff's neck. Cliff's eyes narrowed, and he retreated hastily. But suddenly, someone appeared behind him, Greta. Greta, too, drew his long sword, his body enveloped in lightning, and thrust it straight at Cliff's back. Being attacked from both sides, Cliff showed no panic. He seemed to transform into a messenger of light, unleashing a torrent of magical power. Roy and Greta only saw a blur before their eyes. A streak of light flashed, and Cliff vanished without a trace. The next moment, Greta felt an extremely dangerous aura behind her. Before she could react, she heard Roy shout, "Watch out!" At the same time, a beam of purple light shot from the left, striking Cliff's arrow with a deafening boom. The arrow veered slightly, grazing Greta's shoulder before exploding into a large rock. Greta felt cold sweat break out on his back. He turned and gave Alonso a grateful look. If Alonso hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been pierced through by that arrow. Roy narrowed his eyes. Cliff's speed had been so incredible that he hadn't even seen how he moved. He believed such miraculous magic couldn't be used continuously, or would consume a huge amount of mana, even for the Holy Sun. He immediately chanted an incantation, and a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking Cliff directly. Sure enough, Cliff didn't use the speed-moving magic this time. Instead, he used his mana normally to accelerate and evade the attack. Greta immediately turned and thrust his sword again. Alonso knew this was a fight to the death. If the Holy Sun returned alive, who knew what he would say to the Pope? The events here would escalate into a conflict between the papacy and Austin, two powerful forces, an unprecedented event that would instantly change the entire world order. As a Sharian, Alonso was also under the rule of the Austin royal family. If the Austin Empire fell, his Sharia would be unable to escape either. It seemed he had no choice but to face the danger head-on. To ensure Cliff couldn't escape, Alonso immediately cast a lightning net, blocking Cliff's path. This forced Cliff to confront Roy and Greta directly. Seeing the lightning net rapidly spreading, a hint of seriousness flashed in Cliff's eyes. He was indeed strong and confident in taking on anyone present one-on-one, but his opponents were three, and none of them were weak. In terms of combat experience, they were even more numerous than him. This battle was the true test of his strength. Very well, the Austinians are indeed skilled warriors. Today I have to experience it properly. Cliff roared, his hands flashing, as he drew two lightsabers gleaming with white light, deflecting Greta's attack. Then, with a swift turn, he kicked Greta in the abdomen. Greta leaped backward, then pushed off with both feet, raising her longsword overhead and delivering a downward slash. Cliff dodged to the side, but instead of immediately retaliating, he swiftly moved in front of Roy, unleashing a series of cross-sword strikes. Roy was startled. He had been secretly preparing a high-level spell, but Cliff's sudden attack forced him to temporarily interrupt his casting and frantically parry. However, his opponent wielded dual swords. He could only block one strike at most. What about the other? Fortunately, Alonso struck again at the crucial moment, thrusting his sword towards Cliff's shoulder, forcing him to turn and parry, thus averting Roy's danger. Roy had just breathed a sigh of relief when Cliff unleashed a blinding slash from the air. He hastily parried, and with a deafening boom, was sent flying 3 or 4 meters back. Greta arrived quickly, her thrust simple and straightforward, but each one was angled with deadly precision, magic swirling around the blade, emitting a thunderous roar. Cliff snorted coldly, turning and striking Greta with his own sword, knocking her back. He then closed in, slashing diagonally at Greta's left shoulder with both swords. Greta was startled, but lost her footing and, in her panic, couldn't react in time, forced to watch helplessly as the sword's light descended. Suddenly, a tremendous force yanked Greta half a meter to the right. The sword grazed her side, drawing blood. Greta screamed and collapsed to the ground. Alonso, panting heavily, stood to one side. He had been running back and forth, rescuing Roy and Greta twice, and had fully felt Cliff's power. Although there was only a 2-level difference in their cultivation, light magic was inherently more difficult to deal with. Coupled with Cliff's access to the most abundant resources in the entire Holy See and his superior magical control, the outcome of the battle was practically a foregone conclusion. Roy's heart tightened, but he didn't want to give up. Judging by the time, Austin would return with more people soon, and then they could definitely keep Cliff at bay. Cliff seemed to have read Roy's mind. He knew it was impossible to take down the three here, so he casually unleashed a slash, forcing Alonso back. Then, in a flash, he appeared before the lightning net and slammed his sword into it. With a deafening boom, the lightning net shattered, creating a crack. Seeing this, Roy shouted, "Stop him!" But Alonso had just been forced back, and Greta, with a back injury, wasn't fast enough. They could only watch helplessly as Cliff broke through the encirclement and sped away, leaving behind a harsh threat. Austinians, prepare to face my wrath. Roy's face was incredibly grim. He swung his sword forcefully, shattering a nearby boulder, and roared, Puller. That dared to ambush me. Damn it! Absolutely despicable. Alonso calmly watched Roy, waiting for him to finish his venting before saying, What do we do now? Roy scratched his messy hair, then grabbed Alonso's arm. You and Puller are both Sharia. Go find Puller, and we can hand him over. Maybe we can ease the tension with the Holy See. Alonso subtly pulled his hand away from Roy's. Your Highness, you're thinking too simply. The Holy Son doesn't seem like a magnanimous person. Do you really think the situation can be reversed? Roy's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Alonso sighed. If I were you, I'd take my men and leave the crystal mine right now. This place is no longer suitable for us to stay. Roy roared, his eyes bloodshot. What nonsense are you talking about? Even the Endless Sea isn't out yet. How can Austin be out? We always been able to carve out a niche for ourselves in the crystal mines. Why can't I? Am I less than those useless noble scions? Alonso took 2 steps back. It's not that you're less than them. It's that you blocked your own path. Greta said, That's not right. We can still go to the Adventurers Guild. Even if we become vassals, it's not a problem. At least we don't have to leave the crystal mines. Alonso sighed. If I'm not mistaken, Pule must have gone to the Adventurers Guild. Since he fled there, he won't let Austin join. He's nobody. Roy spat. Do you think he can influence the Adventurers Guild? Even if he escapes there, he's just trash. The experts in the Adventurers Guild wouldn't even give him a second glance. Alonso shook his head. That's not necessarily true. He might not have any connection with the Adventurers Guild, but there's someone else. The important thing is, those two are together right now. Roy didn't understand his meaning at all, and didn't take him seriously. He casually waved his hand and said, Shut up. Greta, go to the Adventurers Guild now, and ask for help. If that doesn't work, make them hand over Puller to solve our current predicament. Greta bowed and obeyed, then quickly headed towards the Adventurers Guild. Alonso sighed and said to Roy, I'm worried about him going alone. I go help too. Roy said impatiently, Suit yourself. Alonso bowed slightly and followed Greta. Greta, enduring the sharp pain in his back, hurried forward, but was quickly caught up by Alonso. He looked at Alonso with some confusion and asked, What are you doing here? Alonso's voice was low and deep. Greta, you're a smart man. You should know I'm right? Greta didn't speak, his eyes filled with worry, which essentially said everything. Alonso continued, We're both smart men. We don't necessarily have to walk this path to our deaths. If we can join the Adventurers Guild, we can stay in the crystal mine. If we stick with Roy and go down this dark path, we'd probably be killed halfway. Austin has already lost 2 men. We can't afford any more. Greta shook her head. The Adventurers Guild doesn't even want Austin. Why would they accept the 2 of us? Aren't you being too naive? Alonso said, It's precisely because it's just the 2 of us that they accept us. As long as the 3rd Prince Roy doesn't come, they won't mind. Plus, with my relationship with Puller, I'm very confident I can get the Adventurers Guild to accept us. Greta hesitated. But wouldn't that be tantamount to betraying the Empire? How will we explain this when we go back? Alonso sighed. That is indeed a problem. It means that once we leave the secret realm, the Empire will definitely settle scores. But at that time, can't we just leave the Empire? Rita frowned. You make it sound so easy. Breaking away from the Empire is no simple matter. Our ancestors have been rooted in the Empire for centuries. Our relationships are intricate and intertwined. It's not something you can just sever ties with so easily. Alonso gave a bitter smile. So I'm planning to sever ties with my family, and cut all ties with my relatives. That way, I won't affect them, right? Rita shook her head. You're thinking too simply. If something like this happens, the Imperial family will be furious. Since they can't find any trouble for you, they naturally unleash their anger on your family. Alonso hesitated. Although he was only Evar's adopted son, he had been raised by Evar since childhood and treated as his own. He simply couldn't abandon Evar's life or death. Unbeknownst to them, they had already arrived at the Adventurers Guild's territory. Coincidentally, they ran into a group of people coming from the northeast. Some of them were injured, seemingly having just been in a battle. Both sides were startled upon meeting. Then, a member of the Adventurers Guild jumped out and shouted, Who are you? How dare you trespass on our Adventurers Guild's territory? Greta immediately bowed. Brother, I am Greta, And this is Alonso. We are from Austin, and we came here specifically to. But before he could finish, the man impatiently interrupted. I don't care who you are. Don't you know what's going on? You're just randomly trespassing on other people's territory. Do you want to start a war? Alonso quickly waved his hands. No, we're good friends with Annie, and we came here specifically to see her. Annie? The man paused slightly, narrowing his eyes as he asked, you and Annie are friends? But I never heard her mention you before. She really is here. Alonso was overjoyed, but kept a straight face and said, that's easy. You take me to see her. Once we meet, you know, right? The man frowned and said, I can't make that decision. You wait here. I go tell her. If she's willing to see you, she come over. Alonso immediately said, thank you very much. May I ask your name, brother? I'm Macaro. Don't blame me for not warning you. I'm the one in charge here. If you dare to make a move, don't blame me for being impolite. Alonso nodded. Don't worry, we won't make any moves. Chapter 347. When Annie heard that Alonso had come looking for her, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at Bourne. Bourne shrugged and said, he went there himself, it has nothing to do with me. Annie sighed, it seems Austin is finished. Only they didn't form an alliance immediately. The other forces all have allies. Austin's leader is probably in trouble when he returns. Phineas laughed, who cares? He's probably not a very smart person. Do you want to see him? Annie frowned, if I see him, my whereabouts will be exposed, and the Holy See will launch a full-scale attack on the Adventurers Guild, which I don't want to see. But he's an old acquaintance of the Duchy of Sharia. Why don't you go see him for me, Phineas? Phineas nodded, no problem, but are the three of you going to hide here forever? Annie nodded, yes, just now I heard. You mentioned the secret treasure. I imagine the Holy See has been coveting it for a long time. The Holy Son's personal intervention this time is probably to seize it. I'm curious to see what it is. Phineas chuckled, that's truly interesting. I know that many treasures will fall when the treasure is opened. One of the treasure chests is encased in 5 layers of protective shields: water, fire, wind, thunder, light, and death. Only by breaking through all these shields can one have a chance to obtain the treasure inside. However, time is limited. Previously, every time the Holy See was halfway through breaking through the shields, they were teleported away. Annie asked, will they be directly teleported back to the prime material plane? Phineas shook his head. No, they will enter a special space, more like a passage connecting the prime material plane and the magical realm. As long as they don't want to leave, they can stay inside indefinitely. What's so good about that place? Buell asked. Won't it be boring in there? Phineas replied, how could it be? There are many cultivation fanatics who don't want to leave. The elemental energy inside is incredibly rich and mixed together, comparable to that of a secret realm. This allows them to cultivate many times faster, and when they return to the mainland, they will have become top-tier experts. Bourne shook his head. I don't like that kind of arduous cultivation. Freedom is much better. Phineas laughed. Yes, but many people still want to stay there. For example, our Adventurers Guild had 4 people there before, and now they're not out yet. Annie asked, are the people from different factions all together in the passage? Phineas replied, no, these passages seem to be independent. Even when we go out, we won't encounter anyone else. Bourne exclaimed, my God, if I had to stay in a place like that for years, I'd go crazy. Annie covered her mouth and laughed, I don't think you would. You just tear it down. Afterwards, Phineas led Tar to Alonso and Greta, who were waiting at the same spot. Greta's waist wound was still bleeding, and she sat down to rest under a tree, while Alonso was resting with his eyes closed. Hearing someone approach, Alonso immediately opened his eyes. Seeing that it wasn't Annie, but Phineas, whom he had met once before, he was greatly surprised. Manager Phineas, it's you? Where's Annie? Then he shrugged. What? Are you disappointed to see me? Alonso quickly waved his hand. No, I was just curious. Phineas said irritably, and isn't in the Adventurers Guild. You come to the wrong place. But I have a feeling your purpose isn't just this, is it? Greta, who had just woken up, struggled to her feet. Manager Phineas, since Annie isn't here, do you know where she is? Or rather, where is Puller? The Holy See is looking for them. If they can't find them, they vent their anger on us Austinians. If they can't find them either, we might. Phineas's eyes turned cold. What does that have to do with us? Greta was speechless. Alonso quickly stepped forward and said, if possible. Phineas said, no, I only came to see you because of Annie, that's all. Go wherever you want. Don't get in our way. If we see you barging in again, Don't blame us for being impolite. Hearing the resolute tone in Phineas's voice, Alonso could only sigh. He had originally wanted to ask if they could join, but before he could speak, he was interrupted. It seemed that this path was also blocked. All right then, farewell. After saying that, the two left without looking back. Having been rebuffed by the Adventurers Guild, the two couldn't very well go back to report immediately, so their pace slowed down. Greta asked with a worried look, "What should we do now? Are we just going to go back like this?" Alonso sighed, "What can we do? You said it yourself, there's no escaping. Our lives are tied to Roy's." "That's not necessarily true." Suddenly, a voice came from the side, and at the same time, a gust of wind carrying great force rushed towards the two. Both reacted swiftly, dodging the attack. The force of the blast struck a boulder, shattering it into pieces. "Who is it?" Alonso roared. "Which scoundrel sneaks in to launch this attack?" A young man with blue hair slowly stepped forward, a cold smile on his face. "I never thought Austin would need help." "Heh, quite an eye-opener." His voice was full of sarcasm, making no attempt to conceal his hostility. Greta's eyes narrowed slightly. "Dason? What are you doing here? Could it be?" Alonso quickly realized something and retorted sarcastically, "Looks like you went to the Vatican too. Did you get a cold shoulder? Don't blame me for not warning you. We have an alliance with the Vatican, you better." But before he could finish, Dason burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, don't try to scare me. It's useless. I saw the Holy Sun." He was indeed very angry, but not at us, but at you. "I thought halfway there that you might go to the Adventurers Guild for help. See, this is exactly what happened. Did I guess right?" Greta realized that the other party had clearly anticipated their passage, and had deliberately laid an ambush. "Humph. Since you already know, there's nothing more to say. But do you really think you alone can stop the two of us?" Dason cracked his knuckles, his eyes turning sinister. "Oh, you're quite confident. We clashed a couple of times before, but there were always obstacles, so it wasn't quite enough. Shouldn't we have a proper fight this time?" Greta's face darkened. "All right. I couldn't be happier." With that, he drew his long sword, let out a long howl, and thrust it forward. Alonso also charged forward with his knife, but suddenly sensed something. He swung his knife to the left to parry, and with a clang, a burly man brought down an axe, which Alonso blocked, but the powerful force still sent him flying. Alonso finally regained his footing and looked closely. He saw that the man was tall, with a fierce face, and looked crude, but his strength was truly astonishing. Alonso recognized him. It was Mycroft, the leader of Amraza's expedition, supposedly the son of their prime minister. But it seemed hard to reconcile this with his status. "Hey, good lad." Mycroft laughed. "You actually withstood one of my attacks. Come on, let's exchange a couple more blows." Alonso frowned. It seemed his opponent was indeed prepared. With these two attacking simultaneously, they were truly formidable. The best course of action now was to find reinforcements, but this place was quite far from Roy's location. Even at full speed, it would take about 2 hours, and with darkness falling, getting lost would only exacerbate the situation. He turned to look at Greta. Greta was already locked in fierce combat with Dason. The two were evenly matched, but Greta had injured his waist earlier, and was only putting up a brave fight. Given enough time, he would surely be no match for his opponent. Alonso then looked at Mycroft. This man was incredibly strong and unrestrained, attacking without restraint. Despite being a wind elemental mage known for his graceful movements, his attacks were wide-ranging and equally difficult to deal with. "This time, I'm afraid I'm going to be defeated here." Alonso sighed inwardly. Mycroft twirled the pair of axes in his hands, assuming an offensive stance. "You still have the mind to look around? Looks like you're underestimating me." With that, a streak of blue light appeared beneath his feet, and he flashed forward, instantly appearing in front of Alonso. Alonso inwardly exclaimed, "So fast." Instead of retreating, he advanced, slashing his blade at his opponent's wrist. Mycroft, caught off guard, was momentarily at a loss, but quickly devised a countermeasure. He swiftly withdrew his hands, ducked, and swung his axe horizontally from the left. Alonso's attack missed, leaving his left side wide open. Desperate, he could only launch a flying kick, using his knee to block Mycroft's elbow, managing to stop the attack. Now, their bodies were very close, and Alonso thrust his blade downwards. Mycroft rolled away, dodging the attack, and simultaneously pushed off with both feet, using the recoil to return to Alonso's side. He swung his arm in a wide arc, bringing his axe down towards Alonso's head. Alonso spun, parrying the blow with the edge of his blade, but was knocked back 2 steps by the opponent's immense force. Mycroft, pleased with his successful strike, immediately pressed his advantage. However, Alonso paused, a flash of lightning, and the blade, crackling with electricity, instantly pierced Mycroft's face. Mycroft was startled, realizing he'd fallen for a trap. Alonso's earlier attack was a ruse, designed to lower his guard and create an opening. Mycroft gritted his teeth, crossing his axes in front of him to parry. A deafening boom, a flash of lightning, the force of the blow was too much for even Mycroft to withstand, sending him flying and crashing to the ground. Mycroft dared not be careless. He quickly rolled to his feet, but looked rather disheveled. "You lost?" Alonso said coldly. Mycroft's face was contorted with indignation. "What do you mean lost? It was only one move. I wasn't injured. How can you call it a loss? So you still want to keep fighting?" "Of course." Mycroft brandished his axe. "This is nothing. It's not over yet over there." He pointed at Greta and Dason. But by this time, blood was seeping from Greta's waist, staining it crimson, and his breathing was somewhat disordered, his attack less forceful than his opponent's. Alonso knew he couldn't delay any longer, but he had no better option, so he shouted, "Wait!" Mycroft, who was about to continue his attack, stopped in his tracks, and Greta and Dason separated from their fight. Mycroft retorted, "What are you yelling about? Are we still fighting?" Alonso coldly replied, "What's the point of this battle? What are we risking our lives for here?" Dason sneered, "This is none of your business. I bet you already suggested Roy leave the crystal mine, but he certainly won't agree, ha ha ha." Greta angrily retorted, "You still have the nerve to laugh? If we go back to the mainland, you won't even have the right to meet the third prince." Dason shrugged, "You're right, but what can I do? I just happened to run into the third prince leading the team, allowing a mere captain of the guards to witness the royal family's grandeur, ha ha ha." Alonso understood somewhat. Roy, as a member of the royal family, leading a team into the magical realm, only to be driven away from the crystal mine, it was indeed damaging to the royal family's reputation. After all, this hadn't happened for several years, and the highest-ranking leader of the Harry Empire was merely a captain of the royal guards. This was an utter disgrace. However, judging from Dyson's words, there seemed to be more to the story, though they were unaware of it. It seemed only the leaders and key figures of each faction knew. This meant that in Roy's mind, Alonso and Greta weren't considered key figures. Alonso realized this and felt disheartened. Mycroft sneered, "Had enough talk? I haven't even warmed up yet. Let's go again." He was about to launch another attack. But suddenly, 2 red figures landed not far away. One of them, a seemingly carefree young man, grinned and said, "Hey, there's a martial arts performance here. How exciting. We're not too late, are we?" Alonso was taken aback. These 2 looked like members of the Adventurers Guild, and their current location was right at the border, near Austin. "What were the Adventurers Guild doing here?" Dason said coldly. "Is the Adventurers Guild also getting involved?" The young man waved his hand. "I'm not interested in fighting you." These 2 were originally Austin's envoy came to discuss some matters. Although the agreement wasn't reached, we can't let anything happen to them on the way, lest the third prince think we were behind it. "I say, gentlemen of the Harry Empire, why don't you find another place to fight?" Dason retorted angrily. "This isn't your territory anymore. What business is it of yours if I fight here?" "Of course it's in your business." The young man laughed. "Look at my little brother, he's been scared by you all." As he spoke, he pointed to another young man hiding behind him, only half an eye showing. Chapter 348. Dason gritted his teeth. He didn't want to confront the Adventurers Guild yet, so he backed down, saying, "Fine, I give you Adventurers Guild face this time, but not next time." "Mycroft, let's go!" Mycroft reluctantly sheathed his axe, spat on the ground, and glared fiercely at Alonso. "We fight again next time. This round can't be considered a loss." He then left with Dason. Seeing the 2 leave, Greta finally breathed a sigh of relief. The pain in his waist immediately surged, causing him to stumble. Alonso quickly stepped forward to support him, and said to the 2 from the Adventurers Guild, "Thank you for saving us. May I ask who you are?" The young man waved his hand and smiled. "You don't need to thank me. After all, you're an old friend of Annie's, so we couldn't be negligent. I'm Tal, and this is Willow. We meet again sometime." Alonso bowed slightly, and helped Greta slowly walk towards the main camp. Willow poked his head out and asked weakly, Are they all right?" Tal sighed, "Alas, Austin is finished this time. That third prince is really unlucky." In the days that followed, the Holy See contacted the Adventurers Guild, but the guild insisted that Annie and Puller hadn't come to them. The Holy See, preoccupied with the constant harassment from the other shore flower, had no time to deal with this matter and had to give up. Cliff was furious and sent Veronica directly to the front lines, replacing her with someone else to guard the mines. He personally led his men all the way to the heart of the Harry Empire's territory, until he forced Dason to sue for peace. According to Dason, the Harry Empire didn't provide any assistance to the other shore flower. They were simply sneaking over the Harry Empire to harass them. Cliff, however, didn't believe this and gave the Harry Empire a sound beating, shrinking their territory by half. But this also expanded the papacy's territory, leading to more harassment, not only from the other shore flower, but also from the Harry Empire's own underhanded tactics, much to Cliff's annoyance. This presented Roy with a golden opportunity, allowing him to seize a portion of Dyson's territory. However, his good fortune was short-lived. After several rounds of fighting with the Adventurers Guild in the south, neither side could gain the upper hand, so the unclaimed territory turned its attention to the relatively easier target, Roy. The battle broke out without warning. Roy was caught completely off guard and lost the territory he had just seized. The entire crystal mine was engulfed in chaos, but this was no longer relevant to Annie and her companions. With Thinis's help, they focused on their cultivation and didn't participate in the conflict. After all, the Adventurers Guild was incredibly powerful, and no one dared to openly wage war against them, except, of course, for the initial unclaimed wasteland. Annie and Bourne reunited, working together to activate the spirit splitting and soul fusion technique. Combined with the almost endless supply of magic crystals and the pure, rich elemental energy, their strength increased rapidly. The biggest beneficiary was undoubtedly Pule. Since meeting Annie, he felt his bad luck had lessened. At least until now, he hadn't encountered any more misfortunes, and his strength had successfully broken through to the 4th level of the Qi Yuan realm, continuing to rise. He figured that returning to Roy's side now wouldn't be the worst outcome. Of course, he couldn't possibly go back to Roy. Roy now wanted nothing more than to tear him to pieces. His only worry now was what to do after he got out. He had now thoroughly offended the third Prince of Austin and the Holy Son of the Papacy, and there was no guarantee they wouldn't come after him. While in the magic realm, it was manageable, he could simply hide. But what would he do back in the Empire? His parents were still in Istanbul, and more importantly, how was he going to find Yilin? The Papacy would probably blacklist him from now on. Forget Divine Beast Mountain, he probably wouldn't be allowed into any church. But thinking about all this now was useless. It was better to calm down and focus on cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Unbeknownst to them, they had already spent a whole year in the magic realm. Now, as the end approached, the situation in the crystal mine gradually became clear. The unclaimed territory, having made its first enemy, was ultimately driven out of the crystal mine by the Adventurers Guild and the Austin Empire. Veles withdrew voluntarily in the 2nd month, no longer participating in the subsequent conflicts. Austin was ultimately routed by the Papacy, but its remaining forces scattered and refused to leave, a situation the Papacy no longer bothered with. The Harry Empire, allied with Amaras, seized vast territories, becoming a rival to the Papacy and the Adventurers Guild. It was clear to everyone that they had some connection to the other Shore Flower Alliance. Overall, the Papacy remains the strongest power, followed by the Harry Empire Amaras other Shore Flower Alliance, and finally the Adventurers Guild. However, the Adventurers Guild has generally fought fewer battles, and has held back some of its strength. The Papacy and the Harry Empire, on the other hand, have suffered heavy casualties from prolonged warfare, and most of their remaining forces are exhausted. In the end, they all agreed to halt their conquests, including the Papacy. Although the Holy Son still wanted to expand, the circumstances no longer allowed it. On this day, a strange phenomenon occurred. The sun rose in the east, and did not set in the west, plunging the entire magical realm into a period of extreme daylight. This was a sign of the imminent emergence of a secret treasure, and everyone immediately began to cultivate diligently, striving to reach peak condition when the treasure appeared so they could claim a share. However, the Holy Son Cliff was always frowning. Since returning from Roy's place, he had become irritable and easily angered. He not only replaced Veronica, leaving her severely injured on the front lines, but also frequently berated his subordinates, causing everyone to fall silent in fear. The Holy Maiden, unable to tolerate the Holy Son's rage, led a group to a mountain peak in the east, claiming it offered a good view and would be perfect for scouting. In reality, it was also to avoid the Holy Son. Among those on the 11th peak was Margot. Margot's position was extremely awkward. She had been tasked with monitoring in a mission that coincided with the Pope's assignment to the Holy Son, which led her to join forces with him. Now, and had disappeared, and she bore some responsibility for that. Fortunately, the Holy Sun hadn't retaliated, and she wisely left the mine to find Dylan and the others. Now, her only hope was to rely on the Holy Maiden to see if she could find Anne again in these final moments. Margot herself was somewhat confused. The time limit for the magical realm was nearing its end. Even if she found Anne, what difference would it make? So much time had passed, and Anne hadn't revealed anything. What did a few more days matter? But Margot was fixated on finding Anne, whether she was dead or alive. That day Margot, as usual, sat on the cliff, gazing into the distance, hoping to catch a glimpse of Anne. But no matter how hard she strained her eyes, it was futile. All she saw was an endless expanse of mines. Just then, footsteps sounded behind them. Margot turned around, and saw Harley rushing towards them. "Harley? What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry?" Harley was slightly out of breath. "Huff. Huff. The Saintess wants us to gather." "Huff. Gather?" Margot was taken aback, then realized something. The recent celestial phenomena likely meant the Holy Sun had contacted the Saintess, asking them to meet. She nodded. "All right, let's go." The two arrived at the gathering place. Everyone else was already there. Seeing Margot and Harley, the Saintess nodded slightly. "I called everyone here today for the final mission. The celestial phenomena are a sign of the treasure's emergence. We will now meet with the Holy Sun. All matters will be handled according to his arrangements." Adams raised his hand and asked, "Saintess, what exactly is this treasure?" Everyone shared this question, and upon hearing Adams's question, they all nodded. The Saintess said with a complex expression, "The secret treasures are powerful items that fall from the sky before the magical realm closes. They could be swords, treasure chests, all sorts of strange and wonderful things, but the quantity is limited. What we need to do is collect as many as possible, and bring them back to the Holy See." Someone else asked, "What's the use of those things? Are they comparable to ancient artifacts?" The Saintess shook her head. "Most of them are inferior to ancient artifacts, but each time there are a small number of powerful magical artifacts, and even spatial magical artifacts. At least for now, it seems that the spatial magical artifacts remaining on the continent are basically all from the magical realm." Everyone's eyes lit up instantly. Spatial artifacts were priceless treasures, incredibly rare and hard to come by. Even among the major protectors, only 2 possessed them. How wonderful it would be to own such a treasure. Seeing the fervent gazes of the crowd, the Saintess sighed, "But you must be careful. Accompanying the treasure are many magical creatures, all quite powerful. Don't try to fight them head-on if you can't handle it." Adams chuckled, revealing his muscular arms. "What's there to be afraid of magical creatures? I killed plenty in the secret realm, ha ha ha." Dylan retorted, "You think you're so great? You think you're better than the Saintess? She already said they're troublesome. What are you arguing about?" Adam snorted, "If you're scared, hide behind me, it's not shameful." Dylan's eyes twitched, but he suppressed his anger, crossed his arms, and ignored him. Immediately, the group set off, arriving directly near the mine. Cliff had already assembled his men. Seeing the Holy Maiden arrive with the remaining troops, he frowned and said, "Why are you so slow? Can you take responsibility for any delays?" The Holy Maiden replied calmly, "Anyway, everyone's here, and they're not late. You should hurry up and arrange the tactics." Cliff rolled his eyes at her, restraining his temper somewhat when dealing with this woman of equal status. He turned to the group and said, "There's only one principle in this competition for the treasure, opening the top-secret treasure chest. Our Holy See has spent a great deal of effort researching methods to open it, but we failed every time. This time, we must succeed." Someone asked, "Your Holiness, how do we open the top-secret treasure chest?" Cliff tilted his head slightly. Guardian Ma conducted many experiments and finally verified that as long as the flow of magic is consistent with the protective shield on the treasure chest, the defense can be weakened, speeding up the breaking process. After many attempts, the flow of light power is now known, and Guardian Ma has taught me that. This is relatively simple. The important thing is the magic of other elements. The magic cores I asked you to collect before were to weaken the defense, but they were stolen not long ago. Helpless, we could only do our best to break through the defense." The Saintess frowned and said, "I wondered why you've been acting strange lately. So it's because the magic cores are missing. When did this happen?" Cliff ignored her and continued, looking at everyone, "This is indeed my fault, but the other party is truly despicable. Listen carefully, if you encounter Annie, Puller, and Jeremaine in battle, you must capture them alive. It doesn't matter if they're crippled, just leave them with a breath left." By the end, Cliff was gritting his teeth, wishing he could devour the 3 of them alive. Adams was taken aback. Oh, so that's why the Holy Son sent people to look for them. Looks like little Annie really did something big. Dylan frowned. This is no small matter. Annie stole the magic core, which is equivalent to ruining our important plan. She can run away and hide now, but what about after she gets out? Even the Pope won't let her go. Adam's face showed some worry. He silently prayed for Annie, but he knew it was all in vain. Annie would eventually have to come out of the Vatican's exit. However, there was another possibility. Adam's eyes lit up. What if Annie stayed in the passage? This wasn't unheard of. Many people in the Vatican had stayed in the passage, the longest being nearly 30 years. However, life in the passage was simply too unbearable, feeling like a waste of time. Cliff gave some instructions, and then divided everyone into 4 groups. He and the Holy Maiden each led 2 groups, and they acted separately. Whoever found the top-secret treasure chest first would notify the others to go together, and everyone would work together to open the chest. The numbers on both sides were roughly the same, except Cliff had placed some First Peak members in the Saintess's ranks and also reassigned some others, including Margot. Margot was extremely distressed, hiding far behind, afraid of being discovered by Cliff. However, Cliff clearly wasn't going to let her off the hook and called her over. Margot. Where is Margot? Margot had witnessed Veronica being sent to the front lines, and then suspiciously and severely wounded. She didn't want to follow in Veronica's footsteps, but since Cliff had called her, she couldn't ignore him. She could only lower her head and jog over. I'm here. Cliff stared at her and said, You're of no practical use to me. Go! Go find your sister and if you find her, you be useful. If you don't. Chapter 349. Margot felt a chill run through her. She knew Cliff meant what he said, but finding Anne was no easy task. She had tried before, but to no avail, let alone in these last few days. Rumble. Suddenly, the earth rumbled violently, and dark clouds filled the sky, completely obscuring the sun high in the sky. The entire secret realm was plunged into darkness almost instantly. Cliff frowned and growled, Time's up, move out. Everyone immediately dispersed according to their previous assignments. Margot stood there, somewhat bewildered. The Saintess glanced at her and said calmly, Go to the Adventurers Guild. Margot's eyes lit up. Suddenly, she remembered something, nodded gratefully to the Saintess, and quickly headed southwest. Yes! Everyone had previously thought and had gone to Austin, but now Austin had been completely scattered. If Anne were there, she would have been found long ago. But there was still no clue, which meant Anne was indeed not in Austin. So, which other faction in the entire magical realm would take in Annie? The answer is obvious. Even Cliff, harassed by the spider lilies, didn't dare attack the Adventurers Guild, so he didn't cause them any trouble. But that doesn't mean the Adventurers Guild is without problems. Based on Margot's understanding of Annie, she couldn't possibly leave the crystal mine. They were either wandering and hiding like Austin, or they were under the protection of the Adventurers Guild. Rumble. The rumbling sounds all around grew more frequent and intense. Margot unconsciously quickened her pace. Suddenly, a voice called out to her, Hey! Wait! Margot turned around and, seeing that it was Adams, asked, What's wrong? Adams, carrying a huge, heavy axe slung across his shoulder, walked with hesitant steps. Finally he stopped, took a deep breath, and said, I hope you won't go looking for Anne anymore. What? Margot frowned, her eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. Do you know what you're saying? She demanded. Adams nodded silently. Of course I know that if His Holiness the Holy Son finds out, I will be punished. But even so, I still want to try. After all, you are Anne's older sister. Doing this will not only help me but also you. However, Margot let out a contemptuous sneer. How absurd. Can't you see that I want her dead every single moment? Adam sighed helplessly, still trying to persuade Margot. I firmly believe that the bonds between family members are unbreakable. They will prevent you from actually doing anything to harm her. Margot was slightly taken aback, seemingly touched by Adam's words, but then her anger flared up again. Who do you think you are? Do you know about our past as sisters? Do you know what Anne has done? You have no right to say such things to me. Adam shook her head. Anne is a very kind girl, and I believe she would never do anything bad. Originally, I didn't want to interfere in your family affairs, but I have to say these things, Margot. As an older sister, have you ever shouldered your responsibilities as an older sister? Margot was struck dumb, frozen in place as if by lightning. Yes. As Anne's sister, had she failed in her responsibilities as an older sister? From the day Eva arrived in the family, had her heart been filled with hatred? A flood of memories surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing her and pulling her back to that bright, sunny morning. Her father brought home a strange and beautiful woman, Eva. That year, 7-year-old Margot, holding her 5-year-old brother Carter's hand, stood quietly at the door, curiously watching this uninvited guest. Eva's smile was like a warm spring breeze, her exquisite face exuding a refined elegance. When Eva saw Margot and Carter, she gasped in surprise, then excitedly ran over and hugged Margot affectionately, asking with delight, "Wow, what a pretty little girl. Hello. What's your name?" Margot took a deep breath, a fresh fragrance filling her nostrils, gradually calming her initial nervousness. She hesitated slightly before softly replying, I'm Margot, and I'm 7 years old." "Margot, what a lovely name." Eva smiled. "We be living together from now on, please take good care of me." Margot nodded hesitantly, "Okay." Eva then patted Carter's hair, "And you? Little man?" Carter wore leather armor that seemed disproportionate to his age and build, held a wooden sword, and had beads of sweat on his youthful face, as if he had just experienced a thrilling battle. "My name is Carter. I'm a knight." Eva gave a thumbs up. "Great job. It's you, little knight Carter. Please take care of me from now on." Carter proudly waved his wooden sword. "No problem. If anyone bullies you, just tell me, and I beat them up." Eva chuckled. Drew's eye twitched, and he slammed his hand on Carter's head. "Who taught you to talk like that? Watch out, or I beat you up." Margot's thoughts gradually returned. Yes. When they first met, both she and her brother had a very good impression of Eva. Why did things change later? Why? Why is this happening? A mist gradually welled up in Margot's eyes. She felt a stinging sensation in her nose and rubbed it, only to find it wet. What was this? Margot froze. She was crying? Why was she crying? Why was this happening? Adams, watching Margot cry and stare blankly, also fell silent. He sighed softly and said, "I have said my piece. Whether you want to report me to His Holiness the Holy Son or not, it is up to you. I cannot stop you from doing whatever you wish. Take care of yourself." With that, he turned and left. Margot stood there, stunned, completely oblivious to Adam's departure. Her mind was only focused on why. Why was all this happening? Her thoughts drifted back to that late night, when Carter was lying in bed with a high fever, Margot anxiously tending to him, tears streaming down her face. Servants from Gower Castle were bustling about, and a physician and a priest from the papacy were diagnosing and treating Carter. Drew and Eva were nowhere to be seen. Where did they go? They left 3 days ago for Norma City. The Marquis was getting married, so naturally he had to visit the capital and enjoy the scenery. But who would take care of things at home? Carter had suddenly fallen ill 2 days ago, his condition deteriorating rapidly, his fever persisting. Fortunately, the Archmage was at the castle, and immediately summoned the priest from the church in Gore to help stabilize Carter's condition. The message was then sent to Norma City at breakneck speed. But 2 days passed, and her father hadn't returned. Why? Had he abandoned Carter? Did he no longer need his family? Margot felt a deep desolation, and couldn't help but sob again. Her cries, though not particularly loud amidst the surrounding hustle and bustle, plunged a young girl's heart into despair in the dead of night. From then on, Margot was like a changed person. She no longer expected her father's love. In her eyes, her father had poured all his energy into Eva. It was all Eva's fault. It was Eva who had caused the family to lose their father. Under her influence, Carter gradually developed a strong hostility towards Eva, a hostility that intensified after Anne's birth. Annie's arrival delighted Drew, but it also consumed more of his energy. This made Margot and Carter feel even more that their father no longer needed them, and this hostility transformed into hatred. Margot pondered deeply. Whose fault was it all? Her father's? Eva's? Or Annie's? Who should be blamed for all of this? Margot felt her mind was in turmoil. She clutched her head in anguish, squatted down, and let out a silent scream. Now her father was dead, and Carter was dead too. These two people she cared about were no longer in this world. Should this hatred continue? Indeed, her father had known all along that, and was still alive, and had arranged for people in Norma to monitor her every move. His reply to the first prince was largely due to Anne. But was that wrong? As a father, shouldn't he help his daughter? When Margot entered the papacy, didn't her father also do everything in his power to pave the way for her, giving her a very good environment to thrive in the papacy? And who can be blamed for Carter's death? Margot suddenly thought of someone, the person who handed her a magic stone. She shuddered. It was when Anne was 6 years old. Margot was wandering around Gore City, and unknowingly walked into a dark corner where many people had set up stalls, selling all sorts of strange things. One of the elderly men in black robes caught her attention. His stall was empty, so she approached curiously and asked, "Old man, your stall is empty. What do you sell?" The old man raised his eyes, glanced at Margot, and gave her a strange smile. "Little girl, I sell wish fulfillment. Whatever you want, I can sell it to you." Margot was slightly taken aback. "There's such a thing? But I can't see it." The old man said, "That's because you haven't told me your wish yet." Margot hesitated for a moment, then said, "I want my father to pay attention to me again, to love me." A black light flashed in the old man's eyes. "Oh, that's an interesting wish. So, your father is paying more attention to your other brothers and sisters now?" Margot shook her head. "No, he only cares about my youngest sister." "Is her talent stronger than yours?" the old man asked. Margot scratched her head. "I don't know, she's only 6 years old, I can't tell." The old man chuckled. Hee, isn't that easy? I think this young lady comes from a prominent family. Large families value talent. As long as her talent isn't as good as yours, you naturally win back your parents' love." Margot asked doubtfully, "Father does care a lot about our cultivation, but isn't everyone's talent innate?" The old man slowly pulled a black magic stone from his robes. It gleamed with a dark light and emitted an eerie aura. Innate talent is true, but it depends on the situation. This magic stone of mine is uniquely crafted, with 2 spells engraved within it. On one hand, it can shield against the elements of heaven and earth. On the other hand, it can conceal one's aura during the day. Put it in your sister's room, and her talent will be suppressed. She'd likely fail her magic aptitude test, and your father will be disappointed in her. Wouldn't that achieve your goal? Margot's eyes widened instantly. Such amazing magic? The old man chuckled. The world is vast and full of wonders. Little girl, you should see more of the world. Margot nodded. How much is it? I'd buy it. The old man slowly stood up and placed the magic stone in Margot's hand. Little girl, we're destined to meet. This magic stone is yours, but in exchange, I recommend someone to you. If he encounters any difficulties, please help him this time. Margot became cautious. My abilities are limited. I can't be of much help. The old man chuckled. It's all right. If you can't help, that's fine. Consider it a friendship. Margot breathed a sigh of relief. If possible, I try my best to help. Who is this person? The old man beckoned behind him, and a man stepped out. The man was thin, pale, and slightly bowed his head, his eyes filled with cruelty and savagery. He is my disciple named Brand. He may be living nearby for a while. Please take good care of him, young lady. Margot didn't like the man. She waved her hand and said, all right, let's leave it at that for now. We talk about it later if any problems arise. She then hurried home. Back home, Margot still hesitated to put the philosopher's stone in Annie's room. After much deliberation, she entrusted the stone to Carter, asking him to do the task. Carter was naturally happy to oblige. Taking advantage of Annie and Drew's absence, he secretly slipped into Annie's room and placed the magic stone under her bed. This way, every night, the abundant elemental energy of heaven and earth would be expelled from the room, effectively reducing Annie's daily exposure to this energy by half a day. In the days that followed, Margot observed Annie's changes daily. At first, nothing seemed amiss, but later, Annie seemed perpetually sleepy, and even when she got up, she appeared listless. This made Margot even more convinced of the magic stone's effects. As time passed, Margot's mood improved. She noticed a significant change in Annie, and this trend continued to intensify. However, this peaceful period was shattered when Brand suddenly found her. Chapter 350. That day, Margot was attending church as usual when someone delivered a letter to her. Margot was puzzled. Her home was in Gore City. Why would someone deliver a letter specifically for her? Margot opened the envelope with a puzzled look. Inside, a few words were scrawled in crooked handwriting. Sunset, East City Street Corner. Margot frowned deeply. The East City Street Corner, that was where she had obtained the black magic stone. It seemed this letter was from the old man or Brand. Margot didn't really want to go, but if she didn't go, would the other person tell others about the magic stone? Thinking of this, Margot sighed, packed her things, and left the church. She wandered from the West City church through alleyways to the dark street corner in the East City. There were still strange stalls everywhere. She walked and looked around, but she didn't see the old man again. It turned out his spot had been taken by someone else. Suddenly, a pale-faced man stood before her. It was Brand, grinning to reveal a set of yellow teeth. Hee hee, Miss Margot, you really did come to our appointment. You're here early. When Margot saw the pale man again, she felt uneasy. What brings you here? Is something wrong? Brand looked Margot up and down, chuckling, long time no see. You gotten even prettier. Margot shrank back. Stop with the nonsense. Where's your teacher? Brand shrugged. He left. I'm all alone here. Margot looked around. The vendors didn't even glance at them. Still feeling uneasy, she said, let's talk somewhere else. Brand chuckled, okay. Follow me. Margot followed Brand for a while, until they reached a secluded room. The room seemed to be a warehouse, but it was filled with junk and appeared to have been abandoned for a long time. Margot asked, what do you want from me? Brand replied, nothing much, I'm just getting a bit bored in the city lately, and want to go out for some fun. You should be able to help me, right? Margot frowned. Go out of the city? Is it that simple? Brand shrugged. You probably don't know, but it's having a hard time getting out of the city right now. The city guards are looking for me everywhere. What? Margot's eyes narrowed instantly. She suddenly remembered what her father had been troubling her about a few days ago. Apparently, a very horrific case had occurred in the city, with many civilians murdered. Some people reported that the killer was a very pale-faced man, which perfectly matched Brand in front of her. Who exactly are you? Margot's voice turned icy. Brand waved his hand. You don't need to be like this. I only killed a few test subjects. What's the big deal? You nobles are all hypocrites. You never value these people's lives, and now you're chasing me after I kill them. How despicable. Margot retorted angrily. You kill people, and are still spouting nonsense here. Aren't you afraid I arrest you? Since you know my name, you should know my identity, right? Brand shook his head, nonchalantly saying, what am I afraid of? If I get caught, I just say I gave Miss Margot of the Goel family a magic stone a while ago, and she put it in her sister's room. Guess what will happen? Margot's magic surged instantly, her fists clenched. Are you threatening me? Brand, unfazed, replied calmly, how could I threaten you? I'm just stating a fact. Is telling the truth a crime these days? Besides, if you want to take me back, isn't that just to make me tell the truth? Margot was furious, but upon reflection, she knew she couldn't let Annie's scheme be exposed. Any mishap would have dire consequences. She could only grit her teeth and say, When are you leaving the city? Brand chuckled. Brand smiled. I knew Miss Margot was a woman of her word. Now that I'm out of the city, we're even. Don't worry, I keep your secret to myself and won't let a third. No, a fourth person know. Margot retorted irritably, stop talking nonsense. Helping you out of the city is a big risk for me. If there's a chance in the future, you have to repay me. Brand curled his lip. Do you nobles really enjoy exploiting people like this? Fine, it's settled then. I have to leave the city tonight, or the city guards will find me soon. Margot lowered her head and thought for a moment before saying, okay, I go get a guard's uniform later. You can pretend to be my guard and come out of the city with me. Brand raised an eyebrow. Alright, I wait for you here. Hurry back. A moment later, Margot returned with a set of guard uniforms. Brand put them on without a word, simultaneously covering his face with a large helmet. Margot then led him to the city gate, which was already preparing to close. The guards at the gate, seeing Margot arrive, quickly approached and asked, Miss Margot, are you still going out of the city so late? Margot nodded. Yes. Why are the gates closing so early today? The guard replied, a serial killer has been active in the city recently. There's been a manhunt, but they haven't found him. To prevent him from escaping and harming others, the Marquis has ordered the gates to close early for a large-scale raid tonight. Margot glanced discreetly behind her, and then said, I haven't visited my mother's grave in a long time. I'll be right back. Won't there be any problems? The guard hesitated, glancing at the guards behind Margot. The area hasn't been very safe lately, and you only brought one guard. Margot frowned. I'm a clergyman myself. What villain could possibly harm me? It's all right, I'll be back soon. The guard was still somewhat worried, so he said, how about this, I assign you a squad to escort you back and forth. Margot knew that if she didn't agree, they might directly inform Drew, so she nodded. Okay, come with me. 5 more soldiers joined the group, and the 7 of them left the city, heading straight for a nearby hill where Drew's previous wife's grave was located. Walking ahead, Margot whispered, with so many people around, how are you going to get around? Brand laughed, that's easy, just go. Margot glared at him, what about me if you just leave? They definitely suspect me, what am I supposed to say then? Brand stroked his chin, in that case, wait for me. He then walked towards the woods. The soldiers behind him were taken aback. Margot said, "It's all right, he just needs to pee, let's wait for him." The soldiers didn't suspect anything and waited. A little while later, Brand emerged as if nothing had happened. Margot had no idea what he was up to, and the group continued on. Upon reaching Margot's mother's grave, the soldiers didn't proceed. Instead, they removed their hats in respect and stepped aside, leaving Margot alone. Brand didn't dare remove his hat, feigning a stomachache, and sat down to the side. Looking at her mother's grave, Margot felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. She sighed softly. "Mother, I miss you so much. If you were here, Father wouldn't have neglected us. If you were here, Father would still love me as before. Why are you gone? Why was it you who took that blow for him back then?" Margot knelt before the grave, pouring out her heart. "Father no longer teaches Carter combat. He's had the Archmage as Carter's teacher. Carter learns quickly, but I always feel it's not as good as Father's teaching. A while ago, Carter was injured in training, and he only came to see him briefly before leaving. Now, he only has Eva and Annie in his eyes, not as siblings anymore. Mother, I really miss you so much." Time passed slowly. A soldier approached. "Miss Margot, it's time to go back. It's late." Margot turned around and saw that the soldiers had already lit their torches. She sighed and looked at Brand sitting to one side, wondering how he planned to escape. The group slowly began to walk back. Margot whispered, "Are you ready? We'll be back in the city soon." Brand laughed. "It's all right, just a little longer, almost there." Just as Margot was wondering, a rustling sound suddenly came from the bushes nearby. The soldiers immediately became alert, drawing their weapons. A dozen or so men dressed as bandits emerged from the woods, grinning menacingly at the group. One soldier shouted angrily, "You petty bandits, daring to cause trouble outside Gore City. You don't want to live." One bandit laughed, "Ha ha, nothing ventured, nothing gained. It's only near Gore City that you find big fish like you." With that, he swung his sword. The soldiers immediately engaged the bandits in battle. Brand chuckled, "See? The opportunity has come," and joined the fight. But it was clear that the enemy was just a rabble, no match for the soldiers of Gore City. They quickly began to rout. The soldiers were about to give chase, but then remembered Margot was still there, so they stopped and fiercely swung their swords at the fleeing bandits. "Humph, serves you right for being so arrogant. Now you know how powerful the Gore City defense forces are." At that moment, several corpses lay on the ground. When the soldiers returned and saw them, they were stunned. The guard Margot had brought was clearly among them. What had happened? Were the Gore family's guards really this weak now? A few mere bandits had killed a guard. A soldier was about to investigate when Margot stopped him. "Don't move." The soldiers looked at Margot in confusion, only to see her angrily say, "This kind of trash, let him die here. Don't worry about him. Send someone to deal with him tomorrow." The soldiers exchanged glances, having no choice but to obey. Back in the city, the soldiers immediately reported their encounter with the bandits. The squad leader, not daring to delay, relayed the news all the way to Drew. As Margot stepped inside, Drew found her. "Why are you out alone so late? It's dangerous. Are you hurt?" Margot felt a warmth in her heart, but remembering her father's previous coldness, she said softly, "I miss Mother." What's wrong with just seeing her? Those thugs were no match for the city guards. They were driven back in no time. I didn't even have a chance to fight. Drew frowned. "But I heard one of the guards died?" Margot's heart skipped a beat. That guard probably slipped in unnoticed. He was too weak. His death is no big deal." Drew pondered for a moment, then patted Margot's shoulder and said, "Margot, if you have any difficulties, be sure to tell your father. I will do everything I can to help you." Margot slapped Drew's hand away, glared at him, and said, "None of your business." Then she quickly went upstairs. Drew sighed, then a smile appeared on his face. Just like her mother. He then beckoned to the side, and a dark figure instantly appeared beside him, bowing and saying, "My lord." Drew nodded and said, "Go investigate whether any guards are missing from the castle, and who the dead guard was." The shadowy figure acknowledged the order, and vanished like the wind. Several days later, Margot herself learned about Brand from the church. It turned out Brand was a necromancer who had previously committed crimes in the southern region, gathering a rabble to rob and steal. He had disappeared for a while, and now seemed to have reappeared in the northern region. Margot was conflicted. Neither the Goel family nor the church would allow her to make a deal with a necromancer, but at the time she had no idea he was a necromancer. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed to the deal. However, it was too late for regrets now. When Anne was 8 years old, She showed extremely low magical aptitude in a magical aptitude test, consistent with what the old man had said. The black magic stone had worked as intended, but to Margot's surprise, and had awakened the power of death. This was something she hadn't anticipated, but wasn't it perfect? And would be taken away by the church for purification, and her father would regain his attention. But events unfolded in a way that utterly disheartened her. Her father, behind the church's back, concealed the news of Anne's awakened death power, and was sending her to the northern city of Misty City the very next day. Although Anne would be forever separated from the family, this filled Margot with despair. When had her father ever done such a thing for her, for Carter? Why was he so kind to Anne? Why was this happening? She felt immense resentment. Her father could potentially drag the entire family into the abyss because of this, but she couldn't directly inform the church. She had to secretly eliminate and completely remove this threat.